My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 984 to chapter 1151. If teacher asked her to get rid of the people from Shuntian Manor, she would be very happy. Qingyuan nodded. Perhaps the senior doesn't want her disciple, whom she has never met, to be in danger. Arbor got up and walked towards the straw hut on the left. On the other side, Mo Lian went to the Empress Dowager's longevity palace to pay his respects to his grandmother. The Empress Dowager affectionately pulled his hand to sit down and looked at him kindly. My good grandson, let grandmother take a good look at you. Aren't you a little thin? It's all father's fault, throwing a bunch of trivial matters to grandson all day long. Grandson is so busy that I'm thin. Mo Lian didn't hesitate to dig a hole for his father. The great king, who was originally sitting at the side, almost jumped up from his stool when he heard that. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but chuckle. She turned around and glared at the great king. Great king, the crown prince is busy with his marriage after all. Don't give him too many things to do during this period of time. Biased. Blatant favoritism. He's the crown prince of a country, what's there to be busy with about his marriage? It's just a matter of a word. The great king couldn't help but look at his mother with a slightly sour nose. He didn't dare to refute and nodded his head. Son knows. Prince Mo immediately acted obedient to his grandmother. Grandmother, you still love your grandson dearly. The Empress Dowager laughed and turned to look at him. She asked with a smile, where's your little wife? Quickly let grandmother see her. The little girl that my grandson has taken a fancy to must be the best. Speaking of this, Prince Mo felt a little stifled. He coughed lightly and said, in 2 days, grandmother. What's wrong? The Empress Dowager couldn't help but be curious when she saw him hemming and hawing. Then she said, oh, that's right. I heard that your wife was slightly injured after the competition 2 days ago? Then let her rest for a few more days. Grandmother isn't in a hurry. Prince Mo hesitated for a moment. Maybe my wife won't be able to come to the palace for a while. Empress Zhao, who was holding a teacup, trembled and almost spilled the tea on the floor. She glared at her son with her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? The Empress Dowager hurriedly asked, could it be that someone has wronged my granddaughter-in-law? That's right, she's really been wronged. Prince Mo hurriedly said, grandmother, you must support your granddaughter-in-law. Of course. The Empress Dowager hurriedly nodded and said, how can the child that my grandson likes not be good? Don't worry, if you have any grievances, just tell me. Grandma will take care of it for you. The great king bitterly made a sullen expression. Ahem, mother, it's better not to spoil your child too much. How is that doting? The Empress Dowager immediately retorted in annoyance. This grandson of mine has never made me worry about him since he was young. He's such a good child, how am I doting? Tell grandmother. Grandmother will make the decision for you too. The Empress Dowager made the final decision. The great king's entire face turned a bit green. He hurriedly interrupted, it's fine, it's fine. It's really fine. Mother, you must be tired from the journey and have just returned. Why don't you rest first? Why should I rest? The 12th prince has arrived. When Empress Zhao heard that her youngest son had arrived, her eyes immediately sharpened. Greetings to grandmother, father, mother. Eldest brother. That brat Mou's voice could be heard even before he arrived. Just hearing his voice made one feel especially energized. You still know to come back. Empress Zhao muttered in annoyance. The youth's black hair was buried under a small jade crown, and he was dressed in a light-colored, narrow-sleeved riding suit with a purple gold belt. His figure was outstanding, and he was handsome and straight. When he walked quickly through the door, there was a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes seemed to be sparkling and dazzling, as if there were stars flowing in them. Greetings to the 12th prince. The row of palace maids by the door bowed in greeting. Mou waved his hand and swayed to Mo Lian's side, happily shouting, eldest brother. The moment I entered the capital, I heard that you had engaged the crown princess. I want to see my sister-in-law. I know it's her. My peaches are finally going to be settled. This brat had been thinking about a peach for 7 to 8 years. There was no one else like him. Mo Lian's mouth twitched. Without waiting for him to speak, Empress Zhao said with a straight face, you're really becoming more and more unbecoming. Not to mention running around all day, you even went to the mountain villa to disturb your grandmother's peace. Mou hurriedly smiled and moved to his mother's side. Mother, grandmother has been praising me the whole way. If I didn't run to the mountain villa to celebrate the new year with grandmother's new year would have been so boring. Empress Zhao glanced at him and snorted. She raised a finger and poked his head. Didn't grandmother find you noisy, so she brought you back early? Of course not. Mou's mouth seemed to be smeared with honey as he grinned. This son missed father, mother, and eldest brother, so I begged grandmother to come back. Imperial mother, imperial father, eldest brother, although you isn't in the capital, my heart has always missed you. His father chuckled, clearly not believing his youngest son's nonsense. Empress Zhao was a little happy from her son's coaxing, but she still kept a straight face. She glanced at her youngest son, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The old Empress Dowager said with a smile, you don't say, if you didn't run to the mountain villa to accompany me, this New Year's celebration would indeed be lacking. Empress Zhao said with a smile, Imperial Mother's complexion is rosy and her breath is soft, you must be recuperating well in Ziyu Mountain Villa. Not bad. The Empress Dowager smiled benevolently and nodded. Ziyu Villa is secluded from the world. Its profound energy is also rather dense. It's truly the best place for cultivation. If there is a chance, Your Majesty and Her Majesty can also choose a day to go there and take a break for a period of time. The Empress Dowager is right. The old Great King looked at his mother cautiously and asked, Mother, have you made some progress in your cultivation? You can say that I've made some small achievements. Back then, the Empress Dowager had taken up a spear and mounted a horse to conquer the world with the former king and the old vassal king of Annan, so her martial arts were naturally outstanding. She had stayed at the initial success stage of level 14 Great Mystic Cultivator for nearly 10 years. After cultivating in seclusion at Yusho Villa for half a year, the Queen Dowager finally made a small step forward and entered level 14 Phenomenal Success stage. The Great King's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Congratulations, Mother. Your cultivation has improved again. Congratulations, Empress Dowager. At the Empress Dowager's level of cultivation, she had long been indifferent to these things. She smiled and waved her hand. Let's not talk about these things. She turned to look at Mo Lian. Today, as soon as Ijia and you entered the capital, Ijia heard rumors spreading from all directions. Nimpin Tower is our Mo Kingdom's guardian pagoda. What do they mean by a sorcerer has appeared recently, so the world is bound to suffer a calamity? They even said that Nimpin Tower's foundation is unstable and seems to be swaying? What kind of nonsense is this? It's simply a bunch of nonsense. Grandmother, don't worry. These are just rumors spread by some bored people. Grandson will deal with it properly. Yes, yes. Mother, don't worry. The old king added, this is all because a few days ago, there was a rat infestation near the Pacification Pagoda. A large rat gnawed on a brick behind the Pacification Pagoda, causing people to mistakenly say that the pagoda's foundation was unstable or that a demon had appeared. A faint light of wisdom flashed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. Why would there be a rat infestation in the capital out of the blue? I'm afraid that someone is secretly manipulating things behind the scenes. Great King, you have to pay attention to this matter. Don't throw everything to the Crown Prince. Look at how busy my grandson is. The Great King coughed a little awkwardly and secretly ridiculed in his heart. He knew it, as long as his mother returned, she would definitely protect him to the end. There was nothing to say about this, he felt like a son that was picked up from the streets. When he was young, the Empress Dowager helped him take care of state affairs. Now that he was old and his son was very capable, the Great King was very used to being a hands-off boss. Now that he heard the Empress Dowager specifically asking him to deal with the rat infestation rumors, the Great King felt very vexed and secretly glanced at his son. Prince Mo's handsome face was extremely serious. He didn't even look at his old father, this unfilial son who cheated his father. The Great King gritted his teeth. Cough, Mother, you're worrying too much. The Crown Prince has more or less taken care of this small matter. You don't have to worry about this. Let the young people train. The great king hurriedly helped his mother up with a guilty conscience and helped her into the inner room. He flattered her all the way and completely ignored the Empress Dowager's rolling eyes. Father is so cowardly, Mou pursed her lips. Suddenly, her large eyes lit up slightly. She jumped in front of Mo Lian and said, "Big brother, take me to see sister-in-law now." "You child, you're always so careless. Your big brother doesn't have as much free time as you do. Stop messing around." Empress Zhao reprimanded Mou. As soon as Mo Lian thought that his wife had run away, he felt a little irritated. He got up and excused himself from Empress Zhao. Then he went out and left. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Mou blinked and asked subconsciously. Empress Zhao waved at him. "Mother," Mou jumped in front of Empress Zhao with a big smile, and her head fell into her mother's arms. Empress Zhao's anger, which had accumulated over the past few days, was instantly extinguished by her youngest son's tantrum. She poked his head and said, "Humph, fortunately, you still have your mother in your heart. Otherwise, who knows when you will return to the palace?" "Of course not." No matter where her son went, he would always think of her. "I even brought a lot of local specialties for her. I'll get someone to send them to her in a while." Empress Zhao was amused by her son. She pulled his hand and asked, "From your tone just now, you called her sister-in-law quite warmly. You've known that Miss Zhao for a long time?" "I've never met her, but I've heard of her." Mou said unhappily at the mention of this. "When I was 5, sister-in-law gave Big Brother a peach. Big Brother treasured it so much. He couldn't bear to give it to you. That peach looked really delicious." Empress Zhao was dumbfounded. "What peach?" Her youngest son had been thinking about it since he was 5. "Mother, you've met my sister-in-law, right? What does she look like?" "She does look pretty good." Empress Zhao nodded affirmatively. It was just that her personality was cold and arrogant, cruel and heartless. She really wasn't much of a person. The little girl whom Empress Zhao had called a good-for-nothing was currently in the land of inheritance opened by the startled Swan Dagger, studying the elixir inheritance left behind by her master, Long Chuyun. There were a large number of spirit stones and an inheritance jade slip in the space ring. After the inheritance jade slip was absorbed into Arbor's conscious, it passed on the inheritance carved on the jade slip to her, just like the golden talisman jade tome. For the past 2 days, Arbor had been quietly studying the elixir refinement techniques left behind by her master in the land of inheritance. The knowledge about elixirs that Long Chuyun had sorted out was very systematic and comprehensive, starting from the basics to the basics and easy to understand. Xiao had said that she had memorized countless medical classics and the holy scroll of 10,000 poisons, but many of the knowledge points were not connected with the elixir prescriptions and medicine here. For example, the name of the medicinal herbs. She remembered one name in her mind, but in reality, it could be called by another name here. In this way, it was a little confusing. Previously, she was not too sure, but now that she thought about it, the reason why she had such a complex and terrifying foundation in medicine was probably because she had learned from her master when she was in soul form. She had probably learned a lot when she was in soul form. The golden talisman jade tome might also have something to do with it. Now that she had inherited Master Long Chuyun's elixir inheritance, she could compare the two and make a judgment if she had any questions. It would be convenient for her to cultivate medicinal herbs and make elixirs in the future. Although she could make an accurate judgment based on the characteristics, shape, size, and so on of the medicinal herbs, the names of the herbs here were different. After all, the names of the medicinal herbs here were different from what she had learned in the past. It was indeed a little troublesome to apply them. After Arbor had carefully sorted out Long Chuyun's inheritance and compared 80 to 90% of it, she put it aside for the time being. She had promised Mo Lian that she would return within 3 days. If she returned late, that person would probably be anxious. She went to the elixir room on the left and looked at the rows of elixir bottles on the shelves. She casually opened a bottle and sniffed it. 100 Treasures Elixir. Arbor's expression changed slightly. This was a type of elixir that could regulate the body's qi and blood. It was hard to get even with money. Ordinary people could extend their lives if they took it. Life-prolonging elixir. Level 12 Mystic Breakthrough Pill. Arbor muttered to himself as he tidied up the small medicine bottles on the shelf. His intuition told him that this Master Long Chiyun was definitely a nouveau riche. The little monk followed beside her and asked cutely, "Benefactress, are we going to leave after you're done packing up?" "Yes." "If we don't leave, are we going to stay here forever?" Arbor put all the bottles into the interspatial ring that his teacher had given him, and touched the white ring on his finger. "But that old Taoist priest is eyeing you like a tiger watching its prey," the little monk said with a worried expression. "Benefactress, you make people worry too much." Arbor couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He raised his hand and patted little Baldy's head. "You look so old. You're only 4, not 40. After the new year, he's already 5 years old." The little monk immediately corrected her. His face was filled with a solemn expression that said, "I'm no longer a child." Arbor found it funny. After tidying up the elixirs here, she pulled his little hand and walked towards the thatched hut on the right. Pushing open the door of the thatched hut on the right, a burst of medicinal fragrance wafted out. Arbor stood at the door and looked at the large herb garden in front of her. She took a step back and exited the door to take a look. And it was a shabby straw hut. After walking through the door, it was as if she had entered a strange herb garden. Patches of spirit herbs and exotic flowers were in full bloom. This time, Arbor was in a bit of a dilemma. This herb garden was at least 20 mu of land. With her strength alone, how long would it take for her to finish digging up all these spirit flowers and herbs? And the problem was, where should she store them? Some of these herbs had been removed from the soil and could not be stored for long. They would wither after a while. If that was really the case, then wouldn't it be a waste of effort for her to dig them out with no place to store them? If only the little tree was awake. At this moment, Xiaomu missed Qiuqiu from the bottom of her heart. It was a pity that Qiuqiu was still in seclusion and did not move at all. Arbor heaved a long sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged, attempting to refine the mystic energy in this mystic realm. Since she was going to leave, then she should not waste the mystic energy here. She wondered if she could refine this mystic realm without relying on Qiuqiu, if only she could refine it successfully like she did in the paradise. These herbs could be temporarily kept here. When Qiuqiu woke up, she could transplant them into the herb garden in the paradise. With this thought, Arbor had already sealed off her 5 senses and silently entered the state of refining mystic energy. The little monk and Qing Yuan squatted on her left and right and watched her. "Big brother Qing Yuan, benefactress can't be thinking of directly refining this mystic realm of inheritance, right?" Qing Yuan glanced at him and could not help but raise her brows slightly. "Little monk, you know quite a lot." Of course, this little monk can be considered someone who is familiar with thousands of sutras. "I also know a little about various famous people and anecdotes in the pugilistic world," the little monk said calmly. Qing Yuan instantly did not want to talk to him anymore. This child was not cute at all. She felt that he was so intelligent that he could surpass an adult. He was simply too precocious, but the little monk could not stay idle. "Big brother Qing Yuan, do you think benefactress will succeed?" "Of course. You have so much confidence in her?" "She's Master." "Of course, I have full confidence in her." Qing Yuan glanced at him angrily, retracted her gaze, and silently guarded Arbor. "What about the old Taoist outside?" The little monk frowned and said, "I can guarantee that he is still outside waiting for us to walk right into his trap." Qing Yuan was silent. The little monk cutely said, "I've heard Master talk about it before. If you crush a refined secret realm, even a spirit realm great spirit master might not be able to deal with the energy generated. That old Taoist's cultivation is probably suppressed to around the 15th level of profound strength. He definitely won't be able to withstand the explosion of the secret realm." Qing Yuan stared dumbfoundedly at the cute little monk with red lips and white teeth. "Aren't you supposed to be a benevolent monk? What are you talking about now? Are you instigating murder?" Why was he able to understand them when they were separated, but when they were pieced together, he couldn't understand anything? The little monk was still as calm as before. He blinked and looked at Qing Yuan. "Why do you look so surprised?" He was just stating the truth. With just the 3 of them, it would be difficult enough to deal with the old Taoist alone. Unfortunately, the old Taoist had an eagle-faced ferocious beast by his side. As he spoke, the entire secret realm of inheritance trembled slightly. The little monk suddenly stood up. Qingyuan also jumped up. It's going to collapse. This land of inheritance was not even 1/10 the size of the previous land of Peach Blossom, so the mystic energy it contained was naturally incomparable to that of the land of Peach Blossom. Arbor opened her inner vision and could see the endless mystic energy from all directions pouring into her Dantian star field, where it was ultimately all absorbed by the sapling. Arbor's heart jolted. Perhaps, even if the sapling had entered a deep sleep, it could still instinctively absorb the mystic energy from the outside world and refine the secret realm. As expected, as time went by, 80 to 90% of the mystic energy in the entire land of inheritance fell into the sapling's stomach. In the midst of the tremors, the land of inheritance collapsed bit by bit. Having experienced the refinement of the land of Peach Blossom and the collapse of the secret realm, Arbor was not worried at all. After opening her eyes, she grabbed the little monk with one hand, and the three figures instantly disappeared into the slowly collapsing secret realm. A lustrous white bead appeared in Xiaomu's hand. Inside the bead was a small bamboo forest, and 3 small thatched cottages could be faintly seen swaying back and forth inside. At this moment, Arbor had no time to be excited or agitated. She first put away the heart of the land of inheritance in her hand and directly put it into her inner world. At the same time, she took out a startled swan dagger. With a turn of the dagger, she directly swiped it in a direction in the air. The old Taoist's outer robe was cut open by Arbor's sharp dagger, and he glared at her with sharp eyes. Without another word, Qingyuan immediately spread its wings and swiftly picked up its little master, flinging her and the little monk onto its back. With a shriek, it rushed into the heavens and swiftly fled the scene. The old Taoist simply did not expect that this little fellow Arbor would actually escape on Qingyuan without another word. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. He had circled around this mountain forest for nearly 3 days. In the end, he did not dare to go too far from this place, so he had been waiting at the secret realm where the 3 of them had disappeared. In the end, he had indeed waited for them to come out. But he did not expect that the 3 of them would be so wretched. They actually fled without a word the moment they came out. Was this something a great talisman practitioner and great mystic cultivator could do? It was simply outrageous. The old Taoist aggressively stepped on his eagle-faced ferocious beast and commanded it to give chase. Damn Arbor, let's see where you can escape to. A fierce glint flashed through the old Taoist's eyes as he berated the eagle-faced ferocious beast to chase the 3 people in front. Both his hands slightly raised, accumulating mystic energy in his body. His entire body began to swell up like a bloated ball. His entire body was filled with terrifying power. His green Taoist robe fluttered in the fierce wind. Standing on Qingyuan's back, Xiaomu naturally saw the old Taoist's menacing pursuit. She unhurriedly opened up an eggshell defensive barrier and coldly looked back at the stinky Taoist who was chasing after her. Waves of ferocious profound energy rose from his entire body as tiny streams of water flowed out from his palms. Subsequently, they condensed into strings of sparkling ice crystals. In an instant, the ice crystals turned into hexagonal snowflakes, which she abruptly raised her hand and swiftly charged toward the old Taoist. The old Taoist saw that she was very cowardly and ran away the moment she left the secret realm, so he thought that she did not dare to fight him. Who would have expected that she would actually attack, looking at the ferocious snowflakes flying toward him with a whoosh. They directly hit his green Taoist robe. Ha! The old Taoist roared. The muscles under his outer robe bulged, and this old Taoist instantly circulated his level 15 cultivation, releasing his mystic energy outward. It collided with a handful of snowflakes that Arbor darted toward him. After several slashes, the old Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his outer robe that had been cut open. His arms under his outer robe were actually sliced open by the snowflakes, and blood flowed down. He was actually injured by a mere level 12 mystic cultivator in a single exchange. Arbor didn't say a word. Her combat habit was that she absolutely wouldn't waste words with you once she started fighting. Her fingers moved slightly as she guided several talismans, and more than a dozen high-level attack talismans flew toward the old Taoist's face as if they didn't cost anything. At the same time, under Arbor's command, Qingyuan turned around and flew toward that eagle-faced beast. She spat out an icy wind and snow rain at the eagle-faced beast's head. On the side, the little monk silently formed several Buddhist seals. At this time, Qingyuan and Arbor couldn't care less about him. One flew toward the eagle-faced beast to attack. The other instantly left Xingluan's back, activated the defensive barrier, and rushed to the old Taoist with several large strides in the air. The old Taoist was simply flabbergasted. Didn't this D*MN lass run away just now? He thought she was scared, but what was going on with her turning around and charging here without any regard for her life? How could she know that Arbor didn't want him to see her put away the heart of the inheritance secret realm and cause unnecessary trouble? That was why she wanted to leave this place and return to the capital as soon as she came out. Moreover, she had promised Mo Lian to return to the capital within 3 days. Now that 3 days had passed, if she still didn't return, she would definitely be nagged by her family non-stop. She couldn't be bothered with this D*MN old Taoist, but in the end, she saw that the old Taoist was following behind her like a fly that she couldn't shake off. Her anger rose as well. What? Could it be that she was afraid of this D*MN old Taoist? Let's fight then, let's see who would have the last laugh. She really hadn't been afraid of anyone after being reborn for so long. Did he really think that she couldn't kill him? 7 or 8 years ago, he dared to challenge a group of heroes by himself. How could he be afraid of a mere Taoist now? What a joke! What the little monk said was both right and wrong. The combined cultivation of the 3 of them was indeed inferior to the old Taoist and the eagle-faced beast. But could it be that this was all she could bring out? Other than her cultivation, she also had all kinds of divine weapons and spiritual treasures. Her actual combat ability really couldn't be judged by her cultivation level. Arbor had already jumped in front of the old Taoist priest. Suddenly, he turned a black ring on his hand. They were very close, and the old Taoist priest saw her movements clearly. For some reason, his eyelids twitched. Hee hee. Arbor let out an almost cold and flat laugh. He suddenly raised his hand and opened the Imperial Thunder Barrier, trapping the old Taoist and the eagle-faced beast. The man and the beast were suddenly enveloped in a translucent light shield, and their expressions were somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. Spirit weapon. The little monk cheered, and his cute voice hurriedly said, "Benefactress, since you have a spirit weapon in hand, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Master was too lazy to pay attention to him in the first place. Qingluan snorted and said, "It was he who insisted on coming to court death." The old Taoist priest and the eagle-faced beast, who were being bombarded by bolts of lightning in the Imperial Thunder Barrier, roared angrily. The old Taoist priest's eyes were extremely vicious. He glared at Arbor through the translucent barrier. "You think you've won?" The defensive Thunder Barrier formed a small spiritual domain of its own, caging the old Taoist and the eagle-faced beast inside. Arbor had no intention of paying any attention to the old Taoist through the translucent defensive Thunder Barrier. After sending a strand of mystic energy inside, the defensive Thunder Barrier was filled with the violent power of lightning, and it directly struck the old Taoist and the eagle-faced beast with a series of crackling sounds. A hint of shock flashed through the old Taoist's vicious eyes. This spiritual weapon is so powerful, but where did it come from? He truly didn't know that this little girl had unwittingly grown to this extent in a few short years. If he had known, he would have directly killed her back then instead of allowing her to grow. Anger flashed through the old Taoist's eyes. It was his fault for being careless. A level 12 mystic cultivator with the ability of an advanced great talisman practitioner, with the divine beast Qingluan, spiritual weapons, and magic treasures, and even possibly comprehended the wood spirit's origin. Was this possible? Although it was very surprising that she successfully triggered her mystic meridians at the age of 7. What future could she have in a small place like the Lower Star Domain and in a lousy village like Kwoto Village that lacked mystic energy? It would already be pretty good if she could become a level 4 or level 5 mystic cultivator at most 10 years later, okay, but in these 7 to 8 years, the D*MN girl actually grew to become a level 12 mystic cultivator. It had to be said that he was completely surprised. What exactly was the reason? She was merely an ordinary village girl. He wouldn't believe that she didn't have a great opportunity even if he was beaten to death. The old Taoist's face darkened. With a rub of his hands, spiritual energy permeated his chest, forming a partial armor that first protected his heart meridian. It was evident that the old Taoist was a spiritual cultivator, and partial spiritual energy armor was one of the hallmarks of a spiritual cultivator. However, the old Taoist's current cultivation was suppressed to that of a level 15 mystic cultivator, but it didn't mean that he couldn't use spiritual energy. Arbor felt that this old Taoist's body exuded a trace of wickedness and strangeness. Logically speaking, he was already a spiritual cultivator and had entered the spiritual realm, but he just happened to merge with the power of a demonic beast and become a demonic cultivator. Just like how Commandery Princess Huiyan didn't hesitate to merge with the power of a demonic plant and ultimately turned her body into a withered cocoon, the old Taoist in front of him merged with a demonic beast and formed a beast claw on his chest. At this moment, he was using this beast claw to resist the lightning bolts that were bombarding him from all directions. This defensive thunder barrier actually required spiritual energy to activate, but unfortunately, Arbor just happened to be able to use profound energy to activate the defensive thunder barrier. Furthermore, she was now able to skillfully switch between the profound energy in her 3 branch meridians and the main meridians. It could be said that as long as she wasn't beaten up by thousands of people, her profound energy would basically never be interrupted. The profound energy that was channeled into the defensive thunder barrier soared, and the lightning inside the small spirit domain was released in a dense interweaving manner. Even with the body of a spirit master, the old Taoist found it difficult to bear the impact of such powerful lightning, let alone his eagle-faced Xian beast. After dozens of lightning bolts struck the eagle-faced beast's body, the pair of crippled wings in front of its chest were blasted into a bloody mess. The eagle-faced beast lay on the ground, gasping for breath. It covered its head with its other wing and lay there motionless. Just now, this ferocious beast had almost injured her Qingyuan. Now, it was blasted to the side by the powerful lightning released from the defensive thunder barrier. Arbor didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. If they hadn't pursued her relentlessly and tried to kill her, she wouldn't have retaliated out of anger. Let the mystical beast core in this eagle-faced beast benefit her pitiful little white squirrel. Arbor's eyes flickered, and a dim light flashed past. A suction mystic energy in her hand instantly sucked the eagle-faced mystical beast, who was caught off guard in the defensive thunder barrier, to her feet. Awoo! The eagle-faced beast roared angrily, and was about to raise its wings to slap over. The little monk, who had been silently forming Buddha's hand seals, quickly reached out his small palm, and a golden swastika character smashed directly on the eagle-faced beast's head. With a loud bang, the pitiful eagle-faced beast was pressed to the ground by the swastika character. Qingyuan flew up and hurriedly gave the eagle-faced beast 2 more stabs without any explanation. Leave its head. Arbor reminded in a slightly anxious manner. Qingyuan paused and carried the eagle-faced beast, which was on its last breath, over. Arbor was expressionless. The startled swan dagger in her hand flashed slightly, and directly cut open the eagle-faced beast's head, cutting out a red crystal core from within. This mystical beast core was redder and more outstanding than any crystal core she had seen before. It was like a ruby, emitting light in her hand. The deeper the color of the crystal core, the higher the level of the mystical beast. This crystal core was equivalent to 100 ordinary level 10 mystical beast cores. Arbor was in a slightly better mood, and directly stored this mystical beast core into her inner world. The old Taoist, who was still in the defensive thunder barrier, was furious. He could only watch as his mystical beast's brain was cut open and its crystal core was taken out. He couldn't break out of the defensive thunder barrier to react. His mystical beast was already completely dead. When a mystical beast died, it was bound to bite its master. This time, the old Taoist was injured. He was anxious, angry, and resentful. A mouthful of old blood instantly spurted out, and his face was as white as a sheet of gold paper. Ah! The old Taoist roared angrily. He didn't think that he would encounter such a disaster just because he personally took care of a little village girl. Did he underestimate the enemy, or did the enemy grow too strong? The demonic beast's claws on the old Taoist's chest desperately scratched the translucent barrier, trying to tear open the defensive thunder barrier to let it out. Unexpectedly, Arbor poured another burst of profound energy into the defensive thunder barrier. At this moment, she had already transferred the profound energy from the 3 branch meridians and directly poured it in. In an instant, the entire small spirit domain was filled with the light of thunder and lightning, leaving no room for anyone to fight back. The crisscrossing lightning in the domain formed the shape of a well and cut straight toward the old Taoist. It was really a cut. The old Taoist priest watched as a piece of bone and flesh on his shoulder was completely cut off by the lightning. He did not dare to be careless anymore. Using his spirit armor to protect his chest, He then filled his entire body with profound energy and let out an angry roar. His cyan Taoist robe fluttered by the waves of profound energy, forming a barrier that blocked the intertwining lightning that covered the sky and covered the earth in the miniature spirit domain. However, because of the profound beast's backlash, he had already been injured. At this moment, he had expended a large amount of profound energy to resist the lightning. He could resist it for a while, but he couldn't resist it forever. If this continued, he would definitely be annihilated by the lightning. Therefore, he was anxious and embarrassed. He tightened the movement of the sharp claws in front of his chest, fiercely scratching and smashing the defensive thunder shield. However, was a spirit artifact so easy to destroy? If it could be destroyed with just a few hits, then it wouldn't be called a spirit artifact. Cough, cough, cough. The old Taoist priest was in an extremely sorry state, and a mouthful of blood foam spurted out from his mouth. Perhaps even he himself hadn't anticipated that he would be heavily injured by someone when he originally wanted to exterminate Arbor in this wilderness. Ah! The heavens didn't open their eyes. How could they treat him like this? Cough. The old Taoist spat out another mouthful of bloody foam, and his head turned black. He looked coldly at Arbor through the translucent defensive thunder barrier. Could it be that he had to use that secret technique today? Damn it, if he didn't handle it well, he would be obliterated by the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough, cough. The old Taoist flipped his left hand and took out a white jade bottle from his inner world. He poured out 2 or 3 pills and stuffed them into his mouth without even looking. Arbor's gaze abruptly landed on the white jade bottle in the old Taoist's hand. A sinister chill flitted across her originally tranquil little stoic face. When she looked at the old Taoist again, her placid eyes were suffused with an ice-cold ruthlessness from the depths of hell. At this time, the old Taoist had already been cut by the defensive thunder barrier to the point that there wasn't any flesh left unscathed. Apart from his chest, which was well protected, the rest of his limbs and body had been cut quite tragically by the lightning. His entire body was covered in wounds, his hair was disheveled, and his green Taoist robe was soaked red with blood. Arbor's fingers moved, and the translucent defensive thunder barrier was instantly undone by her. She moved again, and a long green vine appeared between her fingers, which she flung toward the old Taoist with a swish. This time, the old Taoist reckoned that even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. How would he dare to take it head-on? He directly rolled on the ground and dodged this vine whip attack. Arbor's fingers moved slightly, and several dozen immobilization talismans directly split open in the air and stuck to the old Taoist. Now that the old Taoist was heavily injured, the immobilization talismans would definitely obstruct him if they landed on him. Even if they couldn't immobilize him, they could delay his movements for a moment. That would be enough. Priest Dayu destroyed several immobilization talismans in exasperation, only to feel his body uncontrollably pause twice. And just as he was flustered, 2 whips of vines were viciously whipped. His back was whipped by 2 vine whips at the same time, causing his entire body to tremble in pain. He grimaced in pain, and his eyebrows were knitted together. At this time, Arbor stepped down step by step from the air, a vine whip in each hand. He swung it very flexibly, attacking with both hands at the same time. The old Taoist priest looked at the little girl in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together, and his pupils constricted. The wood spirit energy on the vine whip was so dense that even he couldn't tell what level of wood spirit origin it was. It should not be lower than the 6th level of the wood spirit. Thinking of this, the old Taoist's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He lowered his head in silence. A few seconds later, he raised his head again. His eyes were covered with a layer of green light, and his aura changed instantly. "Be careful. He has advanced," the small monk shouted. Arbor secretly opened his spiritual eye and instantly saw that the profound energy in the thief's body was increasing rapidly. His entire profound veins instantly turned into red spirit veins, and then a wisp of fiery red spirit energy could be seen flowing happily inside. The basic red was naturally one of the 5 spirits, the fire spirit. As expected, a streak of fire swept out of the old Taoist priest's hand in the next instant, pouncing straight at the vine whip in Arbor's hand. Once the green vines were touched by the fire, they suddenly burst into flames and burned fiercely. Arbor snorted. At the same time that he threw the vine whip in his hand, he raised his hand slightly. Then, 7 to 8 green vines drilled out from all directions and shot towards the thief. With a shout, the Taoist abruptly flung off his cumbersome, tattered green robe. His hands directly grabbed 2 balls of fire as he charged at Xiao Mu. Arbor didn't even look at him. She raised her hands again and dozens of green vines wrapped around the old Taoist's hands and feet. A small stream of water appeared in Arbor's hands and turned into a shimmering ice sword. She rushed forward and slashed the ice sword at the old Taoist. Hee hee. Little ant, you dare to show off in front of this old man. The old Taoist shouted and the fire spirit in his hands expanded. It turned into 2 fire sparrows and flew toward Arbor's small body. The little monk flicked his finger and threw out 2 flames to block the fire sparrows. However, the flames were swallowed by the fire sparrows released by the old Taoist. The little monk's cute little face turned pale. Qing Wan hurriedly picked him up and put him to the side. Don't move, she told him and turned into a big bird. She flapped her wings and flew toward her master. Don't come over. Xiao Mu's eyelids twitched, and she had already leaped into the air. After a floating flash, her figure had already disappeared from her original spot. The fire sparrows pounced on empty air. They turned around aggressively and rushed toward the old Taoist. The old Taoist priest was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and a fist landed on his face with a bang. The little hand with the Vajra talisman attached to it made the old Taoist feel very good. The figure that retreated was swallowed by the fire sparrows. However, the fire sparrows were created by the old Taoist. At the critical moment, he dispersed the fire spirit energy and the fire sparrows disappeared. Priest Dayu wasn't injured by the fire sparrows, but he fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, countless twisting vines darted over and quickly wrapped the Taoist into a cocoon. His face, his face, his face. His face hurt too much, this was a real slap to the face. Oh, no, it was a slap to the face. The small hand that had the Vajra talisman attached to it was stronger than any jade in the world. It was originally the weakest part of the body, the face. Being hammered by Arbor like this, the old Taoist would die of pain in minutes. At this moment, a green vine appeared in Arbor's hand again, and he whipped the old Taoist in the face. Ah! Priest Dayu's face was already caved in by Arbor's punch, and now, a bloody mark was left on his face by Arbor. From the tip of his left eye all the way to his right chin, an oblique whip mark appeared on his face. Dao Immortal Dayu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. At this moment, he covered his face and rolled back and forth on the ground. Ah! 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 The green vines tightly bound the Taoist priest. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the vines. A stream of water poured out from Arbor's hand. The moment the water condensed into ice, she moved like a flood dragon. An ice sword instantly plunged into the old Taoist priest's shoulder and rotated. The old Taoist priest suddenly cried out in alarm. This ice sword directly sliced off both of the old Taoist shoulder blades. Xiaomu expressionlessly walked up and stomped on Priest Dayu's chest. Arbor pressed down hard and said in a cold voice, "Don't waste your energy. You've basically used up all the spiritual energy in your body. Right now, you're weaker than a weakling." Ah! The old Taoist let out a cry of pain, causing the beast claw to emerge from his chest. Arbor directly reached out and forcefully twisted that beast claw, using all her strength to tear it apart. Rip! A large piece of flesh was torn off from that beast claw. This ferocious energy made the little monk and Qing Wan, who were quietly following behind, both shiver all of a sudden. Ah, 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 ah. This time, the old Taoist suffered twice as much. Not only did his face hurt, but even his chest hurt unbearably. His entire aura instantly withered, and he breathed heavily, his voice hoarse. Good good, you stinky girl, you are indeed a ruthless character. Cough, cough, cough. Arbor's small face was expressionless, adhering to her usual style of never talking nonsense with a defeated opponent. She directly opened her spiritual eye and scanned the thieving Taoist's inner world. She guided her spiritual sense into the other party's inner world and plundered him without warning. Ah! The Taoist was completely stupefied. He only felt waves of stabbing pain in his conscience, his head swollen and dizzy, as if he was going to faint in the next second. Compared to the inner world of the Pei family's second madam before she plundered, this thieving Taoist was already a spiritual master, and his conscience naturally couldn't be compared to second Madame Pei's. Arbor could be considered to have spent a lot of effort. Her spiritual sense endlessly seeped in, and a faint trace of sweat also seeped out of her forehead. Suddenly, she flipped her palm. Crackling like rain, the door to the old Taoist's inner world was forcefully plundered open by her. The items in the inner world were all overturned, and all at once, they all poured out. Seeing this, the little monk couldn't help but shiver, and exchanged glances with Qing Yuan at the side. So scary, ah. The old Taoist's aura became more and more dispirited, and his entire person blankly rolled his eyes, lying on the ground dripping with stinky sweat. It was as if he was fished out of a river, as if there was a flood, and his entire body was soaked in blood and sweat. Arbor ignored the other items in his inner world. She didn't bother to look at those precious treasures or magnetite precious ores. Her gaze fell on a few of the white jade porcelain bottles. With a suction force, one of the porcelain bottles jumped into her palm. She held it in her hand, her gaze lightly caressing the white jade porcelain vase. His cold gaze landed on the old Taoist, and his voice was icy cold. "You're that wandering Taoist. You're the traveling Taoist who gave Wenruan the meridian pill." As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist shuddered. For a moment, he could not restrain his emotions. A look of surprise appeared in his old eyes, and it was all seen by Arbor. This was a tacit agreement. "Why did you do this?" Although Xiaomu appeared unperturbed on the surface, her heart was actually in turmoil. "Why?" she repeated again, a trace of cold anger floating under her flat voice. "Pa." A heavy slap landed on the Taoist's face from a distance. Xiaomu raised her voice slightly and reprimanded coldly, "Are you deaf?" Cough, cough, cough. Priest Dayu sneered, and his body trembled on the ground. He swept a disdainful glance at Arbor. "Do I have to answer just because you asked? Will you let me go if I answer?" Dictum talismans. Arbor never liked to talk nonsense with people. She directly threw out 3 dictum talismans, and with a flick of her sleeve, "There's one more. Don't wait for me." The dictum talismans flew past like 3 streaks of light and landed on Taoist Dayu's body. A dictum talisman could make someone with a lower cultivation than her obediently speak the truth. Taoist Dayu's cultivation was above hers, but she had crippled him and nearly crushed his conscience. His current cultivation was already as miserable as a dog's, so the dictum talisman should be effective. However, seeing that his previous cultivation was already in the spiritual realm, she generously threw 3 dictum talismans at him. One of them should work, right? Nearly 3 minutes later, a faint light suddenly flashed between the old Taoist's brows. The talisman had taken effect. Arbor sighed in relief, but the vine she pulled out didn't relax in the slightest. She had always been a cautious person. Even though she seemed to have the upper hand right now, she definitely wouldn't let her guard down. "Were you the one who gave the meridian pill to Wenruan?" "Yes," the old Taoist answered honestly with a slightly dazed gaze. "When did you give it to her?" "When?" 8 years ago." "Why did you do that?" Arbor tightly clenched her fists. Her heart was filled with rage. It was as if something was burning at the bottom of her heart, burning away all her intermittent thoughts. She seemed to have smelled a hint of a terrifying conspiracy. Could it be that when Wenruan was instructed by someone to deliberately get close to father in both her previous and current lives? Why? Why did you do that? "It was you. You deliberately had Wenruan approach our Chia family?" Arbor's breathing became slightly hurried. "That's right. However, this old man was also entrusted by someone." Arbor's pupils contracted slightly. She took a step forward and forcefully grabbed the old Taoist's chest. "Speak. Give me a clear explanation. Who entrusted you?" "Who? Who entrusted you? Who the hell are you?" The thieving Taoist was a bit dazed, seemingly unable to accept so many questions all at once. "Who the hell are you?" Flames of fury ignited in Arbor's eyes. "I am the deputy manager of Shuntian Prefecture." A bolt from the blue. Could it be that the tragedy in her previous life wasn't a coincidence? Arbor's heart trembled, and he shuddered for no reason. Could it be that all her tragedies in her previous life, the tragedy of her family, were all controlled by someone else from afar? However, the trajectory of this life had been forcefully reversed by her. Because when Rowan had died many years ago, it was impossible for her to harm their family. As such, Daoist Dayu could not wait any longer and wanted to personally deal with her. But why? Their Chao family had been living in Quoto village dutifully all this while and hadn't offended anyone. Why did they scheme against them so viciously since 7 to 8 years ago? Who instigated him? Hurry up and tell me. Who sent you to deal with our Chao family? It was our Shuntian Palace's palace master who sent me to the lower realms starfield. No matter what method I use, I will definitely make your family's lives miserable. It would be best if your entire family was crippled. In other words, when she was 7 years old, Shuntian Manor had already been eyeing their family? I originally thought that you were just a little village girl in a village. When Rowan received benefits from me, so she naturally obeyed my orders. With her scheming methods, a casual move from her could make your family live in an abyss of suffering from then on, the Daoist answered honestly. However, I didn't expect. The situation was completely out of his control. To be precise, someone didn't wish for you to have a good life. As for those useless Chao clan members around you, they were just dealt with in passing. Priest Dayu continued to reveal the truth of the matter. I was only following orders. Dayu was also very regretful now. If he had not been so lazy back then and casually found a useless thing like when Rowan to deal with the Chao clan, the situation would not have reached this uncontrollable stage. Not only did when Rowan fail to cause trouble, but she also threw herself in and inexplicably became the zombies' food. From then on, the situation became uncontrollable. You unexpectedly joined the Holy Water sect and became the personal disciple of the first Peak's Peak Master. This is completely different from what our mansion master wants to achieve. The higher-ups felt that I was incompetent, so they sent Manager Lu to assist. Your joining the Holy Water sect was the first variable. Afterwards, Manager Lu sent our Shuntian Prefecture disciples to Shizhou City to keep a close eye on your parents. Arbor's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What's your relationship with Lu Yizhi? Dayu mechanically recited with an old-fashioned expression, Lu Yizhi is our prefecture's third manager. I used to be under his supervision, but we were considered equals in the lower star domain. Continue speaking. Priest Dayu continued, the batches of people we sent to Shizhou City to keep an eye on your parents were all secretly disposed of by someone. We later found out that it was His Highness the Crown Prince of Mo Kingdom who did it. As for you, you actually received the favor of Mo Kingdom's Crown Prince and even became the Crown Princess. This was the second variable. When this news reached the prefecture lord's ears, he was very displeased. You slaughtered the Holy Water sect because you didn't want me to have an easy time? Arbor unconsciously clenched his fists, almost unable to restrain his fury and trembling. Unexpectedly, Priest Dayu shook his head and replied in an old-fashioned tone, that's not it. Lu Yizhi accidentally discovered that your Holy Water sect had the existence of sacred water. Lu Yizhi wanted to seize the sacred water purely to satisfy his own selfish desires. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the sacred water he seized to the prefecture lord. He would even do his best to conceal this matter. Why would he do that? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Arbor's small face. So, she was actually a marionette in someone else's hands in her previous life. If others wanted her to live a miserable life, she had to live a miserable life. If others wanted her to live a miserable life, she had to live a miserable life. At this moment, she suddenly realized that her previous life's trajectory was actually carefully planned for her by someone, but her heart was still very confused. Wouldn't that Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord just directly kill her and be done with it? Why did he have to play such a clumsy game with her? I won't let you have it easy. Moreover, she simply couldn't remember where she had offended this Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord to the point that he had started scheming against her 7 or 8 years ago. In his previous life, he simply did not have the strength to offend this high and mighty Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. In this life, her enmity with the Shuntian Prefecture all originated from the destruction of the Holy Water sect during the Golden Hairpin era. In other words, before the age of 12, she had never interacted with Shuntian Prefecture. She was completely unclear as to why the Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord had such great enmity and hatred. When she was 7 years old, he already wanted to make her have an easy time. This kind of hatred was actually enough to cause the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord to be unwilling to let her off for 2 lifetimes? Arbor took a deep breath and asked coldly, "Tell me clearly. Is it only your Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord who doesn't want to let me live well?" At this moment, the old Taoist showed signs of struggle. This was a sign that he was about to wake up. Arbor raised her finger and sent several dictum talismans flying onto him. However, it was too late. She didn't know if the old Taoist was experiencing terminal lucidity. In an instant, he woke up with a start. His blank expression abruptly turned sinister in the next second. "Damned girl, what did you do to me?" Priest Dayu only felt a tearing pain in his chest, making it impossible for him to take a deep breath. In addition, there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body from the lightning, and his shoulder blade had been gouged out by that savage girl. The old Taoist knew very well that his current situation was very bad. With his current half-crippled body, he was absolutely no match for this savage brat. "You'd better tell me clearly. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. I'll make you regret coming to this world." Arbor raised her finger slightly, and a pill appeared in her fingers. This was the latest poison concocted from the 6-yang poisonous flower. Its effect was better than the heat poison in the beautifying pill. After taking it, it could make one's skin blister as if it was scalded. She only needed to use some medicine to keep the old Taoist half alive, and he would experience the feeling of his wounds never healing, of rotting, breaking, and being whole again. Don't worry, she wouldn't let him die so easily. This feeling of dying but not dying, of lingering at death's door, she would let him experience it. The old Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly, and he called out stubbornly, "Didn't you use some tricks just now?" "I've said everything I should say, you." A slight ripple suddenly appeared in the air. Arbor was in the state of opening her spiritual eye. She could actually clearly see 17 or 18 transparent chains extending from the air. They uniformly swung around the old Taoist's limbs and body, tightly binding him. The old Taoist was probably stunned at this moment. He felt that his limbs couldn't move, and his entire body seemed to be bound by something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of something, and his expression changed in a flash. He looked at Xiaomu in horror and harshly shouted at her, "Hurry, hurry! Help me! Help me! You're a great talisman master, so you must have some talisman that can undo the binding. Quick, hit me! Help me!" "Ah!" Arbor stared at him indifferently as if he was looking at an idiot. "Tell me clearly, who doesn't want me to live a good life? Is it really the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord?" How could the old Taoist have the time to answer her question at this time? He screamed like a ghost as he struggled against the invisible chains. He looked at Xiaomu in panic and pleaded, "Help me first. Heavenly Tao, ah." He used a secret technique to forcefully break through the limits of the lower star field and rush into the realm of a level 3 spirit master. He had a sliver of hope that the Heavenly Tao would not find trouble with him. After all, his cultivation had been suppressed to the initial level of the spirit realm, so it wasn't very eye-catching. He didn't use a secret technique to directly raise his cultivation to the advanced level of the spirit realm and enter the realm of Great Spirit Master. How could raising his cultivation so stealthily attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao? Pain suppressed his entire body, and the majestic and heavy pressure of the Heavenly Tao firmly enveloped his body. I'll tell you the truth, why save me, save me." Arbor saw that he was pressed to the ground by an invisible force, and he was wretchedly crawling on the ground with his 4 limbs. She couldn't help but sneer. "Forget it. I don't think you have anything else to tell me. As for what I want to ask, when I find your prefecture lord in the future, I'll naturally be able to ask him clearly, right? Did the Shuntian prefecture lord have a natural enmity with her? Or was the prefecture lord instructed by someone else? Wouldn't it be better to ask the prefecture lord himself? Shuntian prefecture, whether it was a personal grudge or a sect grudge, would have to face them in the future, right? Rather than interrogating someone who only knew a little, it was better to save the effort and watch the show. After figuring this out, Xiaomu couldn't be bothered to spare Priest Dayu even half a glance. Let him live or die on his own. No, you can't just watch me die. How can you just watch me be destroyed by the Heavenly Tao's might? You despise the heavenly Tao and suppress it for it. Who can help you? If you dare to do it, you have to dare to admit it. Isn't it better to just accept death? Arbor's cold voice slowly seeped into Priest Dayu's ears. He was clearly an old monster that had lived for such a long time. How could he not understand such a simple principle? Humans, no matter how strong they were, would always show a timid state in the face of death. Priest Dayu raised his eyes to look at Arbor's cold face. His entire body trembled, and he was paralyzed on the spot as if he had lost his parents. No one could defy the heavenly Tao's might. He was formless, colorless, and soundless. He wasn't in any of the 5 forms, and no one could even recognize him with the naked eye. However, he was such a terrifying existence. At this moment, he was using a formless and enormous power to crush Priest Dayu into a pile of minced meat bit by bit. Noiselessly, it was also extremely fast. Under the tyrannical restriction of the heavenly Tao, Priest Dayu's entire person suddenly disappeared. From his body to his soul, he suddenly disappeared from the world. This was the heavenly Tao's might. It could destroy you in a matter of minutes without leaving a single bone behind. Arbor shook his head, speechless. Priest Dayu was probably the kind of person who wouldn't seek death if he didn't seek it. If it wasn't for him pursuing her relentlessly earlier, she wouldn't have turned around to counterattack, and she wouldn't have forced him to utilize a secret technique to advance his cultivation and infuriate the Heaven Tao. Serves you right. At this moment, Xiaomu was actually rejoicing in her misfortune. There was a large pile of inner world items on the ground. The old Taoist had quite a lot of private goods. There were precious treasures, magnetite pills, and even some oddly shaped forging materials. Arbor was an honest child. He took all the inner world items left behind by the old Taoist without hesitation. After tidying everything up, she took the little monk's hand and jumped onto Blue Luan's back. Let's go back to the capital. Fortunately, he had plundered all the items in the old Taoist's inner world. Otherwise, if he had been destroyed by the heavenly Tao, the items in his inner world would have naturally been destroyed along with him. Arbor sat on Blue Luan and rushed towards the Mo Kingdom capital. Before he could fly out of the Hulun mountain range, he saw a blazing light from afar, enveloped by an ancient golden dragon, flying toward him at high speed. Presumably, the crown prince couldn't restrain himself after seeing that the 3-day agreement had passed and ran over to find her. Arbor urged Blue Luan to fly over quickly. When green and red converged in the sky, Arbor suddenly jumped up and pounced straight at Mo Lian on the dragon's back. Mo Lian reached out and firmly caught her small body that was pouncing over, his figure as immovable as a mountain. The man's light breath drifted over her face. Without waiting for her to speak, he lowered his head and bit her little mouth. Their lips and teeth rubbed against each other as he aggressively pressed down on her repeatedly. It was like he was rushing to be bitten. Arbor was dumbfounded. She instinctively reached out to press against his chest and tilted her little head back slightly. Mo Lian didn't let go of her waist. Instead, he leaned forward with the momentum, practically crushing this little one's waist. This action was actually quite difficult. Moreover, the two of them were in the air and could only hear the whistling of the wind. They didn't even have a protective shield. However, Mo Lian's figure was still standing steadily, not affected in the slightest. Arbor protested in a muffled voice. She used all her strength to finally separate from him and sealed his lips with her little hand. Mo Lian, listen to me. I'm listening. Mo Lian pulled down her little hand and looked at her deeply. Arbor was suddenly speechless. What do you think? Cough cough. Strange. After being interrupted by him just now, she didn't even know what she wanted to say to him. Why aren't you saying anything? Prince Mo reached out and caressed her little face. He looked so gentle, but Arbor inexplicably felt that the person in front of her was unhappy. Why was he unhappy? She had already said goodbye before leaving. Oh right, I left you a letter. Did you see it? Arbor suddenly reached out and hugged his waist. She buried her face in his chest and rubbed against him. This trip back to Hulun Mountain was actually to find Teacher's mystic realm of inheritance. This trip was quite successful. You've been quite busy these few days, so I thought that I could make a trip alone. Those few words count as a letter for me? Mo Lian raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a half-smile. Arbor rubbed his nose awkwardly. She had only written a letter to explain the situation. Besides, she didn't know how to write a long letter. Lian held her chin and said, "Jojo, you're really good at running away. If I didn't pay attention, I would have let you escape." Arbor blinked. "I didn't run. Leaving those 2 or 3 words for me counts as a warning in advance?" Lian looked at her with a grin. The latter shrunk his head and subconsciously leaned back. The man in front of him looked dangerous. "That's not just 2 or 3 words. That letter was clearly around 20 words in total, right?" Xiaomu muttered softly. Lian remained silent. She lowered her head and looked at her. "Let's go back to the Eastern Palace." When night fell, Qiao Zhongbang and his wife received a message from the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess had been found and would be staying the night in the Eastern Palace. At this moment, the little fellow was sitting in his arms. She grimaced as she held a brush and stared at the dozens of pieces of white paper spread out in front of her. Crown Prince Mo personally grasped her small hand that was holding the brush, teaching her stroke by stroke how to write the so-called leave a letter. First of all, she had to change the way she addressed him. She had to call him husband, or dearest husband, or Lian. She couldn't call him by his full name. Xiaomu felt so bitter. This crown prince, didn't he have a lot of work to do? Why did he have the leisure to hold her and teach her a letter for half a day? "Can you write now?" The crown prince tilted his head and looked at the little one in his arms with a smile. Nodding, Xiaomu quickly picked up her brush and wrote a voluminous and emotional letter to him. Crown Prince Mo carefully perused it for several minutes before folding the letter in satisfaction and putting it away close to his body. He lowered his head and smiled at her. His eyes were so gentle that they seemed to melt into spring water. "Jojo." Arbor's little body trembled for no reason. "Next time, will you just throw a letter to me and run away?" Xiaomu very honestly shook her head vigorously. "I won't. I knew my Jojo was the most obedient." Lian pinched her little face and carried her to the bed. I was just thinking that you've been very busy recently, so I didn't want to cause you any trouble." Arbor mumbled softly. "Besides, I'm very familiar with Hulun Mountain. Jojo, you still don't understand my heart." "Don't you understand?" Prince Mo placed her on the bed and looked at her seriously. "No matter how busy I am, your matters are more important than anything else." Arbor's eyes lit up and she reached out to hug him. "I understand. Even if I have something to do in the future, I'll tell you personally, okay?" Lian lowered his head to look at her small face. He only felt that this little one looked very delicious under the dim yellow light. The light in his eyes deepened. Prince Mo sat on the bed and sighed. "Although you've only been away for 4 days, I still miss you." When he thought about how the little fellow was going to enter the secret forest realm again, and the crucial point was that she still needed a month's time, Lian's heart was filled with all sorts of unpleasant feelings. "I miss you too," Arbor said casually. When Lian heard this, a smile instantly blossomed on his handsome face. He pulled her into his embrace and said, "I really missed you. You little heartless one, you were merely coaxing me in passing. Don't think that I don't know. Is there anything you want to tell me?" Speaking of this, Xiaomu was a bit pleased with herself as she recounted her gains from the secret inheritance realm to Lian. When she talked about how she was chased by the old Taoist halfway, how she fought with the old Taoist, and how the old Taoist was destroyed by the heavenly Tao in the end, she was beaming with joy and gesticulating. Hence, Lian kept gazing at her with a serene gaze. This child's eyes were practically glowing when he talked about fighting. Just how battle-hungry was he? "Shuntian Prefecture and I will not rest until one of us is dead." Arbor felt as if he had swallowed a fly when he thought about how that manor head had schemed against him in both of his lives. "All right," he responded in a low voice. Reaching out, he hugged her and said softly, "Don't worry and fight boldly. No matter what, I will be by your side, accompanying you and protecting you." She turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling. "Lian." "What I said just now was not to coax you," Arbor suddenly said. Lian was slightly startled, but after pondering for a moment, his pair of phoenix eyes blossomed with a resplendent light as he gazed at her tenderly. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against hers, lightly planting a kiss on her soft, small mouth. With just a light touch, he felt his body going limp. He involuntarily drew in his arms and rubbed the little fellow's soft body. Just now, when the little thing said "I miss you too" to him, it was said very seriously. It was not just to coax him. In a remote corner of Chonghua Palace. Screams continuously rang out from a side room. Fortunately, this place was extremely remote. Usually, even birds would be too lazy to fly by here, so no matter how much Xingru screamed, no one would come to pay attention to her. Mammy Su worriedly looked at Xingru, who was rolling back and forth on the ground in unbearable pain. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her heart unable to bear it. Mama, what's going on? My face, Xingru threw herself in front of the dusty bronze mirror and saw her own rotting and swollen face. She lightly scratched with her fingernails, and a lot of dusty skin flakes fell from her face, as if her entire skin was about to split open. Mama. Xingru shrieked, didn't Sir He say that my body would completely recover after eating that super resurrection pill? Why did it become like this now? Why did her condition start to relapse when night came? Her beauty no longer existed. Mammy Su secretly glanced at Xingru with pity. Xiao, do you still remember Sir He's instructions? I remember. He told me to think of a way to deal with the crown princess within 7 days. I know. It must be Sir He reminding me to deal with her as soon as possible, so he gave me a warning every day. Xingru angrily threw the bronze mirror to the ground. But that slut actually left the capital on her own. Because of this, the queen must be dissatisfied in her heart. At first, the crown prince had planned to conceal it for her and only say that she was recuperating at home. It was she who found out that the wretched girl had already left the capital a few days ago and wasn't at the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate at all. 7 days. 4 out of 7 days had already passed, and there wasn't much time left. That damned brat. If she didn't come back, how was she supposed to deal with it? Mammy Su hesitated before saying, Xiao, I heard that the crown princess was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the crown prince this evening. Are you serious? Come back? It's good that you're back. Xingru relaxed a little, but the itching pain on her face was unbearable. She hurriedly said to Mammy Su, go get some ice cubes for me to apply a cold compress. Her face was so itchy that she wanted to die. It was unbearable. Mammy Su's expression turned ugly. Xiao, you're no longer the consort Jing from back then. It's already not bad to be able to transfer them out of the woodshed. Xingru's expression was ferocious. That's because they know that one day, I will regain the divine grace. Mammy Su sighed. Everything has been arranged for tomorrow. You only have one chance, Xiao. Seize it. The next morning, after breakfast, Arbor sat obediently in the main hall and waited for Prince Mo to return from morning court. The two of them boarded the carriage to return to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife had been waiting for them with open doors since early in the morning. Now that they saw that their daughter was safe and sound, they couldn't help but grumble about how risky the child was. As Wei Ziqin held Xiao Mu's small hand, she inadvertently looked down, and her gaze landed on the lustrous white ring between Xiao Mu's fair fingers. Her expression changed drastically, and her body trembled involuntarily. She held Arbor's hand and couldn't help but ask, Jojo, where did you get this ring? Is it this? Arbor didn't hide it and immediately said, I inherited it from an elixir teacher. Time to end the nap. Teacher? Wei Ziqin stared blankly at her daughter, then excitedly held her little hand and asked, Jojo, what do you mean? You've inherited the alchemy skills of that master? Wei Ziqin's eyes lit up almost instantly as she looked at her daughter. Her expression was indescribably happy. Before Arbor could step through the door, her mother stopped her at the door and questioned her repeatedly. Mother, what's wrong? Every time she mentioned alchemy, her mother would get excited for no reason. Just like last time, when her mother accidentally found out that she was an alchemy master, her mother actually solemnly ran to tell her father about it. The couple really did open the ancestral hall to pay respects to their ancestors. It was too exaggerated. Wasn't it just becoming an alchemy master? Did her mother have to bring up something like an ancestor spirit or something like that? On the side, Xiao Zhongbang shook his head in amusement. Let Xiaoma and our daughter come in first. Okay. Wei Ziqin held Arbor's hand and stepped over the threshold together. Mo Lian and Father Qiao found a place to sit down and chatted for a while. Wei Ziqin continued to nag her daughter. When she found out that her daughter had gone to that alchemy master's mystic realm of inheritance, Wei Ziqin's eyes flashed and she asked anxiously, that alchemy master, you saw him with your own eyes? Arbor felt that her mother was acting a little strange and couldn't help but ask curiously, Mother, do you know him? Wei Ziqin suddenly felt that her expression was a little exaggerated and hurriedly covered it up with a smile. She waved her hand and said, Silly child, I'm just an ordinary village woman. How could I know the alchemy master you're talking about? As she spoke, Wei Ziqin's gaze fell on her face, a faint smile on her face. Xiaomu pouted her small mouth. Mom, you look so happy that I thought you found an old friend. Wei Ziqin smiled but didn't reply. Yet Xiaomu continued to murmur to herself, Teacher passed away all alone in her secret inheritance realm. I'll have to bury her properly later. Wei Ziqin's eyes suddenly became watery. She quietly turned around and wiped her eyes with the handkerchief in her hand. Mom, what's wrong? Arbor leaned over to look at her. Mom, why are you crying? Where is Mother crying? Wei Ziqin forced out a smile and tugged at her daughter's small hand. Mother only feels that you and that alchemy grandmaster are extremely fated. I'm afraid that this is fate predestined by the heavens. Wei Ziqin's voice was slightly choked, and a wave of tears welled up in her eyes. She held it back and said, Mother just feels very happy. Mother. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to hold her arm and said, Why does Mother cry when she's happy and sad? Stinky girl, you're even making fun of your mother. Wei Ziqin poked his daughter's head and then said seriously, Your master's burial is a big deal. Why don't you have your father help you with it? This is your master, so she has to be buried in a dignified manner. Arbor pursed his lips. Mother, I want to bury teacher beside the sect. It was on the slope of the peach blossom garden that her teacher was laid to rest. Wei Ziqin's eyes reddened slightly, and she wrapped her arms around her daughter's shoulders and said softly, That's good too. If your master knew in the afterlife, she would also feel gratified. To be buried next to the holy water sect's deceased masters. Arbor nodded and met Wei Ziqin's eyes with a smile. On the other side, when the father-in-law and son-in-law saw that the two women, one big and one small, were actually getting sentimental as they spoke, they promptly changed the topic. Xiao, you'll be preparing to depart for the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm in 4 days. You have to make ample preparations. It'll take 2 months for a round trip to that place. Arbor turned to glance at her father and nodded. In reality, there wasn't much to prepare. Arbor only wanted to draw more talismans before setting off in case of emergency. The 4 people were chatting idly when Hazy hurried in. He hastily saluted everyone and then said to Qiao Zhongbong, Husband. Sun Yang just came to report that. Hazy stole a glance at Wei Ziqin and Arbor before bracing himself and saying, She said that old madam is about to die and wants to see husband and madam before she passes away. Qiao Zhongbong abruptly stood up and then heaved a long sigh. Wei Ziqin then stood up and said, Husband, then let's make a trip over. Regardless of how old madam acted, as her son and daughter-in-law, going over to see her before she passed away could be considered fulfilling their filial duty. Arbor actually knew that her father had previously gone to beg the crown prince for his grace, allowing old madam to remain in the Mo kingdom capital. The rest of the Qiao clan, as well as Su Jiao's family of 3, had all been exiled to the northwestern desert. There was probably no possibility of them returning in this lifetime. Arbor also knew that her father had settled old madam in a small residence on Hualing Street, but she didn't say anything. Because her father wanted to fulfill his filial duty for his mother, this was a matter of course. As a daughter, what could she say? Her father had been this simple, honest, and even somewhat stupidly filial person in both lifetimes. Perhaps this was precisely what Madame Neiwei admired about him. Arbor already didn't want to comment on whether old madam was good or bad. Arbor also didn't want to meddle in her affairs anymore. After sending his parents out, Arbor had nothing to do. When he turned around, Mo Lian grabbed his little hand. Not happy? Mo Lian's eyes moved, and he reached out and gently pinched her little face. You don't have any expression. When have you ever seen me with an extra expression? Arbor didn't want to pay any attention to him. He put his little paws behind his back and walked towards his Nanju garden. Yeah, Jojo smiles when he's happy. When she's unhappy, she'll pull a long face. Arbor, humph, Emolienne chuckled. She held her little hand and walked with her on the path covered with soft leaves. I remember when you were young, you weren't cute at all. Not only is he expressionless all the time, he also doesn't say anything and makes me guess. It's a good thing this prince is smart. With just one look from you, I immediately understood. I understood it so well. Arbor turned her little head to glare at him. Then she said unhappily, I went to see old madam. She quietly went to see her without alerting anyone. At that time, she knew that old madam wouldn't live for long. She was just a normal person. Following third uncle's family, she didn't eat or sleep well for a long time. Her body's organs had deteriorated beyond recognition in a short period of time. Even after her father brought her to the residence on Hualing Street, no matter how much she nourished her body or how much she called a doctor, it was useless. Unless she was given a life-continuing pill, which could extend her life for at least 3 years. The life-continuing pill that her teacher made was a top-grade black-veined pill. This pill was meant for people who were about to die. It was not like the longevity pill, which was used to warm and nourish the body. The effects of the pill were mild and could be used slowly. This life-extending pill was like a needle that stimulated the heart meridian. It could immediately extend a person's life for 3 to 5 years, but that was all it could do. When the life extension period was over, even Daluo immortals could not save the old lady. Also, if she were to do it, she could carefully give the old lady acupuncture for a period of time and then use the longevity pill mixed with various other medicines to nurse her body back to health. It was not impossible to save the old lady. At least, it could definitely extend her life. But she, no. Wanted. Two. Isn't my heart especially ruthless? I'm a tiger and a wolf. I bite whoever I catch, am I not? Arbor lowered her head and hid the coldness in her eyes as she asked Emolienne. Not ruthless. Emolienne shook her head. Didn't you ask me if I believe in karma? I do. Emolienne nodded without the slightest doubt. He held her small hand as he said softly, she treated you and your family like this before. Saving her shows that you're kind. Not saving her doesn't show that you're ruthless. The cycle of karma was all about retribution. If the old lady had not caused so much trouble in the past, she would not have ended up like this. She had even wiped out the filial piety of Qiao Zhongbang and his wife. Now, the two of them were willing to go to Hualing Street to see her one last time just to fulfill their wish. Even if you're a tiger and a wolf, you're the tiger and wolf cub that I like the most in the world. Emolienne suddenly reached out and lifted the little one up. Arbor was caught off guard. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck and glared at him with puffed cheeks. Put me down. Emolienne shook his head and said seriously, I'm not putting you down. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. Arbor snorted. Braised eel, braised catfish, vinegar fish slices, spiced mutton, braised sirloin, braised prawns with 3 delicacies and 8 treasures. Xiaomu recited a long list of dishes, and Emolienne nodded his head repeatedly. Afterwards, he couldn't resist asking, why are they all meat dishes? What is Kong Kong eating? Make him some vegetable soup. Go with a bowl of white rice. Emolienne giggled. Suddenly, a voice of protest sounded, benefactress. My meal is too crude. Arbor's mood improved slightly. He reached out and punched Emolienne. Put me down. No. Emolienne carried her all the way to Nanju Garden. What soup are you drinking? On the other hand, Qiao Zhongbang and his wife arrived at a house on Hualing Street. Sun Yang came out to greet them. Madam, old madam wants to talk to you alone. Wei Ziqin nodded mildly and followed Sun Yang into a small room in the south. The old lady was lying on the bed. 2 pillows were under her head. When she saw Gun Yanji walk in, she perked up slightly. Where's Arbor? Where's that wretched girl Arbor? The old lady wailed. I'm about to die. How can she bear not to see me? Wei Ziqin held her breath and clenched her fists. Jojo is cultivating in seclusion. Old madam, if you have anything to say, please speak. Old Madame Fu coughed heavily a few times and pointed at Wei Ziqing. You, all of you, are very good. Things had already come to this, but the old lady still did not like them. Since that was the case, why did she say that she wanted to talk with her face to face? Wei Ziqing wanted to throw a tantrum and leave on the spot. However, considering the elderly lady's health, she probably wouldn't be able to say much more, so she forcefully swallowed her anger. She stepped forward and bowed to the old madam before saying indifferently, "Old madam, just say what you want to say. This daughter-in-law still has many things to do at home." You. The elderly lady pointed at Wei Ziqing and said with a furious expression, "Do you really think I don't know? Arbor, she isn't my biological granddaughter at all." Wei Ziqing abruptly raised her head and stared wide-eyed at the thin elderly lady on the bed. "You're such an unruly woman. I don't know what method you used to bewitch my son. My son originally had a great future. He was recognized by the main family at a young age and even entered the Daybreak sect. If he wasn't assassinated later on, he wouldn't have returned to the village and married a lowly woman like you. You're merely a servant girl who serves others." The elderly lady pounded the bed and angrily said, "You even deceived our Zhongbang and cuckolded Zhongbang. I don't know where you got this bastard from." "You shut up!" Wei Ziqing shouted angrily. How could this small courtyard be soundproof? Everyone outside could hear her clearly. Fortunately, there was only one Sunyang standing in this small courtyard. At this time, she had already retreated outside with a shocked expression. Xiao Zhongbang hastily pushed open the door and entered. "Ziqing, what's wrong? Mother, what are you two doing?" He hastily closed the door behind him and ran to his wife's side. Looking at the elderly lady's trembling body, he said with a long sigh, "Mother, what are you saying? Ziqing has been filial to you for so many years. Don't tell me you still can't see clearly what kind of daughter-in-law she is? Your actions not only chilled Ziqing's heart, but also our son's heart. Zhongbang, you're the one who doesn't see clearly." The elderly lady pounded the bed and cried herself hoarse. "For a bastard, you drove your own younger brother and nephew to a place like the northwestern desert. Do you still have a conscience? Mother. Zhongheng and his wife abused you until you're emaciated and on the verge of death, but you still think they're good. No matter what we husband and wife do, you think we're bad. Isn't it?" Xiao Zhongbang asked in a low voice. "I don't care. Xiaolong is my grandson. I don't care what method you use, whether it's begging or kneeling. You have to get His Highness the Crown Prince to let our Xiaolong come back." The elderly lady to Zhongheng and Zhongheng to Zhongheng's to Zhongbang to Zhongbang to make her to Zonto Zhongheng. Moreover, how could Qiao Mu, that be *starred, be worthy of becoming the Crown Prince consort? Mother to mother to mother to mother twos to mother to Jia. Mother. Son twos to mother. Wei Ziqing's face was also flushed red. Her eyes were filled with tears as she clenched her fists. You too. You unfilial son and daughter-in-law." The elderly lady spat out a mouthful of blood. She pointed at Xiao Zhongbang and cursed, "You muddle-headed worm. Your wife secretly gave birth to a daughter long ago behind your back. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Arbor isn't your biological daughter at all." "I know." Xiao Zhongbang's furious shout instantly silenced all of elderly lady Qiao's words. The elderly lady's face was filled with disbelief, as if she couldn't understand his actions at all. Xiao Zhongbang clearly knew that this daughter wasn't his biological daughter, yet he still feigned ignorance. Was he an idiot? Had he been raising someone else's daughter all this time during such a difficult time? Ziqing was entrusted with an orphan's care. "She told me this clearly before she married me in town," Xiao Zhongbang said with a sullen expression. "Your son doesn't know when you found out, Mother. Could it be because of this that you've always been hostile to them?" Madame Qiao sighed in anger and collapsed on the bed. However, she seemed to feel much better after spitting out the congested blood in her chest. However, Xiao Zhongbang and his wife could clearly see the glimmer of light in Madame Qiao's eyes. "Mother. You've really misunderstood Ziqing. She definitely didn't do anything out of line. She's a good woman. In your son's eyes, she's the best woman in the world. Wei Ziqing looked back at her husband with tears in her eyes. It's only in recent years that our lives have quietly improved. Before that, during the most difficult, tiring, and darkest days, your son was always accompanied by Ziqing. Mother, it's because I rejected the marriage you arranged for your son and brought Ziqing and her mother back to the village. All these years, you've always felt uncomfortable in your heart, haven't you? Qiao Zhongbang looked at Madame Qiao as he spoke. Unfilial son. Madame Qiao collapsed on the bed angrily, but she hammered the bed with her arms. Fine, fine, fine. This old one was meddling in other people's business. If you like to raise someone else's daughter, then so be it. But, Xiaolong, you must bring her back. You raised Arbor for so many years for nothing, and all you did was ask her to do a trifling matter. It's nothing. Wei Ziqing sneered. Madam, don't worry. Qiao Zhongheng's family of 3. Don't even think about coming back in this lifetime. A cold light shot out of Wei Ziqing's eyes as she coldly shouted, Your grandson, Qiao Long, is destined to die in the northwest desert. His body will be buried in the wilderness, dried up and shattered by the wind, and not even his bones will remain. After saying that, he turned around and left, not looking at the old lady again. Ah! The old madam pounded the bed angrily. Her eyes rolled and her lips trembled as she shouted, Wei Ziqing, come back here. Wei Ziqing. I want to see Arbor. I want to tell her. She's not a member of the Qiao family. What right does she have to send my grandson to the northwest desert? She was just an adopted daughter. What right did she have to let the Qiao family's direct descendant wander outside? How could a little B***starred like her be so capable? Ah! Qiao Zhongbang's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and roared, Shut up. Can you stop messing around? Arbor is my daughter. Don't call him a little bastard. You. Unfilial son, you unfilial son. The old madam couldn't catch her breath. She opened her mouth and let out a shrill cry. Her old eyes stared fixedly at the curtains on the bed. Gradually, her voice quieted down, and her breathing also stopped. Qiao Zhongbang walked out of the door dejectedly. Suddenly, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He hugged his wife and the two of them burst into tears. Ziqing, your husband has really failed as a person in this life. I didn't expect that my mother would still criticize me and call me an unfilial son on her deathbed. Husband. Wei Ziqing shook her head and placed it in his embrace. She cried as she said, It's okay, it's okay. It'll all pass. It's okay. Qiao Zhongbang glanced at the side room with disappointment. He softly said to the servants outside the courtyard, Start the funeral. Father and second uncle had personally taken care of the matriarch's cremation and funeral. Arbor didn't pay much attention to it, and Qiao Zhongbang and his wife had also ordered that the matter of what had happened in the courtyard on Hualing Street that day be sealed. Thus, Arbor didn't know that the matriarch had caused a ruckus before she passed away. She was only following etiquette and fulfilling the filial piety of an eldest granddaughter for outsiders to see. To put it bluntly, the matriarch's funeral wasn't that big of a deal. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Arbor had been drawing talismans for the past few days when she was free. Today was the day of the matriarch's funeral. Arbor and his siblings, along with their parents and second uncle, had been busy until now. They had just eaten a small meal when someone hurriedly came to report that someone from the palace had come. Arbor didn't even lift her eyelids. She still leaned against the small couch and rested with her eyes closed. I'm tired. Go and reply to her. Just say that I'm in mourning for my grandmother's death. I'm afraid that I'll disturb the nobles if I enter the palace and bring bad luck to them. Yes. Xiaoyao immediately curtsied and then hurried out. The green mammy, who was by the queen's side, was standing outside the door. She had a slightly arrogant expression on her face as she slightly raised her head. What did the crown princess say? Xiaoyao repeated Arbor's words in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The green mammy snorted. That's true. Then this old one will go back and report. Xiaoyao suddenly grabbed the green mammy's wrist. She stretched out her leg and kicked the old matriarch, causing her to fall face first into the mud beside the flower pot. It seems that you haven't bowed to my master yet? Xiaoyao crossed her arms and glanced coldly at the green mammy from the corner of her eyes. Kowtow 3 times before you leave. So that people won't casually say that the people by Her Majesty the Queen's side are unruly. They don't even know the slightest bit of etiquette when they see the crown princess. It would be a disgrace to Her Highness's name. The green mammy's old face was ashen. She gritted her teeth and knelt down in a huff. She unwillingly kowtowed 3 times to the tightly shut door. The humiliation in her heart spread. There was no need to mention how angry she was. She thought about how she would scold the crown princess in front of the empress when she got back. Xiaoyao approached the old woman, frowned and sneered, "Be careful. The sword in my hand doesn't have eyes. Be careful not to slit your throat." Green Mammy was so scared that she couldn't help but take a step back. "If I find out that you dare to talk nonsense in front of the queen, I won't just make you kowtow and apologize next time." Xiaoyao pulled out the shiny flexible sword from her waist and directly brandished it in front of the green mammy to intimidate her. The green mammy hurriedly shrank back and smiled apologetically, "Of course not. Miss Xiaoyao, you really know how to joke. Whether I'm joking or not, you know clearly in your heart. My master isn't someone that an old hag like you who likes to cause trouble can afford to offend." Xiaoyao kicked her butt. The old woman opened her mouth to exhale, but she felt a pain in her mouth. A pill slid down her throat. "Ah, ugh, cough, cough." The old woman's face turned green with anger. She covered her throat with both hands and turned back to ask in horror, "What did you make me eat?" Xiaoyao chuckled and opened her mouth, "Poison. Don't worry. As long as you behave, this poison won't act up for the rest of your life." Xiaoyao sent the old woman out with a smile and then returned to Arbor's side. "You've sent her away?" Arbor didn't even raise his head as he flipped through a page of the book. "Amen. She's gone." Xiaoyao giggled. This old woman was scared out of her wits by the poison that Miss bestowed upon her. "I'm afraid that she won't dare to say anything when she returns this time. She's always staring at me with that disgusted and disdainful gaze. Did she think that I couldn't see it?" Arbor reached out to take the medicine bottle that Xiaoyao handed over and expressionlessly said, "If she's still disobedient, then I'll let her slowly go blind. In any case, her eyes aren't that useful to her." Xiaoyao pursed her lips and chuckled. "That's right." Arbor didn't say anything else and leaned against the couch to continue flipping through the handwritten medical records that Long Chuyun had left behind. Long Chuyun had traveled to many places before. Not only was she skilled in pill refinement, she was also proficient in toxicology. She had learned a lot from reading her handwritten medical records and had benefited a lot. In the evening, Prince Mo came over. The moment he walked into Arbor's Nanju Garden's small courtyard, he huffed angrily as he lifted his robes and sat down beside her couch. "Lord Father is simply too much. To be able to make you this angry, it must be your old man who's muddle-headed again." Arbor put down a handwritten poison manual and glanced at Prince Mo before handing him a small teacup. "Speak." Prince Mo took it, his eyes full of anger. That muddle-headed old man. He was casually fooled by someone and his heart softened again. Arbor straightened up and looked at him curiously. Could it be Yoonghee? She was released from the cold palace again? The Great King definitely loved Yoonghee. With how much the Great King had doted on Yoonghee over the years, if the Crown Prince told her that the Great King had released Yoonghee again, she wouldn't be too surprised. "Not really," Mo Lian held Arbor's little hand and squeezed it gently, "but it's not far off." It turned out that for some unknown reason, the Great King had coincidentally passed by the back door of Chonghua Palace and happened to see Yoonghee dressed in plain white sitting under a withered old tree. She held a brush and was scribbling something with a pious expression. It was said that the Great King was mesmerized by the scene. Yoonghee was mesmerized by it. She wanted to show off her filial piety. Yoonghee's gentle and beautiful white figure entered the Great King's heart again. The Great King quietly got out of the carriage and went over to take a peek. It turned out that Yoonghee was using her heart's blood to copy a copy of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, secretly praying for the country, the Empress Dowager, and the Great King. The Great King quietly asked Mammy Su about it. It turned out that Yoonghee had been copying sutras and praying for blessings under the tree day and night for 3 full days and nights. She was so devoted that she even forgot to eat or sleep. Mammy Su even wiped her tears and told the great king that he had already recognized her past mistakes. In the future, she would definitely turn over a new leaf and do things properly. The great king was deeply moved. He glanced at the stack of hand-copied sutras beside He's hand. He also saw that her clothes were thin and she only had a simple hairpin inserted into her hair. She looked extremely gentle and lovely. His heart couldn't help but be moved. Arbor listened to the crown prince's story as if he was listening to a story. He couldn't help but curiously widen his large eyes and ask, and then the great king brought He out. He didn't. Mo Lian said irritably, he wanted to take it. That would depend on whether he had the face to do so. He's going to go get her now. He personally ordered that person to be thrown into the cold palace. How long had it been and he wanted to bring her out? Wasn't that a slap in the face? Did he still want his old face? Haha. Those who were fooled by the title raised their claws. I'm kidding, there's still 6 chapters today. I'll post it later. Happy holidays, hahaha. Oh, intersection, oh. The little fellow gazed at him with sparkling eyes, and she reached out to touch his displeased handsome face. The crown prince was startled, and then he laughed heartily as he plucked this little fellow onto his lap and rubbed her in passing, returning the favor. Xiaoyao happened to be stepping into the room at this moment, and she couldn't help but purse her lips in amusement when she saw this scene. She immediately tactfully turned around and retreated out the door. Alright, there's no need to stand here. Go do your own things. Xiaoyao waved her hand at the rows of junior royal maids standing outside the door, and everyone naturally dispersed. Mo Lian hugged the little person in her arms and reached out to peel pine nuts for her to feed. Has there been any movement from that Xianxia in your court recently? Someone came to find her the night before and gave her a small brocade box containing pills. Arbor propped up his small chin with one hand as he ate intermittently. I took a look. It should be a slow-acting poison pill. But Xiangyuan buried this wooden box under the roots of a tree in her backyard. Mo Lian snorted. She has a bit of a brain. She definitely knew that you would definitely send someone to keep an eye on her. Her doing this is nothing more than pledging allegiance to you. Do you believe that? Arbor shook his head slightly. Previously, she also said that Omega Kotoku sent a group of people especially to kidnap you on the day of the competition. It caused him to nervously make defensive arrangements early on that day. The people from Omega Kotoku didn't come, but that wretched Mu Qianqian came, and it almost disgusted him to death. During this period of time, the crown prince hadn't been idle and had been suppressing all of the Mu family's businesses in the capital with all his might. Since they made him suffer, then he had to make the Mu family suffer as well. Sigh. Arbor sighed. Forget it, I won't think about it. In any case, it can't cause any big waves. But I think Omega Kotoku must have his reasons for putting a pawn by your side. Mo Lian stuffed a few pine nuts into her mouth. Why don't we just kick him out? I'm just curious about what she's up to. Arbor punched his little fist. First of all, she's just an ordinary person. You definitely won't be on guard against her. Secondly, she escaped from the Qin estate in the middle of the night and sold you a piece of information. Or was it the poison that he received as a gift from the Qin estate's guards, but was unwilling to use it on you? All these things are conveying the same message to you, to show you their loyalty. It's good that you're curious. Omega Kotoku knows that you're curious and wants you to keep her in the mansion. Prince Mo raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. No matter how she treated you in the past, she's still the same person. I think she's dangerous. If you don't do anything, I'll take care of her for you. If he did make a move, his methods wouldn't be so gentle. Arbor helplessly glanced at him. Alright, then let Xiangyuan leave. Arbor immediately called Xiaoyao over and had Xiaoyao give her some money and food before asking her to leave the Qiao estate. Then he turned his little head to look at the crown prince. Satisfied? Prince Mo chuckled and nodded. The two chatted for a while. 10 minutes after the lanterns were lit, Manager Gong brought someone over to deliver the great king's verbal order. When he saw that the crown prince was also present, Gong Chang'an instantly felt cold sweat drip down his forehead. Under the crown prince's cold gaze, Gong Chang'an fearfully announced His Majesty's verbal order. The crown princess was ordered to wake up at 3 in the morning tomorrow and personally lead a group of womenfolk to the Nimpin Tower of the Honghai Temple to pray for the country and its people. Omega Kotoku's brush-wielding hand paused for a moment, and he asked without even raising his head, chased out? Yes. A man around 27 or 28 years old stood in front of Omega Kotoku's desk with his head bowed, holding his breath as he waited for the second young master's rage. However, the second young master didn't get angry, but only nodded indifferently. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that she wasn't the least bit curious and didn't keep her. What a heartless fellow. How could young master miscalculate? Wang Cheng raised his head and frowned. Our people delivered a secret poison pill to Xiang Yuanyuan the day before yesterday. Until today, eldest Miss Qiao hasn't made any moves, and she doesn't have the slightest intention of chasing her away. Presumably, she's a little curious. Oh? Omega Kotoku put down the brush in his hand, then raised his eyes and glanced indifferently at Wang Cheng. You think it was the crown prince's idea? Wang Cheng nodded without hesitation. According to this subordinate's investigation, the crown prince arrived at the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate this evening. Before the lanterns were lit, Miss Qiao sent someone to deliver some soft travel expenses and sent Xiang Yuanyuan away. A jadeite color flitted across Omega Kotoku's eyes, and he smiled faintly. That man is indeed this young master's formidable opponent. Thinking about it carefully, even Shuntian Prefecture's people suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. I'm afraid that no one in the lower star domain can take care of him. Wang Cheng asked rather anxiously, Young master, should this subordinate make a move and send that Xiang Yuanyuan? He made a throat-slitting gesture, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Omega Kotoku waved his hand indifferently. If she's gone, then she's gone. Let her leave the capital in peace. Wang Cheng was startled. Then do we need to find Great Master Yi to remove the puppet curse on Xiang Yuanyuan's body? Okay, pluck it. Omega Kotoku nodded slightly, which made Wang Cheng even more surprised. However, he didn't dare to look at his young master for too long. After a glance, he quickly lowered his head again. His heart was filled with bewilderment. Usually, second young master would send people to clean up such useless chess pieces, but today, second young master actually let that girl Xiang Yuanyuan go? He even planned to remove the puppet spell on Xiang Yuanyuan's body and let her go. Was this, for Miss Qiao's sake? Second young master Qin waved his hand with a weary expression, dismissing this subordinate of his to leave as he sighed inwardly. Since he couldn't stay by her side, this little chess piece was useless. He couldn't control where he went. Second young master's heart softened. Wang Cheng retreated, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard Omega Kotoku's cold voice ring in his ear. Wang Cheng, I want her to leave safely. Don't go against me behind my back. You know what I'm capable of. Wang Cheng's murderous aura had just emerged, but it was suddenly shaken off. He hurriedly nodded and retreated from the young master's room with a face full of dust. His heart was filled with horror. How could he forget that the young master hated it when people acted one way in front of him and another behind his back? A moment later, several men in short green robes appeared beside Wang Cheng and bowed. Go and ask Great Master Yi to remove the curse on Miss Xiang's body. You guys escort Miss Xiang out of the capital. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. The subordinates immediately dispersed and left to carry out their orders. Meanwhile, in the central palace maid Xiang entered the beaded curtains and bowed in accordance with the rules. Empress Zhao gently set down the teacup she was holding. She didn't say anything? The crown princess didn't say anything. The crown prince was also present at the time, and his expression was very displeased. Empress Zhao sighed. She didn't know what to say about her son's protectiveness. Old Nanny Huaxian said softly, but that's true. The crown princess will depart for the mystic beast forest secret realm the day after tomorrow. It's a bit rushed for her to head to the Honghai temple to pray for blessings. Moreover, the crown princess is currently in mourning. Empress Zhao faintly glanced at the old nanny. As the crown princess, she naturally has to prioritize the safety of the Mo kingdom. Huaxian lowered her head and answered, yes. Xiang bowed and helped Empress Zhao get up to walk behind the curtains. This consort doesn't want to get involved. Let's just watch. I reckon there's still a big show to be played out. Empress Zhao's lips tugged into a mocking smile. Today, she had received definite news that the great king had relented and added Yonghe's name to his entourage. On the day of praying, Arbor woke up early and washed her face. Everything was done in an orderly manner. She was in mourning, so she naturally wore a mourning dress. Since the great king and the queen didn't dislike her mourning dress and specially ordered her to pray for blessings, she naturally didn't care about these mundane matters. The people participating in the praying today included the imperial concubines, princesses, and commandery princesses, as well as the womenfolk of third-rank officials and above. The majestic group of people gathered at the Dongshan gate before the hour. They quietly waited for the crown princess's carriage to arrive before heading to the Honghai temple together. Nimbin Tower was said to be the guardian pagoda of the kingdom because a monk once saved the late king's life. From then on, the many monks of the Honghai temple had a meteoric rise. Not only did the Honghai temple become the Mo kingdom's national temple, the Nimbin Tower within it was also given the title of national pagoda. It was said that it could protect the safety of the country. If one went to the Nimbin Tower to burn incense, they would get whatever they prayed for. The rumors were quite realistic. The entire pagoda had 9 floors, and it stood high above the Fu Mountain near the northern city gate. There was a saying that the Fu Mountain was 10,000 zhang tall and the mountain range was stacked with emerald green. Arbor got off the carriage and saw from afar that the abbot of the Honghai temple was leading a group of people to greet them at the entrance. Greetings, Crown Princess. The abbot of the Honghai temple looked to be in his 70s, but it was said that he was over 100 years old. Arbor nodded. Grandmaster, you don't have to be so courteous. If you're ready, let's start. Praying for blessings was just a process. After leading a group of women to pray and burn incense, she had to sweep the Nimbin Tower to show her sincerity. Of course, she didn't have to sweep from top to bottom. She just had to go in and show her sincerity. If this process went smoothly, they would probably be able to eat and rest by noon. By evening, they would be able to go home. But if it didn't go smoothly, a cold light flashed through Arbor's eyes. She didn't mind spilling blood on the spot. Apart from the crown princess, consort Qing, Lu Fei, and imperial concubine Lin were the most respected people in this group. More than half of the women were ordinary people, and half of them were old. They were used to living like princes, so it was a bit unbearable for them to kneel and offer incense under the gradually rising sun. Arbor didn't look sideways. She only glanced at her mother and sister. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Lin were both very spirited. They were mystic cultivators, so their physical strength and mystic conscious were different from normal people's. This bit of torment was simply nothing to them. Arbor then retracted her gaze and went through the blessing ceremony according to the procedure. She even purposely followed the most tedious and strict procedure, putting in the effort to save face. In any case, she wasn't tired. Since she had to come here early in the morning to offer incense, she would go through the most tedious and formal ceremony and make those orioles and swallows behind her suffer greatly. With the incense mist surrounding her, this bunch of royal concubines, princesses, and madams couldn't bite her out of anger. The master abbot couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he looked at her young age, yet she was willing to endure hardships and pray for the kingdom and its people. Sure enough, it was already 10 o'clock in the afternoon by the end of this procedure. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger because of her, especially the elderly concubines and madams like Consort Qing who didn't move much all day. Their faces were all pale, and their heads were dizzy from the sun's rays as they complained incessantly in their hearts. Those young princesses, commandery princesses, and young misses were also lamenting that they couldn't take it anymore. They had set out from their homes before 3 in the morning, but they had only freaking eaten a bit of breakfast and pastries. Some of them had even courted disaster by coming on an empty stomach. This time, they had already been tormented until noon, yet they hadn't even had a sip of water. This crown princess deliberately wanted to kill them all in this temple. At this moment, they were all extremely envious and jealous that Commandery Princess Ian, who was attending to the Queen Dowager, didn't come along. The fourth princess, Mo Shuang, had also been grounded at home by the old great king due to her well-known indiscretions, so she couldn't come. Originally, they were more or less mocking this fourth princess who didn't have any status, but now, they really wanted to cry. They were so envious that the princess didn't have to suffer this. The crown princess was refreshed and in high spirits. She wasn't out of breath at all after going through this tedious prayer process. Honghai Temple's abbot, Venerable Master Kong Hui, clasped his hands together in admiration and said, "The crown princess is so young, yet she is not afraid of hardship and worries about the kingdom and its people. Her qualities are especially commendable." His string of praises made Consort Qing and company so angry that they were seeing stars. "Your Highness." Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. A palace maid accompanying her hurriedly used her body to support Lu Fei's falling body. It turned out that Lu Fei was tired and hungry. Her body couldn't bear it and she fainted first. The crown princess walked forward expressionlessly and glanced at Lu Fei. Suddenly, she raised her hand and said, "Someone, bring a basin of ice water and splash it." Lu Fei, who had fainted, suddenly stood up and waved her hands. "No need, no need. This consort only fainted for a moment. I feel much better now." At the end of her speech, Lu Fei looked at the strange gazes of the monks around her. She was so embarrassed that she felt embarrassed. After pretending to faint for less than a second, the crown princess caught him red-handed. Was there anything more cruel and merciless than this? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, but in their hearts, they wanted to cry but had no tears. If pretending to faint was useful, they all wanted to faint. 8th Princess Mo, you had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. She could tell that today, the stoic-faced sister-in-law was harboring the idea of torturing these consorts and madams to death and was openly tormenting them. The crown princess looked at them solemnly and said, "This crown princess is going to sweep the Nimpin Tower." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, "Oh my, it's finally over, thank the heavens, they can finally return to their rooms to rest, drink water, and eat." Unexpectedly, the crown prince consort's face tightened as she said in an especially cold and merciless tone, "Before that, all of you must kneel here and face my great Mo kingdom's guardian pagoda. Pray to the heavens in unison and wait for this crown prince consort to finish sweeping the pagoda and come out." Consort Cheng's body trembled as she fell onto the body of the palace maid behind her. The group of concubines were about to cry. "Why are you all looking at this crown princess with such bitter faces? Could it be that you didn't come here with sincerity to pray for our Mo kingdom's citizens?" The crown princess coldly scolded, "You can't even endure a little bit of suffering after praying for a day? Then why don't I see you all complaining about your daily lives of luxury and being provided for by the Mo kingdom's citizens? You have to take responsibility for the treatment you enjoy. When we return to the palace, I will definitely report this matter to the great king and the queen in detail. This crown princess has seen and remembered every single one of your actions. I definitely won't slander any of you." The crown princess spoke with conviction, angering the group of concubines and madams into speechlessness. Wei Ziqing speechlessly looked at her daughter. At first, she also thought that her daughter was going to complete this blessing ceremony with an especially serious and devout attitude. But halfway through, she felt that something was wrong. This was blatantly punishing those imperial concubines in broad daylight. She didn't mind kneeling for a while. She had been tossing and turning since early morning and had only secretly drunk a bit of holy water, but now she didn't feel tired at all. Xiao Lin didn't have to worry about her at all. Her small face was rosy, and only a few drops of sweat seeped out of the tip of her nose. Her eyes were shining as she looked at her older sister. On the other hand, those pitiful concubines and madams, when had they ever suffered so much? At this moment, all the concubines had silently made a very important decision. Next time, if the great king had the idea of having the crown princess lead a team for some activity, they would definitely raise both hands and feet to oppose it to the end. They strongly requested Her Majesty the Queen to lead the team. The Queen should be the one to come to this prayer event. She had just thrown in the towel and quit, and in the end, this fiend had come and killed them all. Everyone unanimously decided that they would not allow the black-hearted crown princess to participate in any large-scale activities in the future. At this time, darling Qiao didn't know that by making an example out of her, she had saved her from a lot of trouble in the future. The monks in the temple began to call out their names. The last word, kneel, made Consort Qing and the others groan in their hearts. They forced themselves to kneel down miserably. Kneeling down was not the end. He still had to accompany the monks in the temple to pray to God until the crown princess came back from sweeping the pagoda. Everyone secretly cried out in their hearts, "Crown Princess, we beg you. Don't sweep the pagoda, let's go back." The Crown Princess figure disappeared from everyone's despairing eyes. Woo-woo, this silly Crown Princess, she wouldn't really sweep the pagoda floor by floor, right? Then would they be able to drink some water before evening and go home? Once the pagoda door closed, Arbor's expression turned completely cold. His figure flashed, and he arrived at the top of the 9-story pagoda at the fastest speed. His gaze coldly looked at the man and woman tied up in the middle of the pagoda. Long time no see. Woo-woo. The woman who was tied up in the middle of the group of men began to mutter incoherently. While setting up a soundproof defensive boundary, Xiaomu nodded her small chin in that direction. Stay Up Late took out a rag stuffed in Younghee's mouth. That's right, the woman tied up in the middle of the 9-story tower was Younghee, who had once been favored, but was now buried deep in the mud. The dwarf tied up beside Younghee was Black Cat, who had been captured by the Crown Prince. This Lord Black Cat, at this moment, looked as if there was not a single piece of good flesh on its body. It had been tormented to the point that it was already on the verge of death. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Arbor walked over to Younghee with small steps, a cold smile on his face. What are you doing? Little witch. Jingru's entire body trembled, and her eyes were filled with terror. The way he looked at Xiaomu was like he was looking at a devil that had walked out from hell. You still don't understand? Xiaomu swept her a disdainful glance before gently tucking the strands of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes behind her head. She said lightly, I want you to die. Stay Up Late lowered his head and tried his best to pretend that he didn't see anything. He was like an old monk sitting in meditation. I thought that you would stop after entering the cold palace. Who knew that you would be so stupid? Xiaomu sighed and glanced at Aoyi, who was beside her. You tell her. It was tiring to talk to such an idiot. Stay Up Late's mouth twitched. He cleared his throat and said, You hired some beggars on the streets and alleys to spread rumors about the appearance of a demon and disaster. At first, we didn't know who set this trap. But the Crown Princess could sense that this was directed at her. Aoyi truly admired their young Crown Prince consort. She was able to sniff out something unusual from such a brainless incident. The Crown Princess knew that the mastermind wouldn't let this go. She left the capital for a few days to give us time to investigate. Most importantly, the Crown Prince managed to pry open the dwarf's mouth and found out many things. For example, he gave you a strong revival pill and lied to you that you had recovered. He wanted you to deal with the Crown Princess. In fact, once 7 days are up, you will turn into a pile of flesh and blood. Your body will never recover. Jingru screamed, Impossible. My face and body have already recovered. Don't deceive yourself and others anymore. Xiaomu scoffed, Your face starts rotting at night, right? The Xianxia I put in the beautifying pill is a heat poison. Not everyone can cure it. It's you. It's you. Courtesan Jing shrieked in horror as she glared at Xiaomu, her eyes about to split open. Beautifying pill? What beautifying pill? Could it be that the beautifying pill that her brother had tried so hard to obtain had been tampered with by the little Crown Princess? Ah. Thinking of this, Jingru's chest was filled with depression, and she almost immediately screamed crazily. I want to see the Great King, I want to see the Great King. Let me out. The Great King, I want to see the Great King. Didn't you plan a play for me? Xiaomu gazed disdainfully at Courtesan Jing before saying coldly, I'll rearrange this play for you to make it even more exciting. Broken dreams. Younghee trembled as she looked at Arbor, not knowing what to do. You, what are you doing? You witch. What are you trying to do? I want to see the Great King. The Great King, the Great King. Ah. Witch. Xiaomu muttered these 2 words in amusement. With a slight movement of her slender fingers, she took out 2 talismans glowing with blue light from her inner world and tossed one of them to Aoyi, who was standing beside her. Then, as you wish. The 2 figures disappeared before Younghee's eyes as fast as lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why, they disappeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye. What kind of talisman did that witch use? Ah, what Younghee felt at the last second was perhaps endless fear, or perhaps endless regret and despair, she knew very well that the bottom of Nippon Tower had already been hollowed out by Mammy Su and the people from Shuntian Prefecture. They had filled it with a powerful weapon. Once the time was up, they would not hesitate to set the tower on fire. Originally, the one to enjoy all this pain and fear would be that little bitch, the crown princess. But now, it was her turn to wait here in panic. No matter how much she screamed, her voice was blocked by the defensive enchantment. Until death, no one appeared before her. Boom! The people worshipping in front of the pacification pagoda were the first to feel the ground tremble slightly. Then, their expressions changed drastically as they stood up. Xiaoyao grabbed Wei Zichin's wrist and whispered in her ear, "Madam, don't worry." The crown princess sent a message to Xiaoyao. She has safely left Nippon Tower. Madam and young miss, just wait and see what happens next. Wei Zichin's anxious heart finally calmed down, and she slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Zichin pulled her daughter and retreated to the side of the crowd with Xiaoyao. Wei Zichin looked coldly at the chaotic scene in front of her. At this moment, the entire Nippon Tower was affected by the explosion and was leaning to the left. Bricks and dust mixed with the glass ceiling fragments fell down one after another. For a moment, the monks in the temple wailed and prostrated themselves on the ground. The group of concubines and madams were also extremely surprised. They all covered their heads and temporarily lay on the ground without moving. Some of the bolder ones raised their eyes and stared blankly as Nippon Tower collapsed and disappeared inch by inch in front of them. After this fiery explosion was repeated 3 times, more than half of the Nippon Tower had collapsed, leaving behind only a small portion of the tower's wreckage. The group of concubines looked at the dilapidated ruins with fear. They were supported by their respective palace maids in a daze and barely managed to stand up. Although Consort was also surprised, she was the first to recover her wits. Her eyes flashed as she said, "Someone come quickly. This is bad. The crown princess is still in Nippon Tower and hasn't come out yet." Lu Fei couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. The crown princess is really funny. She just stepped into Nippon Tower and the entire tower exploded. Just how much does this pacification pagoda dislike the crown prince consort? The vassal king consort of Annan also sneered. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Princess Consort's words are too hurtful. If you don't have concrete evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, you will inevitably have a bad reputation for being disrespectful to the Eastern Palace consort. A thin and weak voice suddenly sounded with slight ridicule. "Noble Lady Ying, you." Princess Annam's expression abruptly changed. A small noble lady dared to mock her, Princess Annam. How hateful. This concubine was only giving advice out of goodwill. Noble Lady Ying spoke softly with a delicate and bashful appearance, causing the vassal king consort of Annan to feel extremely disgusted. Preposterous. This princess consort still needs you to give advice. I was also worried about the crown princess's safety, that's why. You don't need to worry about this crown princess's safety. An icy voice broke the current clamor. It silenced all the voices in the room. The vassal king consort of Annan is truly imposing. Arbor was dressed in a white robe and only used a simple white jade hairpin to tie her hair into a young girl's bun. She walked over with a calm and composed expression. Consort Qin gaped in shock, but she immediately lowered her eyes submissively. "Crown princess," everyone called out in unison. Arbor used an icy and judgmental gaze to observe this Princess Annam, who had an unsightly expression, and pursed her small lips in ridicule. The descendants who fought alongside the late king are indeed extraordinary. You can even look down on the great king's beloved concubine. Then presumably, the great king doesn't hold much significance in your hearts. Crown princess, don't speak nonsense. Princess Annam nervously tightened the embroidered handkerchief in her hand. How serious were these words? What did she mean by the great king doesn't hold much significance in their hearts? Did she mean that their vassal king of Annan's estate could look down on even the great king? Looking down on the great king, confiscating their property and exterminating their entire family was considered a light punishment. This damned little b*tch, every word of hers struck at the heart. Her mouth was truly deadly vicious. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people surrounding them, she really wanted to slap this stoic face in front of her. She was truly too hateful, just a few words were enough to stab at her heart. Princess Anam pretended to cover her chest with her hands, pretending that her heart was in pain from being provoked by the crown princess. Arbor sneered, the vassal king of Annan's consort. I advise you not to challenge my bottom line again and again. I'm not what you think I am, a flower in a greenhouse. Have you heard of the snow domain divine flower? This is an extremely miraculous divine herb that only blooms in the coldest and coldest places. The little stoic walked towards Princess Anam step by step, causing her body to subconsciously lean backwards. Usually, when someone gets close to it and touches it once or twice, it won't have any reaction. The third time, when it gets angry, it will suddenly open all of its petals. Arbor waved his sleeve slightly. It was just a subtle and casual movement. However, Wu Hongma was pierced by her cold eyes. Her heart trembled slightly, and she involuntarily took a big step back. The beautiful divine flower of the snow domain has sharp icicles within its petals. TSK, it swallowed that person alive. Not even a trace of bone remains. Arbor stared at her with a chilly gaze. That scene was truly very beautiful. I'm afraid none of you can imagine it. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Princess Anam, how do you think this crown princess compares to the divine flower of the snow domain divine flower? Are we similar? Wu Hongma actually couldn't say a word, and cold sweat slowly slid down her forehead. Arbor's expression was still as he coldly ordered, someone. Thoroughly investigate everyone present and find out who isn't present right now. Tell me your name right now. When the order was issued, the royal concubines and princesses all looked at each other and subconsciously squeezed into the crowd. They looked at this stoic-faced little crown princess with bewilderment and uncertainty. Was she going to investigate thoroughly now? These noble women had suffered quite a bit of shock, and now all they wanted to do was to go home with a sullen face, but now, the crown princess still refused to let them go. They really wanted to cry. If Her Majesty the Queen had led the group to pray for blessings today, there probably wouldn't be so many twists and turns happening. Reporting to the crown princess. Aoyi brought a group of people and pretended to investigate, then came forward to report. All the concubines, princesses, infanta, madams, and young misses, as well as their accompanying maids are all here. When everyone heard this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the maids around them didn't cause any trouble for them. Only Xingru, who received the great king's verbal order to come with the group, is missing. Xingru? Wasn't that the former consort Xing? Everyone hurriedly turned around and searched for Yung He's figure back and forth. Sure enough, after looking around, they couldn't see her. That person was truly a person with means. She had entered and left the cold palace several times and was still one of the great king's beloved concubines. It was said that this time, she had asked the great king's special order to follow the group to Fushan Honghai Temple to pray for blessings and repent. At that time, she would stay in the temple to continue praying for the Empress Dowager and the great king for 3 more months. Everyone's attitude towards Xingru along the way couldn't be considered cold. In fact, there was even a hint of eagerness. This was because they all felt that as long as Xingru sincerely prayed for blessings in the temple for 3 months, even if she couldn't temporarily restore the title of consort Xing, the great king would definitely promote her from the position of a palace maid. There was no other way. Consort Xing was the great king's true love. As long as she stood in front of the great king's heart would be unreasonably biased. But now, everything seemed to be developing towards an unexpected and strange ending. Xingru wasn't actually present, then where could she go? The madams looked at each other and then closed their mouths in silence. Very quickly, the drama entered the highest and most shocking stage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Aoyi and his men found courtesan Jing's body, which had been blown beyond recognition, in the ruins of the pacification tower. Only a small part of her body was left. The expressions of the concubines and madams changed subtly. Consort Qing even glanced at the crown princess's cold, expressionless face more than once. The crown princess stood there expressionlessly with her hands folded in front of her and her back straight. Glancing at courtesan Jing, who had been carried over, the crown prince consort flew into a rage. Preposterous. Master Konghui had made it clear that only the great king, the crown prince, and the crown princess were allowed to enter the pagoda. Why was the little Yonghe inside? What identity did she use to go in? There was complete silence. No wonder she attracted the wrath of the 9 heavens and caused the pagoda to explode. This demoness who brought disaster to the country deserves to die. What a pity that the pagoda was implicated by her. The corners of Stay Up Late's mouth twitched. Venerable Master Kong Hui also wept sorrowfully, and he led the monastery's monks to kneel down before Chiao Mu. He wailed miserably, "I implore the Crown Prince Consort to uphold justice for the entire Great Sea Monastery. Punish this demoness who brought disaster to the country. Give our Honghai Temple justice." The old nanny beside Consort Qing tugged at Consort Qing. Consort Qing snapped out of her daze and quickly said with a serious expression, "Yonghe was so daring to sneak into the pagoda and bring disaster to the country. I implore the Crown Princess to uphold justice for the Honghai Temple. Crown Princess, please uphold justice for the monks of the Honghai Temple. Investigate this matter thoroughly, and restore peace and tranquility to the Honghai Temple." The group of madams and young misses were all shrewd people. They all followed Consort Qing and bowed to the Crown Princess in unison. Aoyi coughed lightly, and Lightning, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, scurried out of the pagoda ruins with a swoosh. He shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "Crown Princess, this subordinate has investigated. There's another man in this pagoda." Everyone, this time, whether they heard it or pretended not to, their expressions were extremely strange. This praying activity really tormented those slightly older concubines and madams to the point that their old bones were about to fall apart. When they returned, they became even more determined in their hearts. They absolutely couldn't let the Crown Princess lead the group again, in the imperial study of the king's palace. The old great king clutched the memorial that his son had sent to him. He clutched it so tightly that the entire memorial was wrinkled, but he didn't realize it. His face was filled with cold anger as he glared at the Crown Prince. "Impossible. The facts are all there. She can't deny it." The Crown Prince's voice was indifferent. From the day the Luo family troop entered the palace, Yonghe had been in contact with that man. Aren't 3 witnesses enough? This son still has the letters they exchanged as material evidence. Yonghe's trip to the Honghai Temple in Fu Mountain this time was simply to meet with someone in secret. She had long planned this. The old great king looked like he had suffered a huge blow. He suddenly slumped into his chair, dejected and at a loss for words. "Royal father, you still don't understand." Mo Lian looked at her old father with cold eyes and said coldly, "Shuntian Prefecture has been scheming for a long time. They've done everything possible to control us. Now, they've already brazenly planted someone by your side. Furthermore, they've disregarded your royal authority and fooled around under your nose. This is blatant contempt for you. It's also contempt for our entire Mo family. Do you still need to endure this?" Mo Lian abruptly lifted the corner of her robe and knelt on one knee in front of her father. Her voice was sonorous, forceful, and abnormally cold as she said, "This son requests the order to gather all the mystic cultivators in the country and lead 1,000,000 soldiers to annihilate the remnants of Shuntian Prefecture in one fell swoop." "Father. I, Damo, am not afraid of anyone. So what if it was the Shuntian Prefecture of the Middle 6 prefectures? Do you think the Middle 6 constabularies can strut around in our territory? I will prove it to you. In this world, no one can overstep our authority. No one can try to start a war and escape unscathed. From the generation of our ancestors, the Mo family's world has been fought for generation after generation. We don't need to fear anyone. There was no need for him to bow down to any of the mansions. I will use my strength to let them know that Damo is not to be trifled with." "What Middle 6 constabularies? Tell them to scram back to where they came from." "Royal father, I request Royal father to issue an edict. Place that nation-wrecking enchantress on the city gate tower and expose her to the sun for 3 days and nights. Whip her 1,000 times during the day and 1,000 times during the night as a warning to others." The great king stared blankly at his son and smiled bitterly. This was his son. He was high-spirited and unrivaled. If he decided to deal with you, he would definitely have all the evidence and make it impossible for you to refute. He had long told Jingru not to provoke that savage couple, but alas, write the edict. The great king sighed. The crown prince watched Gong Chang'an hurry out to announce the edict while wiping his head of cold sweat. He then slowly walked out of the royal study. As he gazed icily at the distant horizon, Mo Lian's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Yonghe, I want you to die but not enter the royal mausoleum. She meant what she said. Now, she had to bear the title of a country-destroying enchantress and be reviled for generations to come. Speaking of which, didn't you ask for this yourself? The next day. Big news, big news. Honghai Temple's Nimbin Tower really collapsed. All of the citizens of the capital rushed to spread the news, and everyone knew about this. They also knew that the great king had decreed that the country-destroying enchantress who caused Nimbin Tower's collapse was to be whipped for 3 days and nights. State uncle Xing had been demoted to a commoner, and the Xing family's mansion had been taken back by the king. All of their assets had been confiscated. The great king had issued a self-condemning edict and locked himself in the king's palace. The citizens all rushed to the city gate tower and spat at Yonghe's body in disdain, cursing this country-destroying enchantress. But all of this had nothing to do with Arbor. She prepared everything early in the morning. After bidding farewell to her family, she sat in the crown prince's carriage and went with him to the northern city gate. Qin estates Qin Susu, Duan families Duan Siren, Do families Do Feng Qi, Fan families Fan Xiaoming, and Hong families Hong Bai had all been waiting at the city gate for a long time. Other than Qin Susu, the others all had impatience on their faces. Can we set off now? Do Third Miss Do Fengqi asked unhappily. She was ridiculing them in her heart. It really was the crown princess. She had to be escorted by His Highness the Crown Prince the entire way. She was so delicate sitting in the carriage. Did she think she was going on a scenic tour? If she was so delicate, she should stay at home and not come out, so as to not implicate her teammates. Wait. Xiaomu tossed down the curtain and threw them a single word, not intending to explain at all. Do Fengqi was so angry that her pretty face changed color. Qin Susu shrugged indifferently. She walked to a tea stall at the city gate with her sword in her arms and sat down. She ordered half a pot of tea. At this moment, a portion of the agitated crowd ran to State Uncle Zheng's house and threw stones and mud, blocking the Zheng family members at the back door. They threw stones whenever they saw someone coming out. The scene was extremely chaotic. Third Miss Zheng, fifth young Master Zheng, and the others secretly smuggled out some mystic currency and food, but they were confiscated by the imperial court soldiers who chased after them. Those pampered young ladies and young masters were all so anxious that their eyes turned red. They looked like they were fighting with their lives on the line, wanting to take back the private goods they had hidden. It was at this time that Wu Shaoan rushed over with his brothers. With a glance, he spotted the silent sixth young Master Zheng in the crowd. He promptly berated those agitated passers-by and shoved them to the side, squeezing in front of sixth young Master Zheng. Sixth young Master, are you all right? Little sixth Zheng shook his head, his expression somewhat perplexed. When he woke up early in the morning to practice his swordsmanship, he was informed that the great king had sent people to raid the Zheng family's mansion. As a mystic cultivator, all of his important items were placed in his inner world, so the soldiers naturally couldn't come to raid his inner world. However, those half-sisters and half-brothers who shared the same father but had different mothers suffered a calamity. From early in the morning until now, the entire courtyard had been in an uproar. Wu Shaoan said anxiously, "Sixth young master, don't worry. I bought a small courtyard for myself in the Mo Kingdom capital. If you don't have a place to stay, you can go there first." "No need." Sixth Xing shook his head and said, "I'm leaving the city now. I'm afraid I won't be back until a month later." "That's fine." A hint of a smile appeared on Wu Shaoan's chubby face. "You can contact me after you return. Sixth young master, don't regard me as an outsider." "Old Sixth, what are you saying?" Suddenly, a shriek was heard. Third Miss Jin couldn't win against several soldiers and could only helplessly watch as her sole bag of mystic currency was snatched away. She scrambled up from the ground in a sorry state and hastily rushed to Sixth Xing's side. "You don't need to stay, but we need to." Sixth Xing dodged to the side. Without even looking at Third Miss Xing, he directly patted Wu Shaoan's shoulder. "Let's go." "Fine, then I'll send you off." Wu Shaoan was also a shrewd person. Upon hearing this, he knew that sixth young master didn't like his siblings at home at all. Thus, he didn't waste time with them and directly pulled sixth young Master Xing into his carriage. On the other side, at the northern city gate, Dou Fengqi was impatient to the extreme. She suddenly swept a glance at the Duan family's seventh miss, Duan Siren. Seventh Duan, say something. How long are we going to wait like this? Seventh Miss Duan was a 16-year-old girl with a pair of bright, moist eyes on her round, apple-like face. Upon hearing Dou Fengqi's words, she laughed and said, Sister Fengqi, if you're impatient from waiting, then go ask the crown princess. When exactly can we set off? Dou Fengqi relented. How could Arbor, who was sitting inside the carriage, not know of the various impatience of the people outside? However, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. She turned to look at Mo Lian, who was staring at her unblinkingly. Lian, do you know why those people from Shuntian Prefecture went to such great lengths to set up this great drama of nation-wrecking witches, wanting to plant it on my head? Mo Lian's heart jolted. Speak. Because their prefecture lord, that lofty Shuntian Prefecture lord, isn't willing for me to lead an easy life. Arbor curled her lips in mockery. They did this not because they wanted her to die, but because they wanted her to be despised by the crown prince. It would be best if she was stripped of her title as the crown princess, just like how young he was now, being criticized and cursed by the ignorant people. These people had racked their brains and expended all their energy just to make her life miserable. If this life was the same as her previous one, and she was still a weakling, then wouldn't she have to go along with their wishes? A trace of ruthlessness flitted through Mo Lian's eyes, and he abruptly reached out to pull her into his embrace. He pressed his head against her small head and said in a muffled voice, This time, I won't accompany you to the mystic beast forest. I already know where Lu Yizhi is hiding from the black cat. I went to clean them up before you came back. Jojo, I want to give you a lifetime of peace. I want to protect you. You won't let those rats, insects, snakes, and scorpions of Shuntian Prefecture crawl around you anymore. Okay? He spoke softly and lowered his head to plant a light kiss on the top of her head. Arbor nuzzled in his embrace and responded softly and cutely, okay. At this time, a commotion came from outside. Dou Fengqi's somewhat high-pitched voice questioned, Why did you come? Arbor lifted the carriage curtain with one hand and absent-mindedly jumped out of the carriage. Little Sixth. Little Sixth Xing greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Ignoring Dou Fengqi's clamor, Little Sixth Xing turned to salute the two people. The Crown Prince's judgmental gaze swept over his face before indifferently withdrawing. Okay, everyone's here. We can go now. Arbor glanced at everyone and nodded. I have to tell you guys once every day, so you're dreaming. The Hong clan's Hong Bai knitted his brows and asked, Crown Princess, 6th young Master Xing wants to travel with us? Is there a problem? Arbor glanced at them and said apathetically, Didn't you guys make an agreement with the Great King from the start? The 8 great patrician families will only select 4 contestants and have the Great King choose 2 more people to join the team. The implication was that the Great King had only chosen Little Sixth Xing, so what else did they want? What was there to be dissatisfied about? Hong Bai and Fan Xiaoming's expressions shifted slightly, and they said anxiously, This is the rule that your family head Qiao set himself. Sensing Arbor's cold gaze on him, Hong Bai could only change his words midway. These are indeed Qiao Dongbuo's words. The other patrician family's patriarchs didn't agree, so how can his family's words be accurate? If they acknowledged Arbor's words, then at least one of them would have to be eliminated. Wasn't it obvious that another unlucky fellow would have to be kicked out of the team between Hong Bai and the Fan clan's Fan Xiaoming? Among the 6 people, they were the 2 weakest and most likely to be kicked out. However, the 2 of them had come bearing the hopes of their clans, so they naturally couldn't allow themselves to be kicked out with just a few words. Presumably, the Crown Princess is bringing 6th Xing along because the name list that the Great King submitted actually has 7 people, Qin Susu said indifferently. Alright, you guys don't need to worry about this. It's getting late, so let's set off early. The Mystic Beast Forest was located at the intersection of the northeast and was rumored to be 5,000 kilometers long. After leaving the Mo Kingdom, it would take about 2 days to head east, even with the War Eagles leading the way. When they reached the Mystic Beast Forest's periphery, they had to disembark and enter on foot. One reason was to avoid being attacked by beasts at high altitudes, and 2 was because the sky above the Mystic Beast Forest was covered in a layer of gray fog all year round. Basically, everyone would take a detour to fly through the gloomy, quiet, and vast forest. No one would foolishly provoke this forest that surpassed everyone's understanding. The 7 eagles leading the way had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time. The passers-by also looked at them curiously. Some people even stopped to look at the vigorous pitch-black eagles with yearning. Take good care of yourself and act according to your capabilities. Mo Lian reached out to touch her little face and sighed softly with a reluctant look in her eyes. What should he do? He missed her even before they parted ways. This little beauty was really torturous. Xiaomu patted her chest, indicating for him to set his mind at ease. In the next second, she pursed her lips and smiled at him. Waving her little paw, she turned around and walked out of the city. Mo Lian stared blankly at her departing figure, her mind replaying Jojo's smile. Then, an urgent voice came from afar, Jojo, Jojo. Duan Yu anxiously ran to Mo Lian's side and blinked as he looked around. Where's Jojo? Wow, did I come too late? Did she leave already? Mo Lian harumphed. She left. Arbor was about to mount the war eagle when he poked his head out from the city gate. Duan Yu? 4th brother. 7th Miss Duan also quickly dismounted the war eagle and ran to the city gate, looking at him joyfully. Jojo. Duan Yu ran over with a wide grin, completely ignoring 7th Duan's gaze. He directly passed by her and ran to Arbor's side. Duan Yu took out a small box and handed it to Arbor. He leaned close to her and whispered, Here are 10 strengthened core ravaging thunders. Its power is twice as strong as the ones I gave you before. Don't waste so much energy when you're outside. If you encounter those pestering you endlessly all day long, just blast them to death and save yourself the trouble of cleaning up a mess. After he finished speaking, he winked at Arbor darkly. Arbor nodded and very smoothly put away the box into her inner world. Then I'm leaving. Be good at home and don't fight. Arbor instructed in an extremely good mood as she stretched out her small hand and very naturally patted Duan Yu's dog head. Afterwards, she glanced at the 2 men's exasperated expressions and quickly retracted her gaze before hastily turning to run off. Sigh, to be honest, these 2 people were about the same height, and their figures were equally tall and handsome. One was dressed in a waning black robe with flowing light in his phoenix-like eyes, while the other was dressed in snow-white robes that resembled blooming peach blossoms. Their beauty was earth-shattering. When they stood together as a pair, the scene was so beautiful that it was almost unbearable to look at. Strange, when she was still a baby, she always felt that everyone looked about the same. Especially those youths under the crown prince, she simply couldn't tell who was who, in her small worldview. Men actually all looked about the same. So in her opinion, Duan Yu, this guy, was especially eccentric and hilarious. As a man, he kept opening and closing his mouth in front of her all day, narcissistically praising his own good looks. He even mistakenly believed that she was merciful to him because of his looks several times, haha. Was that possible? But now that she had grown up, her aesthetic standards seemed to have slowly returned to normal. Earlier, she actually inexplicably felt that those 2 peerless evildoers were simply so beautiful that they could be immortalized in a painting for all eternity. It seemed like face blindness could be cured. She reached out to stroke her expressionless little face. Then, a strange thought popped up in her mind. Could facial paralysis be cured? Arbor mounted the war hawk's back with a slightly conflicted mood. The 7 war hawks soared into the sky and turned into 7 small black dots in the blink of an eye, gradually disappearing from Mo Lian and Duan Yu's sight. Arbor immediately activated his defensive shield and placed himself in a relatively vacuum environment, isolating himself from the strong wind outside. Bored, he took out a packet of preserves and popped one into his mouth. Duan Siren, the 7th young miss of the Duan family, who was flying on her other side, couldn't help but pout when she saw this. A trace of sadness flashed across her rosy apple-like face. Hey, you still have the mood to eat? Arbor turned to look at Miss Duan Qi. Duan Yu seemed to dislike his siblings very much. Other than his maternal grandfather, Duan Yu seemed to treat everyone with indifference. Duan Yu clearly saw 7th Duan earlier, but he simply walked past her and didn't even glance at 7th Duan. Therefore, Arbor felt that he didn't need to pay attention to Miss Duan. When Duan Siren saw that she didn't speak, she couldn't help but ask after a while, Crown Princess, you you have a good relationship with fourth brother, right? Arbor turned to look at her. Didn't you see it? This guy was asking the obvious, trying to find something to talk about. Didn't he know that speaking was very tiring? She had no choice but to speak so much when dealing with those orioles and swallows. After returning, she was so tired that she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Duan Siren hung her head and bit her lips. Then can you help us persuade him? There are some things that you should also know. Duan Siren sighed softly and said, his mother is my youngest aunt. She's a normal person without mystic energy. Ever since youngest aunt and someone. Duan Siren said vaguely, gave birth to fourth brother, the two of them have always been despised by the clansmen. Thankfully, Grandpa has always doted on the two of them. With Grandpa's protection, youngest aunt and fourth brother have been living quite well. Ever since fourth brother's talent was unearthed, Grandpa valued and doted on him even more. Rumors even started circulating in the clan that Grandpa intends to let fourth brother inherit the position of the next patriarch. Arbor swept her an icy glance and said aloofly, so some of you couldn't restrain yourselves and made a move? Right. Because of Grandpa's doting, some of the clansmen targeted him and his mother very much. Duan Siren said quietly, several years ago, when Grandpa was in closed-door cultivation, some of the clansmen took advantage of his absence to injure Aunt and abuse and humiliate her. So in a fit of rage, he abandoned the Duan clan's surname and left the clan with Aunt to find a place to settle down. Now, although Grandpa brought the two of them back, his gaze whenever he looked at my clansmen was very frightening. And he also turned a blind eye to me and treated me like a stranger. Arbor harumphed and then tossed a candied fruit into his mouth. You're telling me all this because you want me to persuade him to reconcile with you? At that time, some of the clansmen were young and impetuous and didn't know how to control their temper, so, what a joke. If someone insulted, abused, and beat up my mother, I would have long turned them into ashes and ceased to exist. Now, Duan, you spared your wretched lives out of consideration for Patriarch Duan. Not only are you not deeply grateful, you even dare to complain? Arbor grumbled, shameless. After saying that, he was no longer willing to waste words with Duan Siren and directly patted the war hawk's head, urging it to quickly fly forward and leaving Duan Siren behind. Seventh Miss Duan stared blankly at the girl who left her behind and ran off without saying a word and pinched her fingers in displeasure. Idiot, Arbor muttered under his breath. Seeing him grinning all day long and looking like a carefree fool, and not saying anything, she knew nothing about these things at all. If he had said earlier that Duan Yubing was his enemy, she would have gotten rid of him during the competition. How could she have let him go home with his pathetic life? Sixth Xing and the rest didn't know what was going on with the two girls. Arbor immediately got far away from Duan Siren and patted the eagle's head. It flapped its wings and rushed to the first position. Do Fengqi suppressed a trace of cold anger in her eyes. He rode his war eagle to Duan Seven's side and asked casually, "What's wrong, Duan Seven? Did you have a conflict with the crown princess?" "It's nothing." Duan Qi shook his head. He didn't want to talk too much. He shouted softly and let the war eagle fly forward. They flew like this for nearly 2 days, only occasionally eating and drinking to relieve themselves. War eagle's stamina was about to be overdrawn. In any case, they weren't far from the small adventurer base on the outskirts of the Mystic Beast Forest. It would only take 5 minutes to walk from here. However, just as everyone was about to land, another eagle team appeared on the horizon. The leading eagle didn't allow for any explanation as it fiercely rammed into Sixth Xing's eagle. Unhurried, little Sixth Xing controlled the defensive barrier with one hand and unsheathed his long sword with the other, attacking without any explanation. What kind of joke was this? Someone was directly charging at him. Could it be that he was a herbivore? His mystic energy surged forward, stirring up clanging sounds in the air. The newcomer sat steadily on the eagle's back and sneered at little Sixth Xing. With a wave of his hand, the 4 or 5 eagles behind him screeched and pounced at little Sixth Xing with lightning speed, wanting to tear him apart. Where did this fool come from? Provoking without saying a word, Arbor was enraged, and he directly stood up from the eagle's back, shouting angrily, "Are you all fools? You're not moving even when you're being bullied? Are you waiting to get rid of your teammates before it's your turn?" Qin Susu was the first to react. Patting the eagle's back, she flew to little Sixth Zhang's side and drew her sword, shooting out a mystic light. Crown Princess, it's those guys from the Easterning Nation. The Easterning Nation? How could Arbor possibly know them? Without saying a word, she threw a punch at an approaching eagle, sending it flying back more than 10 steps. If the Easterning Nation man on the eagle's back hadn't been tightly hugging the eagle's neck, he would probably have already fallen off and died on the spot. His complexion was pale, and he was so angry that he screeched, "Damn Northern Mo people, you're so gutsy. You dare to be so brazen and provoke us in our eastern region." Apart from Do Fengqi, the 6 people all moved to confront the Easterning Nation. The 6 people and 6 war eagles lined up in a row. The other side was led by 2 people, followed by 5 or 6 attendants. Among the 2 leaders, one of them was a small man with an ordinary face. He was taciturn and didn't make much noise. The one who was jumping up and down and hooting the most was the other person, who was currently wantonly cursing Northern Mo. Xiaomu originally thought that the taciturn man was considered short, but she didn't expect that the other fool was even more ridiculously short. He was about the height of an 11 or 12-year-old child. Even though he was standing high and mighty on the eagle's back, he was still a short winter melon. "Shut up." Arbor was annoyed by his noisy chatter. He raised his hand and threw out a row of concealed weapons. 5 or 6 attendants heard the sound of something breaking through the air and couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly rushed forward to block in front of their master. One of the attendants was hit by a hidden weapon and fell off the eagle's back. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. "Ah! You damned woman!" the short man shouted angrily. Standing on the eagle's back, he waved his hands and feet as if he was doing an awkward dance. At this time, the short wintermelon's subordinate lowered his voice and said a few words to the man. The short wintermelon immediately looked at Arbor with bright eyes. There was a trace of indescribable excitement in his pair of dim yellow eyes. "Your Northern Prince Mo's consort? Who I am has nothing to do with you." Arbor bluntly stabbed him. "Are you qualified to ask?" "You." The short wintermelon was so angry that his face turned ashen. Standing on the eagle's back, he crossed his arms and said in a lofty tone, "Seeing that you're still a young woman, I won't bicker with you. Come to my side immediately. Now. Northern Prince Mo's consort, I am Easterning Nation's crown prince. I now allow you to enter my palace and become my woman. I cannot disdain you, but you have to show me your loyalty." Was this person an idiot? Even Do Fengqi had an incredulous expression as she glared at that Easterning Kingdom short winter melon who was talking to himself. Pfft! Qin Susu snickered rudely, which then developed into a belly laugh. "Are you sure you're not here to amuse yourself? Easterning Kingdom's crown prince was such an idiot?" No wonder Easterning Kingdom had been beaten to a small coastal island by Northern Mo and hadn't dared to move for so many years. "What are you laughing at?" As if sensing Qin Susu's mockery, the Easterning Kingdom's crown prince, that short winter melon with a flat nose and a round face who really didn't pass muster, glowered at Qin Susu. "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let me tell you. Even if I can't deal with all of you now, once we enter the mystic realm, heh. Humph. Kill him," Arbor berated impatiently. Where did this idiot come from? He wasn't even willing to waste words with him. Several ghostly figures abruptly appeared in midair. Lightning and several other hidden guards directly attacked without a word, grabbing at the short winter melon's neck. "Ah!" The short winter melon cried out in shock, as if unable to react to the fact that the crown princess actually had so many hidden guards by her side. He angrily shrieked, "You're breaking the rules. How can you bring so many people? Your Northern Mo kingdom only has 6 quotas to enter the mystic realm at most." Everyone stared at him like they were looking at an idiot. "You idiot, why do you view the world so differently? Are we in the mystic realm right now? We haven't even entered the mystic beast forest yet. Didn't you also bring a group of attendants? Why can't the Grand Northern Prince Mo, consort, bring people?" Even Do Fengqi couldn't resist bursting into laughter. "Oh my! Do all Easterning Kingdom's people have this kind of IQ? Then don't embarrass yourselves by entering the mystic realm. Because it's useless even if you enter. With this kind of IQ of a 3.5-year-old, I'm afraid you'll be courting death if you enter. Stop. The Eastern Kingdom's leader, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Third brother, save me. Third brother. The crown prince was so scared that he pissed his pants. He patted the eagle under his butt and ran to that person. The silent third prince Xianxia frowned coldly. He dodged Arbor's pouncing body and rode the black hawk to Arbor and the others. He cupped his hands in greeting and said in a polite manner, ever since the crown prince was overly frightened a few years ago, he would occasionally become delirious. Please forgive him. PFFF, Qin Susu and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Looks like his brain isn't working well. Little Sixth Xing shook his head solemnly, and he turned to say to Arbor, Miss Chiao, since the other party has a mental problem, then let's not bicker with him, okay? Xiaomu nodded nonchalantly on the surface, but she spat out icily, slap her. Pa. Lightning, who was closest to the crown prince, slapped the crown prince's face without saying a word. Ah. Caught off guard, the crown prince staggered and fell down from the black hawk's back. The third prince Xianxia hastily turned the black hawk's head and rushed up to catch the crown prince. Just as he turned his head and was about to angrily reprimand him, he saw a black streak of light shoot straight at the person in his hands. Cold sweat immediately broke out all over his body, and the third prince Xianxia hastily wanted to throw the crown prince behind him. But no sooner said than done, Arbor's figure flitted across the sky like a ghost, arriving beside the two Eastern Kingdom's princes in the blink of an eye. The Vajra talismans in her hands were as sturdy as iron, and she directly grabbed the heads of the two black eagles and snapped them. Eldest crown prince, third crown prince. The two crown princes of the Eastern Kingdom also fell to the ground along with the eagle heads. Arbor patted her two small hands that were as white as jade and swept a cold glance over the fallen Eastern people. Such karma is due for shooting off your mouth. Little Sixth Xing's mouth silently twitched. That's right. With the crown princess's vengeful personality, that Eastern Kingdom's eldest crown prince naturally had to be half dead for teasing her with such filthy words. It's said that the Eastern Kingdom previously had 3 crown princes. The second crown prince's mother is the queen and has the strongest backing. However, he was secretly poisoned in a battle a year ago, Duan Siren said. Arbor pursed her small lips noncommittally. She wasn't interested in knowing this. She pressed the warhawk to land on her own and Arbor looked around. Her mood improved slightly when she didn't see that group of Eastern Kingdom people discussed her. Let's go. Little Sixth Xing and the others followed her to her side. After resting here for a while, the warhawks would naturally return to northern Mo in a well-trained manner, so they didn't need to worry about this. The place they were currently at was one of the only 2 adventurer bases in the entire Mystic Beast Forest within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The other adventurer base had to cross the Mystic Beast Forest tens of thousands of kilometers and was located near the western region. They definitely couldn't go there at the moment. Arbor's group walked to the entrance of the adventurer base and could see a row of people vigilantly patrolling back and forth at the entrance from afar. There were also 4 to 5 base guards keeping watch in the battle towers on both sides. Just as Arbor's group reached the entrance, they were politely stopped. Guests from afar, if you wish to enter our adventurer base, you must first register and pay a certain fee. Arbor's group nodded in understanding. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. There was nothing much to say about this, so they naturally sent someone to register and pay the fee. Fan Xiaoming had the air of a scholar, so everyone sent him to register and negotiate. Not long after, Fan Xiaoming ran over with a troubled expression. He rubbed his hands and said, everyone has to pay a dough of food to register. A duel? F***CK, what kind of lousy adventurer's base is this? They're asking for too much. A dough of grain contained 10 liters of grain, which was enough to feed an ordinary family for a month. This was just an adventurer's base. They would only be resting for 2 nights at most. To have to pay so much, it was simply like eating people whole and not spitting out their bones. Little Sixth, I'll pay for you. After throwing down this sentence, Xiaomu followed after the beaming base guide. What kind of better treatment? If Miss can afford 3 dough of food, you can stay in a luxurious house for free for 3 days. Oh. Miss, this way. You can register here. The guide felt that he had been led astray by Arbor. He smiled and gestured for them to enter. In the next second, a small, bouncy fist landed on his chubby face with a bang. Did this old fellow take her for a fool? Did she look like she was easy to be slaughtered? A moment later, after a bout of bone and muscle relaxation, the guide reluctantly handled the free check-in procedures for this little devil with a sullen face. Arbor held the house card and walked briskly to Lil Six Xing. Lil Six, let's go. What about us? Pay for it yourself. Arbor called Lil Six and left without looking back. Among the leading figures of the kingdoms in the world, this old great king of the Eastern Kingdom was absolutely an oddity. Even if you randomly picked out an unreliable great king from other kingdoms, they wouldn't be like him. The Eastern king had more than a dozen sons and allowed them to fight for the crown prince position every day. Today, one was poisoned to death, and tomorrow, another was assassinated. He didn't mind making a fuss, yet, the old great king of the Eastern Kingdom was unperturbed from beginning to end, smiling as he watched the surging winds and clouds while sitting in the audience. This battle for the crown prince position lasted as long as 7 to 8 years. During this time, the old king of the Eastern Kingdom was pincered by Northern Mo, Northern Wei, and Southern Bailey and was forced to settle down on an island. This wasn't the end of it, his sons simply didn't think of going out to expand their territory or recover their lost territory. They continued to set their sights on that shrinking cake in the country and fought until their heads were broken and blood flowed as they fought for the crown prince position. At the end of the battle, this oddball old king once again made a shocking move. All the sons who had survived the internal strife were arranged according to their ages, and all of them were conferred the title of crown prince. Actually, this succession of crown princes was the same whether they were conferred or not. But the crown princes of the Eastern Kingdom were agitated. Every one of them felt that they were only half a step away from that throne. Even if they were currently residing on an island the size of a sesame seed, that was freaking the future great king. Okay, the second crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom died last year, so there were only 7 crown princes left. Although the eldest crown prince, Jian, wasn't very bright, he had a strong wife to deal with things for him. In addition, his strength as a level 9 mystic cultivator wasn't considered weak. Thus, he could be considered one of the oldest among the crown princes. The third crown prince, Fa, was a taciturn and reticent person with a level 7 cultivation. His mother's status wasn't high, so he didn't have the support of his maternal family. He had always relied on the eldest crown prince to give him advice, so he was considered the eldest crown prince's little tail. These two people fell from a high altitude just now. Fortunately, the royal guards risked their lives to protect them. After losing 2 royal guards, the 2 unlucky fellows were covered in heavy wounds and battered and exhausted as they rushed to the adventurer base ahead. It just so happened that Arbor and Sixth Xing had already gone in, while the others were still discussing with the adventurer base's junior manager whether or not they could reduce the amount of food. Therefore, when the two sides met, it was as if they were fighting cocks, swords drawn and ready for battle. Seeing that another fight was about to break out at the entrance of the base, the junior manager of the base shouted angrily and hurriedly ordered the guards to separate the two parties. Who dares to start a fight at the entrance of the adventurer base? No matter who it was. If you violate the rules of the base, you will be sent away immediately. What kind of joke was this? Did they think that this was a large-scale fortification in the city? There were tens of thousands of soldiers guarding the city, and there were even city towers that were over 100 zhong tall. There were ample defensive items, enough to block all attacks. Their poor little adventurer's stronghold didn't have anything. The tower in front of the door, the surrounding defensive walls, and the defensive trenches had been built over the past few years by relying entirely on manpower. In order to improve the defense of the small base, the commander had spent a lot of effort. Once there was a huge commotion, it would first attract the wandering zombies nearby, and second, there was a high possibility of triggering a terrifying beast tide. That wasn't a joke. 10 years ago, this small base had already been attacked by a beast tide. 10 years ago was also the last time the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm opened. At that time, 2 teams courting disaster started fighting at the entrance of the base. The loud noise caused the entire Mystic Beast Forest's periphery to become restless. In the end, the small adventurer base was nearly trampled to the ground by the beast tide, and countless innocent adventurers were killed or injured. Many young people from various countries who came to participate in the competition also lost their lives in this beast tide. Rebuilding the base would consume a large amount of time and money. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Everyone must have come for the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, right? Since that's the case, it's better to resolve any conflicts you have in the secret realm. At that time, we won't be able to do anything about it. The base's junior manager nodded in understanding. Since you've come to our small base, then do everything according to our rules. If you insist on having a conflict in our base, then I'm sorry. According to the rules our commander has issued, I must ask you to leave. Humph. The eldest crown prince, Xianxia, snorted angrily. He took out a large bag of grain from his inner world and tossed it to the junior manager. Arrange a spacious residence for us. Whoever had the grain was his father. The junior manager's eyes immediately lit up, and he bowed and nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. He specially ordered one of his subordinates to lead Xianxia's group to a place to stay. Afterward, he shifted his gaze back to Fan Qiuming and the others, causing them to blush slightly. The junior manager's wolf-like gaze clearly seemed to be looking at a few paupers who couldn't afford to pay. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that they couldn't afford to pay this bit of grain, they just felt like they were losing out. They were just resting in this small base for a day or two, but they had to hand over enough grain to feed their entire family for a month. This was simply unacceptable. Qin Susu's mouth twitched. She took out her share from her inner world and tossed it to the junior manager. All right, pay it all. Have the manager arrange a place for us to stay together. They had rushed here covered in dust. In any case, they had to get a good night's sleep first and adjust their states before entering the forest in high spirits. After the base manager received the fee, he immediately put on an amiable expression and ordered people to take them to Find Arbor and 6th Shin. Duan Siren's footsteps paused as she stared at the steward's slightly swollen eyes and asked, "Just now, one of us took you there. Did she pay the fee?" The steward's expression changed slightly. He nodded hurriedly and said impatiently, "Why are you asking so much? Of course, you can only enter after paying the fee. All right, hurry up and go in." However, only he knew that at this moment, his heart was silently dripping tears of blood and flowing like a river. Not only did the girl give him a good thrashing, but she also forced a poison pill on him. If it wasn't for the poison that had completely controlled him, he would have already called the base's guards over and captured that savage girl. Duan Siren frowned and walked into the base with the others. After a while, she said, "I think the crown princess must not have paid." "I think so too." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Look at that fatty's bare appearance. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. His eyes are still swollen. He must have been beaten up by the crown princess." Do Fengqi couldn't help but get angry. "We're all on the same team. Since she took care of the base's damn fatty and successfully waived her and little 6th Shang's fee, why didn't she just waive the fee for us as well?" Qin Susu snickered. Turning back to sweep a glance at Do Fengqi, she curled her thin lips mockingly and said with a smile, "Miss Do really is quite amusing. Don't say something about being in the same team being so high and mighty. Of the people who can enter the mystic realm now, who doesn't have the goal of going there to reap benefits? Could it be that when you enter the mystic realm, you'll still humbly give anything good to the crown princess when you see it?" After saying this, she walked forward without even looking back, coldly saying, "I advise you all to behave yourselves and not look for trouble when there's nothing to do. Our team is only formed temporarily, and we can go our separate ways anytime and anywhere for our own benefits." Teammates, heh. What was the point of saying it so nicely? How could she not be aware of the goal this team was formed for, a bunch of fools and idiots? It wasn't like they hadn't experienced the crown princess's methods before. Didn't they all see it on the day of the competition, yet they still dared to boast shamelessly and rush over to provoke her like this? They really were some people who didn't care for their lives. Do Fengqi was so angry that she laughed instead. Glaring at Qin Susu's departing figure, she stomped her feet. This woman from the Qin estate has quite the temper. Do you know where she's from? I've never seen her before, but she suddenly popped up and claimed to be the foster sister of 2 young masters from the Qin estate. Isn't this hilarious? Duan Siren didn't say much, but her eyes contained traces of faint melancholy on her round apple-like face. All right. Stop talking. Hong Bai irritably interrupted Dou Fengqi's words. Are you all still going to rest? Everyone angrily rushed to the accommodations arranged by the manager. That manager was also a shrewd person. Knowing that their team was split into two groups when they moved into the base, he was especially happy to watch them dogfight. Thus, he simply arranged for the 7 of them to stay in an independent courtyard and let them bicker with each other as they pleased. When Dou Fengqi and the others arrived, Arbor and little Sixth Xing just happened to be leaving. The two swept them an indifferent glance, nodded slightly, and then walked out the door. Hey, how are the rooms allocated? Dou Fengqi couldn't help but angrily ask. From the looks of it, little Sixth Xing and Arbor, who had arrived first, had freaking picked their own rooms first and even locked their rooms when they left. We've all paid for it. A dough of grain. Why did they have to live in such a shabby house? There were only 4 rooms? How am I supposed to live here? Alright, enough with the nonsense. Qin Susu said in annoyance. You, me, and Duanqi will share a room. The Fan clan's kid and the Hong clan's kid would share a room and make do with each other for a night or 2. It's already good enough that we have a house to stay in. Once we enter the forest, we'll be exposed to the wind and the sun every day. I don't even know if we can have a good night's sleep. Why should the 3 of us share a room? She only has 1 room each? Dou Fengqi shouted. Qin Susu, right? Is there something wrong with your brain? Or do you like Miss Chow? I see that you've been putting in good words for her the whole way. Qin Susu was currently dressed in black men's clothing. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her delicate and round forehead. It looked very energetic, and it was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Hearing this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She just didn't want to provoke that troublesome crown princess and cause less trouble, but she didn't expect her words to be misinterpreted as a matter of sexual orientation. When we enter the Mystic Beast Forest, we interact as teammates. There's no distinction between the crown princess and the commoners. Dou Fengqi prattled. Qin Susu, you and I will share a room. Arbor directly threw the key to Qin Susu and turned to leave with Sixth Xing. This tiny adventurer base might be small, but it had everything. There was a small bazaar outside. Compared to the cold and cheerless city, the bazaar here was much more lively. There were all sorts of things for sale, but most of them were all kinds of medicines and medicinal herbs obtained nearby. And in the periphery of the Mystic Beast Forest, low-grade medicinal herbs that could be seen everywhere were basically things that no one cared about or wanted to buy. However, Arbor's trip today was for low-grade and mid-grade medicinal herbs. She came to the bazaar to issue the mission of collecting low-grade and mid-grade medicinal herbs. She knew that this adventurer base definitely had a place specifically for issuing missions. Previously, in Teacher Long Chuyun's medicinal garden of 20 mu, the majority of the medicinal herbs left for her were black-grade and above precious. And the medicinal herbs that the white snakelet had stolen from who knew where were also mostly rare medicinal herbs. Thus, it could be said that she now had a fairly complete collection of black-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade spirit flowers and herbs. She even had as many as a dozen kinds of divine-grade medicinal herbs, but she was only missing some ordinary low-grade and mid-grade medicinal herbs. Before this, she had mostly planted mid-grade and high-grade medicinal herbs in her own medicinal field, and there weren't many low-grade medicinal herbs at all. To tell the truth, she was too lazy to pick those low-grade and mid-grade medicinal herbs that were relatively easy to raise. She would usually just casually buy a few stalks when she strolled around a pharmacy. Now that she was in the Mystic Beast Forest, she planned to replenish all the low-grade and mid-grade medicinal herbs that she previously lacked. That way, when she refined pills in the future, she wouldn't be dumbfounded by the lack of basic medicinal herbs. This place was close to the forest, so there were all kinds of low-grade medicinal herbs. This mission definitely wouldn't be difficult, and there were plenty of people vying to take it on. Burly mercenaries carrying axes, hammers, and large sabers, walking seductively, and prostitutes throwing flirtatious glances everywhere could be seen practically everywhere in the bazaar. It was extremely rare to see a handsome young master like Sixth Xing and an icy and peerlessly beautiful little stoic like Arbor in the bazaar. Thus, when the two appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. The two casually found a stall owner to inquire about the location of the mission issuance center. That stall owner immediately enthusiastically pointed ahead for them. There is. Walk 50 meters forward. Look, that stall with the red sail is right there. Arbor's mouth twitched as he glanced at the shabby stall. Sure enough, there were more people crowding around that stall than anywhere else. It was really a mission distribution center. The stall owner seemed to have noticed her disdain and hurriedly laughed. We'll keep everything simple, little girl. If you want to issue a mission, you can just go there. After thanking him, Xiaomu and little Xianxia arrived at the mission issuance center one after another. Just as he approached the shabby stall, he heard a familiar roar. Do you know the rules? This is the mission that we revealed first, okay? What right do you have to interfere? Heh. You're just a small team of outsiders. TSK, you only have 8 or 9 useless people. You want to take on a level 3 mission? Are you tired of living? I'm doing this for the sake of your lives. That's why I'm helping you. What are you roaring for? Haven't you heard of our Proud Hawk Squad? Then hurry up and ask around in this base. Who doesn't know that our Proud Hawk Squad has already been gloriously promoted to a level 3 special operations team? Arbor's eyes lit up, and she rushed up to the tall fatty whose face was flushed red and called out crisply, "Hello, Captain." Everyone turned to look at her, dumbfounded. However, Xiaomu's gaze only landed on the faces of huge bear squads Gaoxing and company. She simply didn't notice that the person who was arguing with Gaoxing was looking at her with glowing eyes, his saliva about to overflow uncontrollably. Hey, aren't you that one? The little girl who saved us at the north gate of Guanlan City. Vice Captain Hua Gu had a good memory and recognized Arbor at a glance. The main reason was that their encounter that day had been a little frightening and left a deep impression on them. When a group of zombies was crushing their huge bear squad from behind, the little girl suddenly appeared and threw out 2 firearms as if she had the help of the gods, killing the zombies on the spot. Arbor nodded and looked at Hua Gu. Vice Captain. A young member of the huge bear squad was so excited that his face turned red. Captain, I told you the little girl knew us. Who would have thought that the huge bear squad's reputation had spread so far and wide? Any random young and beautiful girl who came out of nowhere could call out their captains and vice captains' identities. Just how much did she worship their huge bear squad? The young member thought to himself complacently. Captain Gaoxing unexpectedly slapped the back of his head, and Gaoxing grumpily pulled him to the side. He nodded at Xiaomu and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, little miss. You left after saving us in Guanlan City that day. We didn't even have time to thank you." No need to thank me. Arbor shook his head. It was nothing. Captain, is the huge bear squad also here for a mission? Yes. Gaoxing suddenly thought of something and turned around to roar at the Proud Hawk Squad. You! Hurry up and give us back our mission. The captain of the Proud Hawk Squad was staring at Arbor in a semi-infatuated state. He couldn't hear Gaoxing's reprimand. His old, weather-beaten face revealed a lustful expression as he stared at Arbor with shining eyes. After a while, he gulped and said, "Little girl, are you from Gaoxing's squad? Oh my, what's the point of staying in such a lousy squad with less than 10 people? Why don't you join our Proud Hawk Squad? Our Proud Hawk Squad has just been promoted to a 3rd-grade squad. You trashy level 3 squad leader, what are you talking about in front of me? If you interrupt again, I'll cut off your tongue." Arbor roared at the man. Can't you see I'm talking to the captain? How rude. The smile on the Proud Hawk Squad's captain's face froze. Uncle Gaoxing, on the other hand, was flattered. It was simply baffling. Where did this little girl's strange affinity come from? Could it be that this was the so-called fate that people talked about? You. The captain of the Proud Hawk Squad glared at Xiaomu before swallowing his anger and suppressing his belly full of anger. He put on a smiling face and said, Okay, you tell him. We'll talk about our business after you're done. Who's us with you? Xianxia snapped at the captain of the Proud Hawk Squad. What an ignorant man. Scram to wherever it was cool. Captain. I have a mission to issue. Will our huge bear squad accept it? Arbor's eyes twinkled as he looked at the tall, fat uncle, and asked expectantly. How could the tall, fat uncle have the heart to refuse? He inexplicably nodded and agreed. Sure. I don't know what the mission is, but as long as our huge bear squad can do it, we definitely won't refuse. It's definitely a mission that you can do. Don't worry. Thud thud thud. Arbor walked to the front of the mission issuance center stall and said to the person in charge, I want to issue a mission only for huge bear squad members to accept. I'll give you double the commission. Sure. How could the person in charge of the mission center not know Arbor's identity? He nodded and said with a smile, young lady, we can also use mystic currency for transactions here. Arbor took out 10 pieces of mid-grade mystic currency from her inner world and placed them in front of the person in charge. Is this enough? The person in charge's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded. Enough, enough, enough. Normally, even if it was a level 5 mission, they only needed to pay 5 mid-grade mystic currency as commission. Now that Arbor gave 10 pieces, it was simply more than enough. The mission I want to issue is to help me find all kinds of mid-grade and low-grade medicinal herbs within a month. I want 100 stocks of each type. The more varieties, the better. As long as the rhizome is more or less complete, I'll pay 1 low-grade mystic currency for each stock. There's no upper limit. What? Everyone present, including the huge bear squad members, looked dumbfoundedly at this heroic little sister in front of them. They simply couldn't use words to express their current feelings. Okay, how many medicinal herbs could the huge bear squad dig up in the vast and boundless mystic beast forest's periphery in a month? Even 10,000 stocks of medicinal herbs was a small number. Okay, if they could dig up 100,000 stocks, then they would have to pay 100,000 low-grade mystic currency, F***CK. The purchasing power of 100,000 low-grade mystic currency was very astonishing, okay? Furthermore, they might be able to dig up even more medicinal herbs because that young lady said that she didn't leave an upper limit for them. The more, the better. The young lady looked beautiful, fair, and clean, but she was actually an idiot. Pfft, a mocking laugh came from the side. The one who spoke was a flirtatious woman. Young lady, don't be so full of yourself. Are you teasing people? Do you know the price of mid-grade and low-grade medicinal herbs in this bazaar? 5 mid-grade medicinal herbs are 1 low-grade mystic currency. As for low-grade medicinal herbs, no one in this bazaar needs to buy them. Because in such a large mystic beast forest, you could casually find a dozen low-grade medicinal herbs with a single step. Could they be worth money? It was only a cabbage price. Arbor ignored her. He turned his head, stood on his tiptoes, raised his small hand, and patted the tall fatty's shoulder twice. Don't worry, go ahead and dig. I'll take as much as you dig. I have money, I'll give you 10,000 cultivation coins as a deposit first. As he spoke, he took out a money pouch containing 10,000 low-grade profound coins from his inner world and placed it in the hands of the dumbfounded Captain Gao. She didn't plan to grow those low-end medicinal herbs on Paradise Planet at all. Therefore, it didn't matter how many he collected. When the time came, it would not go bad even if it was thrown into the inner world. When it was needed, it could be used at any time. It would save the trouble of asking Little Tree to plant and harvest it. Even the person in charge of the mission distribution center was somewhat jealous of the giant bear squad's dog's hit luck. He must have stepped on dog shit when he went out today, right? Could this little girl be Gao Xing's relative? Everyone looked at the dumbfounded Captain Gao with a look that said, Gao Xing, are you crazy? Brat, you have such a rich relative, yet you still come out all day to snatch business from them. Don't you have any shame? No, little girl, are you sure you want to take as much as you can? Gao Xing felt that his throat was dry, and his voice was trembling. Fragmented Sleep Arbor nodded vigorously. Captain Gao held the 10,000 mystic coins in his hand and felt that they were scalding hot. He said embarrassedly, actually, you don't have to pay a deposit. Moreover, young lady, the purchase price you offered is really too high. A low-grade medicinal herb was actually given a low-grade profound coin. Just how rich was this person? It's fine. You guys go ahead and harvest. We'll meet here in a month, and I'll give you the remaining mystic coins. All right. Captain Gao nodded vigorously and said with a smile, young lady, then we'll go back and prepare the tools for harvesting the herbs. We'll take our leave now. Arbor nodded slightly. Without waiting for them to take 2 steps, her eyes flashed, and she called out to them again. Captain. The little fellow called out to Captain Gao crisply and ran to Captain Gao's side with small steps. She looked up at him and said, "Don't casually give your captain's position to others in the future. Especially Fan Shouhe, a wild wolf in human skin. If she gave the captain's position to Fan Shouhe, he would only lead everyone step by step into the abyss of death." Perhaps this was Fan Shouhe's ultimate goal. In her previous life, when she joined the Huge Bear Squad, she was only a little over 16 years old. She had been with the Huge Bear Squad for a full 3 years and watched the 19 members of the Huge Bear Squad perish one by one. In the end, only she and Fan Shouhe were left. Now that she thought about it, she suddenly realized that this was probably not only caused by the vile environment, but also by Fan Shouhe's deliberate indulgence. Arbor subconsciously clenched her fists tightly. Fan Shouhe, this scum. Once she returned to the capital, she would definitely find some time to meet him. When Captain Gao heard the young lady's brainless words, he was slightly startled. Then, he smiled foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. "All right. I, old Gao, have nothing but hot blood. My teammates are my family, and I will definitely lead them well. Captain." Everyone in the Huge Bear Squad also cheered and shouted. "Hey." Arbor pursed her lips and waved at a 16 or 17-year-old girl in the squad. "Sister Ge, come quickly. I have something good for you." Ah. How did this young lady, who was as pretty as a fairy in a painting, know that her name was Sister Ge? Could it be, as Ah Gong said, that this girl was a super fan of their bear squad? The Huge Bear Squad was actually so famous in the entire Seacone planet. The little girl called Sister Ge walked to Arbor's side with a confused expression. Arbor held her rough little hand and placed a heavy cloth bag in her hands. "Sister Ge, eating sweet potatoes every day is actually pretty good. It's just that you get sick of it after eating too much. Take it and eat it. I'll give you guys a deposit so that the captain can buy you some things you need. Don't treat yourselves too badly." Oh, right. Arbor didn't care about the girl's stunned look. He directly took out 2 boxes of ointment from his pocket and stuffed them into her hands. He whispered to her, "These 2 boxes of beauty ointment were made by me personally. It's most suitable for people like us who run around outside all day, exposed to the elements. It can improve the quality of your skin very well. Remember to apply it once every night. In less than 10 days, your skin will be like mine." "Really?" Sister Ge widened her eyes in shock, and she subconsciously reached out to touch her dry skin. "MHM. You don't have to apply too much. A small spoonful every day is enough. These 2 boxes of ointment can be used for 2 months. I'll give you more after you finish using them." Sister Ge's big eyes shone with joy. Heavens, could this girl really be a little fairy that fell from the sky? Otherwise, how would she know that she was worried about her rough face every day? "Let me tell you, this beauty cream isn't worth much. Just use it as much as you want. For a young girl like you, as long as you pay attention to it a little bit, your skin will immediately improve." Sister Ge acted as if she had seen a relative as she grabbed Arbor's hand and chattered, It's great that I met you. Let me tell you, every time I look in the mirror these days, I'm worried to death. Every day, I have to go on missions and my skin is dry and dark. After recuperating for a while, I have to go on the road again. Last time, I heard that the Adventurers Auction House sold a sky-high skin lotion, but that thing is really too expensive. How can I afford it? What skin lotion? It's useless, let me tell you. Also, don't rub things on your face all day long. Many skincare products with sky-high prices, such as skincare products, contain toxins that have not been removed. Once you use it, your skin will get worse. My 2 boxes of beauty cream are completely handmade. I guarantee that they will be useful for you." Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. When the 2 girls talked about skin care, it was as if they had met a bosom friend for 800 years. Once they started chatting, there was no end to it. When the surrounding men saw this, their eyes couldn't help but stare blankly as the corners of their mouths twitched. What was this situation? Weren't they issuing missions and accepting missions? Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? The 2 girls actually ran to the side to talk about beauty. It had nothing to do with the mission, okay. Moreover, this little girl was clearly 2 or 3 years younger than Sister Ge, but she spoke like an elder and said, "You young ladies. The two girls exchanged their names and chatted for a while before reluctantly parting ways. When Sister Ge followed Captain Gao and the others to her temporary residence, she was still praising Miss Chow along the way, saying that she regretted not meeting her earlier. The fat Auntie Huagu couldn't help but laugh. I think so too. The two of you talked about it in just 3 sentences. It's as if he has endless things to say. If Captain Gao hadn't told Sis Ge that it was getting late and that they should go back to rest and prepare the tools for tomorrow's trip into the forest, Sis Ge would have had to talk to Arbor again. Sister Ge, look at what the little girl gave you. On the other side, the young man, Ah Gong, moved closer to Sister Ge and asked curiously. Only then did Sis Ge lower her head to look at the heavy bag in her hand. She opened the bag, and a few heads leaned over to take a look. Wow! Beef, pork, chicken drumsticks. So much meat. Sister Ge cheered and was about to fly up. Oh my God, Miss Chow must be a fairy sent down by the heavens to save her, otherwise, how would she know that she had been nagging about wanting to eat meat all day long, hoping for the stars and the moon for a long time? That was because he had been eating sweet potatoes every day. His mouth was so bland. Arbor walked on the road with a faint smile on her face. She didn't even realize that she was in a good mood. Her memories couldn't help but drift further and further away. An old, dusky scene appeared in front of her eyes. The forest was surrounded by an aura of death. It had already been 12 years since zombies descended into the world. The various major fortifications in her previous life were simply not as complete as they were in this life. In today's major fortifications, one could see unmutated flowers, plants, and trees, as well as a trace of human vitality. However, in her previous life, there was a deathly aura everywhere, and not a trace of green life could be seen. All 4 seasons fell into midwinter, and the air was filled with a dusky fog. Everything was withered as far as the eye could see. Sister Ge, who was in her early 20s, looked like a woman in her 40s due to being exposed to the elements for a long time. Due to various reasons, there were only 9 people left in Huge Bear Squad: Fan Choha, Arbor, Little Sixth Xing, Captain Gao, Sister Ge, Big Bao, Flower Mushroom, an elderly apothecary known as Mr. Zhong, and a taciturn demonic cultivator named Ai. In fact, Arbor didn't have any prejudice against demonic cultivators because this demonic cultivator named Ai had helped her a lot in her previous life. He had even sacrificed himself heroically in order to save Captain Gao later on. Unlike the rest of the world, she didn't fear demonic cultivators or hate them. However, the demonic cultivators she encountered in this life always made her feel unhappy. At this moment, the 9 people were sitting in front of the fire. Some were facing the sky, gazing at the pitch-black sky without a single star. Some were staring impatiently at a pot of steaming clear soup. Without exception, the 9 people were all dressed in rags. Their hair was tied up, and their faces and bodies were covered in dust. If they were thrown onto the streets, no one would believe them if they said they weren't beggars. Little Sixth ran to more than a dozen places today, but he couldn't find a clean water source. If this continues, we'll run out of water soon, Captain Gao announced to everyone with a heavy expression. The sweet potatoes are only enough to eat for about 2 more days. Sister Ji's small hand that was poking the sweet potatoes paused, and she shouted indignantly, when these suffocating days come to an end, all the D*MN zombies will disappear. When I have money, I must buy 10 big chicken drumsticks and have a hearty meal. It was too sullen. Eating sweet potatoes with clear soup every day made Sister Ge feel as if she hadn't eaten a good meal of meat for nearly 10 years. Heh. Ah Gong chuckled. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the starless night. He asked in confusion, will there be such a day? Definitely. Jojo, what do you want to do the most if the chaos ends? Fan Choha turned his head with a smile and asked her. I want to plant a lot of flowers and plants in my garden, as well as a few saplings, and watch them grow. Arbor held his chin and said softly, it's been a long time since I've seen the red and green flowers. This gloomy world was simply too despairing. It was as if everything in front of him had been cut off, and he couldn't see a trace of hope. The world was like a mottled scroll, losing all its colors. If this kind of life could end, Miss Jiao, what are you thinking about? Little Sixth Xing turned to look at the silent little lady, slightly curious. This little girl, who always did things unexpectedly, was always able to catch his attention with her every move. Although she was silent the entire way, he could tell that the little lady's steps were brisk, and she seemed to be in a really good mood. Arbor retracted her faint memories, and the corner of her lips curled slightly. She was indeed in a very good mood, because they encountered the giant bear squad again. Because, in Huge Bear Squad, those young lives exuded an aura of endless vitality. They were no longer ice-cold corpses. She was very happy. In this life, Huge Bear Squad would definitely have a very good life. Mr. Zhong, Ai, and Kai Kai, who had exquisite culinary skills, might be picked up by Huge Bear Squad's Captain Gao one day in the future. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be reunited. Little Sixth. When we come out of the Mystic Realm, let's join Huge Bear Squad together, okay? The little girl turned around and looked at the youth with bright eyes. For some reason, Little Sixth Xing nodded his head. Okay. The displeasure he felt from encountering those idiots from Easterning Nation was washed away by this faint joy. When the two returned to the court, the sky was already completely dark. There was nothing to be particular about in this small place. After casually washing her feet and wiping her hands, Arbor fell asleep. Beside her, Qin Susu was very well behaved and didn't disturb her by nagging. It was a peaceful and sleepless night. After waking up the next morning, Arbor, Little Sixth, Qin Susu, Duan Siren, and Do Fengqi were having a simple breakfast in the courtyard. Hong Bai and Fan Xiaoming, who had just gotten up, walked out with dark circles under their eyes, looking like they hadn't slept well. What's good to eat? Fan Xiaoming walked to everyone's side with a chuckle. Just as he was about to sit down, Qin Susu and the others turned around with their bowls in their hands. Hey, you can't eat without handing in your food. Do Fengqi waved her hand at him. The rice was provided by each of them. Because our dear darling Qiao wasn't good at cooking since she was young, she had to give an extra portion of food as a service fee, otherwise, how could they sit together and eat breakfast so harmoniously? Fan Xiaoming glanced at them in astonishment and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Hong Bai directly took out a small bag of food from his pocket and asked with a sensible expression, "Who should I give this to?" "Oh, bring it over." Duan Siren reached out to take the bag of food he handed over. After opening it and taking a look, she nodded. "Scoop it yourself." This breakfast was cooked by 7th Duan. "I should be able to eat until the day after tomorrow," Hong Bai muttered. He sat down and scooped up a bowl of porridge. "Stop grumbling. In a while, someone will go out and take a look. Other than the people from the Easterning Nation, is everyone else here?" Do Fengqi held her bowl and said as she ate. After Arbor finished eating, she wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and put down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'll go take a look." "Xiao, I'll go with you." Little Sixth Xing promptly stood up and said. Do Fengqi glanced at the two of them and made a face behind their backs. Little Qiao, Little Six, calling each other so intimately. Those who don't know would think that the two of them are having an affair. Shut up. You're always thinking about dirty things. Qin Susu put down her chopsticks with a bang. You'll wash the dishes later. Why? You've given the least amount of grain out of everyone here. Xiao is paying double, and you're only paying half. There's no problem with giving less grain and putting in more effort, right? Qin Susu rolled her eyes and turned to leave. F***ck, just because she's the delicate crown princess, you guys are giving in to her, right? Do Fengqi was so angry that she also fiercely threw down her chopsticks. Duan Siren hurriedly said, all right, big sister Fengqi, you should also go out and take a look. I'll clean up here. Do Fengqi grumbled as she stood up. Hey, 7th Duan, I'm giving you face. Duan Siren glanced at Fan Xiaoming, who was still standing. Big brother Fan, we can't finish all of this. Sit down and eat with us. Fan Xiaoming sat down. Seeing that Hong Bai kept staring at him, he was too embarrassed to pick up his chopsticks, so he took out a small bag of food from his inner world and handed it to Duan Siren. Thanks for the trouble. It's fine. We're all in the same team, so it's only right that we help each other. Duan Siren nodded and sighed worriedly. It was like this at home, and it was also like this in the team. Actually, she hoped that everyone could get along well. After all, they were all from the Mo Kingdom. After entering the Mystic Realm, they still had to unite and fight for the Mystic Realm's treasures with the people from other kingdoms, right? If they couldn't get along well now, what could they say in the future? Also, it would be even better if the Crown Princess could help her persuade Fourth Brother. Unfortunately, whenever she mentioned Fourth Brother in the future, the little Crown Princess would stare daggers at her. She felt that not only would this willful and reckless person not help her persuade Fourth Brother, she might even add fuel to the fire and take the initiative to help Fourth Brother eliminate that group of worrisome older brothers in their family. Faint sorrow lingered in her heart. Duan Siren waited for the two to finish eating before swiftly packing up. Not long after Arbor and little Sixth Xing left, they saw Qin Susu and Do Fengqi following them. Those people should be arriving today. If they aren't, we can't wait any longer. Prepare to enter the forest tomorrow, Qin Susu said. Arbor had no other opinions, and the group walked toward the adventurer base's entrance. Before they reached the base's entrance, they heard an excited shout from afar. Younger sister. The Southern Xiao Kingdom's Princess Mi was wearing a bright red riding outfit and a pair of high riding boots as she trotted over to Qiao Mu. That warmth really made it seem as if he had seen his own younger sister. Oh, no, perhaps Princess Mi wouldn't be this enthusiastic even if she saw her own younger sister. Arbor blinked and looked at Princess Mi, who instantly ran up to her and danced with joy. Princess Mi, what Princess Mi? Didn't we already agree on this? You call me Sister Mi, and I'll call you Sister Xiao, ha 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 ha. Princess Mi hopped forward, ignoring everyone else. She hugged Arbor and patted her back. Sis. They hadn't seen each other in years. I'm so happy to see you here today. Arbor nodded. Xiaomi hugged her shoulder and stretched out her hand heroically. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. The imperial bodyguard behind Xiaomi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Princess, it's still early. It's not time for lunch yet. At the side, Do Fengqi rolled her eyes and asked eccentrically, oh my, you've really toured the Mystic Beast Forest for a few days. One crown princess isn't enough, now there's another princess. She didn't believe that in the entire southern Xiao Kingdom, there wouldn't be a girl under the age of 20 who was more talented. Wasn't it the selfishness of those in power who insisted on stuffing their sons and daughters into this trip to the Mystic Realm so that their children could benefit while tempering themselves? Their Mo Kingdom's old great king also wanted to stuff his children into this trip, but unfortunately, the 12th prince was a playful person. How could he be happy to be locked in the Mystic Realm for a month without leaving? As for the princesses, either their mother was worried about accidents and didn't allow them to go, or their talents were too poor and they couldn't go at all. If not for this, the 8 great patrician families would have to give up at least 2 spots. Who is this person? Xiaomi hugged Arbor's shoulder and turned her head to glance at Do Fengqi. I'm not familiar with her, Xiaomu replied dryly. Xiaomi laughed loudly. Not familiar is good, not familiar is good. Let's go, us sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's find a place to chat. Do Fengqi's nose was crooked from anger. Just as she was about to interject, she heard a series of chaotic screams coming from the base's entrance. The woman's screams were accompanied by the base's junior manager's stomping footsteps. An enchanting and charming woman was directly kicked from the base's entrance to this side, almost smashing into Do Fengqi. Do Fengqi's entire body shifted to the side. That woman fell to the ground with a bang, her clothes barely covering her body, revealing 2 snow-white thighs with blood-colored whip marks. She was battered and exhausted, and there were very obvious marks of being strangled on her chest and neck. She struggled for a long time but was unable to crawl up from the ground. Arbor glanced to the side and saw that it was the prostitute who had mocked her at the mission distribution center yesterday. Xiaomi pulled her little sister and retreated a few steps, leaving an empty space in front of them. A dirty slut dares to come over and rub against this lord's body. She's simply courting death. Dig out her pair of dog eyes for me. She still dares to look? Stepping on pitch-black riding boots, the youth's head full of small braids swayed on the top of his head. In his hand was a black hard whip with barbed dark hooks. The youth's grave and stern face was full of ridicule. A pair of pitch-black wolf cub eyes coldly swept over everyone present. Xiaomi curled her lips and muttered to Arbor in a low voice, What kind of person is this, acting as if he's some big shot? What she hated the most was seeing people bully the weak. After so many years, her sense of justice was still bursting. Seeing the youth tormenting a woman with such vigor, she immediately looked down on him. Haha. Big brother Ollie, why bother so much with a dog? Disdainful mocking laughter rang out. An 18-year-old girl with half of her arms bare walked over to the young man. She was wearing a brightly colored skirt that only reached her knees. She had a strong foreign aura about her. She walked with light and slow steps like a bird as she cheerfully came to the young man's side. She smiled brightly and looked at the young man with eyes so bright that they almost sparkled like stars. She reached out to grab the young man's arm and leaned her soft body against him, looking like a little bird that was dependent on its master. The young man stood there with his slender legs spread apart like a pine tree, his figure tall and straight. Allowing the young girl to hold on to his weak-colored arm, the young man's cold gaze fell on the terrified woman who was looking up at the sky. What are you waiting for? Go dig out this bitch's eyes. The young man shouted angrily. Immediately, two burly men wrapped in cloth walked forward, scaring the prostitute to the point that her whole body trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. Hey! Princess Mi rushed forward like an arrow and stretched out her hands to block the woman. She roared with red eyebrows and green eyes, are you a man or not? Bullying a weak girl like this. Do you still have any shame? Princess Mi's bodyguard, Gong Sun Lai, walked forward speechlessly. He made a sword-drawing posture as if he was facing a great enemy and looked at the young man with wolf-like eyes. Shit, we haven't even entered the secret realm and the princess is causing trouble again. It's a pity that he was forced by his brother Gong Sun Yang to swear an oath to protect the princess with his life, otherwise, he really wanted to throw the princess away and get lost. Hadn't the princess's sense of justice been fully displayed along the way? Daring to provoke just anyone, the youth in front of him was clearly not to be trifled with. However, Gong Sun Lai quickly realized that the wolf-eyed youth's line of sight wasn't on his princess, but rather, Gong Sun Lai turned his head to look at Arbor, who was standing behind the princess. Arbor naturally also noticed that the youth with a ponytail swaying back and forth, his eyes emitting a wolf-like glint, was fiercely glaring at her with a face full of rage. Darling Chow was at a loss. It seemed like she hadn't made a sound from the beginning to the end. It was clearly Princess Mi who jumped up to save her, and it was also Princess Mi who was angrily arguing with this youth. What kind of gaze was this youth having? Why was he staring at her at this moment? It's you. The Aikido youth jumped 3 feet high, the hard whip in his hand pointed at Arbor in front of him, his face filled with coldness and resentment. Ha ha ha. Princess Mi suddenly put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. This great aunt was wondering. Brat, why do you look so familiar? So it's someone from the Aikido tribe. That stinky man from before who was beaten up like a dog by my little sister Xiao. Wasn't he as arrogant as you before, but in the end, wasn't he still beaten up by our little sister Xiao? Ha 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 ha. Princess Mi almost couldn't control her unrestrained laughter. Darling Xiao was expressionless. Who? Princess Mi's loud laughter suddenly stopped, and she turned to look at her younger sister with a speechless expression. Seeing her face full of confusion, he then realized, what the hell, this little fellow doesn't remember the Aikido tribe's youth, ACI. Pitiful youth. What could be more tragic than being mercilessly forgotten by others? Which, it's you. The Aikido girl on the side also screamed. Letting go of the youth Ali's arm, this girl didn't say anything else and pulled out the dagger tied to her leg, running towards Arbor. Stinky witch, prepare to die. The base manager shouted with a face full of anger, all of you, stop. Fuck, can these people stop for a bit? Only 1 day had passed and the dogs were biting each other again. Didn't we agree to go to your secret realm to fight each other? What are you guys doing here in this small base? Boom. Arbor's figure hurriedly dashed forward and kicked out with his small foot, ruthlessly landing on the Aikido girl's abdomen. The girl rolled from one end to the other and fell to the ground with a bang. She struggled to get up for a long time. The dagger in the girl's hand naturally fell into Arbor's hands. She mercilessly snapped it in half and mercilessly threw it to the ground. You're the demon girl, your whole family are demon girls. The corners of Princess Mi's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't know why, but he had originally thought that the little fellow was particularly ferocious. Now that he saw her saying such words with a straight face, he instantly felt that she was strangely adorable. Ollie didn't even look at Jackdaw. Instead, he stared coldly at Arbor. "You witch, you're the one who put the goo in my brother. Now you still dare to be so arrogant, do you really think that no one can deal with you? You're crazy." Arbor turned around and left. "Why are there always people who I don't know coming to find trouble with me? What does it have to do with me that my brother was put in a goo? Stop her." The Aikido youth was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's getting dark. The update is over, see you tomorrow. Several able-bodied men from the Aikido tribe rushed over and surrounded Arbor. They fiercely pulled out the scimitars at their waists and pointed them at Arbor. "Are you looking for death?" Xiaomi shouted and pulled out a short blade from her waist. Just as she was about to move, she saw a dozen black-clothed youths appear beside Arbor. Without saying a word, they attacked the able-bodied men from the Aikido tribe. The battle between the two sides was on the verge of breaking out. The entrance of the adventurers' base was instantly filled with the sounds of swords clashing. The junior manager of the base was so angry that he stomped his feet. He gave a few people beside him a look, telling them to quickly invite the leader out. This base was currently managed by the Wind Wolf mercenary group. Their leader, Wind Wolf, was only in his early 30s. However, because of his outstanding ability and high cultivation, he was widely respected. The junior manager of the base sent someone to invite Wind Wolf over while he hurriedly called over a dozen soldiers. He wanted to go forward and separate the group of people who were fighting. However, once the battle started, how could a dozen soldiers from the base be allowed to interfere? The manager was so angry that he stomped his feet and roared, "You guys stop right now. If you make a loud noise and cause a beast tide, I'll tell you. You guys are all dead. Not only that, you'll also harm the innocent people in the base. A bunch of little bastards only know how to stir up trouble all day long." The people who were fighting were already so anxious that their eyes turned red. How could they still listen to the manager's nagging? The people from the Aikido tribe were no match for Lightning's group. After being suppressed for a while, the dozen or so able-bodied men from the Aikido tribe were all taken down by Lightning's group. "Kneel." Lightning kicked the back of one of the able-bodied men's knee. That man was forced to bend his leg and his knee heavily hit the ground. He glared hatefully but didn't make a sound. The manager's expression became very ugly. He turned to look at the expressionless Arbor who was standing to the side. "Miss, are you still not going to ask them to stop?" "Why should I stop? Are you blind? Didn't you see that they were the ones who attacked me first?" Arbor glanced at him coldly. "If someone slaps your left cheek, would you shamelessly stretch out your right cheek and let them continue? You." The steward was rendered speechless by her sharp tongue. "Kill him." Arbor coldly passed down the order. He didn't even bother to glance at the youth from the Aikido tribe and directly turned to leave. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Killing people is such a fun thing, of course you have to count me in. A crisp voice sounded at the entrance of the base. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A swift and violent wind carried a red figure, suddenly sweeping past the entrance of the base, causing sand and dust to rise. Roar. A golden-eyed, blue-eyed tiger with 4 wings suddenly pushed a burly man to the ground. It raised its claws and pressed them on the man's neck. It only needed one claw to crush the man's throat and cause him to die an unnatural death. The Aikido man's face was pale, and his eyes were wide with fear as he stared straight at the huge tiger above his head. His body trembled slightly, not daring to move at all. At this time, they suddenly heard the crisp sound of a silver bell. A 16-year-old girl appeared at the entrance of the base. She was dressed in a bright red gauze that wrapped around her graceful and exquisite body. The corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows were slightly raised. Her eyes seemed to be electrified, curved like the stars and the moon. The demon sex saintess. Everyone was shocked. The young girl wore a pink veil and was barefooted, revealing a small portion of her fair ankles. She wore 2 bells on each of her head, which jingled as she walked. The appearance of such a scantily clad, beautiful young girl immediately attracted the gazes of many men in the base, and gasps could be heard from all around. Behind her were 2 rows of more than a dozen young girls carrying small flower baskets. Their gauze fluttered in the wind, and all of them wore veils, revealing only a pair of watery eyes. The crowd didn't all have infatuated gazes. Many of them had a hint of surprise in their eyes. Sure enough, it was incredible up close. It really was the demonic sex holy maiden on a trip. However, Arbor didn't recognize the girl in front of her at all. Lightning led the group back to Arbor's side vigilantly. She took a step forward and whispered to her, "Crown Princess, judging from this person's attire, she should be the demonic sex holy maiden Sikong Fuling that has been widely rumored in the streets." "Oh," Arbor responded expressionlessly. "She also wants to enter the secret realm?" Arbor then asked with a frown. "A member of the demonic sect, coincidentally bringing people here at this time. She must be aiming for the mystic beast forest secret realm," Lightning whispered. "Ha ha ha. Everyone has come from afar. Why must you attack as soon as you meet?" At this time a sonorous voice approached from afar. The commander of the Wind Wolf mercenary group quickly rushed over with a group of people. He cupped his hands toward Arbor, Sikong Fuling, and the Aikido youth, and laughed heartily. "Everyone is young men and women who are going to enter the mystic beast forest to participate in the secret realm's trials. There will be plenty of time to fight in the future. Our small base can't bear everyone's anger. Haha, please don't make things difficult for us and quickly stop." Arbor frowned slightly, and her gaze swept coldly toward Commander Wind Wolf. "When I want to teach someone a lesson, I don't like anyone interfering. You can't be an exception." After she finished speaking, a water spirit emerged from her hand and instantly transformed into an ice spike. She raised her hand, ready to strike. Commander Wind Wolf's eyelids twitched fiercely as he looked at the little girl beside him in shock. This little girl looked cold and aloof, no more than 14 or 15 years old. However, at this time, she had revealed one of the 5 spirits, the water spirit. "What are you trying to do?" The Aikido youth stepped forward angrily. "I ordered them to attack you. If you have any anger, you can direct it at me." Arbor glanced at him coldly and aimed the icicle in his hand at the Aikido youth. "Looks like a man." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. In the next instant, he saw the little girl leap into the air. With a terrifying floating flash, she instantly appeared beside the young man. The ice spike in her hand pierced towards the young man's chest without hesitation. Terrifying, the Aikido girl, Akir, covered her mouth and screamed. She hurriedly shouted at the strong men of the Aikido tribe, "Quick, what are you standing there for? Quickly go and help young Master Ali." Ali's chest was pressed against by the ice spike. His pupils shrank slightly as he took a deep breath. His upper body leaned back, and he dodged the little girl's attack. When he straightened up with a carp flip, Xiaomu kicked him squarely in the face, directly kicking him so hard that his nose started bleeding. Everyone, many strong Aikido men rushed forward, intending to gang up and attack. "Don't come over," the Aikido youth shouted angrily. He clenched the hard whip in his hand, his fingers sweating. The Aikido youth gritted his teeth and waved his whip straight at the little girl, sweeping it across the ground, leaving a shallow white mark. "You're overestimating yourself." The little girl's figure flashed as fast as lightning, shuttling back and forth under the whip's shadow. She was so fast that most people couldn't detect her movements at all. She circled a few times as if she were passing through flowers and trees before quickly flashing behind the Aikido youth. An icicle shot at the youth's left shoulder with a poof. A ferocious mystic energy came from behind and directly sent the Aikido youth flying. With a bang, he half sprawled on the ground. "He he he he." The demonic cult's holy daughter's bell-like laughter came from the graceful figure. With a wave of her hand, the 4-winged jade-eyed golden tiger released the Aikido youth whose chest it was pressing against with its claws. It jumped up from the youth's body, opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely bit at the neck of the Aikido youth sprawled on the ground. "Have mercy!" Commander Feng Lang's pupils contracted as he hastily shouted. What a joke. These youths were all from various clans and even the royal family's orthodox bloodline. Their small adventurer base couldn't bear the wrath of the clans behind these people. Right now, he wanted to send these demons of plague into the mystic beast forest. No matter how they fought in the forest, even if someone died, it had nothing to do with their base. Arbor slashed a sharp blade formed from mystic energy at the holy daughter with a backhand move. He said sternly, "Who wants you to attack? Go away. Meddlesome fellow." She hated it the most when someone intervened in the middle of a fight to pick up the slack. She didn't fight well enough at all. Lightning's group of hidden guards twitched their mouths one after another. If their crown prince was here, he would definitely feel that such a crown prince consort was so adorable that it touched his heart. Wah! The holy daughter of the demonic cult dodged to the side. Her butterfly wing-like eyelashes fluttered, and a layer of mist covered her watery eyes. She pouted and grumbled, bad girl, hitting people without distinguishing between good and bad. I won't play with you anymore." Most of the people present were attracted by this delicate saint of the demonic sect. Although her appearance wasn't as outstanding as the little girl with the stoic face, her pitch-black demonic eyes were exceptionally captivating. It was as if they possessed demonic power and attracted people's gazes like magnets. Leader Feng Lang heaved a sigh of relief. Presumably, he was also aware of the demonic sect's holy maiden's identity. He cupped his hands towards her and said, "Many thanks to Holy Maiden for showing mercy." "Haha, Jean Bo, don't scare people. Come back quickly." The saintess of the demonic sect waved at her four-winged jade-eyed golden tiger with a smile. She then turned to Leader Feng Lang and said politely, "Leader Feng, don't worry. I was just joking with a guest from the west." Commander Feng smiled and nodded before shifting his gaze to Arbor. He laughed and said, "This young lady from Northern Mo. The guests from Northern Wei and Southern Bailey have actually arrived 3 days ago. Come, let me introduce everyone." With that, he hurriedly stepped aside, revealing the 8 people from Northern Wei and Southern Bailey. "Everyone, this one is Wei Nanchu." The young master who spoke was the first to walk out of the crowd. He cupped his hands towards Arbor and the others, and his eyes flickered as he said, "This must be Northern Prince Mo's consort." Arbor nodded indifferently. "This one is Jean Hongwan from Jean Family Castle." The young girl cupped her hands in greeting. Dressed in a bright yellow dress, Jean Hongwan's bright eyes revealed a faint smile. The Jean clan fort was the most famous fort in Northern Wei, and there were countless experts in the fort. This Jean Hongwan was the fort lord's only daughter, the eldest miss of the Jean clan fort. Bailey Wu greets everyone. "Consort Prince Mo, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." The youth named Bailey Wu hopped forward with a grin, his round baby face full of smiles. Facing such a smiling baby face, he really couldn't bring himself to be cold. Arbor swept him a glance, and his cold face eased a bit. Bailey Zhen. The 5th princess of the Bailey dynasty wore her hair in a tasseled bun, with only a simple glazed hairpin inserted into it. She was a delicate and pretty little beauty, but one mustn't be deceived by her cloud-like appearance. When she glanced back, there was a bit of craftiness in her eyes. Bailey Zhen was a famous female genius in the southern Bailey kingdom. Her talent was close to that of the 2nd prince, Bailey Shi, and she was highly valued by the great king of Bailey. Qin Susu smiled and said, "This one is Qin Susu of Northern Mo's Qin estate. Everyone, since everyone is here, let's set out for the Mystic Beast Forest tomorrow morning, alright?" "Excellent." Bailey Wu was the first to raise both hands and feet in agreement. He was tired of waiting for people from various kingdoms to arrive these past few days, and he wanted to quickly set out for the Mystic Beast Forest to properly show off his skills. "If everyone has no objections, I have objections." A muffled roar came from outside the crowd. He saw a group of people from the Eastern Kingdom surrounding their eldest prince and 3rd prince like stars surrounding the moon, rushing over aggressively. Qin Susu swept them a glance, and her lips curled into a sneer. "What objections does the eldest crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom have? Old 3rd and I were beaten up by your Northern Prince Mo before we even entered the base," the eldest crown prince shouted angrily. The 3rd crown prince hurriedly reached out to tug at his elder brother. Only then did the 1st crown prince notice that the people nearby were covering their mouths as they snickered at them. The crown prince shifted his short and muscular body. His face turned red as he placed his hands on his waist. However, his voice had unknowingly become softer. "Shouldn't you give us some time to recuperate? What are your intentions for entering the Mystic Beast Forest at this time? Do you want to push old 3rd and me to our deaths without doing anything?" The forest mystic realm will open in 5 days. Once we enter the forest, we have to find a way to get there. Time is of the essence. If this drags on, everyone can forget about entering the mystic realm. Little Sixth Xing said coldly. Yes, we can't drag everyone down because of your personal reasons. Do Fengqi also agreed. If you have any objections, you can stay in this base and continue to recuperate. No one will stop you. The people of Northern Mo still dare to be long-winded? If it wasn't for you guys this time, why are we brothers in such a sorry state? The Crown Prince was furious. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Go find whoever beat you guys up. Do Fengqi called out eccentrically and casually tidied her hair. I think you guys should treat yourselves properly first. If you force your way into the forest, who knows if you'll implicate others. You. The Crown Prince swept her a sinister glance before turning to Arbor. Consort Prince Mo, what do you say? I do have a question. Are the two of you sure you want to follow them into the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm? Arbor swept a glance at the Eastern Kingdom's Crown Prince and Third Crown Prince. I heard that if someone who has reached the age of 20 tries to force their way into the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, they will be obliterated at the entrance. The eldest Crown Prince's face darkened. Everyone knows what you just said. What kind of question is this? Arbor looked curiously at the two Crown Princes of the Eastern Kingdom. You two are already in your 40s, yet you still want to follow a group of youths into the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm. Do you want to court death? You're the one in your 40s. The Eastern Kingdom's eldest Crown Prince stomped his feet in anger and reprimanded, Consort Prince Mo, you're truly too rude. This Crown Prince is 19 this year and has yet to reach 20. My name is Xianxia of the Eastern Kingdom. The instant the young Crown Princess spoke, Lightning and the others couldn't resist sniggering behind them. As expected, after the conversation between the Crown Princess and the Eastern Kingdom's eldest Crown Prince, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the two Crown Princes of the Eastern Kingdom appeared rather old. Because the people of the Eastern Kingdom had always lived on an island, the environment was closed and vile, and the food they ate was very monotonous. It was said that the average height of the men of the Eastern Kingdom was about the same as that of the women of Northern Mo. The young Crown Princess words pricked their hearts, causing the faces of the two Crown Princes of the Eastern Kingdom to darken. They wished for nothing more than to send this young Crown Princess flying with a single slap. Oh, then I was worrying too much. The young Crown Princess admitted her mistake and nodded sincerely. Apologies. Looking at your faces, I thought you were all in your 40s, so I wanted to remind you, enough. The Eastern Kingdom's eldest Crown Prince roared at her. Consort Prince Mo, don't randomly change the topic. Oh, then since no one has any objections, let's meet tomorrow at dawn. Tomorrow morning, we will gather here and head to the Mystic Beast Forest. Arbor nodded to himself, turned around, and trotted away. Everyone was speechless. What the Eastern Kingdom's Crown Prince said before, the little Crown Princess didn't listen at all. She directly hammered down the plan and even fixed the time. What else was there to say? No wonder the two Crown Princes of the Eastern Kingdom were so angry that their faces darkened. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll go back and prepare more medicine in case you need it. Bailey Wu laughed heartily. The crowd dispersed one after another, leaving only the Crown Prince of the Eastern nation standing at the entrance of the empty base with his hands on his waist, cursing loudly. Northern Mo's capital. Old master, there's a young master surnamed Mu. He's here to visit you. Surnamed Mu? Xiao Zhongbang stared blankly and exchanged glances with his wife. I'll go out to meet him. I wonder if he's a young master from a talisman aristocratic family. Wei Ziqin hurriedly stood up, unable to hide the anxiety on her face. Master, I will go with you. What's wrong? Seeing his wife's strange expression, Xiao Zhongbang couldn't help but step forward to support her. Don't worry, they won't come knocking on our door. Their Mu family doesn't have that much guts. As the husband and wife spoke, they arrived at the antechamber and immediately saw a tall and sturdy young man with his back facing them. You are a young master from the Mu family? What business do you have? Xiao Zhongbang looked at this unfamiliar figure in surprise, a faint trace of doubt surfacing in his eyes. That person turned around, and half of a jade pendant with a red string slid out of his hand. Wei Ziqing's pupils contracted, and she abruptly fell backward. Your Highness. Just now, that seventh master Mu from the Divine Province went to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate to pay a visit to the Marquis and Madame. Hu Weifeng's soft voice interrupted Mo Lian's train of thought. His wrist paused, and the words under his pen were slightly crooked by half an inch. He pursed his lips and didn't speak for a long time. After finishing the letter in his hand and sealing it, he asked, "What is it?" This subordinate didn't find out the specifics. We only found out that seventh master Mu stayed in the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate for less than an hour before he left in a hurry. There weren't any issues. It was the Marquis who personally saw that seventh master Mu out. Mo Lian creased her brows. She also couldn't understand why Mu Jingrui from the upper three provinces was looking for Jojo's parents. Have the arrangements for Peace Town been completed? Everything has been prepared. Your Highness, shall we hurry over tonight? Mei Chem, the brush in Mo Lian's hand snapped with a crack. We don't want to leave a single one of them alive. Yes. At this time, outside Bailon City, inside an abandoned inn in a shabby town. Faint, muffled coughs could be heard from a dark side room. The candlelight flickered, and Qiao San lit a small, dim yellow lamp in the room. He hastily walked to the bed and said, "Sir, bad news." Not good. Black Cat and Lady Jing both died in the pacification pagoda. This subordinate found out after much difficulty. He was actually ordered by the Great King to whip her corpse for 3 days and nights. The Great King is truly ruthless. In any case, a night as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. He doesn't even care about the slightest bit of kindness. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yiji's face appeared to have aged even more after these years. Ever since that old fellow from the Holy Water sect led him up into the sky and was affected by the explosion, his body hadn't recovered much in these 3 years. Especially when he had to hide from Northern Prince Mo, he couldn't eat or sleep well. Sometimes, when he was in the middle of cultivating, he would have to immediately move out and find a new place to live when the wind blew. Don't worry about that. Lu Yiji's eyes were powerless, and his grizzled hair drooped messily on his face. His back was hunched, and he coughed repeatedly with a handkerchief covering his mouth. Then, he continued, "I asked you to find someone to pull strings. How is the contact for the ship leaving Northern Mo coming along?" The ship has been contacted, but this subordinate is worried that when we reach the docks, we will encounter the Northern Mo soldiers' investigation of our identities. At that time, cough, cough, cough. A cold glint flashed through Lu Yiji's eyes. Whoever dares to stop us from boarding the ship, we'll kill them first. That despicable Northern Prince Mo had been chasing after the people of Shuntian Prefecture all these years, looking as if he would not stop until he had killed them all. He was simply ruthless. Where's Su Fang? That old auntie probably couldn't bear to see Her Highness Zhang's corpse thrown into the wilderness and went to collect it. That's unnecessary. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yiji was so angry that his chest tightened and he coughed. If she exposes our tracks here, I'll cripple this old hag. My lord, please be at ease. This subordinate believes that Mammy Su isn't that stupid. Humph, if it weren't for that damned black cat disregarding my orders and running to Northern Prince Mo to throw away its life, how could it have ended up without a corpse? Lu Yiji cursed angrily. Idiots. They're all idiots. I already said to bide my time and wait for the limelight to blow over. None of the 3 brothers are of any use. My lord, please be at ease. There are still more than 100 people following my lord, and escorting my lord onto the ship is absolutely no problem. Qiao San helped Lu Yiji lie down. Unfortunately, in less than 3 seconds, an explosion reverberated throughout Ping'an town. With a stooped back, Lu Yiji anxiously sat up and abruptly grabbed Qiao San's arm. What's that sound? Sir, I'll go out and take a look. Qiao San hastily hid at the door in a flash. Through the thin window lattice, he could only see red flames soaring into the sky. He could vaguely make out many people running back and forth in the town. Their hoarse roars were mixed with the creaking sound of the flames roasting the wooden window lattice. The entire Peace Town seemed to have sunk into hell on earth. Bang! A heavy blow landed on the door. Xiao hastily opened the door, only to see a subordinate covered in blood stumbling inside. He anxiously cried out intermittently, "Sir, sir! It's not good, Peace Town has many, many soldiers." Ugh! Swish! A feathered arrow directly pierced the back of his head, killing him on the spot. Xiao flew up and kicked that person out of the door before hastily closing the door to the side room. Subsequently, he heard the sound of arrows hitting the door. "Sir! We've been surrounded." Xiao turned to look at Luigi in alarm. Luigi, who was wearing a white inner garment, sat on the bed and coughed violently. He abruptly smashed the low cabinet at the head of the bed with his fist. Northern Mo's heir apparent. They've gone too far. Intense hatred burst forth from his eyes, and he abruptly stood up while coughing violently. "Sir." Xiao hastily reached out to support Luigi, his eyes filled with panic. "What do we do now, sir? It can't really be that old B*TCH Su Feng who exposed our whereabouts." Luigi raised his hand to stop Xiao from continuing to nag. It was already useless to talk about this now. The top priority was to think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! Bailon City, which was close to Peace Town, was also jolted awake by this. Everyone pushed open their windows and looked at the distant horizon in fright, only to see a stretch of scarlet-red flames illuminating the horizon, burning furiously. City Lord Lin Yongyi's voice quickly rang out in the sky above Bailon City. "All citizens need not be nervous. The city has already taken adequate safety measures. Even if some scattered corpse puppets are attracted here, they won't be able to break through our defenses." Only then did the commoners calm down and shrink back into their houses. However, they couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Lin Yongyi stood by the window and looked up in the direction of Peace Town. He shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, "His Highness led 3,000 mystic cultivators and several tens of thousands of elite soldiers this time and surrounded the entire Peace Town overnight. This time, I'm afraid that the remnants of Xianxia Prefecture will find it hard to escape even if they grow wings." The fire in Peace Town burned for most of the night. The wobbling zombies that had been attracted by the fire and sound were swiftly dealt with by the mystic cultivators guarding the perimeter before they could approach Peace Town. Luigi and Xiao each put on a pitch-black cloak and originally wanted to slip away from the back of the town. Unfortunately, the entire Pinyin town was surrounded, and there was no way to escape. The two of them fought while waiting for an opportunity to break free. As they fought, they felt the surrounding atmosphere slowly calm down, and a burst of terror floated to Luigi's heart. It caused him to turn around in shock. A ray of light that resembled a snowy line emitted light in the dark night. With a slender, jet-black sword in hand, Raven Moon went straight for Luigi's neck. The fingers holding the sword were slender and powerful, and the blade emitted a black light. Luigi's outer robe was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. With a ripping sound, a thin white undergarment was revealed, fluttering loudly in the boundless night. Cough, cough, cough. Luigi's breathing was rather disorderly as he coughed several times, and his old eyes shot a venomous glint at the Crown Prince. "Northern Prince Mo, you're a good one. You dare to exterminate our Xianxia Prefecture's people. Aren't you afraid of bringing an undeserved calamity to your northern moi?" What answered him was Prince Mo's sword light, which abruptly struck his shoulder. However, Luigi was already on guard, and the tip of this sword only struck the defensive barrier. Yet this seemingly indifferent strike abruptly shattered the defensive barrier on Luigi's body. A trace of panic finally surfaced in Luigi's eyes as he dazedly stared at the defensive ring in his hand. Due to the damage from the sword chi, it fell to the ground with a clang like a piece of scrap metal. Prince Mo glanced at him with a sneer. "Luigi, bring out your greatest fighting strength and courage to fight with this crown prince. Today, we won't rely on anyone else." Mo Lian raised his hand and gently swiped it, immediately withdrawing the Raven Moon sword into his conscious. When Luigi saw him looking down on him, he was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Cough, cough. He coughed violently. Good. Good, good. Let this old man personally experience Northern Mo's Crown Prince's brilliant moves. After saying that, a giant black dog abruptly crawled on the ground and was about to charge forward. Purple flames suddenly fell around that giant dog, building a high burning wall around it. With a whoosh, the fire rose with the wind and ignited its fur. Bastard! Seeing this, Lu Yizhi abruptly swung a tiger-headed walking stick at the crown prince. The crown prince raised his cold eyebrows and lightly leaped in front of Lu Yizhi. Instead of retreating, he advanced and slammed his elbow into Lu Yizhi's chest. Midway, he changed his move and reached out to lock Lu Yizhi's arm. With a tug, the crown prince tore off half of Lu Yizhi's white inner garment, revealing his dark, old back. Ha 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 ha. Mocking laughter rang out from all around. Lu Yizhi's old face flushed red, and a trace of irritable fury flitted across his eyes. Just as Qiu San was about to move, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. An expressionless boy of about 14 or 15 years old suddenly blocked his path. The golden-red demon eyes flashed with a cold light. Qiu San was slightly shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Your Highness! Your Highness! At this moment, the soldiers who had formed a large circle around the area began to shout excitedly. If Qiu San wanted to retreat further, he would retreat into the defensive barrier set up by several mystic cultivators. He could only brace himself and face the young man who was trying to bully him. On the other side, Lu Yizhi was barely able to fend off a few blows. However, when the crutch in his hand blocked Mo Lian's punch head-on, it was directly smashed into two with a crack. Holding the two broken crutches, Lu Yizhi staggered back a few steps. With a whoosh, he struck out several mystic force palms and created a small passage in the circle of purple flames that had trapped his mystic beast. The giant black dog dashed out of that small passage with its tail between its legs and whimpered a few times while panting for breath. Before one person and one dog could meet, Mo Lian flashed and kicked the black dog's large head with a flying kick. Then, a cracking sound was heard. Lu Yizhi abruptly widened his eyes and roared sternly, "No!" He was completely unable to comprehend how a level 12 mystic beast like him could die from Prince Mo's kick just like that. How easy was it to kill him? Unable to react in time, Lu Yizhi spat out a mouthful of blood in a split second. The backlash from the death of a mystic beast to its master immediately caused him to fall limp to the ground, and his limbs twitched reflexively. In a flash, Mo Lian pressed forward and reached out her lustrous, jade-white fingers, abruptly grabbing the back of Lu Yizhi's collar. "I'm going to kill you!" Lu Yizhi roared madly with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He abruptly separated his old palms and ruthlessly smashed them toward the crown prince's chest. "You overestimate yourself," the crown prince murmured softly. A layer of spirit armor instantly climbed up his slender limbs until it rapidly wrapped around his entire body. The black spirit armor wrapped around his slender, jade bamboo-like body looked exceptionally beautiful. However, Lu Yizhi felt a chill in his heart, and he spat out another mouthful of blood in fright. Spirit armor. Full-body spirit armor, who exactly was this person? Such terrifying talent was actually someone from the lower star domain? How was it possible? Even people from the middle 6 prefectures might not necessarily be able to comprehend full-body spirit armor. Furthermore, how could full-body spirit armor suddenly appear in this suppressed spacetime of the lower star domain? Usually, great spiritual masters would generate partial shields or spirit armor to increase their own defense by a level. But now, this person in front of him actually produced full-body spirit armor. Lu Yizhi's palm struck the crown prince's body, which was wrapped in full-body spirit armor, and a crisp crack was heard. Lu Yizhi's arms were devoured by the rebound force of the spirit armor's protection, and his old arms instantly fractured. His chest also swelled from the rebound force, and he repeatedly spat out mouthfuls of blood. After spitting it out, he rapidly wilted and completely lost the ability to fight. Feeling that the mystic energy in his mystic meridians had already been exhausted, Lu Yizhi powerlessly drooped his head and panted heavily like a dead dog waiting to be slaughtered. Northern Prince Mo. Void Sword. Devour the heavens and devour the sun. Fearless. When the many elite soldiers and guards in the surroundings saw that His Highness was so valiant and subdued a level 15 mystic cultivator in a few moves, they immediately cheered. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! The sound traveled to the nearby Bailon city. The people of the entire Bailon city, who hadn't dared to sleep to begin with, were completely roused awake by this sound. Prince Mo raised his hand and stopped the excited shouts. His cold voice filled the night sky. My brothers of the northern Mo kingdom. My loved ones. The people of the 6 prefectures humiliated my homeland. Trampling on the soil of the northern Mo kingdom. You slaughtered my wife and children and killed my brothers. How should we fight back? Kill. 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 For de Mo, for His Highness the Crown Prince. Kill all these bitches. Kill. 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 Seething roars continuously spread across this land and reverberated in the air for a long time, shocking everyone. Northern Prince Mo slightly exerted force on the back of Luigi's neck, and with a crisp crack, Luigi held miserably, feeling that his neck was about to be crushed by this terrifying crown prince. He was about to die, right? At this moment, Xiao-san also heard Luigi's wretched howls. His originally flustered heart was now filled with sorrow. He felt that he and Sir Lu might be buried in this rundown town today. He had a rather bad premonition. Amidst the sounds of kill 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 that filled the air, Xiao-san gritted his teeth and made a final struggle. He summoned a mystic beast with an abnormally ferocious appearance. Its eyes were wide open as it stared at the young man in front of it with a bloodthirsty expression. It crouched there and appeared to be enormous in size. It bared its ghastly fangs and smelly water continuously dripped from its mouth. It looked extremely filthy and unbearable. When the numerous elite guards saw this ferocious beast, their breathing also tightened. Their eyes involuntarily looked towards this abnormally thin and frail young man. However, the young man was as calm as ever, as if he hadn't seen the ferocious beast. He snorted coldly and took a step forward with his left foot, drawing a semicircle on the ground. A fierce and cold tyrannical aura immediately charged towards the other side. That was the supreme aura of the ancient golden dragon. Even Xiao-san, who was caught off guard, fell to the ground on his butt, not to mention the ferocious beast, which had originally looked very arrogant, hugged its head with its claws and whimpered as it shrunk its head. Xiao-san felt that his hand that was holding the short sword was already covered in sticky cold sweat. This should be called fear. Get up, quickly get up. Xiao-san forced himself to stand up and urged his mystic beast. However, the figure in front of him flashed, and the young man had already arrived in front of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast simply couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance. It hugged its head and lay on the ground, devoutly waiting for death to descend. Ah! Xiao-san madly ran towards the young man, ruthlessly smashing mystic energy in his hands over and over again. However, in the end, he only fell to the ground in a sorry state. He stared blankly as the young man expressionlessly killed his mystic beast like the god of death had descended. This was a ferocious beast that he had painstakingly found in the mystic beast forest. Now, it was killed effortlessly like tofu. Why was it like this? What kind of terrifying might was on that young man's body? This pair of unlucky master and servant lost their mystical beasts one after the other, and were thrown to the ground like trash. Their two heads fiercely collided together, and they panted in confusion. Seventh Yan retreated behind the crown prince with a cold expression. His pair of golden-red bewitching eyes stared icily at Luigi and his servant, who were sitting on the ground with their hair disheveled. Our prefecture lord, won't let you off. Luigi's voice was hoarse as he growled in his final struggle. Really? Who are you trying to fool? Crown Prince Mo scoffed. Huh. The passage between the 6 prefectures and the lower star system opens once every 10 years to welcome those who have comprehended the power of the 5 spirits and are about to break through to the spirit realm. Other than that, all of them came to the lower domain through secret tunnels or rare spatial rune arrays. There was one downside to this kind of special channel space rune array. It was not stable enough, and it was not recognized by the heavenly axiom. Furthermore, it could not be transported on a large scale. He could be killed by the heavenly Tao at any time. Unless he lowered his own cultivation and suppressed his realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to come over. Just like you. You useless dog. It doesn't feel good to be suppressed from the spirit realm to the mystic realm, right? Luigi angrily pounded the ground and roared, but you used spirit energy. It was just as he said. In the lower star domain, if the heavenly law captured the trajectory of spirit power, it would certainly mercilessly obliterate the heavenly law. Thus, How could this young crown prince disregard the heavenly law's punishment and use the power of fire spirit as he pleased? It could even form a full-body spirit armor. What did he rely on? A divine artifact. The crown prince must have some kind of camouflage on him, a divine artifact that could deceive the heavenly law. Ah! What kind of divine artifact was it that was so powerful that it could deceive the heavenly law, or was it that the heavenly law was also biased? Lu Yizhi squirmed on the ground, and he couldn't stop spitting out blood. Just now, he had used all the strength in his body to strike the crown prince's palm at close range, but it was blocked by the spirit armor. All the mystic force had rebounded onto his body, and his internal organs had been overturned. At this moment, Lu Yizhi's entire body was in pain. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed heavily, the blood at the corner of Lu Yizhi's mouth kept spreading. However, the crown prince looked at him with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, he opened his palm, and a suction force directly sucked Lu Yizhi into his hand. Cough, cough, cough. What do you want to do? The crown prince curled his lips disdainfully and coldly spat out 3 words. Search your soul. Lu Yizhi's pupils directly contracted countless times. Search his soul? No, that was impossible. How could the young northern prince Mo possibly use this kind of method that the god realm experts of the upper 3 provinces would use? Searching one's soul was definitely a method invented by god realm experts to quickly understand the enemy's entire life. Of course, it was also possible that the enemy's divine sense would backfire when using it. Thus, ordinary god realm experts used it cautiously and wouldn't use this kind of bloody method unless it was absolutely necessary. A person whose soul had been searched would naturally become an idiot who only had brute force and lost consciousness. No, you can't do that to me. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I am Xianxia Prefecture's 3rd manager. I am a mere servant who speaks nonsense and has no sense of shame. This Crown Prince is also somewhat curious. Will the Xianxia Prefecture's Prefecture Lord wantonly mobilize troops and provoke my northern moi for the sake of you old dogs? Crown Prince Mo harumphed coldly, his tone icy and resolute. Kill however many come. Ah. Lu Yizhi felt a sudden pain in his head as a terrifying and tyrannical aura instantly penetrated his conscious. Like an invisible hand, it directly grabbed his head and wantonly searched through all his memories. The Crown Prince's lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. Following the interpretation of the memory fragments extracted from Lu Yizhi's soul remembrance, his eyes abruptly turned even colder. Lower star domain. Find this little girl. I must make sure that she doesn't have everything going her way. She must live like a piece of trash. Struggling at death's door like a dog, forever unable to see the end and hope. We can't let her have the chance to go to the divine land. Once any talent appears, there's no need to wait for her to grow up miserably. Just kill her on the spot. Yes, Lu Yizhi accepts the order. Ah! Lu Yizhi screamed with his mouth agape. Like a fish out of water, he stiffly collapsed to the ground. Mo Lian swiped through the air and took out a brush and paper. She casually drew half of a jade pendant holding a string and carefully examined it. Seeing that it was exactly the same as in Lu Yizhi's memory, she put away the brush and paper and looked at Lu Yizhi as though she was looking at a dead man. Grabbing Lu Yizhi, she pressed down on his head and spat out spiritual energy. Ah! Far away in a foreign country, a middle-aged man in Xianxia Prefecture was originally cultivating in seclusion in a secret room. Suddenly, he howled and spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly hugged his head and started rolling on the ground. When the 2 disciples standing guard outside the stone room heard the commotion, they hastily slapped the stone door and shouted in horror, "Prefecture Lord! Prefecture Lord, what's wrong? Prefecture Lord?" PFFF, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of bloody foam with a pitch-black expression. The stone door was pushed open by the disciples with a crash, and 2 disciples ran over with shocked expressions to support the Xianxia Prefecture Lord who had fallen to the side. Prefecture Lord? Prefecture Lord! Quickly go get the spirit commandeering pill for this old man to consume. The Xianxia Prefecture Lord forced himself to finish speaking in one breath before instantly falling into a severe coma. He didn't expect that he had extracted a wisp of Lu Yizhi's spiritual consciousness and stored it in his conscious to make it easier for him to control this person. Unexpectedly, someone actually followed the vine to the melon and used that wisp of Lu Yiji's spiritual consciousness to backfire on him. How hateful. But at this moment, he was already completely powerless to think about what exactly happened to Lu Yiji. His conscience had been torn apart by a valiant force, and heart-wrenching, bone-eroding pain spread throughout his body. It would be impossible for him to completely recover without at least half a year. The Xianxia prefecture lord had sunk into an unconscious coma, and all the disciples hurried over with abnormally terrified expressions. "Your Highness." Huifeng hastily reached out to support the swaying crown prince and looked at him worriedly. Soul-searching was heaven-defying in itself, and the user would suffer considerable pressure from heavenly law. Moreover, the crown prince had used his divine sense to heavily injure the other party's conscience this time, so he himself would also be slightly shaken. Prince Mo raised his hand slightly to stop Huifeng from speaking. "It's fine. Take some people to search their room and see if there are any other discoveries. If they could find the whereabouts of Ani Prefecture, Luotian Prefecture, and the others in passing, then they would eliminate them all at once." "Yes." Huifeng immediately selected a group of people to search Luigi's room. Mo Lian's icy gaze landed on Xiao San. The latter quivered, and when he saw Luigi's miserable state, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance. He hastily knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Your Highness, spare my life, Your Highness. I was just following orders, I." Chi Wuyu's sword, which was emitting an ink-colored light, accurately pierced through Xiao San's forehead between his eyebrows. The crown prince's eyes were cold as he pulled out the black moon. A trace of blood slid down the tip of the sword, leaving no trace of blood on the sword. Xiao San's eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that the crown prince had executed him without a word. The crown prince's cold gaze swept over Luigi, who was sitting at the side in a daze, and a chilly smile spread across his lips. "Luigi, when you accepted this mission and came to the lower star domain in high spirits, I'm afraid you didn't expect this. To think that there would be a day when he would become a puppet in the hands of others, losing his soul and consciousness. He would be a slave for the rest of his life, serving others for the rest of his life." A cluster of flames directly swept Luigi up, roasting and refining his flesh and soul before throwing it into a small bronze cauldron that suddenly flew out. Boom! The lid of the cauldron was tightly shut, blocking out all sounds. A trace of coldness flitted across the crown prince's lips. "After we obtain Xiantian Prefecture, you will be next, Xiantian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Gung." Pung! Chung! The sky was beginning to brighten, and a faint glow from the morning sun shone on the windows of the small courtyard. Arbor, who had wrapped herself into a small cocoon, covered her head and curled up under the blankets. She tossed and turned restlessly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The nightmare was like a giant beast that wantonly wanted to tear her apart and swallow her whole. She had been having all kinds of messy dreams the whole night. She suddenly opened her eyes, and she breathed a sigh of relief with her forehead covered in sweat. When she struggled to get up, she suddenly realized that her limbs seemed to be crippled, and she could not move them at all. How could this be? She moved her body in shock. Something was wrong, she could not feel her limbs at all. She lay there stiffly, and she stared at the canopy above her head, racking her brains to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, she heard light footsteps, and a pale and slender figure turned in front of her. His dark eyes contained a wisp of dark green light as he sized her up. The cold sweat on Xiao Mu's forehead trickled down with a whoosh. Why was Xianxia here? Why was Xianxia here? The second young master reached out to take the blue and white porcelain bowl from the maidservant and sat down beside her. He looked at her with a smile and said, "This young master's little slave girl has been hungry for the past few days. Have you thought it through?" Arbor calmed down in an instant. Dream on, she was dreaming, she had not escaped from the dream yet. In this life, she was no longer the little slave girl that he could knead and flatten over and over again. Why did the dream that she had not recalled for a long time appear so clearly in front of her eyes? She did not want to think about it. "Ah. Why aren't you speaking?" The young master Omega Kotoku's voice was obviously lower. After being raised by him for 2 years, she was very clear that this was the sign of the young master's anger. Clang! The sound of a porcelain spoon hitting a porcelain bowl suddenly rang out. This peerlessly handsome young master suddenly bent down, stretched out 2 fingers, and tightly pinched her thin and weak chin. "You're really quite stubborn, aren't you? You really think that I don't dare to kill you? Kill me then." Bang! The porcelain bowl was smashed to the ground by the young master and shattered into pieces. The green in his eyes deepened, and the words that came out of his mouth were cold and merciless. "You don't know what's good for you. I'll let you experience what it's like to die of hunger." He stood up and left with a flick of his sleeves. She could only see his cold and emotionless back disappearing from her sight. Arbor was dumbfounded. He felt a chill in his head. What was going on? Why was her mind so clear? Yet, it was as if she had been possessed in her previous life. The hoarse voice coming out of her mouth was different from her own. She was dreaming, she was dreaming. Don't panic, she must try her best to wake up, but why did she feel a little creepy and fearful? Could it be that he would never wake up? Would she have to go through the horrors of her previous life again? Arbor's little face scrunched up, and he shifted uneasily on the bed. "Emolienne. Emolienne, where are you?" Sob Emolienne. Emolienne, the black feral in his conscience abruptly leaped out on its own. Under the faint sunlight, Emolienne's slender, moon-white figure emerged, reaching out to grab the window. Right at this moment, the door to the side room was suddenly kicked open by someone. Xianxia's slender figure appeared at the doorway, the sword in his hand pointed straight at the shadow in the corner of the room. "Who are you?" The flute player's hand paused slightly, and the bewitching sound of the flute disappeared. The corners of that person's mouth curled into a faint smile under the veil. Then, without even looking back, he flipped out of the window. "Don't run!" Xianxia shouted angrily and chased after him. At this time, the door was pushed open again. Xianxia stared blankly as Emolienne's faint figure slowly faded away. The black feral returned to Arbor's conscience. At the same time, Arbor abruptly opened her eyes. She forcefully lifted the bedding on her body and sat up straight. Xianxia's hand, which was holding a basin of water, paused slightly. Her gaze changed slightly as she scanned the room's surroundings. "Who came?" Arbor quickly got up and casually put on a robe. When she got up, her body swayed slightly. She suddenly felt her head ache from the nightmares of the night. She couldn't help but reach out to support her forehead. The people in the small courtyard were all startled awake by Xianxia's shout. They hurriedly put on their clothes, got up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. All of them looked at each other, their faces slightly pale, and their eyes were filled with a hint of fear. What was going on? They actually slept so soundly last night and had nightmares all the way until dawn, it would be hard to believe that someone hadn't secretly tampered with them. "Are you all right?" Xianxia hurriedly threw down the basin and hurried to Arbor's side. "Crown Princess." Lightning's slightly anxious voice came from outside the window. "I'm fine." Only after speaking did Arbor realize that her voice was a bit dry. She couldn't help but cough lightly twice. What a powerful nightmare demonic flute. It could actually trap her in the dreamland and almost prevent her from leaving. Arbor pressed her hands on her knees. She only felt waves of dizziness. She hastily ran to the copper basin and retched several times, but nothing came out. "Miss Xiao?" Xianxia anxiously followed over. "What's going on?" Do Fengqi ran in noisily. Looking at Xianxia, who had a normal expression, she suddenly pointed at her and asked loudly, "Xianxia, why are you fine? Why is everyone trapped by nightmares? Everyone's faces are pale, but you look completely fine. Did you do this? What nightmare?" Xianxia looked at Do Fengqi in front of her in astonishment and said, "I don't know if it was because I was too excited or something last night, but I couldn't fall asleep. Fearing that I would disturb Miss Xiao's sleep, I snuck out of the courtyard. I went to the small forest near the entrance of the base to cultivate. I didn't come back until dawn. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut it out. Everyone was caught by the nightmare and had nightmares all night. Everyone is feeling terrible right now, and you're the only one who's fine. Who would believe that? I really don't know what you're talking about. Stop arguing." Arbor, who felt as if there was a big hammer pounding back and forth in his head, shouted coldly. The two of them stopped bickering and turned to look at her. "It's not Susu. It's indeed not Miss Qin. Little Sixth Xing walked in from the door and glanced worriedly at Arbor. That person was wearing a loose black robe. I couldn't make out their figure, and even their voice was androgynous. Then how can you prove that it wasn't Qin Susu's doing? Do Fengqi steeled her heart and refused to let go of Qin Susu. You're crazy. Qin Susu said irritably, if I knew that nightmare, I'd be the first to kill you. So that you wouldn't be like a shit stirrer all day long, pestering the team endlessly. Who are you calling a shit stirrer? Do Fengqi glared, her lungs about to explode from anger at Qin Susu. Don't be noisy. Arbor shouted angrily, only to feel her head hurt even more. Throw her out. Lightning flashed to Do Fengqi's side. Without another word, she grabbed her collar and directly threw her heavily outside the door. Ah. Do Fengqi wasn't that inexperienced to begin with. It was just that she had been startled awake by a nightmare last night. At this time, her entire body was somewhat exhausted, and she was caught off guard, so she only realized with a start after being thrown out by lightning. Bam! Arbor directly slammed the door shut in front of Do Fengqi. That way, this woman wouldn't be like a crow, constantly making noise by her ear. This flute sound can cause damage to a person's conscience. Fortunately, we didn't hear it for too long, no more than an hour, Little Sixth Xing said seriously. Sixth young master, you were the first to discover this flute sound? Qin Susu asked. Sixth Xing nodded. At first, I was also affected by the nightmare, but then I used a method to break free. Only then did I realize that this flute sound was targeting our small courtyard, causing everyone to be affected by the nightmare. Even those hidden guards by the crown princess's side who had yet to appear had all been affected. As a result, he was burning with anxiety and immediately ran over to investigate Arbor's situation. Only then did he discover that the flute sound was coming from Miss Qiao's room. Little Sixth. Arbor rubbed her unbearably aching head and walked in front of Sixth Xing without consulting anyone. Raise your hand. Sixth Xing subconsciously wanted to hide his arm behind his back. However, when he met Miss Qiao's eyes that were fixated on him, he couldn't help but obediently take his arm out from behind his back. Under his rolled-up sleeve, there were 2 glaring cuts. The bloodstains were half-dried, and the wound was extremely deep. Are you a pig? You're actually so ruthless to yourself. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. Saying that he used a method to break free, it was this stupid method of cutting his own arm to startle himself awake from the pain. Come here and apply medicine. Arbor irritably tugged at him. They're all superficial wounds. It's not a big hindrance. Under her glare, Little Sixth Xing lowered his voice and obediently walked to a stool on the side to sit down. Arbor quickly cleaned his wound and bandaged it. He frowned and said, I don't know who did this to us. I feel that it should be someone who came with us. People from other countries are more likely to make a move. Arbor was puzzled. If this person wanted to deal with her, why didn't he just kill her directly? What was the purpose of making her enter the incubus after such a long detour? Miss Qiao, we need to be extra careful on this trip. Arbor nodded and said, let's go, it's about time. After the 3 of them pushed open the door, Do Fengqi, Duan Siren, Hong Bai, and Fan Xiaoming also finished their preparations. However, her gaze was somewhat complicated as she looked at Qin Susu. Presumably, Do Fengqi had already gossiped in front of them just now. Qin Susu shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind if I'm alone, as long as you insist. Can everyone be a bit more united? Duan Siren said, before this matter is clarified, no one should frame a good person, okay? Now that we have a strong enemy waiting for an opportunity to make a move, we should be even more united. Duan Siren continued, after all, that person peeked into our dreams and should be thinking of ways to make things difficult for us. Arbor felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. Peeping into her dream? Could it be that everything that appeared in her dream just now had been seen by someone? Soon after, a surge of anger welled up in her heart, truly abominable fellow. When she thought about how she appeared like a blank sheet of paper in front of a stranger's eyes, Arbor felt incomparably disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. Holy maiden. A young woman in the prime of her youth wearing a white veil gracefully walked to the stream and bowed. They have set off. The demonic cult holy maiden, Sikong Fuling, seemed to have not heard the woman's words. She minded her own business and sat by the stream, swinging her snow-white legs and kicking the lush green water in amusement. Holy maiden, do you want this subordinate to send someone to follow them? Sigh. Sikong Fuling lazily half-sprawled on a rock by the stream, one hand propping up her chin as she softly murmured, when I wake up later, I will naturally go find them. Yes, then this subordinate will take her leave first. Sikong Fuling swung her small leg and kicked the water again. Her slender legs slowly crossed as she reached behind the rock and took out a faint jade-green jade flute. Her small hand gently stroked it as she chuckled and muttered to herself, I actually can't see your dream. Arbor, oh Arbor, tell me, how should I torture you? Logically speaking, the Phoenix Nether demonic flute should be able to clearly see anyone's dream when they were captured by a nightmare. However, that savage little girl seemed to be an exception. Her nightmare realm was actually blurry and hazy, and she couldn't see anything clearly. A bit interesting, my Chiao section break, it's not too early for us to enter the forest this time. Everyone, tell us what you know. Otherwise, we will be delayed when we search for the secret realm. Wei Nanshu was the first to speak. Arbor had 7 people on this trip, including Wei Nanshu, Bailey Wu, and Xiaomi, and 14 others. If there were no accidents, there would be 21 people entering the secret realm. However, at this time, there were many imperial guards following behind the princes and princesses of Northern Wei, Southern Bailey, and Eastern Ing. A large group of people entered the forest. It could be considered as a group of 100 people. If it wasn't for the fact that they were courting death and insisted on charging into the mystical beast horde in the forest, there wouldn't be any major issues with their safety. All Shan beasts had a bit of intelligence. When they saw such a large group of people passing by, they naturally wouldn't provoke them if they were tactful. The entrance to the mystic beast forest secret realm changes every 10 years, but the general area remains the same, Bailey Wu said. Yes, it should be in the center of the mystic beast forest. We have to cross it. 5 days should be enough. Xiaomi nodded in agreement. There are many ferocious beasts in the mystic beast forest. For the sake of everyone's safety, I suggest that we elect a captain. In these 5 days, they would listen to the captain until they safely entered the secret realm. What do you think? Wei Nanshu asked again. Your Highness, you're right. Jin Hongwan from the Jin family fort laughed heartily. This is also for everyone's safety. I'm sorry. I'm not used to putting my life in the hands of strangers. Upon hearing this, Arbor directly walked forward after saying this. Little Sixth Xing and Qin Susu immediately followed. Hong Bai, Do Feng Qi, and the others hesitated for less than a second before following as well. Compared to staying with these other countrymen with ulterior motives, they instead felt that following this cold-faced crown princess seemed to be safer. Younger sister, let's go together. Without another word, Xiaomi pulled the royal bodyguard Gong Sun Lai and ran out from the back of the group to join Arbor's group. Upon seeing this, Bailey Wu also hurriedly ran over and shouted at Xiaomi, cousin, bring me along. Bailey Zhen turned to look sympathetically at Wei Nanshu, whose complexion had darkened, and shrugged. The little crown princess doesn't seem to like you too much. After saying this, she ignored Wei Nanshu's dark expression and followed her elder brother Bailey Wu. As a result, it seemed like they were divided into 2 groups. Arbor's group had 13 people. Wei Nanshu's group, on the other hand, only had 8 people. The 2 groups walked in tandem, not making any noise along the way. They were walking toward the center of the mystic beast forest. The deeper they went, the more likely they would encounter powerful mystic beasts at any time. Wei Nanshu didn't say anything afterward. In his small group, other than the 4 from Northern Wei, there were only 2 Aikido youths, the 2 crown princes of the Eastern Ing kingdom. They passed through the mystic beast forest's luxuriant foliage uneventfully. This place didn't see sunlight all year round, and the air was humid. The ground was covered in a thick layer of withered leaves, which felt soft when stepped on, making people faintly feel uneasy. Akir reached out to grab Ali's arm, worried that a snake would scuttle out from the leaves if they were caught off guard. After walking for a long time, Arbor suddenly stopped and turned to look at little Sixth Xing and the others behind her in bewilderment. Why are you all following me? Little sixth Xing, he suddenly had a very bad premonition. As expected, the little crown princess's following words nearly angered them to death. I don't know the way, so why aren't you all walking in front of me to lead the way? Arbor frowned with an incredulous expression. Do Fengqi was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaomi exclaimed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, younger sister. If you don't know the way, why are you leading the way? I just don't want to put my life in the hands of an unfamiliar captain. I didn't say I was leading the way. Arbor looked at them speechlessly. After walking for a long time, no one came out to lead the way, so she couldn't help but speak up. Duan Siren chuckled. It's okay. Anyway, I think there's only one path ahead. Let's keep going. As long as we're not mistaken, we'll be fine. Oh. Arbor nodded. I'll lead the way. Qin Susu walked out from the group and said, I come to the Mystic Beast Forest to train every year, so I'm quite familiar with this area. Do Fengqi glanced at her suspiciously and held back her words. After Do Fengqi's outburst, Duan Siren and the others were also quite suspicious of Qin Susu. However, they were able to keep their composure better than Do Fengqi, so they didn't say anything and just nodded. Xiaomu walked beside Qin Susu, shoulder to shoulder. There was no distinction between day and night in the Mystic Beast Forest, so they could only estimate the time. At this time, it was almost 10 o'clock in the night, and everyone's physical exertion was quite large. Qin Susu turned to ask Arbor, Miss Chiao, let's stop here for today and rest here. How about it? Arbor naturally agreed without any objections. Wei Nanshu and company, who were following behind their group, also stopped and started to set up simple and crude tents. Starting a fire might attract beasts, so everyone was chewing on dry rations for dinner. To avoid attracting attention, Arbor also ate dry pastries. After casually stuffing her little belly with 2 mouthfuls, she leaned against a tree and closed her eyes to rest. Last night's nightmare made her extremely uncomfortable, so it was also good to seize the time to make up for lost sleep. You all go to sleep. I'll keep watch, little sixth Xing said to the others. Thank you for your trouble, sixth young master. Hong Bai said politely and didn't decline. He hurriedly found a slightly drier place to rest. In the middle of the night, Arbor abruptly opened her eyes. Little sixth Xing immediately sensed her movements and turned to look at her. Were you awakened by a nightingale's cry? Arbor shook her head. She took out the chubby little white squirrel from her bosom and stroked its warm fur. Just now, she seemed to have felt the little fella's hooves move. Could it be her misconception? Because everyone had things on their minds, they woke up one after another after resting for 4 to 6 hours. The forest was still gloomy, with only a few bits of sunlight sprinkling on the little crown princess's face through the layers of branches and leaves. She hugged a snow-white little pet and leaned against a tree. She held a bag in one hand and fed the little pet something with the other. Do Fengqi shot her a glance and was instantly stupefied. You? What are you doing? She only saw that jade-white little hand lift slightly, and a red crystal was stuffed into the little white pet's mouth. Heavens! What did she just see? A nouveau riche was feeding her pet a large amount of crystal cores. Arbor cast her a glance and continued to calmly feed her pet. Yesterday, Lightning and the others had secretly hunted many mystic beasts nearby. These crystal cores were extremely good supplements for the little white squirrel. Xiaomu did not know when the little fellow would wake up, so she reached up to stroke its soft fur. Duan Siren walked over and asked, Shall we set off? Let's set off. Qin Susu hadn't finished speaking when her expression suddenly changed. Careful. A small emerald green snake suddenly poked its head out from between the leaves. It spat out its tongue and bit Arbor's wrist. Arbor took out a silver needle from his fingertips. Just as he was about to stab the snake to death, he suddenly saw the fluffy white tail in his arms move. With a paw sound, it accurately pressed the snake under the tail. Arbor was slightly delighted. The little white squirrel is awake. She lowered her head and saw that the little fellow was still lying on her lap. Its eyes were closed and it was motionless. However, its tail seemed to have a mind of its own and swayed back and forth before it was retracted. When everyone looked down, they were all shocked. That seemingly soft tail had actually crushed the emerald green snake into a meat patty. Even the snake's gallbladder seemed to have been crushed into powder. The seemingly weak little pet by Miss Chiao's side was actually so extraordinary. Arbor was also a bit surprised. He stood up with the little fellow in his arms and nodded at Qin Susu. Let's go. Dou Fengqi's eyes flashed. She ran to Arbor's side and gave her a rare friendly smile. Miss Chiao, did you buy this little pet from a beast pet store? No. Arbor shook her head. Dou Fengqi asked with a grin, I think this little pet is quite cute. I don't know if Miss Chiao is willing to part with it. I can buy it at a high price. I'm short on money? Arbor turned around and looked at her with an extremely serious gaze. Dou Fengqi was speechless. The dignified northern prince Mo's consort could lack anything but money. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to raise it. Arbor was expressionless as she pulled out her knife and stabbed her glass heart again. Couldn't afford to raise it. How precious was this? Everyone silently glanced at the little white squirrel. I've already fed it over 8,000 crystal cores. Our dear Xiaomu wouldn't stop until she shocked everyone to death. This time, Dou Fengqi, who was following beside her, was completely stupefied. This little pet doesn't eat anything else but crystal cores? Amen, it also eats high-grade and above medicinal pills. It doesn't really like low-grade and mid-grade medicinal pills. Everyone silently shut their mouths and swept a disdainful glance at the little crown princess. Can't be bothered to talk to a nouveau riche like you. Once she spoke, she felt like her heart was being pricked. Dou Fengqi also ceased nagging, and the group hurried toward the forest's central region at the fastest speed possible. The closer they got to the central region, the more ferocious beasts suddenly scuttled out to battle with their group. Everyone had the idea of ending the battle as soon as possible. They would kill as many of them as they could. Arbor didn't make a move and kept picking up scraps behind Lightning and the rest. She took out the crystal cores of the mystic beasts they killed one by one and placed them in her own small pouch. Dou Fengqi's eyes reddened as she watched, and she couldn't help but grumble. Qin Susu then cast a glance at her and sarcastically said, Who told you not to bring a faster imperial guard? The group fought and stopped, and after killing several mystic beasts, Eastern Kingdom's crown prince accidentally knocked down a tree. Very quickly, a swarm of tiger-tail bees rapidly flapped their thin wings and burrowed out of the thicket. F***CK, Crown Prince. You knocked down a tiger-tail bee tree. Everyone covered their heads and scurried away, not daring to stay a moment longer. Arbor hurriedly took out a piece of clothing from her inner world and wrapped her small head up, only revealing two large, blinking eyes. Little Sixth Xing turned around with his sword in hand and glanced at the little lady's crafty speed. He couldn't help but laugh. Everyone was chased by the bee swarm the entire way. From time to time, they would turn around and send out mystic energy to disperse some of the densely packed bee swarm. Run towards the water source. You bastards, do you even know how to lead the way? Watch out, watch out. F***CK, don't stab the back of my head. Arbor took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out several medicinal pills, and stuffed them to little Sixth Xing, Lightning, and the others. Wasp's tail is poisonous. Ying Jian, this time I'm going to die because of you. Miss Chiao, do you still have any antidote pills? Give me one, give me one. Bailey Wu anxiously flipped over and flew to Arbor's side, reaching out his hand to ask for the medicine. Sister, I wrapped my head up like this, I can't see anything. Xiaomi's head crashed into a tree as she cried out nervously. Everyone was speechless. Are you joking? Can't you keep your eyes on the road? Xiaomu suddenly felt that she was leading a group of idiots on a secret expedition. There's water in front, a water source. Quick, jump in. If we jump in, the swarm won't target us anymore. Hey! Arbor speechlessly watched as Bailey Wu, that idiot, took the antidote pill first, and then jumped into the pool ahead with a splash. The two royal guards followed suit and jumped in, exclaiming, Your Highness. Wait. Arbor couldn't stop them in time, and the two had already jumped into the water. Soon after, everyone looked on helplessly as the two royal guards were swiftly sliced into pieces by the mirror-like water surface. Their blood mixed into the pool, making one's hair stand on end. The entrance to the mystic realm? At this time, Bailey Wu popped his head out of the water and looked in astonishment at the group of people with strange expressions on the shore. Why are you making such a big fuss? Hurry up and come down. The swarm is coming. Everyone looked speechlessly at this careless fellow. He dared to be so rash in the mystic beast forest and recklessly jump into a pool of unknown depth. This southern Bailey's fourth prince was truly a jokester. His luck seemed to be pretty good as well, for he found the right place with a casual jump. This place should be the entrance to the mystic beast forest secret realm that opened once every 10 years. Lightning. This subordinate is here. Hurry and leave. Return to the base and wait for me. Arbor instructed. After Lightning and the rest received their orders, she turned around and dashed to the pool with little Sixth Xing and the rest. The two looked at each other and directly jumped into the pool. Arbor was first stimulated by the ice-cold pool water, and then she felt a trace of warmth automatically wrap around her body. It instantly covered her limbs and bones, allowing her to stretch her body to her heart's content in the water. Could it be that after comprehending the power of the water spirit, she innately had an incomparable affinity with any type of water? Arbor felt that her limbs were very relaxed as she tossed and turned in the water. She could move however she wanted. It was too comfortable. After little Sixth Xing entered the water, he added a defensive barrier around himself. He couldn't help but be startled when he looked at the lady beside him. Miss Chow was like a fish back in water. Her entire body seemed to have merged into one with the pool. Her breathing was very soft and slow, almost disappearing. She could shuttle back and forth in the water to her heart's content without adding a defensive barrier. That appearance was too beautiful. Arbor was the first to sink into the pool. The group of people following behind her all kept their mouths tightly shut. They occasionally opened their eyes and looked at her with incredulous gazes. Miss Chow was like a fish in the water. The heavy water pressure seemed to be completely unguarded against her and allowed her to toss and turn as she wished. Her legs seemed to have transformed into a fish tail as they swayed gently. Even she herself found it very strange that she could open her bright eyes without any difficulty in the water. It turned out that after fusing with the water spirit, he could enter and leave the water like a fish without any effort. This was too good. A group of colorful little fishes swam over and circled around her. They swayed their tails for a while and swam around her for a long time before dispersing one after another in jubilation. Following behind them, little Sixth Xing and the others were dumbstruck. If Do Fengqi could open her mouth to speak, she would definitely not be able to hold back her urge to grab Arbor and ask him how to attract the fish. The aquatic plants in this pool were all perfect, without any signs of mutation. As they walked through the mystic beast forest, they more or less encountered a few mutated plants. Compared to other places, the rate of mutation in the mystic beast forest was considered very slow. However, this pond did not change in the slightest. The water was extremely clear. If such a water source was destroyed by the organization behind it, even Arbor would feel heartache. It would be great if he could take it into Paradise Planet, Arbor thought whimsically. A circle of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was obvious that they had reached the bottom. The entrance to the secret realm was here. Arbor swung her legs and swam toward that circle of light. Behind her, Do Fengqi and the others watched anxiously. If the crown princess was the first to enter, wouldn't she gain all the benefits for nothing? They watched as that nimble little figure slid into the white halo all of a sudden. Do Fengqi, Ying Jian, and the others anxiously kicked at the water beneath their feet. However, although they had activated their defensive barriers to block the water, the deeper they went, the greater the water pressure, and their sliding speed became very slow. At this time, everyone felt that their defensive barriers were about to burst. Little Sixth Xing and Bailey Wu were the first to reach the halo. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they slid toward the light. Once they entered the light, a feeling of weightlessness instantly came from beneath their feet. Their entire bodies were pulled down by gravity, and they plummeted downwards with a whoosh. Little Sixth Xing and Bailey Wu were alarmed at the same time, and they circulated mystic energy to protect their bodies, doing their utmost to stabilize their falling speed. Bam! Bailey Wu propped himself on the ground with a fist, and his half-squatted figure slightly relaxed. Little Sixth Xing's situation was slightly better than his. It was just that when he landed, his body swayed left and right a few times before he steadied himself. Looking up, they saw an inverted gourd valley's entrance, and the lush greenery couldn't be concealed from their eyes. They saw a giant gray ape sitting at the entrance like a small hill, blocking that gourd valley's entrance. Ding-ling. Dang-lang. The fine sound of a bell was accompanied by light footsteps. Sikong Fuling's slender figure appeared beside that pool, and she looked around with a grin. The entrance is here. Yes, holy maiden. A masked woman slightly cupped her hands and bowed to her. Does holy maiden want to go in now? I hate water the most. It makes my clothes wet every time. Sikong Fuling faintly complained. Her figure swayed slightly, and she entered the water. At this time, Do Fengqi, Qin Susu, Hong Bai, Ying Jian, Wei Nanshu, and the others also stepped into the halo and entered this secluded valley overflowing with lush greenery. Naturally, they also saw the giant gray ape blocking the entrance of the valley. Do Fengqi almost immediately shifted her gaze to Arbor. Logically speaking, the crown princess was the first to enter the valley, but what was she doing? She was sitting leisurely on a big rock, gnawing on a corn cob in her hand. Half of the corn on the cob was already eaten. It was obvious that they had already started eating before they arrived. Beilijian blinked and covered her mouth as she giggled. Miss Zhao, why aren't you thinking of a way to go in? Instead, you're eating nonstop here? Arbor glanced at her nonchalantly. I'm a little hungry. It was true. Just now, he had passed through the pool without any hindrance. As soon as he entered this mystic realm, he felt so hungry that his stomach was growling. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had to expend a lot of water spirit energy to assimilate into the water, but unknowingly, he had expended a little too much of it. This was only her own conjecture, so she couldn't be sure. She didn't know the exact reason. Since he was hungry, he would just eat. After finishing the corn on the cob, Arbor took out a banana from her inner world. She had just peeled off a bit of skin when she heard rustling sounds coming from the front. That giant ape actually moved its butt to the side, revealing a small path that only one person could pass through. Arbor's small hand that was peeling the banana paused in midair just like that, and he looked at that giant ape in astonishment. They saw that little crown princess holding a banana in one hand as she scampered in front of the giant ape. She suddenly stuffed the banana into the crook of the giant ape's arm that was dangling on the ground, and her figure flashed into the valley like a wisp of smoke. Everyone was stupefied and instantly felt disheveled. F***CK. A single banana was the entry pass? This was too outlandish. Do Fengqi wanted to keep up with Arbor's pace, so she hurriedly ran over as well. It was just that the giant ape had already blocked the passage that was only wide enough for one person. The giant ape's small black eyes stared vigilantly at Do Fengqi in front of it, as if saying, if you dare to take one step closer, I'll immediately tear you apart. The eyes of the two Aikido youths lit up slightly, and they hurriedly walked forward. Each of them took out a banana from their inner worlds. This was a personal item that they had hidden for a very long time. Ever since this world mutated, ordinary fruits like bananas were practically hard to come by. However, it was still quite worth it to use a banana to exchange for a secret realm entry pass. This pair of youths took out bananas and happily handed them over, fully thinking that the giant ape would definitely happily make way for them. Unexpectedly. Woo-woo, roar. This giant ape was actually very angry, and it slapped away the two bananas in front of it. Its two gray furry arms forcefully pounded the ground, instantly sending sand and pebbles flying. Despicable human disciple, you actually dared to use a banana to swindle this ape. Everyone looked at it dumbfoundedly. The corner of little Sixth Zhang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This difference was too big. The crown princess could pass through this valley entrance with a single banana, but if it was someone else, the giant ape actually disdained them. Little Sixth Zhang walked forward and bowed to this giant ape senior. Then, he took out two mid-grade spirit stones from his inner world. These were spirit stones that he had obtained by chance during one of his experiential training. Although they weren't very good, they were the most precious items he currently had. The giant ape swept a glance over them, and then reluctantly extended its long arms to sweep up the two spirit stones. It then opened up a path to the side for little Sixth Zhang to pass through. Seeing this, everyone took out all kinds of treasures from their inner worlds and handed them to the giant ape sincerely. The giant ape accepted some and rejected some. When it came to Do Fengqi, she handed over a high-grade pill. In the end, the giant ape didn't even look at it. With a slap, it sent the pill flying. Do Fengqi cried out in alarm and ran to pick up her pills. After she finished picking them up, her teammates had all entered the valley, leaving her alone outside and not allowed to enter. She couldn't help but become anxious and shrieked, "What the hell do you want?" She wanted to rush into the valley. However, the huge ape was not courteous at all and directly slapped down with its palm. If Do Fengqi had not rolled on the ground and dodged in time, her head would have been the result of the shattered rocks. Do Fengqi's face was ashen as she glared at the giant ape in front of her. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Everyone had gone in, except for her, who was stuck outside. Wasn't this a joke? She had painstakingly passed through the mystic beast forest and finally found the forest's secret realm, but she was blocked outside the door. She could only stare at the rich mystic energy inside. Hee hee, am I late? A crisp laugh made Do Fengqi turn her head to look. She saw the demonic cult's holy maiden slowly walking toward her with a faint smile on her lips. At this time, Arbor had already run into the valley with the little white squirrel in his arms. As for the others, when they entered this place, they immediately felt the dense profound energy that flowed endlessly towards them. All of the young faces revealed excited smiles. Heavens, the mystic energy here was so dense. If they cultivated here for a month, it would be equivalent to cultivating outside for a year. Wei Nanshu took a stroll around the valley with his men, his brows slightly furrowed. "Brother Nanshu." Jin Hongluan softly called out, "We've already smoothly entered, why do you still look unhappy?" Wei Nanshu was displeased when he thought of the heavy loss they had suffered when they entered the valley. The difference between the giant ape's attitude towards them and towards Prince Mo's consort was too big. Anyone could see it, this little crown princess was too strange. She was the only one who used a banana to exchange for an entrance ticket. As for the others, they were just like them, using the most valuable items on their bodies to exchange for admission tickets. For example, he used a short-blade spirit weapon to exchange for an entrance ticket. Roar roar, roar roar. The giant ape's roar filled the valley, as if it was angrily roaring. Immediately after, a graceful figure wrapped in a thin red robe chuckled and glided through the air. "Senior Giant Ape, I've already paid the entrance fee. Please let me pass." Wei Nanshu looked up and a faint trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. It was the incomparably gorgeous demonic sect saintess. Back then at the entrance of the base, he only caught a glimpse of her. This woman's blurred and deep eyes were like thorns that fiercely pierced into the depths of his heart. She was truly a graceful stunner. TSK, Wei Nanshu clenched his fists and slightly lowered his head. He was very clear about the most important mission of this trip. As a restrained and aloof prince, he naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. "Brother Nanshu?" Jin Hongluan suspiciously glanced at him. "It's nothing. Let's walk around the valley again." Actually, this valley wasn't big. Wei Nanshu had already walked around earlier. The valley's entrance was slender and the valley's interior was wide like a gourd. The valley was shrouded in mystic energy all year round and was covered in white mist. There were craggy rocks and fragrant grass everywhere. In the distance, there was a crude stone pavilion, and there was nothing inside. Other than that, there was only a small house buried in the depths of the sea of flowers. However, once they got close, they would be pushed far away by a powerful force. They could only watch from afar and could not get close at all. This small house was the ultimate goal of his trip. Wei Nanshu's breathing tightened as he clenched his fists. "If I'm not mistaken, there must be that thing in the house, the 10,000-year Xuanji core." Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps of the giant ape approached from afar. After everyone gathered in the valley, they couldn't help but look at each other. They saw that Do Fengqi's clothes were torn and her hairpins were scattered. She cut a very sorry figure. When the giant ape swept its gaze over Do Fengqi with contempt, it was filled with ridicule. This giant ape was too human-like, everyone muttered in their hearts. They did not know what Do Fengqi had handed over to make this giant ape senior look down on her. The giant ape didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, it carried a thick and heavy stone tablet as it walked over. The sound it made was earth-shattering. Boom! A huge stone tablet was placed on the ground by the giant ape's long arms. Everyone hastily gathered around to take a look. They saw a line of eye-catching small words carved on the stone tablet. If the juniors who entered this mystic realm could raise their cultivation by 1 level within 10 days, they would be the first to enter the small hut, meet esteemed Xuanji, and choose a peerless secret treasure. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. Especially Wei Nanshu, even his breathing started to tighten. This was a rare opportunity. No, it should be said that this was their only chance to approach the small hut. They reckoned that even if senior Xuanji's 10,000-year-old Xuanji core did not exist, there would still be other treasures in the small hut. While everyone was excited, the giant ape's gray, fluffy arm knocked on the stone tablet again. Everyone looked down and realized that there were a few rows of small words carved at the bottom of the stone tablet. They were too excited previously and did not see those small words at all. They saw the words carved on the tablet: "This mystic realm will separate you and send you into a sealed training space. Mystic beast phantoms will be automatically generated according to your cultivation. Once you are killed by the mystic beast phantoms in battle, your original body will die. Remember this, once the training begins, you cannot leave the sealed space before the time limit is up. Those who wish to participate in the training can press their fingerprints on the stone tablet, which will immediately activate and enter the numbering and scoring mode. Those who do not participate in the training will be forcibly transported out at the end of the 5-day period. In addition, those who are still unable to break through their current cultivation realm within 20 days will be forcibly terminated and transported out of the mystic realm. Those who enter my mystic beast forest mystic realm and participate in the training will be regarded as outer sect disciples of my Xuanji school. Those who can persist in the mystic realm for 15 days will be rewarded with a Xuanji pill that increases cultivation and expands mystic consciousness. Work hard. Work hard. Work harder. This seat will wait for you in the small hut. Spirit artifacts and secret treasures are all available. What are you waiting for? Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a while. Why did they feel that this was so unreliable? This senior Xuanji's last few sentences seemed to be a slogan. Si Kong Fuling giggled. He, heavens, this senior Xuanji is actually such an interesting person. This is too surprising. The Xuanji school seems to have perished 300 years ago. Then may I ask what benefits there were to becoming an outer sect disciple of the Xuanji school? You don't admit that you are ignorant and inexperienced. The pills that senior Xuanji can produce must be extraordinary. That's a mighty senior from 100 years ago. Bailey Wu was the first to run forward. He pressed his large palm on the stone tablet and said, "I'm the first to sign up for the training." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light fell on his body. After the number 1 was quickly generated, Bailey Wu immediately disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Your Highness?" The 2 southern Bailey youths couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, fourth brother has really made our southern Bailey proud. His courage was commendable. This princess will also give you a thumbprint. Bailey Zhen rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. She placed her small hand on the stone tablet and in the next second, she was sent away. The remaining 2 youths from southern Bailey also hurriedly pressed down their handprints, but they forgot that they could not follow the footsteps of His Highness and the princess. Instead, they were directly isolated in a sealed training space. When Xiaomu returned with the little white squirrel in her arms, she realized that there was no one left in the valley. Where did the crowd go? Arbor wasn't in a hurry either. In any case, the mountain valley scenery was rather beautiful, and the profound energy aura was dense, so he could cultivate wherever he sat. After strolling for so long, she was also hungry, so she found a small mound to sit down. She took out a bowl of rice and 2 side dishes, a combination of meat and vegetables, as well as a bowl of soup, from the food box. After eating her fill, she hugged her little white squirrel and slept. She slept for a good several hours. After waking up, she immediately felt refreshed. She raised her hand to stretch, but when she turned her small face, her small hand suddenly froze in midair. Wasn't this the Eastern Ying Kingdom's crown prince, Ying Jian? Why was he standing behind her so sneakily? Arbor took a closer look and couldn't help but be amused. As it turned out, Ying Jian was dealing with several roaring mystic beasts in a flurry. The mystic beasts were pouncing after him, but the strange thing was that no matter how Ying Jian ran, he couldn't seem to run out of a certain range. He kept running back and forth in the same field, anxiously running for his life. All of a sudden, he was pinned down by a mystic beast. A woo. That mystic beast bit his arm, and Jian was in so much pain that his complexion turned pale. He rolled twice on the ground, broke free from the beast's mouth, and crawled up to start running again. Arbor took out a fresh and juicy apple, nibbling on it while admiring it. After watching for a while, she felt somewhat bored. This Jian was so timid and effeminate when fighting, prioritizing defense. He didn't look like a brave man at all. Arbor turned and left. Not long after, she saw little Xianxia at a stream bank, who was similarly fighting several giant mystic beasts. But little Xianxia was much more refreshed when killing them. The long sword in his hand fluttered like a butterfly flitting through flowers, and he disposed of the mystic beasts in a few moves. However, after he dealt with those mystical beasts, the mystical beasts turned into white mist, and in the next instant, they condensed into one after another. They were ferocious beasts that were one level higher than the ones before, and with a roar, they pounced over. Little Xianxia's gaze focused, and he covered his sword with mystic energy. White light flashed, and he stabbed at the mystic beasts' necks. Arbor stared blankly from the outside, even forgetting to chew on her apple. When she saw little Xianxia finish off those mystic beasts again, the white mist dispersed and slowly condensed into a large winged beast. When it pounced into the air and let out a fierce roar, she instantly understood. Jian, little Six, and the others were all isolated in an independent space that was filled with profound energy. They were fighting and cultivating with profound beasts. These Xian beasts were probably condensed from the dense Xian energy in the mystic realm. So as long as they were not released from the mystic realm, the Xian beasts would be endless. Arbor couldn't help but be speechless. What a savage cultivation method. She did not know how long she would be imprisoned in there. If her profound energy was exhausted, what should she do? No wonder he didn't see Xiaolu and the others before. It turned out that they were busy cultivating. The strange thing was that her eyes could actually see everyone in the sealed space. Along the way, he stopped and watched everyone's training. When he saw Do Fengqi, that girl, shrieking in terror and despair, pounding on the realm wall that couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye in an attempt to escape from the savage independent space, Arbor couldn't help but stop and admire it. Thump, thump, thump. Until a series of heavy footsteps sounded beside her. Arbor turned around to look, and a corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. This giant ape was actually looking at her with a resentful expression, as though she was very naughty and mischievous. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape roared at her a few times, as though it was reprimanding a disobedient child. Its long, hairy gray arm abruptly reached over and picked her up. Eh? What did it want to do? Arbor instantly had a bad premonition. After a round of dizziness, Arbor immediately felt that the surrounding mystic energy had become much more concentrated. Damn, she had been directly thrown into a sealed training space by Senior Giant Ape, who hated Iron for not living up to its expectations, and was forced to undergo training. Narrowing her eyes, Arbor vigilantly reached out to summon the feral in her consciousness. In the next moment, the floating mystic energy around her quickly condensed, and suddenly turned into a giant snake covered in steel thorns, opening its mouth to bite her. Wow, it was such a huge snake that it almost filled up the entire sealed space. As it moved, the row of steel thorns on its body was almost about to pierce her small body. What a large, ugly snake. It slithered on the ground, its skin rolling, making Xiaomu feel nauseous. Raising her hand, a line of fire flew out from the feral, instantly attacking the snake's back. Only a light chi sound was heard, but it only burned off a dozen of its steel thorns, even charring a lump of coarse snake skin. Level 12 Mystic Beast. Or maybe level 13, it was clearly condensed from mystic energy, but it was like a substantial snake. Arbor took a deep breath. Ignoring the aura concealing talisman on her body, this sealed space gave her a mystic beast of the same cultivation level. Arbor slightly raised her hand, and a circle of lustrous and floating ebony talismans instantly suspended in the air, quietly revolving around her body. Activate the Mystic Energy Guiding Talisman Array. Within 2 hours, the mystic energy between heaven and earth would be endlessly absorbed into one's body, to replenish one's rapidly depleted mystic energy. This was a talisman array made up of 60 high-grade blue mystic energy guiding talismans, and its power was different from the previous mid-grade talisman arrays. Not only could the duration of the mystic energy of heaven and earth be doubled, the speed of the mystic energy was also imperceptibly changed. As soon as the talisman array was activated, all the mystic energy hibernating in the entire secret realm, one after another, vibrated, and then simultaneously rushed towards Arbor's side as fast as lightning. Standing outside the sealed space and watching, the giant ape's two small black beady eyes suddenly lit up, and it suddenly clapped its pair of furry palms, seemingly very happy. This little guy was too smart, instantly comprehending the principle of the endless mystic beasts fighting in this sealed space. The profound beasts in the sealed space were all condensed from the profound energy in this place. In other words, the more and faster the 21 of them absorbed the profound energy in this place, the thinner the profound energy stored in the mystic realm would become. As a result, the speed at which the profound beasts were condensed would only become slower and slower as the profound energy in the secret realm flowed away, until, if the profound energy here was completely absorbed, then the sealed space would naturally be unlocked, and there would be no need to wait for 10 days. An unending stream of mystic energy gathered above Qiao Mu's head, forming a nebula vortex. The concentrated mystic energy formed a sphere that forcefully enveloped the sealed space Qiao Mu was in. At the same time, Arbor summoned his startled swan dagger. Their minds were connected. The startled swan dagger swiftly flew to the snake's vital point and stabbed through it in midair. The giant snake immediately turned into a white mist and gradually dissipated. Following closely, waves of dense profound energy rolled around Arbor's side, and gradually revealed a sinister snake head. Arbor closed her eyes and sat down, concealing her spirit and mind, sinking her energy into her dantian. Her consciousness and the startled swan dagger merged into one. The startled swan dagger was her, and she was the startled swan dagger. With an unstoppable force, she rapidly harvested the lifeblood of the profound beasts in the sealed space. On the stone tablet, her results were constantly breaking the records of everyone else. Arbor's ranking was originally 0 because while the others were working hard to kill profound beasts in the sealed space, she was still strolling around outside. In actual fact, there was a gap between her points and the others, but now, her points were rising at a crazy speed. If Dou Fengqi and the rest were here and saw such a shocking record, they would definitely be shocked speechless. The startled swan dagger was a spirit weapon with extremely strong destructive power. When Arbor was controlling it, she didn't need any fancy moves or profound skills. From start to end, there was only one move, a straightforward killing move. The profound beasts that appeared in the sealed space were all slaughtered by the startled swan dagger. As time passed, Arbor was fighting while absorbing the profound energy in the mystic realm. With her as the center, the speed of profound beasts condensing had indeed slowed down. Arbor's consciousness wantonly controlled the startled swan dagger, becoming more and more proficient as her mind and heart were connected. 2 days and 1 night later. Dou Fengqi was awoken by the piercing pain in her arm as she blankly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she saw a ferocious profound beast tearing at her arm with its big mouth. That wave of pain was as though it was heart-piercing and bone-eroding, causing her to quiver and her mind to clear up a little. Earlier, she was too tired. After 2 to 3 days of continuous fighting, her limbs were so sore that she couldn't even lift them up, so much so that in the process of fighting with the profound beast, she actually fainted. Luckily, the profound beast didn't bite her head, otherwise, she would have long been dead. Actually, Dou Fengqi and the rest could feel that the speed of profound beasts condensing in the sealed space had obviously slowed down by a lot. Previously, after killing a batch of profound beasts, another batch would condense within minutes and there wasn't even time to take medicine. But now, it was different. Dou Fengqi propped herself up with difficulty and chopped off this virtual profound beast's head. Seeing the profound beast in front of her turn into a white mist and disappear without forming a new profound beast, Dou Fengqi's tensed heart gradually relaxed as she heaved a sigh of relief. She hurriedly took out the few remaining medicinal pills from her inner world and consumed one. This kind of medicinal pill was a low-grade profound recovering pill that she bought from the pill house. Its effect was very ordinary but the price was extremely expensive. After eating it, she could only recover 10% of her profound energy in a short period of time. She was still lying on the ground like a dead dog, panting slightly. Dou Fengqi even felt that 10 years had passed in the sealed space. If she could, she really didn't want to move a single finger right now, however, in reality, it had only been 3 days. Furthermore, other than the first day, when the Shen beast surged forward at an extremely fast speed, from the second day onwards, they would at least have some time to rest after killing a batch of Xian beasts. Little Sixth Xing also discovered that his condition had clearly improved a lot. After he finished killing this batch of mystic beasts, he panted heavily, and the long sword in his hand drooped slightly. He focused his mind and seized the time to adjust the mystic energy in his body to recover. According to his estimation, only 3 days had passed. Next, they would have to stay in the sealed space for about 7 days before they could leave. He was very tired, but he couldn't slack off. The crown prince of the Eastern Kingdom lay on his back on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the clear blue sky. He didn't expect that the sky in this mystic realm would be so blue, but now he felt like he was in hell. If he could choose again, he would rather die than go to this hell. Jade Color Parlor. The most famous brothel on Guanlan City's East Street usually entertained high officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants. No matter how difficult the world was, there were plenty of wealthy people who would throw away a fortune for Jade Color Parlor's top hostess, Miss Ran. At this time, in a private room on the 3rd floor, people were toasting each other. Cult Master, come, come, come. Let this humble one toast you first. The person who raised the cup had hazy, drunken eyes, and he seemed a bit groggy. This person was in his 40s and had the typical round, earthy appearance. He had a pair of especially small eyes, and if one didn't look carefully, they probably wouldn't be able to find those 2 slits. The man he addressed as Cult Master was merely in his early 20s. Dressed in a gorgeous purple robe, he rested his chin on one hand and leaned against the wooden armchair. His eyes narrowed as he smiled faintly, exuding a seductive aura. That's right, seductive. He was a man with feminine features and bright eyes. Those eyes were very seductive, as if they were born with a trace of affection, causing one's heart to thump like a little deer. Regardless of gender, old or young, he was captivating. It could be said that this cult master's appearance was several times more exquisite and outstanding than all the women present. It also caused the hearts of all the ladies to sway wildly, and their gazes were very hazy. It was truly a case of intoxicating oneself rather than wine, and bewitching oneself rather than lust. Today, this humble one is fortunate enough to invite Cult Master. It is truly this humble one's honor. Xianxia piled a smile on his face and bowed to that man. He turned to look at second manager Qi, who was a bit drunk, and shouted, "Idiot Qi, why aren't you refilling Lord Cult Master's wine? Why are you the only one drinking?" "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Second manager Qi hurriedly stood up with a face full of smiles, and his small eyes narrowed even further. The young man addressed as Cult Master casually raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Pushing aside the female attendants on both sides, Lord Cult Master seemed to be somewhat impatient with these women who were eagerly sticking to him. Xianxia chuckled. It seems that Cult Master is dissatisfied with these vulgar women. That's right, how could Cult Master take fancy to these sluts who have been toyed with countless times? Clap clap. Xianxia clapped his hands lightly. Not long after the applause ended, a middle-aged procuress wearing brightly colored makeup, Sun Yang, walked in, twisting her slender waist, and bowed with a smile. "Honorable guests, what can I do for you? Go, find a few more decent goods. Remember, they must be clean. Our sect master hates those dirty things the most." "Yes, yes, yes." The cult master sat there with a faint smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the fat officials in front of him. At this time, after 3 rounds of wine, these old fogies no longer cared about etiquette. Each of them held a beautiful woman and kept touching her up and down. His fingertips tapped lightly under the table, as if he was already used to this kind of banquet that was filled with the smell of corruption. In fact, if State Uncle Xing hadn't informed him of a big deal today, he wouldn't have come to discuss it in person. Although it was quite boring, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited at the thought of that big deal. Oh, it wasn't State Uncle Xing, but the former State Uncle Xing. The cult master curled his lips mockingly. It was true that even a broken boat had a 3-inch nail. Although this former State Uncle Xing's property had been confiscated, it could be seen that he was still hiding some personal goods from the rewards he provided. This is the former Minister of Works. The cult master curled his lips in an indescribably flirtatious smile. "I already know your identities. Let's get straight to the point. Weren't these old fellows just a motley crew who had suffered under the crown prince's hands and had been pulled down one after another? To put it bluntly, the cult master actually didn't really want to pay attention to them. He only came here for the sake of the few treasures he received. Moreover, he really wanted to meet that man again. As if thinking of something, he subconsciously raised his hand to support his chin, and a dark glint flashed through his eyes. Cough, cough. State Uncle Xiang naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to directly discuss that big deal with the cult master in front of these pretty girls. Instead, he took out a letter and pushed it in front of the cult master. Cult master, you'll know once you see the letter. Today, we'll only talk about the wind and moon. Don't talk about anything else. State Uncle Xiang laughed heartily after he finished speaking, but a sinister glint flashed through his eyes. Their Xiang family had been forced to such a state by Prince Mo. If they didn't wait for an opportunity to counterattack, then they really wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. The cult master smiled faintly, and a trace of coldness flashed through his black eyes. He nodded and said, "Fine. Then let's just talk about the wind and moon." Ha ha ha. Cult master is truly a wonderful person. Xianxia guffawed. Behind him, the group of fat former officials were also somewhat muddle-headed from eating and drinking. Each of them hugged the girls in their arms and laughed loudly. The former Minister of Works stammered, I was also the Minister of Works back then. If it weren't for that person wanted to cover the sky with one hand and pull his own people up the ranks, this official wouldn't have ended up like this. I was sent to Taichung Temple to be a small temple's deputy. Burp. Ha ha ha. Lord Huang, you drank too much. I didn't drink too much. The former Minister of Works, Lord Huang, angrily flung his sleeves and stroked the girl's face back and forth with his fat palm, looking intoxicated. Rua, if it weren't for that good-for-nothing youngest brother of mine, that person had something on him. How could I be chased down from that position? Burp. Everyone urged Lord Huang to drink more. The former Minister of Works, Sir Huang, thought of his past glory, and compared it to today. He became even more worried. Sect leader, if this succeeds. Lord Huang patted his chest and shouted, count me in. The reward will definitely not be small. Oh my. Dear esteemed guests. Our Jade Hue House's top hostess, Miss Ran, has come to meet everyone. Second manager Chi, who was squinting his eyes, was originally hugging and teasing an 18 or 19-year-old girl in his arms. When he heard the brothel keeper's call, he quickly turned around to take a look. When he saw Zhao Qiran's thin makeup and picturesque appearance, his soul immediately flew out of his body and his mouth began to salivate. Lord Huang and the others also stood up and surrounded her like a swarm of flies. Aya, our Miss Ran is here. Long time no see, miss, you're still as graceful as ever. Ahahaha. As Lord Huang spoke, he reached out to hug Miss Ran. The brothel keeper hastily stepped forward to separate Lord Huang from her and chuckled mischievously. Dear guests, our Miss Ran only sells her skills and not her body. How about having her play the zither and dance for everyone to liven up the mood? Xing Chao's face darkened, and he threw his cup on the table with a bang. You don't know how to appreciate favors. This is His Excellency Cult Master. Why don't you hurry over and properly serve him? Xing Chao scolded with a cold expression, then turned to look at the Cult Master with an obsequious smile. Please don't take offense, Cult Master. The Cult Master absent-mindedly looked up at Miss Ran, who was standing at the door. Unlike the other gorgeously dressed women in this building, this 18 or 19-year-old girl was dressed neatly and plainly. She was wrapped in a light-colored robe, unlike the other girls who revealed their too slender and fair thighs. Miss Ran was wrapped up very tightly. Her brows and eyes actually couldn't be considered very good-looking, but the combination of her facial features gave her an attractive charm. This Miss Ran had a different kind of charm and pride. The procuress's expression stiffened slightly, and then she said to everyone with an obsequious smile, honored guests. Our Jade Hue Parlor's Miss Ran isn't like the other girls in this building. Miss Ran is just like her name, clean and spotless. She can play the zither and sing, but if it's anything else. Clang. Xing Chao angrily slapped the wine pot to the ground and stood up. He pointed at the procuress and cursed, how can you be so tactless, procuress? It's fine if you shirk your duties to us normally. But today, you dare to be so impudent in front of the cult master? You really don't want to live anymore, do you? She's just a girl in this building, yet she dares to be so pretentious? Sir Huang belched and jeered. The procuress was so frightened that her face drained of color. She was just a normal person. Although she was accustomed to grand occasions, State Uncle Zheng's accumulated power in the past was too great. Now that he was angry, the procuress was a bit fearful. However, Zhao Qiran said indifferently, "Withdraw first. I'll deal with this." The procuress immediately nodded. Before leaving, she glanced at Zhao Qiran rather worriedly, then hurried to the rear courtyard after exiting the private room. The cult master looked up and paused for a moment at her departing figure. Then, he retracted his gaze and glanced at Zhao Qiran. Seeing this girl's stiff body and pursed lips, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He flicked his sleeve lightly and said in a wanton and flirtatious manner, "Pour wine." Zhao Qiran's body stiffened slightly. She sat down next to the cult master and obeyed his orders. She poured a cup of wine for him, but her eyes never strayed and she didn't move. Everyone else looked at her in astonishment. Sir Huang, who was hugging a little flower and fondling her up and down, turned around to take a look. He couldn't help but sneer, "Cult master actually likes this kind of woman? I think she's not as good as the one I'm carrying." Look at him, he was dull and emotionless. Look at how good this green leaf beside me is. She's obedient, well-behaved, and sensible. When she serves people, she knows how to do things. The woman called Lu Yi glanced somewhat awkwardly at Miss Ran. Her status couldn't even compare to a single strand of Miss Ran's hair. It was no wonder that Miss Ran's expression was slightly unsightly at this moment. The cult master chuckled. After 3 rounds of wine, he stood up. "This venerable one and Ranner will be leaving first." Everyone immediately exchanged a "we all understand" look and winked at each other before chuckling vulgarly. All right. Miss Ran, you'd best obediently serve our venerable cult master. If there's any mishap, be careful of your delicate skin and tender flesh." Zhao Qiran's body was completely stiff. The cult master was amused. Without saying anything else, he directly pulled Miss Ran away. Zhao Qiran originally wanted to struggle, but the sect master spat out a burst of energy, and she immediately couldn't budge. She stiffly allowed the sect master to pull her away, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. It was for no other reason than the sect master softly whispering in her ear, "This venerable one knows that you're a member of the Rakshasa ghost sect." Seeing Miss Ran stiffen, the sect master wickedly curled his lips and dragged the girl into the room, slamming the door with a bang. That door heavily slammed into Miss Ran's heart, causing her to be so shocked that she almost couldn't breathe. The man in front of her had an extremely shocking aura, causing her mind to waver for a moment. "Sit down and drink another cup with this venerable one. I believe that your sect master will arrive very soon." The sect master pressed the girl to sit down and unsealed her acupoint with one finger. He swirled the wine cup in his hand, his tone not allowing her to refuse. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate well, this venerable one won't make things difficult for you." The sect master's lips curled slightly, and he indifferently drank a cup before leisurely saying, "Hey, put away that dagger in your sleeve. Be careful not to stupidly cut yourself. If this venerable one wanted you, do you think you can do anything to this venerable one with that lousy dagger in your hand?" The sect master glanced at her with a spurious smile. Zhao Qiran blinked and looked at him in astonishment. He knew. He actually knew everything? Then what do you want to do? The sect master suddenly reached out, and a suction force pulled her into his embrace, causing her to sit on his lap. "I heard that you, the top hostess of Jade Hue Parlor, have all the men in the capital scrambling after you like a flock of ducks." His thin and soft sleeve brushed past her small face, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "You've seen so many men, so you're the most qualified to speak. This venerable one asks you, do you think this venerable one stinks?" Zhao Qiran, why was she suddenly speechless? This esteemed sect master, what kind of damned question was this? Sigh. The sect master's beautiful eyes narrowed in melancholy, and his thin lips pursed as he looked at Miss Zhao and asked, "I'll ask you again. When this venerable one hugs you, do you feel any discomfort?" Miss Zhao looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Why is it that this sect master, who looks so elegant and talented, seems to have some problems with his brain? Why didn't you answer when I asked you a question? The hierarch's face turned cold, and the smile on his face turned cold in an instant. Zhao Qiran was flabbergasted by his quick change in attitude. It's not without a sense of comfort, Zhao Qiran stammered in reply. The sect leader was furious. With a flick of his sleeve, he threw her to the ground and stood up abruptly. Liar! Zhao Qiran, if you still don't speak the truth, this seat will tear down your jade color house. Zhao Qiran, what should I say, isn't this sect leader a bit too temperamental? Indeed, it's not very comfortable. Zhao Qiran could only agree with him. The cult master's brows relaxed, and he immediately smiled. He stretched out his long arms and happily picked Miss Ran up from the ground. Once again, he held her in his arms like a baby. He stroked the back of her head and asked, is this comfortable? Zhao Qiran's body stiffened, her head wooden as she shook her head. This cult master seemed to be a sick person. You women always like to call stinky men stinky men. Could it be that this venerable one really stinks? Zhao Qiran, what should she say? If she denied it, perhaps this esteemed cult master would turn his back on her like a madman. Thus, Zhao Qiran nodded reluctantly. The cult master immediately sighed. No wonder she doesn't like me. Tell me, this cult master baths twice a day, and even my clothes have incense on them. How can I still stink? Forgive me for not answering this question of yours. Miss Ran tightly pursed her lips and simply didn't say a word. In reality, she only smelled a faint fragrance on this cult master's body and didn't have any unpleasant odor. Moreover, when this cult master hugged her, to be honest, she actually didn't feel any revulsion. His hug was natural like water and didn't seem vulgar at all. It really couldn't be said to be uncomfortable. How do you women like to be hugged? Horizontally or vertically? The cult master humbly asked for advice. Zhao Qiran, princess, why haven't you come to rescue this subordinate? Knock knock. Two soft sounds came from the window, and a low voice softly said, Cult master, the Raksha princess is still several kilometers away from here. She'll probably arrive in less than 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, the cult master immediately pushed Zhao Qiran away from his lap and turned back to give him a charming smile. This cult master will seek your advice next time. I'll take my leave first today. With that, he nimbly flipped out of the window. Like a wisp of flowing cloud, his figure instantly vanished without a trace. Bam! The door to the room was forcefully kicked open by a beautiful woman. A pair of beautiful eyes darted back and forth, and the Raksha princess sweetly called out with her innate baby voice, Ding Lang. Then, she looked dumbfoundedly at Zhao Qiran, who sat paralyzed on the ground and couldn't move at all. Why is it only you? Where did Ding Lang go? As she spoke, mystic chi shot out from her fingertip and suddenly hit Zhao Qiran's sealed acupoint. Zhao Qiran heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stood up to bow. Princess, cult master left just now. Princess Raksha gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She turned around and chased after Ding Yun, shouting, Ding Yun, you little bastard, let's see where you can run to. Cult master Ding, who was already far away, couldn't help but tremble when he heard Princess Luasha's shout. He hurriedly ran even faster. It wasn't until he had run quite a distance that he slowed down and let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He was so close to being caught by that crazy woman. Sect master, this subordinate has something to report. Left protector, if you have something to say, just say it. The sect leader, who had just recovered from the shock, turned his head and glanced at the man who had followed him like a shadow. The holy maiden left the headquarters several days ago and headed for the mystic beast forest. At this moment, she should be heading to the forest secret realm together with the elites of each nation to gain experience. The sect master was slightly taken aback but then nodded. Sikong Fuling has always been a mischievous person. Why would she want to go to the forest mystic realm this time and do such a thankless task? The secret treasures and spirit weapons in the mystic beast forest mystic realm had always been a legend. He didn't believe that Sikong Fuling, with her lazy personality, would listen to everyone's rumors and go to the mystic realm to suffer. It's said that that person is also in the group. Who? A foreboding feeling suddenly flashed through the sect master's mind. Prince Mo's consort. A trace of anger flitted across the sect master's picturesque features. Why should she meddle in my affairs? The left protector was silent. He understood very well that it was best not to speak when this person was in a fit of anger. Otherwise, the more he spoke, the angrier he got, and the more perverted he would do something. It was best to let him calm down silently. How many days has it been since you left? Cult Master Ding asked him with an ugly expression. 4 or 5 days, the left protector answered briefly. Suddenly, the cult master's figure flashed, and his slender body flashed up a tree. In the time it took to take a breath, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes suddenly flashed in front of him and pressed a hand tightly on his shoulder. The left protector felt his chest tighten, but he didn't say anything. He only looked at the newcomer in silence. He, big brother left protector. The left protector, this old witch was probably a bit old to be his mother. Hearing her call him big brother left protector or something, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Okay? Where's your esteemed cult master? The Raksha princess pouted her bright red lips and looked at the left protector with misty eyes. Her soft hands seemed to be kneading and squeezing his shoulders. The left protector suddenly felt that at this moment, he was like a pig waiting to be sold at a high price. The owner was testing whether or not this pig was fat enough to be sold. His esteemed cult master actually didn't say anything and directly left his beautiful subordinate behind to climb up a tree. He really wanted to betray him. Big brother Bashan. We haven't seen each other for quite a while. The Raksha princess' delicate hands were like snakes as they stroked down the left protector's square face. She stroked all the way to his neck and gently rubbed his protruding Adam's apple back and forth. The left protector Bashan's hair stood on end. Where's your esteemed cult master? The Raksha princess giggled as her soft hands slid down the left protector's stiff chest. She looked like she was going to take advantage of the left protector's entire body. The left protector really wanted to cry, but men don't easily shed tears. He forcibly held them back. Big brother Bashan, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll do you on the spot. I won't be gentle when I'm angry. The Raksha princess said with a serious expression. Cult Master Ding, who was hiding in the dense foliage of the tree, did not dare to move. He hid there and hid his aura, so Princess Luosha couldn't sense him. If he made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. What a terrifying woman, he would rather die than go down to see this old woman. Bashan, sacrificing your ego to complete my greater ego, your death will be worth it. Left guardian Bashan's eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was bleeding. He watched as the Luosha princess pushed him to the ground. His clothes were ripped apart with a light swipe of the Luosha princess' finger. The chastity that he had reserved for the right protector was about to be lost. Sob, sob, sob. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and a thick layer of white fog filled the air under the tree. The left protector suddenly felt his body lighten, and someone picked him up and ran away. Flustered and exasperated, Princess Raksha only managed to grab half of Cult Master Ding's lapel. When she rushed out of the thick white fog, how could she still see Cult Master Ding? Ding Yun, you little brat. Let's see where you can run to. The Raksha princess rubbed her slender fingers and snorted angrily. When I catch you, I'll torture you to death in 360 different ways. Princess. A soft, stammering voice was heard. Are we going back now? No. The Raksha princess looked like she was going to fight Cult Master Ding to the end. How's the investigation going? This subordinate found out that the Holy Maiden left the demonic cult's headquarters several days ago and headed for the Mystic Beast Forest. This little B***TCH must have bewitched brother Cult Master, so he won't accept my goodwill no matter what. The Raksha princess angrily said, let's go to the Mystic Beast Forest to meet this little B***TCH. That female subordinate speechlessly glanced at the Raksha princess before silently following her. In reality, the princess had pursued Cult Master Ding for so many days, but when had Cult Master Ding ever cared about her? He was clearly rejecting her. The Raksha princess's exquisite face was taut as she suddenly asked, how many days has it been since my shear left? The female subordinate hastily replied, ever since you sent her to Bailon City to search for a spirit weapon, she hasn't returned. It's been a very, very long time. The Raksha princess indignantly flung her sleeves. Despicable. Everything is against me. The female subordinate didn't dare utter another word and hastily left with her. Mai Lian's section break. After exiting the Honghai temple, a group of low-key carriages headed for the palace. Mo Lian leaned against the brocade next to the window and gently rubbed her head with one hand. The restoration and reconstruction of Nimpan Tower was going smoothly. According to the normal speed, it would probably be completed within a year. Without these vexing matters, he also felt much more relaxed. Once his little crown princess returned safely, he could happily consummate the wedding. When he thought of this, Prince Mo's lips curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I wonder if this little fellow is having fun in the mystic realm. Whoosh! A light sound rang out. Prince Mo narrowed his eyes and turned his head to the side, only to see a short arrow abruptly pierce through the thick curtain and nail itself to the window frame. The arrow's tail quivered, and there was even a piece of bright yellow silk cloth wrapped around the arrowhead. Who goes there? The guards outside shouted angrily and drew their swords. Huifeng impatiently lifted the curtain and called out, Your Highness. I'm fine. Prince Mo shook his head calmly. Huifeng quickly bowed and boarded the carriage. He took out the bright yellow silk cloth that Prince Mo had tied to the window lattice and handed it to the crown prince. The crown prince only glanced at it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the signature on the silk cloth, ding ting ding. Then, his face suddenly turned cold. Without saying a word, he got out of the carriage and hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. Your Highness! Huifeng and the others were alarmed, and they hastily followed after him. The group of people had just turned the corner when they saw more than a dozen men wearing ferocious-looking masks pouncing on them. The two sides started to fight on the spot. The crown prince's figure floated to an arch bridge like a wisp of smoke. This small stone arch bridge had a very steep slope, and a tall figure in a bewitching purple stood in the center of the slope. Ding ting ding. Mo Lian gazed icily at the figure in front of her. MHM, it's me. That person turned around, revealing a smiling face that resembled the Maitreya Buddha. He looked benevolent and exceptionally amiable. However, this smiling face truly didn't match the murderous aura emanating from his body in the slightest. Mo Lian naturally wouldn't foolishly believe that this appearance was Ding Ting Ding's original appearance. You came to throw away your life. Crown Prince Mo sneered, his extremely frigid gaze landing on the other party. He hadn't even had the time to find trouble with this person, and this person had delivered himself to his doorstep. If this wasn't seeking death, then what was? It's not certain who will die yet. Ding Ting Ding extended a slender, white finger and shook it forcefully in the air. His gaze circled back and forth on his body, tsk tisk. He lightly laughed. A trace of cold mockery slid across the man's lips, slowly but clearly enunciating each word, Prince Mo. This lord has received a valuable gift from others, so this lord will naturally keep his promise. This lord will take your precious life. Mo Lian couldn't help but sneer, 5 clusters of flames dancing between her raised fingers. Ding Ting Ding's laughter was low and deep, and he suddenly flung out a wriggling little snake with a wave of his hand. Unfortunately, before it could fly in front of Mo Lian, it was burned to ashes by a cluster of flames. If I beat you, how about you give me this beautiful skin on your body? Ding Ting Ding blinked, with a humble and pleading appearance. If I use your skin to make a beauty drum and give it to the little girl, she'll definitely be very happy. Mo Lian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this person. Such a despicable move. Did he think that a few threatening words would be able to shake her heart that was as hard as iron? Too laughable. You should first think about whether you'll have another chance to live if you lose to me. A streak of fire suddenly descended, and the two people flew forward. The slender, jet-black raven moon sword clashed with a sparkling green longsword. That sword was actually made of vines, but it was abnormally sturdy. A great spirit master who comprehended the wood spirit, she really underestimated this little thief. Mo Lian's eyes flashed slightly, and the fire spirit covered the raven moon sword, and a terrifying spirit energy directly pounced on the other party. Chi! The red flames instantly turned purple, enveloping the green vine sword in Ding Ting Ding's hand, and instantly burning it to ashes. What a powerful fire spirit. Is it a 9th level spirit fire? Ding Ting Ding blinked and smiled, and 5 or 6 vines suddenly drilled out of his sleeves, whipping straight towards the ground. Mo Lian shifted her feet and quickly leaped up to avoid the vines that were thrown at her. When the purple flames landed on the snake-like vines, they were instantly burned to ashes. As expected, an 8th stage wood spirit against a 9th stage spirit fire is still too forceful. Then, try my spiritual weapon. Ding Ting Ding mumbled to himself. Try my earth treasure bell of heaven and earth. This is a spiritual artifact that has been forcibly sealed to the 15th level. It's not just a spiritual artifact. Ding Ting Ding called out somewhat childishly, take this. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic black bell jumped out from his conscious and headed straight for Mo Lian to envelop him. If he was caught by this bell, he was afraid that he would really have to give up his life here. Mo Lian's lips curled into a sneer as she flicked her sleeve. The other party was coming at them menacingly, so how could they not accept the challenge? No matter what, they couldn't lose to this little thief. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the earth treasure bell of heaven and earth. With extremely fast hand speed, he made a few complicated hand seals that couldn't be seen clearly by the naked eye. A pitch-black lotus with a faint light suddenly appeared in his hand. It looked as if it was as light as a feather, completely unable to withstand a single blow. In reality, when it collided with the ferocious earth treasure bell of heaven and earth, that earth treasure bell of heaven and earth was actually sent flying back several meters by the impact of the black lotus, and it began to spin in midair. Boom! The pitch-black lotus flower actually exploded in an instant, producing a huge burst of energy that instantly sent the heaven-earth bell flying. Ding Ting Ding's expression didn't change, but he was shocked on the inside. He reached out to recall the bell and sized up Mo Lian with a smile on his face. Seems a bit interesting. Prince Mo, even with his eyesight, he actually couldn't recognize what kind of technique Prince Mo's hand seal was. Mo Lian didn't say a word. She directly pinched out several ink-colored lotus flowers and threw them at Ding Ting Ding. He had only comprehended the second realm of the Death Lotus Seal's inheritance, but it was more than enough to deal with a little mystic cultivator whose cultivation was sealed at level 15. Are you prepared to die, thief sage Ding Ting Ding? Mo Lian pursed her thin lips and pounced forward, her slender fingers grabbing the other party's arm. The purple flames burning on her fingers were about to burn through Ding Ting Ding's arm. Yet he suddenly opened his mouth. After fusing with the demonic beast Fire Qilan Fanged Snake, the poison had long become one with his body. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of mist. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be caught off guard and fall for it. Unfortunately, Mo Lian had long been on guard against him, and he was an apothecary who could resolve all kinds of abnormal conditions in the body. Thus, this kind of Fire Qilan Fanged Snake's poison was naturally completely useless against him. At this moment, a black lotus imprint appeared on Mo Lian's palm. She flew up and took advantage of Ding Ting Ding's momentary lapse of confusion to press her palm, which contained a huge amount of mystic energy, on Ding Ting Ding's chest with a bang. However, he suddenly felt a slight stabbing pain in his palm and abruptly pulled it back. Cough. Ding Ting Ding abruptly took a step back, and a trace of blood inevitably slid down from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly laughed hysterically. Mo Lian, oh Mo Lian. Do you think you've won? Take a look at your hand, okay? Mo Lian looked down at her palm expressionlessly. There was a small pinhole in the center of her palm, and a drop of blood had already formed. Ding Ting Ding smugly raised his head and laughed. I purposely placed a poison needle here. You've been fooled this time. Prince Mo, you're about to die. Ha ha ha. My beauty's skin is finally here. Mo Lian didn't make a sound. She only took advantage of the moment when Ding Ting Ding raised his head and laughed to leap into the air like a ghost. With a grab and press, she locked Ding Ting Ding's shoulder. Ding Ting Ding's pitch-black eyes flashed with a dark light. Without thinking, a green vine sword formed in his hand and viciously stabbed towards Prince Mo's heart. This fast, vicious, and accurate sword strike at close range was naturally blocked by Prince Mo's full-body spiritual armor. A close-range lotus seal once again slammed into Ding Ting Ding's chest. The lotus seal even exploded several times on his body. In the blink of an eye, half of the bridge pier was blasted into smithereens. Ding Ting Ding glanced at him in astonishment before falling down along with the shattered pier. He seemed to be very surprised. Prince Mo had clearly been pierced by the poison needle in his chest earlier, so why was he completely fine and didn't have any reaction at all? Mo Lian lowered her head to glance at the small red dot in her palm. Her body suddenly swayed, and she coughed softly. Hui Feng and the others quickly rushed to her side and shouted with rapt attention, "Your Highness!" Mo Lian waved her hand to stop him from speaking. "Return to the Eastern Palace immediately." An 8th-layer wood spirit great spiritual master who had also fused with the power of evil beasts wasn't easy to deal with. "Cult Master, how are you?" The left protector, who was supporting the drenched man and walking briskly along the riverbank, exclaimed softly in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Although the cult master was in a sorry state, extreme joy floated between his brows. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. The left protector hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to him. "Cult Master, your heart was heavily injured by a dagger earlier, and it hasn't fully recovered during this period. Now, your heart has been struck by Prince Mo's palm again and again. You had better take care of your body." Haha, cough, how much better do you think he is than me? The cult master smiled smugly. "I merely received 2 palm strikes from him. It'll be fine as long as I shift the important organs in my body." He said indifferently, "It's not like I'll die. He's different. He was poisoned by the devil grass, and no one in the world can cure him, ha ha ha. Cough, cough, he's dead for sure. Right now, he still doesn't know that he'll soon become a corpse, ha 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 ha." After saying this, the cult master laughed crazily again until he spat out a mouthful of blood before stopping. "Cult Master?" The left protector turned pale with fright as he supported his worrisome master, somewhat blaming him for not cherishing his body. The cult master's playfulness was his second nature, and his emotions were hard to discern. When had he ever seen someone injure him to this extent? How could he still laugh? "Take me to the mystic beast forest." He abruptly grabbed his wrist. The left protector's dog eyes widened in shock. "Cult Master, why do you still want to go to the mystic beast forest when you're injured like this? Shouldn't he immediately return to the headquarters to treat his injuries?" "Less nonsense, take me there." The cult master coughed up blood, and his body involuntarily pressed down on the left protector. The left protector looked down and saw that his master had fainted just like that. He couldn't help but be anxious and angry, but he didn't dare to go against his master's wishes. He could only find a place to treat his master's injuries before taking him to the mystic beast forest. He thought, "How did I end up with a master like you, idiot ding ting ding?" After 7 days and 6 nights of killing profound beasts, he was endlessly absorbing the boundless profound energy in this place. Arbor frantically assimilated the essence earth in his body and smoothly advanced a level without any mishaps, stepping into the ranks of level 13 mystic cultivators. Looking inside, he found that less than a third of the life essence earth was left after the rapid fusion. It seemed that the estimated fusion time would be much faster. She suddenly opened her eyes, her heart beating like a drum for no reason, and her mind was in a strange panic. She hurriedly reached out to soothe her noisy chest and looked up at the blue sky in the mystic realm with a puzzled expression. What's going on? For a moment, he felt very flustered. Before she could think about it, she heard a series of heavy footsteps. He didn't even need to look to know that it was that damned giant ape senior. The giant ape arrived in front of her and suddenly stretched out its hairy arms, lifting her up as usual. He did not allow her to resist at all. Stomp, stomp, stomp. His fat and thick feet stepped on the soft soil as he carried her back to the stone tablet. Xiao Qiao. When Sixth Xing saw her appear, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. In truth, they had already been released from the sealed space 2 days ago, but Sixth Xing had not seen Arbor's figure the entire time, so he was secretly anxious. Seeing that she was safe and sound this time, he relaxed. Qin Susu also nodded slightly at Arbor. This mystic realm was rather strange. When she was first isolated in that damned sealed space, she was almost torn to shreds by the swarms of mystic beasts. When she recalled how the second young master had told her to protect Miss Qiao at all costs after entering the mystic realm, she couldn't help but blush. It seemed like there was nothing she could do to help. Even now, she only suspected that the 10,000-year Xuanji core was inside the small house, but her group couldn't pass through no matter what. Arbor had been carried all the way here by the giant ape. The colossal ape's arm was as thick as 7 or 8 of her thighs. The scene of being carried all the way here was really hard to describe in a few words. Today was the 8th day since they entered the mystic realm. Everyone had already completed the first round of the Mystic Beast Mystic Realm special training. According to the stone tablet, those who completed the first round of training only needed to advance by 1 level within 10 days to be able to head to the small house in the forest and pay their respects to Senior Xuanji. However, when they were transported out 2 days ago, Little Sixth Xing, Qin Susu, Bailey Wu, and Bailey Zhen all felt that they had reached the critical point of advancing, but they still hadn't advanced after 2 days. At this time, they all looked at Arbor. When they saw it, their eyes immediately widened in shock. She had advanced, because Arbor had an aura-concealing talisman on her. Her cultivation had been forcibly deducted by 5 levels. Now, everyone saw that the little girl in front of them was at the 8th level of the mystic realm. Miss Qiao had always been at the 7th level of cultivation, although her cultivation wasn't quite in line with her strength. Most people attributed this inconsistency to Miss Qiao being a great talisman master. Prince Mo's consort had actually advanced. This meant that she could head to the small house before everyone else. Wei Nanshu looked gloomily at Arbor, his heart filled with indignation. When he thought of how Arbor would be the first to head to the small house to choose a secret treasure, his heart felt like thousands of ants were crawling and rolling. It was extremely unbearable. Prince Mo's consort would definitely be the first to choose the 10,000-year Xuanji core. Hee, Senior Giant Ape, isn't this a little unfair? The giggling Sikong Fuling appeared in front of the giant ape in a flash. The little girl's cultivation is at the 7th level. It's much easier for her to advance to the 8th level than most of us. After all, everyone knew that the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to advance. The amount of profound energy needed to advance from the 7th level to the 8th level and the amount of profound energy needed to advance from the 12th level to the 13th level could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between a canal and the sea. When everyone heard this, their pupils constricted slightly. A level 12 mystic cultivator, the demonic cult's holy maiden was already a level 12 mystic cultivator at such a young age. Her talent was simply terrifying to the extreme. Without a doubt, the holy maiden's cultivation was the highest among them. Roar, roar. The giant ape was very human-like and roared at her twice, as if it was berating her to quickly retreat. Humph! The saintess of the demonic cult, Sikong Fuling, instantly turned hostile. She reached out and grabbed in Arbor's direction. If this young lady slaughters this little girl right now, doesn't that mean that all the rankings will have to be redone? Wei Nanshu, Ying Jian, and the others stood on the sidelines to watch, unable to conceal the schadenfreude in their eyes. It couldn't be any better that the holy maiden was willing to make a move. If a level 12 mystic cultivator wanted to kill a level 8 mystic cultivator, it would be a matter of minutes. Arbor was completely expressionless, as if completely unsurprised that this saint of the demonic cult would suddenly attack her. After throwing out a defensive talisman to block the saint's claw, Arbor's figure flickered, and she had already floated behind the giant ape. Roar! Sure enough, the giant ape senior suddenly attacked in the next second. Its plump palm flung out and mercilessly struck the saint of the demonic cult, Sikong Fuling's face, as if it was going to flatten her small face with one slap. The saint dodged slightly to the left. Although she dodged quickly enough, she couldn't match the giant ape's agility. It rushed forward and once again attacked the saint's small face with its fan-like palm. Sikong Fuling's face darkened, and she cursed, D*MN. This D*MN giant ape was targeting her face with every move. Could it be that it hadn't heard of not hitting people's faces when hitting them? Xiao Mu stood leisurely to the side as she calmly watched this saint of the demonic cult fend off the giant ape's powerful attacks with great difficulty. After the giant ape's several slaps missed the saint's face, it angrily roared at the sky. Eastern Ying Kingdom's eldest crown prince, Ying Jian, who was originally standing on the side to watch the show, was caught off guard by this sound and inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful sound wave technique! This giant ape could actually use its roar to injure people, so its strength was clearly extraordinary. At this time, the giant ape had already been provoked by the saint of the demonic cult, Sikong Fuling, who was as slippery as a loach. It stayed in this mystic energy-dense mystic realm all year round, so its martial strength was comparable to a peak level 15 mystic cultivator. The more they exchanged blows, the more apprehensive Xianxia became. At the same time, she was well aware that the reason she was able to smoothly enter the mystic realm in the beginning was that this giant ape had not used its full strength. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suddenly summoned her mystic beast, four-winged jade-eyed tiger. The moment that mystic beast landed, it roared and fearlessly pounced at the giant ape to bite it. The giant ape roared angrily a few times and stomped on the ground. Its body jumped up and down, nimbly dodging the four-winged jade-eyed tiger's attack. It then slapped the four-winged jade-eyed tiger's face. The four-winged jade-eyed tiger wasn't as lucky as its master. This slap just happened to land on its head, causing it to stagger and shake its head dizzily. Just as Xianxia turned to check on the four-winged jade-eyed tiger, Arbor suddenly moved. Her agile figure swayed, and dozens of icicles flashing with a cold white light suddenly shot towards Xianxia's back. Whoosh! 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 Xianxia immediately sensed the approaching danger and rolled on the ground as she dodged several icicles. However, in the next second, he was shocked by Arbor, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The startled swan dagger brushed past the demonic saintess' left cheek. If she hadn't rolled away to avoid it, the startled swan dagger would have slit her throat. The little girl was too ruthless and didn't leave any leeway. The demonic saintess broke out in a cold sweat, but when she turned to look at Arbor, she laughed coquettishly. What a fast dagger! Without a word, Arbor lightly tapped the ground with the tip of its foot and flew into the air. With another flash, the hundreds of icicles in its hand rapidly streaked across the deathly still air. TSK 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 TSK. The saintess dodged several times in a row, anger flashing through her still eyes as she activated her defensive weapon to block. What a fellow! A little level 8 mystic cultivator forced a level 12 mystic cultivator to retreat without using a talisman. With several sizzling sounds, the icicles rained down and continuously struck Xianxia's defensive barrier. The defensive artifact could still block a dozen or so fierce attacks, but which defensive artifact could withstand 100 or so fierce attacks? Xianxia's expression darkened. She slightly relaxed her mystic energy, and the entire defensive barrier was broken open by the icicles with a bam. Bam, bam, bam. Everyone speechlessly turned their heads to look, only to see Senior Giant Ape grinning widely and happily clapping his large, furry palms. His heart was probably biased to God knows where. They originally found it very strange that Senior Giant Ape's enthusiasm for Miss Xiao was completely different from theirs. Could this be a natural affinity for each other? Cough, cough, cough. After the defensive barrier was broken, Xianxia dodged a row of icicles with lightning-like speed. But she was still unavoidably hit in the thigh and elbow by several icicles. Streaks of red abrasions appeared especially conspicuous on her fair skin. Xianxia's gaze had already turned completely cold, and she looked up at Arbor. I originally thought that you were a pretty good girl, but who knew that you also know how to sneak attack from behind? Arbor blinked but did not speak. He flipped his hand and shot a sharp, aqua-colored blade that brushed past Xianxia's scalp, who had suddenly fallen backward. Swish, swish. The flowing water arrow was impossible to guard against. Meanwhile, Ying Jian and the others who were watching from the side were already stupefied by this scene. How could a little level 8 mystic cultivator now beat up a level 12 mystic cultivator? Could it be that Miss Xiao secretly used a talisman without their knowledge? This was too shocking. A fervent glint flashed through Wei Nanshu's eyes. No wonder everyone said that great talisman masters had exceedingly formidable means. It looked like this was indeed the case. You probably used some magic treasure to conceal your cultivation realm. At this time, the holy maiden finally understood. She wasn't stupid. After fighting until now, if she still didn't know that Arbor wasn't some level 8 mystic cultivator, then she really could buy a piece of tofu and kill herself. Arbor didn't pay any attention to her. He only glanced at her from the corner of his eyes before looking back at the giant ape. The giant ape seemed to be very happy with her victory. It walked in front of her and stretched out its furry gray arm to grab her. He turned around and left the crowd, minding his own business. A dim light flickered in Wei Nanshu's eyes. His heart was filled with unspeakable jealousy and hatred, but he did not dare to make a move. After all, even Sikong Foling was unable to gain an advantage over the giant ape, and Arbor's savagery had already left a very deep impression in his heart. With his intelligence and wisdom, it was naturally impossible for him to pick a time like this to stand out. Xiaomi, on the other hand, jumped up happily. "You're going to the little hut in the forest to pay your respects to Senior Xuanji. That's great. Sis, you're amazing." The Aikido tribe Zakir involuntarily pursed her lips and sneered, "It's not like you're going to the hut yourself. What are you so happy about?" Xiaomi harumphed and glanced at her haughtily. "What do you know? How can a brainless woman with big breasts like you, who pounces forward at the sight of men, possibly understand the precious sisterhood between us?" Akir's face alternated between green and white at Xiaomi's blunt words. She twisted her body and stomped her feet. She hugged Ollie's arm and called out delicately, "Ollie, look at her." Ollie glanced at Xiaomi with a gloomy expression. He was also very dissatisfied with Xiaomi's tone and attitude. It was as if aside from Arbor, no one else was worth anything in her eyes. It was a little infuriating. Xiaomi shrugged and retracted her gaze. Then, she walked to the side with Gong Sun Lai and sat down. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. In the past 2 days, the mystic energy in the entire Mystic Beast secret realm had thinned considerably. However, they could instinctively feel that the waves of energy coming from the small house were continuously filling the void of mystic energy here. Such a powerful object, it had to be, the 10,000-year-old Xuanji core. On the other side, Arbor was carried by the giant ape's arm the entire way. She watched speechlessly as the ape moved and leaped through the lush green forest and quickly arrived in front of a small house. This small house had red walls and black tiles. There was a red copper bell hanging from the door. The crisp tinkling of the bell could be heard from afar. The giant ape put her down and gently poked Arbor's shoulder with its finger. Qiaomu turned to look at it and said with a nod, "I can go in, but next time, you can't always carry me back and forth." She wasn't a little doll. What was with her being carried around all the time? She was so shameless. The giant ape grinned at her. This big guy had been in the secret realm for so many years that its intelligence had long since developed. Naturally, it could understand her words. Seeing it smile, Qiaomu took it as a sign that it agreed with her. She then nodded, put her 2 little claws behind her back, and walked towards the house with light steps. If she advanced within 10 days, she would receive the first opportunity to visit Senior Xuanji. No matter what, this was still a rare opportunity. Arbor began to look forward to it. What kind of good things would this Senior Xuanji give her? After all, she was the first person to successfully advance in the secret realm. It wouldn't do if Senior Xuanji didn't have anything to give her. Creak. The door to the small house was pushed open by her small hand. Looking inside the house, everything was arranged in an orderly manner, spotless. Although it looked like it had been a long time since someone had lived here, everything was properly tidied up. It was probably the work of the spiritual giant ape. Who knew how many years this fellow had been alone in the mystic realm? It only saw humans once every 10 years. It must have been very lonely. "Oh, my young child, you have come at last." A cheerful voice suddenly drilled into her ear. Qiaomu abruptly turned around and swept her gaze around the room, but she did not see anyone. "Stop looking. I'm right above you." Qiaomu abruptly raised her head, and what entered her sight was a pair of small feet in pink embroidered shoes dangling from the ceiling beam, swaying back and forth. "Arbor, do you feel that this old woman is different from the senior expert you imagined?" "Ahahaha, that's right." Xuanji laughed heartily. "I hate being restrained by the rules of the world the most. Acting according to one's nature is my motto." Arbor suddenly interrupted her. "Let's get to the point. If you don't hurry up and say it, this virtual image of yours will completely disappear." Xuanji was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed maniacally again. Good, good, good. My 200 years of waiting were not in vain. Little fellow, you are indeed an interesting child." Arbor was speechless as she looked at this senior expert. She couldn't help but mutter softly, "I don't even know if it's a trap. There are no secret treasures or spirit weapons at all." She was very clear that this senior sitting on the beam in front of her seemed to be talking to her, but in reality, it was just a remnant shadow. Everything she said was preset by herself. Don't think that because I came from the mountains, I can be easily deceived. Little fellow, you're the first person in more than 200 years who can really advance in 10 days in this mystic realm. My bitter wait was not in vain. Sigh. Arbor raised her eyebrows slightly. My mystic realm has been open for more than 200 years and has accepted at least 20 batches of people. If I'm not wrong, my encouragement reward Xianxia pill should have been used up in the last round of the mystic realm trial. Arbor's mouth twitched. If Wei Nanshu and the others heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. Sigh, child. From today onwards, you're the second-generation leader of our Xianxia school. Wait. What second-generation leader of the Xianxia school? Then wouldn't the first generation be this senior Xianxia in front of her? After 300 years, she was only the second generation. What a poor sect this was. She didn't want to be some leader. She refused to accept this kind of job that forced a duck onto a perch. Don't think that being the leader of our Xianxia school is a laborious task. In fact, there are many benefits. Arbor curled her lips noncommittally. Suddenly, the figure sitting on the beam landed lightly in front of her. In one hand, she held a fist-sized object that was as bright as a ruby. This is a 10,000-year-old Xianxia core. Senior Xianxia sighed quietly. It contains all my cultivation and strength in this life. You only need to absorb it into your dantian and slowly adjust to it. After a few decades, you'll be able to convert all my cultivation into your own. Arbor looked at the Xianxia core in that person's hand in shock. This was... Senior Xianxia had infused all of his power into it before he died. Similar to the pill inheritance she had received from teacher Long Chuyun, what she was about to receive now was a pure cultivation inheritance. Generally speaking, no one would even attempt to obtain such a cultivation inheritance. This was because it was extremely painful to inject all of one's power into the inheritance jade. The process was also extremely dangerous. There's a 90% chance that you'll die a horrible death before you've even succeeded. The remaining success rate was less than 10%, and it was possible to face all kinds of strange problems. Therefore, even when some of the elders in the family passed away, very few people would be stupid enough to choose to pass their cultivation to the younger generation. Because it was too difficult, of course. If there really was a senior expert who carved his entire life's worth of cultivation into an inheritance jade stone and imparted it to you, that would be the rhythm of a meteoric rise. Think about it, one's life could be shortened by at least 60 to 100 years of struggle. A country bumpkin could immediately become a powerful expert. This inheritance red jade contains my entire life's worth of cultivation. Now, the opportunity is in front of you. Little fellow. If you agree to become the second leader of my Xianxia school, kneel down and kowtow to me. Darling Chow didn't make a sound for a long time as she stared suspiciously at Senior Xianxia, who had a faint smile on her lips. This was a soul that was more than 200 years old. Not only was it transparent, its face was already blurred. Senior Xianxia was obviously anxious when she didn't react after so long. She urged, "Why aren't you kneeling?" Okay, I'll tell you everything. Child, why are you so quick-witted? That's right. To accept my cultivation inheritance, you have to agree to 3 conditions. As I said just now, becoming the second sect master of my Xianxia school is the first condition. This deceitful senior had probably set up this language trap 100 years ago so that the juniors who came would immediately be mesmerized by the Xianxia core and kneel down to accept her conditions. Then, she would tell others that that was actually only the first condition and that there were still 2 conditions waiting for them. Arbor rolled her eyes and silently moved her feet to retreat. Senior Xianxia sighed and said, "The second condition is actually quite simple. When my Xianxia school was first established, there were 103 first-generation disciples. After 60 years of continuous hard work by this senior, the school has expanded to more than 5,000 people. To only accept 5,000 disciples after 60 years, it was probably just a third-rate school. The second task I want you to do is to find the 103 first-generation disciples and recruit them back into our Xianxia school." Arbor was speechless and complained softly, "There are so many people. Where can I find the first-generation disciples? I know you'll definitely say that I'm fantasizing and unrealistic." Indeed. Arbor didn't want to scold her, but impatience was already showing in her eyes. She decided to run. She didn't want to take over this Xianxia school's mess. She had to become the sect master and find the first-generation disciples. How troublesome and annoying. I have the nameplates of the 103 first-generation disciples here. As long as you're within 1,000 feet of them, you'll be able to sense them. Arbor, a distance of 1,000 feet is actually not that far. You can fly there casually. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Arbor turned around and ran. He reached out and pulled on the door, but it didn't budge. How could he let her out so easily? Arbor rolled up his sleeves, intending to give this senior Xianxia a good beating before asking her to let him out. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she saw the senior looking at her with tears in her eyes. Although her face was blurred, she could tell that she was heartbroken. Please don't despise our Xianxia sect. How am I asking for too much? I've given you my entire life's cultivation. And the 103 disciples of our Xianxia school will be your strongest backing in the future. The third condition is even simpler. I want you to find that old bastard Xianxia's direct disciple and crush him with your strength. Just give him a slap in the face for me. I can even wake up laughing in the underworld. The more Xiaomu listened to this bizarre condition, the stranger it became. Xiaomu turned around and slammed on the door. Open the door, open the door. Giant ape, I know you're outside. Hurry up and open the door. Otherwise, she would tear down this lousy place. Just agree to my request, little fellow. Other than the Xianxia core, I can also give you all the entrance fees I've collected from the 20 batches of people who entered the mystic realm. Arbor, I'm actually speechless. So this person had cheated so many people of their spirit weapons and dharma treasures so that they could be offered to her as a tribute. She really had to thank her entire family. If Senior Xianxia had a physical body right now, she would definitely be hugging her leg and crying. Arbor turned her head and shot her a displeased glance, resolutely refusing to accept this 10,000-year-old Xianxia core. No problem, she already had the essence soil. She just needed to fuse it with her essence soil, and she would definitely be able to advance another level in a short period of time. That would be enough. As for Senior Xianxia's cultivation inheritance jade, she could be considered unlucky enough to enjoy it. With so many additional conditions, how could she be a patient person? No way, no way, no way. Our dear Xiaomu shook her small hand vigorously and gave an affirmative answer. I won't accept it. She was about to turn and kick the door open when suddenly, a green vine shot out from her wrist and automatically coiled around the Xianxia core in Senior Xianxia's palm. Arbor couldn't stop it in time. She watched as that cheating tree directly sucked the Xianxia core into the mystic domain with a whoosh. She was shocked. Stunned. Stunned, wasn't this crazy tree in seclusion? Could it be that the temptation of the Xianxia core was so great that it lured the little tree out of seclusion? Arbor hurriedly used her inner sight to take a look. She saw that after that cheating tree pulled the Xianxia core into the depths of the mystic domain, it covered the mystic domain with its roots. The entire tree emitted a pure and holy green glow as it pretended to be dead and motionless. It looked like it hadn't come out of seclusion at all. Haha, if the little treant was in front of her right now, she would definitely go up and beat it up without a second word. This darn fellow, how many times had it cheated her all these years? It was practically no trick of count, Arbor nagged, but Senior Xianxia was overjoyed. She danced and shouted, Xianxia School's second-generation sect master. You're the second generation. Your whole family is second generation. Arbor turned around angrily and glared at this Senior Xianxia whose face was blurred out. Second sect leader, I'll leave the 3 missions to you. Do them well, I know you can do it. Senior Xianxia laughed and said, oh right, if you meet the descendants of the merfolk race when you travel the pugilistic world in the future, help them if you can. This is already the 4th matter. Xiaomu grumpily shouted at her. Although she knew that this guy couldn't hear her at all, her little heart still hurt from anger. Why are there so many problems? Just a slight effort. How could there be so many easy things in this world? It all depends on her mood. Xiaomu turned her head proudly and kicked the door again. This time, the door opened as soon as he heard the sound. Xiaomu ran out without looking back. She heard Senior Xianxia call out from behind her, Second Sect Master, remember the mission I gave you. Especially if you meet Xianxia's junior disciples in the future, you must give them a good slap in the face. Arbor had already run far away, throwing the words of the Xuanji school's first-generation sect master to the back of her mind. She didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with Senior Tianjizi, but he actually wanted her to slap Senior Tianjizi's disciple's face. And it had to be a good slap. What a baffling person. Sigh, as a baby, she really didn't understand the world of the senior experts. Arbor shook her head and ran out of the forest. Suddenly, she heard a roar from behind. Turning around, she saw the giant ape grinning widely as it crawled over to her on all fours. It tilted its fat head and smiled charmingly naively. "I'll walk by myself," Arbor said as she spread open her hand. The giant ape retracted its furry arm and glanced at her in embarrassment. Suddenly, it threw a pile of items in front of her. Arbor, what else could she say? Weren't these the entrance fees she had swindled from other people? The spirit stones that little Sixth Xing had handed over, the short spiritual dagger that Wei Nanshu had handed over was embedded with a row of red, green, and blue gems. The demonic cult's holy maiden, Sikong Fuling, had given her 2 4-winged jade-eyed tiger canines. It really had everything that one could wish for. Xiaomu rummaged through that trash pile and took out Wei Nanshu's short spiritual blade and another high-level mystic weapon bow and arrow. She placed them in her hands to cushion them. She hung the short dagger on her waist and carried the bow and arrow on her back. As for the rest of the pile, Arbor didn't refuse anything and put them all into her inner world. Sigh, she really had to reluctantly accept a pile of scrap metal. The giant ape tilted its head and grinned happily as it watched her skillfully put away the items. It then turned around and led her through the valley, returning to the place where everyone was gathered in a short while. Seeing her return, Xiaomi happily went up to her. "Younger sister, did you get your reward?" Arbor showed her the bow and arrow on her back and a short dagger on her waist. Xiaomi was delighted to see them. "Not bad, not bad. A mystic weapon and a spiritual weapon. This senior Xuanji is really quite generous." Arbor inwardly disdained her. That person didn't give the reward for nothing. There were still 1, 2, 3, 4 lousy conditions, however, her expression didn't change, and she still wore a stoic expression as she nodded reluctantly in agreement. At this time, Wei Nanshu suddenly shot in front of Arbor, his eyes staring intently at the short dagger hanging on her waist. F***CK, wasn't that the spiritual weapon he handed over to Senior Giant Ape? At this moment, it was actually hanging on the little girl's waist. The row of red, blue, and green gemstones on the scabbard was custom-made by him. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. Naturally, he could recognize it at a glance. Wei Nanshu was fuming with anger. He pointed at the dagger hanging on Arbor's waist and angrily asked, "Why do you have this? What are you doing? Red eyebrows and green eyes staring at my sister, are you tired of living?" Without another word, Xiaomi stepped forward and defended him. A grown man yelling at a little girl. "Isn't it very interesting? You. Get out of the way." Wei Nanshu said angrily, "I gave this dagger to Senior Giant Ape 8 days ago. Why are you here now? A reward." Arbor looked at him as if he was an idiot. Wei Nanshu choked on her words and didn't know what to say. The dagger was indeed his, but he had already handed it over to the giant ape. Now that Senior Xuanji insisted on giving the dagger to Miss Qiao as a reward, what could he do, other than forcibly suppressing his anger? He had no other choice. Dong 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 dong. The giant ape took heavy steps and threw a stone tablet in front of everyone. Written on it, "In this round of trial, you will be thrown into the cold pond. As long as you can persist in the cold pond for 7 days, you will have the opportunity to meet Senior Xuanji. Work hard, do your best. Secret treasures and spiritual weapons are all waiting for you in front." Arbor looked at the stone tablet and silently rolled her eyes. This Senior Xianji was too good at tricking people. She didn't even have a small reward like the Xuanji pill, yet she was still using secret treasures to lure people. The giant ape impatiently reached out and patted the stone tablet. "Participants of the trial, please press your palm on the stone tablet and the timer will be activated immediately. Those who leave the water before the time is up will be deemed to have failed the trial." This time, even the usually bold and reckless idiot Bai Li hesitated a little. He and his sister Bai Lijun looked at each other. "If you don't participate in the second round of the trial, you will be forcefully transported out within 5 days. Fan Xiaoming gritted his teeth and stepped forward. There is no other choice. Hong Bai saw that even Fan Qiuming, this timid opponent, had gone up to press his palm and hurriedly walked over, unwilling to be left behind. The two of them pressed their palms one after the other, then their bodies were enveloped by a white light and they were immediately transported out. Arbor watched them leave one by one and exchanged glances with Xiaomi. She walked over to her side and stuffed a fire talisman into her hand. Don't force yourself. Xiaomi nodded and was transported out in the next second. Arbor saw that the surroundings were empty and everyone had left. She took out a meat bun from her inner world and took a bite. She turned her head and saw the giant ape baring its teeth at her and putting on an exasperated expression. Arbor hurriedly looked down at herself. What's wrong, what's wrong? She had already advanced a level. Compared to most of the people here, she was already hardworking enough, alright. Why was he still looking at her with that expression? Suddenly, the giant ape grabbed her small hand and pressed it directly on the stone tablet. Arbor widened her eyes. The next second, she felt her body lighten and she was also transported out. The most despicable thing was that the ape even snatched the meat bun that she had only taken a small bite out of. The bone-chilling cold water enveloped Arbor, causing her to tremble slightly. Then, just like when she came, a warm current flowed out from her chest and flowed around her body, causing her to unconsciously stretch out her arms and legs and paddle in the pool. This feeling of being surrounded by water and being completely enveloped by the power of water was really not bad. This cold pool was the one connected to the entrance. It was just that the water here was colder than the one at the entrance. However, this was not a big deal. Arbor swam around in this pool as if she was having fun. When she focused her gaze, she saw that not far away, the Ying brothers had covered themselves in a defensive barrier and were shivering in the water, their faces ashen. These two people looked rather pitiful. Xiaomu swam over cheerfully while swinging her little legs. She then circled around the duo's defensive barrier twice. Ying Jian was standing inside the defensive barrier. Through the transparent barrier, he was trembling with fear as he looked at the little girl who was circling around them. What are you trying to do? Ying Jian's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Arbor swam around 3 times and stopped in front of them. She muttered to herself, I wonder how powerful my Vidra little jade hands will be in the cold pool water. With that, the jade in her hand flashed and the Vidra talisman activated. Arbor's small hand was like a steel claw, directly grabbing at the defensive barrier in front of Ying Jian. Thud. The first claw was blocked by the defensive barrier. Arbor's eyes lit up. Unwilling to give up, it stretched out its claws again. A second claw, a third claw. Upon seeing this, the third prince, Ying Fa, had already quietly retreated into the depths of the water. Although the water pressure in the deep waters increased and the amount of profound energy required to maintain the defensive barrier would definitely be greater, the most important thing right now was to leave this little devil's claws. Stop joking around. Did this little devil think that this defensive barrier was indestructible? That would consume a lot of profound energy. Not only did it have to withstand the water pressure, but it also had to withstand the little devil's attacks. The loss of profound energy would definitely be faster. They still had to persevere in this godforsaken place for 7 days. Ying Fa secretly complained in his heart. He felt that he might not even be able to persevere for a single day. But now that he had been sent out, it had not even been 15 days. He did not even get the consolation prize, the Star Jade Pill. Wasn't this trip to the mystic realm a joke? If word got out, he would definitely be laughed at. Especially if his brothers from the opposing forces were to find out about this, they would definitely exaggerate about him and show him how incompetent he was. Arbor naturally knew that Ying Fa had sneaked away. But now that Ying Jian was in front of him, it did not matter whether Ying Fa was present or not. With both old and new grudges added together, Arbor planned to settle things with this Ying Jian. Seeing this person standing inside the defensive barrier with such a ridiculous expression, it was as if he had eaten a mouthful of feces. Chi on the third claw, a small crack appeared on Ying Jian's defensive barrier. When Arbor saw this, he immediately became spirited. This Vajra talisman could still break other people's defensive barriers, but it was a pity that he had clawed it too many times. On the 8th claw, the defensive barrier on Ying Jian's body suddenly cracked. His entire person also fell out of the defensive barrier in a sorry state, miserably falling into the water. Immediately, he gulped down a large mouthful of ice water. Arbor was satisfied. Stretching out his leg, he used all his strength to kick the cold pond water. After swimming one round around Ying sprawled body, he waved his hand at him and turned his head to leave. F***ck. Ying's current state of mind was absolutely dumbfounded to the extreme. This little devil, after messing around for a while and breaking his defensive barrier, he left in such an infuriating manner. In a fit of anger, Ying kicked the water to chase after Qiao Mu, but to his surprise, the icy water in this glacial pond was very strange. After his entire body was enveloped by the icy water, he felt like he was in an ice cellar in the underworld. His entire body felt heavy from head to toe, and it felt like a boulder was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Arbor saw the crown prince of the Eastern Ying kingdom angrily shout in the water and was forced to gulp down a large mouthful of ice water. His big eyes couldn't help but brighten. He waved his small hand at him in annoyance and then went to find his second target. That's right, he was looking for trouble with the demonic saintess. It was rare for her to be like a fish in water. Others were in such a miserable state. If she didn't take this opportunity to hit them while they were down, how could she live up to the nicknames of Little Fiend and Little Devil that others had given her? Arbor grinned and swam around the pool, but he didn't see any trace of the saintess. She clearly saw Xikong Fuling being transported in with her own eyes. Why was there no trace of her now? Could it be that this fellow also used an invisibility talisman? Arbor's mind stirred, and he opened his spiritual eye to look around. Not long after, he indeed found Xikong Fuling's figure in a corner at the bottom of the pool. She really knew how to hide. Arbor's figure, which was about to swim over, suddenly paused. Not far away, he saw Xikong Fuling squatting inside the defensive barrier and gingerly picking up grains of fine sand-like sparkling objects at the bottom of the water. There were still many of these sparkling objects in the corner she was in. Xikong Fuling picked them up very cautiously. Her entire body was curled up inside the defensive barrier, with only 2 fingers sticking out to pick up those sparkling grains of sand one by one. Could this be a forging material called frigid star sand? Arbor felt that he should have guessed the truth, so he quietly swam over and also cast an invisibility talisman on himself. He just openly stared at Xikong Fuling, who was energetically picking up grains of sand one by one. After she finished picking up all the glacial star sand in the surrounding area, Arbor immediately moved. In the water, she could congeal all kinds of water forms at will. Thus, when Xikong Fuling saw in astonishment that a pair of giant hands formed from water suddenly appeared in front of her and directly slapped her defensive barrier, she was unable to resist at all. She only felt a terrifying force rush toward her chest and spit out a mouthful of blood with a pfft sound. The entire defensive barrier was instantly torn apart. The small bag of glacial star sand that she had just collected in her hand all fell into that giant hand formed from water. Who is it? Xikong Fuling screeched furiously. Hiding your head and shrinking your tail. Shameless. Arbor directly summoned the giant hand of water back to his side and took the small bag of glacial star sand in the palm of its hand. Opening it, he saw that there were as many as 50 to 60 grains of glacial star sand. He was instantly overjoyed. She didn't know how to forge weapons, but she couldn't resist people who liked to prattle in her ear when they had nothing better to do. Something like, if there are any such materials, I can help you continue to improve the feral. I guarantee that you'll be even more adept at it. Arbor happily put the glacial star sand that Xikong Fuling had painstakingly collected into his inner world. Afterward, his figure appeared in front of Xikong Fuling in an ostentatious manner. By this time, Xikong Fuling had already torn off that invisibility talisman on her body. She was so angry that her eyes and mouth were practically crooked and her entire body was trembling. One had to know that when she discovered that there was a rare divine level forging material, the frigid star sand, she was overjoyed. In order to prevent others from spying on such a treasure, she even secretly stuck an invisibility talisman on herself, intending to quietly collect it. With these 50 to 60 grains of glacial star sand in his hands, this trip was not in vain. It should be known that frigid star sand might not be of much use in their lower star fields, but in the middle 6 prefectures, a single grain of frigid star sand could be auctioned off at an astronomical price. After all, in a lower star domain like Xikong Planet, mystic weapon masters had already become legendary figures. Those ordinary weapon masters who only knew how to forge ordinary weapons would have no use for this kind of god-grade forging material even if they were given it. Sikong Fuling was really about to explode from anger at this moment. She had never seen such a vile wretched girl. She had obviously snatched someone else's things and still looked at you with an innocent expression. This face was really infuriating. If she hadn't known that Sir Cult Master valued this darn girl in front of her, she would have thought of a way to get rid of this wretched girl long ago when they first met. This would also prevent her from being so angry that she would ascend to heaven and leave her body. Return the frigid star sand. Sikong Fuling took a deep breath. It's useless to you even if you want it. Arbor blinked and shook his head very resolutely. Not giving, Sikong Fuling was about to explode from anger. How could there be such a vile brat in this world? Was it reasonable for her to rob on the spot? Don't show up if you don't give. She would have admitted that her skills were inferior, right? Yet you still had to show up and look at her innocently. Sikong Fuling really wanted to rush up and slap this little imp to death. Lord Cult Master was crazy enough to think highly of such a vile character. How much of a masochist was he to ask for a beating? No wonder she got stabbed in the chest. She was asking for it. Sikong Fuling bit her small lips and took a deep breath, secretly suppressing the anger that filled her belly. Miss Jiao, you're not an armament master, so this glacial star sand is of no use to you. I think you don't even know what the glacial star sand is used for. Arbor blinked. It's used to create divine artifacts. Without adding this, even a top-grade spirit artifact can't transform into a divine artifact. Sikong Fuling looked at her in surprise. Alright, even if you know what it's used for, you're not an armament master at all, right? It's a waste for this thing to fall into your hands. How about this, I'll buy it from you. When Sikong Fuling said the last 5 words, she felt so aggrieved that she wanted to die. How did she, a dignified saint of the demonic cult, end up in this state? Arbor stretched out a pair of slender white hands and flipped it back and forth in the water. She asked curiously, what do you have to offer? Spirit stones. Sikong Fuling gnashed her teeth. You've heard of spirit stones, right? The basic resources for spiritual realm cultivation are the same as our magnetite. Of course I know. Arbor interrupted her with a "don't treat this baby like a fool" expression. She then asked, how many spirit stones can you give? 100 pieces. Middle grade spirit stones. She gritted her teeth and gave a blood-vomiting price. Deal. Arbor nodded without hesitation and poked Sikong Fuling with his little hand. Hand it over. Sikong Fuling was stunned on the spot for quite a while before she took out a pouch of mid-grade spirit stones from her inner world with great joy and tossed it to Qiao Mu. I'm not lying to you. This pouch of mid-grade spirit stones is good stuff that can support you for a period of time even if you travel to the middle 6 prefectures. Arbor nodded and then took out a brocade pouch embroidered with black datura flowers from his inner world. Upon seeing this, Sikong Fuling gnashed her teeth in anger. This damned fellow, even the brocade pouch was taken away by her. So shameless, however, seeing that she was able to return the glacial star sand brocade pouch to her, Sikong Fuling's complexion also became a little better. At least she was tactful. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to leave the frigid pools range with this bag of frigid star sand. Arbor opened the brocade pouch and looked through it for a long time, causing Sikong Fuling's brows to jump as a bad premonition suddenly slid past her heart. Here, for you. The little fellow picked out the tiniest grain of glacial star sand. With a slight wave of his little hand, he wrapped this grain of glacial star sand in a stream of water and threw it in front of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden was stunned for a long time without any reaction. Then, the entire frigid pool was stirred up like boiling water and exploded with a boom. The demonic cult Holy Maiden let out a flustered and exasperated wail. I said 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a bag of glacial star sand. This fellow was really shameless. He actually had the nerve to pick out the tiniest grain of glacial star sand from the pouch for her. I'm going to kill you. Why didn't she ascend to the heavens? 100 mid-grade spirit stones actually gave her a speck of glacial star sand that was comparable to a speck of dust. She really didn't want to pay for infuriating people to death, right? Sikong Fuling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she panted heavily within the defensive barrier. She abruptly struck her palm into the water, and a huge wave crashed toward Arbor. Arbor escaped more nimbly than a fish. Kicking her 2 small feet in the water, she turned around and swam toward the surface of the glacial pond. How could Xianxia allow her to escape after taking the benefits? With a furious roar, she unleashed her greatest underwater potential. Kicking her legs, she injected mystic energy into the defensive barrier while vigorously paddling in the water, chasing after Arbor with a face full of resentment. The other people in the glacial pond had long sensed this unusual movement. Xianxia's first suspect was that fellow Arbor. But hearing the fierce roar, it seemed to be that saint of the demonic cult, Her Excellency Xianxia. Could it be that this Prince Mo consort bullied Xianxia again? Heavens, just how vile was this person's temperament? Never mind that she bullied their eldest crown prince, but now she even dared to shit on Xianxia's head. She was truly reckless. When Xianxia fought with her just now, she lost by half a notch. Did that crown princess think that Xianxia's cultivation was inferior to hers? She was the saint of the demonic cult and had countless trump cards in her hands. She definitely hadn't used her full strength yet. They should let that Prince Mo consort try kicking an iron plate so that she wouldn't always look at them with disdain and find trouble with them all the time. A huge wave rushed toward Arbor's back. As if she had a pair of eyes on the back of her head, when the huge wave was less than an inch away from her head, a huge palm formed from water directly slapped down that sky-high wave. Arbor kicked the water and swam freely while turning her head to glance at that fellow Xianxia from time to time. Seeing that she was a little far away from her, she stopped and waited for her on the spot. Seeing that she was chasing after her, she hurriedly kicked her little legs and swam a few more times. After several times, Xianxia was exhausted and battered. Her beautiful eyes glared angrily at the little imp in front of her through the heavy mist. If she could grab that brat's head right now, she would definitely press him to death. This damned brat was truly infuriating, but she couldn't do anything to him. This was what made Xianxia most depressed. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in the mist. Its bell-like eyes stared straight at him. If not for Xianxia's audacity, she would have been frightened to death by it. The giant ape stretched out its drenched arm and picked up Xiao Mu, who was causing trouble everywhere. It was as if it was glaring at a disobedient child, and the anger in its eyes was too tangible for its own good. The giant ape's thoughts right now were probably, I told you to train properly in the water, but you're messing around everywhere and having so much fun. Was this appropriate? Arbor pursed his little mouth and protested. I've already discussed with you that you're not allowed to carry me around in the future. The giant ape carried the little fellow away from Xianxia and the others and tossed her into a corner at the bottom of the water. Then, it sat down in front of him like a freaking mountain and blocked the space around her. That's enough. Xiao Mu grumpily rolled her eyes at it. She poked its furry body with her little finger, but the giant ape didn't budge an inch. Arbor was somewhat helpless. Looking at the situation, the giant ape wanted to imprison her in this small place and let her cultivate properly for a few days. This fellow was truly conscientious in its duty, sparing no effort to urge her to work hard. Fine, let's cultivate then. Arbor waved her hand and opened the defensive mystic artifact. She sat inside the defensive barrier and began her 7-day cultivation journey. Opening the defensive barrier was because she wanted to set up a mystic guiding talisman formation around her small body. The mystic guiding talisman formation was drawn by her talisman paper, so it probably wouldn't be effective if wet. If she could draw jade talismans in the future, she wouldn't need to open the defensive barrier even in the water. The little fellow calmed down. The entire cold pond also quieted down. The most miserable one was Xianxia. After his defensive barrier was broken, he couldn't hold on for more than an hour in the bone-chilling cold pond water. At this time, he was lying on the ground beside the cold pond with a sorrowful cry, looking up at the dark blue sky in the mystic realm. It was as if his entire body was filled with lead. His body and even his spirit were abnormally heavy, so hateful. A white light suddenly covered his body, and Xianxia's heart instantly chilled. Not long after, he felt a strong force pulling at him, trying to transport him out of this mystic realm. No. No. Xianxia's duck-like voice let out an unpleasant shriek. He flipped over and desperately clung onto a huge rock beside the cold pond. His 10 fingers dug into the sand and water plants under the huge rock as he screamed, "No. I'm not going out. I haven't gotten any benefits yet. I can't go out." That ferocious power was irresistible. No matter how Xianxia screamed and cried in despair, in the blink of an eye, Jian, together with the rock, smashed into the wet, muddy ground full of dried grass and broken branches with a thud. The hard rock made his chest hurt, but he simply didn't have time to think about it and jumped up from the rock. He cut a sorry figure and was completely exhausted. Jian glanced back and immediately discovered that he had once again returned to the mystic beast forest. Ah! Jian roared at the sky. Damn it, he was really teleported out by the mystic realm, damn it, damn it, damn it. Jian ran madly through the mystic beast forest, intending to find the cold pond at the entrance to the secret realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, there was still no trace of the cold pool. Jian immediately sat down on the ground like a deflated ball. His heart was filled with a mixture of regret, disappointment, grief, and indignation. He hung his head dejectedly. Suddenly, a tiny mouse with a sharp mouth came out of the bushes and squeaked at him. This mouse was not even as big as one of his palms. The hair on its head was sparse, and a pair of small red eyes were staring at him. Jian's heart was so stifled and uncomfortable that he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He directly kicked the mouse, causing it to somersault and squeak before it retreated back into the bushes in fright. Jian hung his head and sighed for a while. He glanced at the rock from the corner of his eyes and suddenly stood up, excitedly pouncing to the side of the huge rock. This was the rock he carried out of the mystic realm. He didn't know if there was anything special about it. Jian's entire body was sprawled on top of the rock, constantly rubbing against the huge rock, turning it over and over to examine it. Soon after, he was disappointed to find that it was just an ordinary rock. Because it had been washed by the cold pond water for many years, it seemed to be emitting traces of cold air, and was much darker than the usual rocks. Jian let out a long sigh, then lay down under a huge, crooked old tree. Raising his head, he looked at the dense mass of old tree branches that covered his line of sight. Layers upon layers of luxuriant branches and leaves blocked out the sunlight above, not even a trace of light could pass through. He held a signal device in his hand and released it to inform his subordinates to come and receive him. Soon after, a wave of physical and mental exhaustion overwhelmed him, and unknowingly, he fell asleep under the old tree. Not long after Jian fell asleep, a sparsely haired sharp-mouthed rat suddenly drilled out from behind the grass nest, its little red eyes glancing at Jian. Squeak squeak. Behind the grass nest, hundreds and thousands of sharp-mouthed little rats swarmed out, excitedly surrounding Jian. Jian was awakened by the pain of his skin being bitten, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt pain in his eyelids, as if his entire eye socket was bitten by something, startling him into screaming loudly. Squeak squeak squeak. The group of rats rejoiced, and at this time, there were close to 10,000 rats crazily surrounding Jian. Jian's eyes were dark, and he fiercely chopped out 2 palms of profound energy, but how could it be so easy to disperse a group of over 10,000 rats? After hitting a few dozen, the remaining thousands and tens of thousands of rats swarmed over, covering the sky and covering the earth, giving him almost no time to breathe. In a split second, his entire body was submerged in the shape of the Chinese character. If one looked down from a high altitude, they would be able to see that Jian's body was completely covered by the dense group of rats, and in the blink of an eye, his 4 white and chubby arms and legs were gnawed until only 4 bones were left. Very quickly, Jian's screams were drowned out by this group of rats. After about half an hour, when Jian's subordinates found their master's location using the signal device, other than a thick layer of withered branches and leaves, they didn't see anything else. The few of them exchanged a strange look and automatically spread out to search the surrounding area. Maiqiao's section break, 3 days later. Fa, Fan Xiaoming, and Hong Bai were also forcefully teleported out of the secret realm. Survival of the fittest, and the winner was king. Arbor didn't know that something big had happened in the outside world. It had even alerted the hidden forces of the 6 prefectures, Royal City East Palace sleeping chamber. Mo Lian stood up as usual. When she raised her hand, she silently looked down at her slightly stiff left index finger and frowned. The hand that had been poisoned by Ding Ting Ding was gradually losing feeling. He had taken a lot of antidote pills in the past few days. He had also used the medicinal power to treat himself, but it didn't seem to be very effective. However, Ding Ting Ding's idea of poisoning him to death within a few days was still a bit too naive. Mo Lian's eyes flickered slightly. She wrapped her left hand with a rich medicinal power. After a few minutes of treatment, the stiff symptoms improved. However, he also knew that the stiffness would increase the next day. It was as if the medicine could only alleviate the pain but not cure the poison completely. Not long after she got up, Huifeng's voice quietly sounded from the window. "Your Highness." Huifeng had been by her side for many years, so Mo Lian was already familiar with his personality. The sky had just brightened when he arrived. Although his tone was gentle, there was a hint of urgency in it. "Something big must have happened, come in." At Prince Mo's command, Huifeng floated in through the window and bowed without looking sideways. "Your Highness, something big has happened." Mo Lian turned to stare at him. "Why are you so alarmed?" Huifeng hurriedly spilled the beans and quickly said, "This morning, Ximing Manor's high priest announced an exciting piece of news. He said that he divined that a bloodfire phoenix egg will be born in the mystic beast forest within the next few days." Ximing Manor, one of the 4 great manors, had never cared about the mundane world and was even more reclusive than Yushu Manor. Why would it suddenly? What else did he say? Huifeng shook his head. "Nothing. He only said that the bloodfire phoenix egg will be born in the mystic beast forest at a certain time, but he didn't mention the specific time. Even so, it's already caused all sides to become restless. The 2 sects, 5 factions, 4 great manors, and 8 great patrician families have all made a move. In addition, aside from Shuntian Prefecture, the other 5 prefectures have also made a move. Ani Prefecture and Luotian Prefecture in particular have each sent an extremely powerful team to the Mystic Beast Forest, planning to fight over the Bloodfire Phoenix Egg. Mo Lian's handsome face darkened slightly, but then she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression softened. "Let them be. In any case, Jojo is still inside the secret realm right now, so he won't run into those people." "Yes. Keep a close eye on them." Mo Lian curled his lips into a cold smile. "Come inform me when the people of the 5 prefectures are fighting to the death and both sides are wounded." Huifeng cracked a smile and nodded in understanding. "Yes, Your Highness." At the same time, Arbor, who was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world, was quietly immersed in the world of cultivation. Inside his conscious, the 12 jade slips that had been rolled into a ball suddenly lit up, the 6th jade slip flew out and unfurled. Lines of small characters appeared on it and were quickly absorbed by Arbor. Xiaomu abruptly opened her eyes, joy creeping into her eyes. The 6th jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome was opened at this moment. Arbor sat cross-legged inside the defensive barrier and took out a gold-beaded talisman pen. He summoned a dozen blank ebony pieces and began to draw new talismans. There were quite a few new talismans that he had learned, such as the teleportation talisman, the earth talisman, the wood talisman, and the thunder talisman. In addition, there was also a strange and special talisman, rapid cultivation talisman. She first drew a teleportation talisman. She had already tested the magical effects of this kind of talisman before. That's right, it was inside the Great Sea Monastery's pacification pagoda. Xiaomu took out 2 talismans brimming with blue light and tossed one to Aoyi. Afterwards, the 2 people disappeared from courtesan Zhang's sight. At that time, they had used teleportation talismans to directly move from inside the pagoda to the monastery's rear courtyard. After that, she quietly went to the Nimpan Tower from the backyard, looking for an opportunity to angrily insult Princess Anam. The 2 teleportation talismans from before were the welfare demonstration talismans given by the golden talisman jade tome. Arbor had always regretted that she couldn't draw a teleportation talisman because she thought it was very useful. Now, she could finally draw one. Teleportation talisman, moved to a single person within 2 li. This was the property of a high-level talisman. Arbor suspected that when she could draw yellow-grade or even black-grade talismans in the future, she might be able to modify this teleportation talisman into a directional movement. However, it wasn't bad to be able to move 2 li in a fixed direction now. It was just that sometimes, if she wasn't oriented, she might fall into a nearby pond, but that wasn't a problem. It was fine as long as the teleportation talisman was useful. Arbor pursed her lips, unable to hide her good mood. Squatting inside her defensive barrier, she carefully drew the talisman in her hand. As for the Thunder Spirit Talisman, Wood Spirit Talisman, and Earth Spirit Talisman, their effects were similar to the Fire Spirit Talisman and Water Spirit Talisman, but their attributes were different. In this way, she had gathered all of her high-grade 5-spirit talismans, even if she couldn't comprehend the power of the 5 spirits. With the 5-spirit talisman, she could still trick others in a battle. Thus, this kind of 5-spirit talisman was extremely popular in the middle 6 prefectures and even the upper 3 provinces. Because high-grade talismans could be activated with mystic energy, even a low-level mystic cultivator could inject mystic energy to use this kind of 5-spirit talisman. It was definitely an excellent talisman for protecting one's life at home. After drawing several dozen of each of the newly learned talismans, Arbor started to ponder how to draw that strange rapid cultivation talisman. Talismans and talismans were basically born from the same root, so to Arbor, they were all the same when drawn. It was just that most talisman masters were more vicious and evil, so they were looked down upon by people of the righteous path. However, this kind of rapid cultivation talisman couldn't be considered a harmful item. It was just that the usage of this talisman was very strange. Its description was as follows: Rapid Cultivation Talisman, the user will seal off their 5 senses for 15 days, completely isolate themselves from the outside world, lose their 7 emotions and 6 desires, and block off all of their original memories. In the depths of their mind, only one thought would be generated, and that was, cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Continue cultivating, for 15 days, it will absorb all the power between heaven and earth to the greatest extent. Mystic energy absorbs mystic energy, spiritual energy absorbs spiritual energy, and even, this rapid cultivation talisman was really strange. In the past, when she studied talismans and talismans, she had never seen such a detailed explanation. This rapid cultivation talisman, just the explanation alone was written on an entire page. At the end, there were even words of encouragement. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and use the rapid cultivation talisman, you will truly feel the rapid increase in your cultivation and spiritual senses. Join us. Cultivator, success is waiting for you ahead. Arbor, what kind of weird charm was this? To block all 5 senses for 15 days, a person would lose sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch at the same time. Then what was the meaning of life? This must be the feeling of chewing wax when eating chicken thighs. Oh, that's right, I still have to block his memory. No, 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 how was this a quick cultivation talisman? It was simply a death talisman. However, looking at the description of this talisman, it was quite good at causing trouble. It was very hot and could raise one's mood in an instant. However, she only drew it and held it in her hands to take a look. He thought to himself that after he left this mystic realm, he should find a little mystic cultivator he didn't know to conduct an experiment first. Let's see how much that person can grow in 15 days, there shouldn't be any trouble. Looking at the description, it didn't seem like a bad talisman. It was just that the conditions for rapid cultivation were a little tricky. The little guy grabbed the quick cultivation talisman and muttered to himself for a while. When he raised his head, he was shocked by the big furry face in front of his defensive barrier. F***ck, what the hell was this giant ape doing? It was so close to his defensive barrier. At first glance, she was really frightened by its big face. The giant ape suddenly grinned at her and even squinted its little black eyes at her. Suddenly, that hairy hand smoothly passed through her defensive barrier and directly grabbed the rapid cultivation talisman in her hand. Arbor suddenly felt her heart protrude, and her eyelids twitched heavily. What the hell, it mustn't be what she was thinking. The giant ape abruptly threw the rapid cultivation talisman at Arbor and quickly shook it off. It then grinned at Arbor with a simple and honest expression. You. Before the word cheat could come out of her mouth, Arbor knew that the situation was far from good. This rapid cultivation talisman, oh, no, this disaster courting talisman was about to take effect. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that she was still inside the secret realm and couldn't jump out no matter how much she cultivated. However, what she didn't know was that when the rapid cultivation talisman activated and she entered a frenzied cultivation mode, she subconsciously started to refine the secret realm. At this time, she mobilized all the mystic energy in the secret realm and gathered it around her in an unending stream. But this time, she was completely unaware of it. Little Sixth Xing, Sikong Fuling, and the others, who were still inside the frigid pond, abruptly opened their eyes and looked up incredulously at the surface of the water. They saw that the depths of the frigid pond had been completely enveloped by the dense mystic energy rushing down from above. The mystic energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. Clumps and clumps of mystic energy sank into the water and vigorously rushed toward the nooks and crannies of the frigid pond. The giant ape kicked its legs with joy and roared a few times to express its joy. At this time, Arbor was already completely immersed in a frenzied state of cultivation. She didn't know that the entire frigid pond was being stirred up by her, and the frigid pond water was rushing straight up. PFFF. Under the pressure of the powerful mystic energy, Bailey Wu, Xiaomi, and Akito's young lady, Akir, were the first to be unable to resist. They even spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled out of the frigid pond. Immediately after, the three of them were caught by the secret realm and instantly thrown out. Wei Nanshu, Jin Hongwan, and Ollie were also thrown out of the secret realm. When they appeared in the mystic beast forest, they immediately vomited a few mouthfuls of blood with bitter expressions. She only felt that her heart and lungs were being squeezed by that terrifying profound energy, making it extremely unbearable. In the entire mystic realm, apart from Arbor, only Sikong Fuling, Qin Susu, Duan Siren, Little Sixth Xing, and Bailey Zhen remained. These 5 people withstood the enormous pressure and tried their best to take a share of the thick profound energy. However, the truth was just that frustrating. They clearly saw such a dense profound energy hanging above their heads, but they couldn't even enjoy a trace of it. This was like a person who had walked into a gourmet shop. There were hundreds of different types of delicacies in front of him, but his stomach was not good. He couldn't even swallow the plain porridge and side dishes. That was how sad it was. Under their helplessness, the 5 of them successively jumped out of the wintry pool, and then they glanced at each other, and all of them were extremely helpless and speechless. A moment later, the 5 of them were also teleported out of the secret realm. Before parting, Duan Siren sighed and said, "I didn't expect that after entering the mystic beast forest secret realm this time, I didn't even obtain a Xuanji pill as a reward. What a failure." When the others heard this, they couldn't help but smile wryly. It went without saying that their hearts were filled with disappointment. At this time, Arbor was like a whale sucking in water, continuously absorbing the dense profound energy in this place. It wasn't until a day and night later that it completely absorbed all the profound energy in the entire area. Rumble. The mystic realm then collapsed. Arbor's plain-colored figure appeared under an old, crooked tree. She was holding a round, transparent mystic beast forest heart that she had refined. Following her instincts, she put this mystic beast forest heart into her inner world. Arbor raised her head slightly. Her black eyes were as still as water as she gazed ahead. There was a deathly stillness in front of her. If she could feel anything now, she would probably beat the ground with her small fists and yell at her miscalculation. She had thought that after the damn giant ape stuck a disaster-courting talisman on her, she would be able to cultivate in the mystic realm for 15 days before coming out. At that time, she would have recovered her senses and memories anyway, so it wouldn't matter much. But the truth was, the second day after the disaster-courting talisman attached to her body, she had refined the mystic realm and tricked herself into being transported out. There were 14 days left until the disaster-courting talisman's removal. During these 14 days, she would be a blind, deaf, and mute person, a jade carving without a trace of emotions or desires. The little fellow's pitch-black eyes appeared especially translucent under the night sky, and her pupils shone faintly. At first glance, anyone would be able to tell that this was a little blind person. Oh, no, it was a little piece of wood that had lost her senses. Xiaomu strolled aimlessly in the forest, not knowing exactly where she wanted to go. She only knew that she was still sensing the mystic energy in the mystic beast forest as she moved. Now, there was only one thought in her mind: cultivate, 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 cultivate. She wanted to find a place with the densest mystic energy in this mystic beast forest and continue cultivating. Now, no one could stop her from crazily cultivating. Work hard to increase her cultivation, work hard to increase her spiritual senses. In Xiaomu's heart, a slogan resounded loudly and clearly: she would kill anyone who dared to hinder her cultivation, absolutely not show mercy. This kind of rapid cultivation talisman was abnormal in that it really did what the prompt said. It completely blocked one's 5 senses and sealed one's past memories. It really made one's entire being, from the body to the heart, honestly shout out one goal: cultivation, if Arbor knew that she had been tricked out of the mystic realm and was walking aimlessly in the mystic beast forest, she might have given the giant ape senior a good beating. At this time, many adventurer teams had gathered in the periphery of the mystic beast forest after hearing the news. Of course, they were here for the rarely seen Bloodfire Phoenix egg. How formidable was Simon Manor's high priest? He had divined that the Bloodfire Phoenix egg would descend into the mystic beast forest in the next few days, so his words were definitely not false. Everyone came with the same goal, but there was only one Phoenix egg. It was hard to say who would get it. The entire mystic beast forest was turbulent and unpredictable. The experts of the 5 prefectures had gathered, and the people of the Heavenly Tao sect, Daybreak sect, and the 5 factions were all rushing towards the mystic beast forest. When they received the news, they had already rushed over. However, it took them some time to get there. By the time the Heavenly Tao sect master, Situ Min, arrived with a group of Heavenly Tao sect disciples, the mystic beast forest was already bustling with noise and excitement. Brother Situ. Daybreak sect master, Liang Wanshan, led a group of disciples and cupped their hands at him. You've also come after hearing about the Bloodfire Phoenix egg, right? That's right, Brother Liang. Simon Manor's high priest doesn't easily make a sound, but once he does, it truly alarms the entire Seekong planet. Ha ha ha. Situ Men also laughed. I heard that even the people from the 4 great manors appeared together this time. It can be seen how attractive this Bloodfire Phoenix egg is. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but ask, Father, do you think there's a problem with this Phoenix egg? Why would Simon Manor's high priest make such an important piece of news public? Can't their Simon Manor secretly come and take the Phoenix egg away? Qingqing's words are reasonable. Liang Wanshan smiled. Father is also thinking this way. In any case, we don't care. We're just here to join in the fun. If we can't obtain the Phoenix egg, everything will depend on fate. Situ Men also let out a long laugh. Sect Master Liang is extremely right. Then let's go. The group chatted for a bit before following behind their sect master into the mystic beast forest in a hubbub. Not long after the 2 teams left, the Mu family's patriarch, Mu Boming, appeared at the entrance of the forest with the Mu family's young disciples, Mu Zijuan, Mu Jilan, and the others. After the order was given, the Mu clan also set out for the mystic beast forest in unison, each of their youthful faces carrying traces of anticipation. If he, could obtain the ancient Bloodfire Phoenix egg, they would definitely be able to raise their strength by a large margin. Whether or not they could form a contract with it was another matter. At the very least, there was hope for now. The crowd was surging with emotions as the cultivators used their own abilities and rapidly rushed over. At this time, Arbor had already found a place with the densest mystic energy in the center of the mystic beast forest and started cultivating. Soon, the mystic energy in the entire mystic beast forest was mobilized by her again and gathered above her head. After using the rapid cultivation talisman and absorbing all the mystic energy in the mystic beast forest secret realm, her cultivation had already skipped the gradual attainment realm from level 13 mystic cultivator realm to the initial success realm. At this moment, she felt that she was about to break through the barrier of phenomenal success. With this kind of abnormal cultivation speed, breaking through from the initial success stage to the phenomenal success stage in less than a day and night, it would truly scare a large number of people to death. Cultivate, 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 these words kept floating in Darling Qiao's heart. She immersed herself in cultivation again without blinking. Although her 5 senses were completely blocked, her spiritual awareness grew abnormally ferociously. Originally, his spiritual sense was only at the 1st level, but in the past few days, it had crazily grown by 2 levels. Now, it had reached the 3rd level of spiritual sense. This was a rather outrageous matter. It should be known that an ordinary person's Xian sense was only about 60% of their cultivation. This was already considered not bad. In other words, a level 13 great mystic cultivator's mystic conscious could be considered perfect if it reached level 7 at most. As for Arbor, although his cultivation had yet to break through to the spirit realm, his conscious had already broken through to the spirit realm, and his spiritual sense had already broken through to the 3rd level. Such a heaven-defying act was truly unique in the world. The growth of one's profound sense was much more difficult than one's own cultivation. This was something that everyone knew. What could it be that his profound sense could increase by 1 level in 1 or 2 days? That was absolutely impossible. Arbor cultivated diligently in the midst of this impossibility, wholeheartedly cultivating to the end. Inside the mystic beast forest, huge waves had long since surged to the heavens. Moreover, the people from the 8 great patrician families had all come after hearing the news and were planning to try their luck in the mystic beast forest. In any case, regardless of whether or not he could get the phoenix egg, it was just an activity. In other words, the important thing was to participate. The Mu family's patriarch, Mu Boming, and the Do family's patriarch, Do Heping, met in the forest and exchanged a few pleasantries with fake smiles. Just as they were about to part ways, they suddenly saw masses of surging mystic energy in the sky above the mystic beast forest swiftly heading in a certain direction. The 2 family heads were so excited that their faces trembled. A phoenix egg! A phoenix egg has come into being. Yang Fengyan excitedly grabbed eldest Xianxia Qin's arm while wearing a half-veil. Eldest Xianxia Qin dodged to the side, evading her claws, and glanced at her with a spurious smile. Shout after you see clearly. If an ancient bloodfire phoenix egg comes into being, it should be accompanied by golden red light, and the flames should burn most of the sky. How was this some phoenix egg coming into being? It seemed like someone was cultivating in the forest and sucking in all the mystic energy in the world. TSK, but this was also quite extravagant, with so much mystic energy surging over. Was this person trying to reach the peak of level 15 mystic cultivator cultivation? When Yang Fengyan saw her cousin evade her hand imperceptibly, she couldn't help but pout in annoyance. Eldest cousin, the high priest didn't clearly say when the phoenix egg would appear. Could it be that the phoenix egg still hasn't come into being after we stay in this forest for 10 days to half a month? That's hard to say. A woman with beautiful features and a plump figure leaned against eldest Xianxia Qin and imperceptibly swept a glance at Yang Fengyan before sneering lightly. Yang Fengyan's face darkened, and she was about to berate when she heard family head Qin whisper, "Let's go. Let's go over there and take a look." The direction he was pointing at was precisely where the mystic energy was surging. Arbor didn't know that a large group of people was rushing to her location. Although her 5 senses and memories were temporarily blocked, she still had her instincts. Before she entered closed-door cultivation to absorb mystic energy, she had already set up several talisman matrices nearby. Right now, she was at the critical juncture of breaking through to phenomenal success as a level 13 mystic cultivator, so she naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to the outside world. As for Do Heping, Mu Boming, and Qin Guilu's group, it was impossible for them to immediately discern the direction and rush to Arbor's location in a short time. After all, the entire mystic beast forest was enormous. Even though they were looking at a mountain, they were still a long way from Xiaomu. Ding dang, the clear and melodious footbell rang nearby. A slender figure appeared at the periphery of the array and curiously sized up the situation. He clearly felt that the wind and clouds were surging in this place, and the profound energy was rather dense, so why didn't he see a single person? Sikong Fuling, the saintess of the demonic cult, looked up curiously at the sky. Above the head of the pitch-black trees that intersected with each other, waves of profound energy were like an upside-down whirlpool, pouring down towards a single point. Impressive. Sikong Fuling's eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Princess, it's her." Sikong Fuling. Sikong Fuling turned her head to look with a mocking smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. A princess of 1,000 gold? You can't run into this forest where thousands of beasts are hibernating to court death. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tyrannical wave of profound energy coming straight at his chest. That damned guy, he actually attacked her without saying a word. While Sikong Fuling was speechless, her entire body dodged to the left, evading the swift and fierce palm strike. When she turned around to take a look, she saw that the person's palm strike had instantly blasted half of an ancient tree next to her. With a crack, the entire tree toppled over and smashed fiercely in her direction. A severe glint flashed across Sikong Fuling's eyes, and with a furious shout, she swiftly sent a punch flying over. Borrowing the force of her punch, Sikong Fuling swiftly leaped into the air, grabbed the ancient tree branch above her, and flipped to the top of the tree. Her charming eyes gazed frostily at the 2 women who were slowly walking out of the pitch-black forest. The woman in the lead was exceptionally bewitching. Purple shadows were drawn out around her eyes using a special flower juice, embellishing her beautiful little face even more incomparably gorgeous. Her long purple strapless dress trailed on the ground, perfectly outlining her lithe figure. She was a stunner, but unfortunately, her brain wasn't good, and she attacked indiscriminately. Sikong Fuling glanced coldly at the newcomer. "Who are you?" She didn't look like a princess from any country. How could there be a princess dressed so bewitchingly, like a prostitute from a brothel? Audacious! You actually dare to be so rude in front of our Raksha princess? Hurry and kneel down and kowtow to our princess to apologize. Startled, Sikong Fuling turned to look at the Raksha princess in disbelief. You? You're the Raksha ghost sex Raksha princess? The Raksha princess gave her a bewitching smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. Apart from me, have you seen a princess more bewitching and beautiful than me? The Raksha princess' narcissism was unmistakable the moment she opened her mouth. Although Sikong Fuling also felt that she was very beautiful, she absolutely wouldn't be so shameless as to praise herself in front of a stranger. Thus, she chuckled, her laughter filled with mockery and contempt. The female disciple behind the Raksha princess bristled and jumped up. "Princess, she's mocking you." The Raksha princess's lips twitched with a fake smile, and she instantly shot toward Sikong Fuling. "No need for you to remind me. This princess has eyes and naturally can see it. Sikong Fuling, today is the day of your death." Enraged, Sikong Fuling attacked the Raksha princess's chest with a palm. "You old witch. My demonic cult has no enmity with your Raksha ghost sect. Why are you suddenly attacking me? Humph. Little slut, you must be eliminated today. Don't say anything else." The Raksha princess blinked her beautiful eyes and directly reached out to grab Sikong Fuling's head. Sikong Fuling countered with a backhand strike and clashed with the Raksha princess's right claw. Following which, she staggered back several steps and forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood that was about to flow out of her mouth. "Damn it, what kind of cultivation does this Luosha princess have? She seems to be stronger than me. Heh, a mere level 12 mystic cultivator dares to strut around in front of this princess." The Raksha princess's cold and beautiful eyes stared at Sikong Fuling like a venomous snake. She clasped her hands together and raised a ball of dense profound energy light. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be inviolable." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, she laughed heartily. Thinking that she could get rid of this little demoness today and win back her brother sect master's heart in a few days, the Raksha princess was in a very good mood. Sikong Fuling really fell for it even while lying down. How could she have known that the ghost princess was looking for trouble with her because she was reluctant to leave her sect master? She mistakenly thought that the sect master was unwilling to accept her, the Raksha princess's, good intentions because he was hiding the saint of the demonic cult in his heart. If she knew the truth, she would definitely tell this Raksha princess, "Big sister, I'm begging you, you really found the wrong person. I've interacted with the sect master for so many years, but there's only sibling affection and no romantic love between us. Besides, hadn't her cult master taken a fancy to that black-hearted and merciless wretched doll? If she hadn't been injured by that stinky fellow previously, how could she not even have the strength to escape from the Raksha princess now?" Sikong Fuling had indeed come to the mystic beast forest to see Arbor, because that day, her elder brother had rolled back to the demonic sect headquarters in a sorry state, and his chest had even been heavily injured, which infuriated her greatly. She had to come and see who exactly was so vicious to deal such a heavy blow to her cult master. Her original plan was to get close to this little brat and pretend to be on good terms with her. Then, she would take advantage of the latter's unpreparedness to stab her and avenge her elder brother. However, this stinky child didn't like her at all from the very beginning. To think that she had purposely shown goodwill and helped that stinky lass when she first appeared at the small base, she didn't expect that the stinky lass didn't appreciate her kindness at all. It was truly a joyous occasion that came to naught. In the end, not to mention getting close to that wretched lass, she was nearly toyed to death by that crafty and eccentric girl. If the Raksha princess explained things clearly now, Sikong Fuling would definitely have to explain to her. How infuriating. Not only was she beaten up by Arbor, but she was also tricked. Now, she even had to take the blame for her. The Raksha princess didn't say anything and just beat Sikong Fuling to death. From the beginning until now, a smug smile hung on the Raksha princess's lips. Sikong Fuling, you, the holy lady, must die in this mystic beast forest today. The Raksha princess chased after Sikong Fuling and repeatedly struck her with mystic energy. You can't escape. F***ck. Sikong Fuling really wanted to curse. This neurotic Raksha ghost sect master seemed to have gone mad and was bent on killing her. Why was this so? Raksha princess, don't bully me. Sikong Fuling turned around and exchanged a palm with the Raksha princess. She crashed to the left and spat out a mouthful of blood, which also activated the nearby talisman array. The Raksha princess looked in astonishment at the 60 talismans that suddenly appeared around her. It was a binding talisman array. The Rakshasa princess was trapped within. No matter how hard she tried, she was still trapped in the rune array. The binding glyph array composed of 60 blue glyphs could bind anyone below Arbor. However, Princess Luoxia's current cultivation was above Arbor's, so the binding rune array could only trap her temporarily. She would definitely break free after a while. Sikong Fuling Katasari figure. Originally, her clothes were very thin and translucent, revealing 2 tender white thighs. At this moment, he had been hooked by tree branches in the forest and chased all the way here by Princess Raksha like a dog. His clothes were already tattered beyond recognition and he was almost naked. She hurriedly took out a red robe from her inner world and draped it over her body before looking up at the Raksha princess. Sikong Fuling's eyes flashed as a flute landed in her hand. Placing it to her lips, she immediately started to play the flute. When playing this dark phoenix demonic flute, one must use profound energy in order to bring out the best effect. It was a pity that her profound energy had been severely damaged twice in a row, and she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. When she played it, the effect was greatly reduced. Even so, Sikong Fuling still persevered. After all, she could tell that this binding talisman array could only trap Princess Luoxia for a while and not for long. Once she broke free, it would be the time of her death. Right now, only by sending the Raksha princess into the nightmare realm could she obtain a chance of survival. Princess! The female disciple behind the Raksha princess cried out in alarm and abruptly drew her sword. With a tense expression, she slashed at Sikong Fuling, who was holding the phoenix nether demonic flute and playing the demonic notes while vigilantly watching her. Sikong Fuling had already exhausted too much mystic energy and was merely forcefully holding on at the moment. A wisp of blood had already trickled down the corner of her lips. Seeing that she had no strength to resist this slash at all, Sikong Fuling couldn't help but sigh in disappointment and frustration. She didn't expect that this trip to the mystic beast forest would actually be her suicide mission. Suddenly, a small, fair, and tender hand with slender jade-like fingers and a white wrist that was as transparent as moonlight drilled out from the side of her face. A claw directly latched onto the neck of the Raksha ghost sect female disciple who was thrusting her sword over. The slender hand exerted a bit of force. Crack! That Raksha ghost sect disciple's eyes bulged in disbelief. Her first thought before death was, how is this possible? That was clearly a girl's hand, yet it was actually as firm as jade and directly twisted the neck of a level 10 mystic cultivator. Broken! Broken! Sikong Fuling's mouth was agape, and her neck stiffly moved. She turned around and looked in astonishment at the little lady standing behind her. Wearing plain clothes and a cold and emotionless expression, she stood in the pitch-black thicket like a jade statue flickering with a jade-colored glow. Bam! The Raksha princess, who had finally broken the entire talisman array after flinging out waves of mystic energy, turned around just in time to see this scene. When she saw that expressionless little lady snap her subordinate's neck with one hand, even the Raksha princess, who was experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This kind of fear and cowardice made the Raksha princess feel exceptionally unwell. When had she ever been afraid of anything? Yet today, she actually felt a layer of fear towards such a young stoic-faced little lady. It was simply exceptionally hilarious. You. Who are you? The Raksha princess stared at Arbor fiercely while cowardly at heart, and she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Xiaomu abruptly moved, directly flitting towards the Raksha princess and reaching out to strangle her neck. Boom! Princess Luoxia took a step back and threw out a powerful dark force at Arbor's body. The defensive barrier was instantly activated. He blocked Princess Luoxia's attack without hesitation. Spirit weapon. As Princess Raksha screamed in shock, Arbor's 10 fingers, which were as hard as jade, stabbed toward the back of Princess Raksha's head. At this instant, not to mention the Raksha princess, even Sikong Fuling, who was watching from the sidelines, nearly stopped breathing. Too strong. It had only been 2 days since he last saw this little girl. Why did her cultivation seem to have improved so much? Sikong Fuling simply could not believe her own eyes. The Luosha princess leaped forward and dodged her claw in a wretched manner. She turned around and didn't have time to speak. Xiaomu stomped her foot on the ground, immediately creating a small pit. Her expression didn't change at all as she clawed forward with her small hand, ripping off half of the Raksha princess's tube top with a rip. Sikong Fuling, F***ck. If not for the fact that this little imp was a girl, she would have thought that this child was a pervert and sincere. The face of the Rakshasa ghost sex princess immediately turned green. She looked at the girl in front of her in disbelief. Suddenly, her brows twitched, and she nearly exclaimed, "Why, you're blind?" Sikong Fuling looked over in shock and finally saw Arbor's current expression. Her eyes were like 2 pools of cold water. Although they were limpid, pitch black, and extremely watery, one could see that there was no focus in them at all. She really was blind. How was this possible? Sikong Fuling sat up straight in shock. She was clearly fine several days ago, so how did she become blind when they met today? Arbor pursed her thin lips, and her eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. She instinctively spread out her spiritual senses to the left and reached out to grab the evil person who had broken her talisman array. She had said before that anyone who obstructed her cultivation would be sent to the netherworld and would not be tolerated. The Raksha princess was thoroughly enraged. A blind person also dared to be impudent in front of her. This girl really had to be properly taught a lesson. "Come out, Misty Night Wolf!" the Raksha princess bellowed. A large wolf the size of 2 calves with shining pitch-black fur suddenly appeared next to the Raksha princess. Sikong Fuling swallowed her saliva and cried out to Arbor, "Level 14 Mystic Beast, Misty Night Wolf. Be careful." The Misty Night Wolf bared its sharp teeth at Arbor and crawled on the ground. It suddenly howled and flew toward Arbor. Bam! Qing Yuan, who had abruptly appeared in front of Arbor, kicked the Misty Night Wolf to the ground. It whimpered twice, and its eyes emitted a wild and untamed green light. Arbor's surging spiritual senses formed a swift and invisible mental attack that directly penetrated the other party's conscious and tore it apart. Ah! The Raksha princess, who did not expect such a move, was caught off guard. Her conscience felt like it had been ruthlessly torn apart and was on the verge of shattering from the root. This caused her to be flustered and short of breath, and her body also followed up with the most honest reaction and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was mystic conscious? No, this was spiritual sense, right? How could a little mystic cultivator's conscience generate spiritual sense? The Rakshasa princess only felt that her head was in a daze and in pain. Before she could think about it, she already had the intention to retreat. She extended her hand to summon the Fog Night Wolf back, turned around, and fled in a sorry state without looking back. Arbor looked at the Luosha princess coldly. Although she couldn't see, she could follow her with her psychic sense. Seeing that the man had indeed left the area as if he was fleeing, Arbor indifferently withdrew his spiritual sense and walked forward aimlessly. Sikong Fuling dazedly looked at her and called out, "Hey," only to see her slowly walk away without even turning her head. Sikong Fuling sighed softly as she watched her departing back view with a sour taste in her heart. This little fellow had unintentionally saved her life, and she wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. After this incident, Sikong Fuling felt some gratitude toward the little fellow in her heart. My Lotus's section break. Greetings, Princess. 2 royal maids dressed in pink and green bowed in unison toward a woman who was slowly walking over with a smile while carrying a small floral food box. That girl looked to be 17 years old and had a delicate and beautiful rosy complexion on her fair oval face. Her combed black hair was coiled into a unique swan bun with a hairpin, and 2 purple-red pearl hairpins were inserted into the bun. Her exposed white wrists were also wearing a pair of priceless gold-threaded jasper bracelets. Seeing the 2 royal maids bow to her, that woman nodded slightly and said with excellent etiquette, "You 2 need not be so courteous." "Thank you, Commandery Princess," the 2 junior royal maids said as they straightened up. "Is His Highness inside the study?" Commandery Princess Ian smiled faintly with an indescribable gentleness. The two royal maids exchanged glances before one of them mustered up her courage and replied, yes. Can you send someone to pass on the message that Ian requests to see His Highness? Yes. The other royal maid hastily turned around and ran towards the junior eunuch's duty room. Commandery Princess Ian stood outside the Eastern Palace's courtyard wall and waited quietly, not revealing the slightest bit of impatience or irritation. After a short while, the eunuch Xiao11Z strode over and bowed to Commandery Princess Ian. Commandery Princess, His Highness has some important matters to attend to, so he cannot find the time to meet you for the time being. Please return. Ian nodded gently as she handed the small food box in her hand to Xiao11Z. I'll have to trouble eunuch Xiao11Z to hand this food box to His Highness. This is a pastry that Ian made for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Her Majesty the Queen Dowager liked it very much after eating it, so she instructed Ian to give some to His Highness. Ah, yes. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen Dowager, thank you, Commandery Princess. Xiao11Z quickly and respectfully accepted it with both hands before saying to Commandery Princess Ian with a smile, take care, Commandery Princess. Commandery Princess Ian nodded with a smile before turning to board a small sedan and returning the way she came. Xiao11Z peered at that small sedan before letting out a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, fortunately, she didn't pester me. At least she's tactful. Eunuch Xiao11Z, why is His Highness not seeing the Commandery Princess? A royal maid in green couldn't resist asking softly in bewilderment. The Commandery Princess also had a lot of face in front of Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Logically speaking, even if it was out of consideration for Her Majesty the Queen Dowager, His Highness should not be so cold to the Commandery Princess. Shoo, what do you know? Xiao11Z grumpily waved his hand at those two royal maids. His Highness is busy, so how could he have the time to see this person today and see that tomorrow? Alright, hurry up and do your work. We don't need servants who talk too much in the Eastern Palace. Just remember what your master says and do it. There's no need for so many whys. After being rebuked by Xiao11Z, the royal maid instantly shut her mouth in embarrassment. She curtsied and muttered, yes. The sedan passed through a small garden outside the Eastern Palace and took a detour to the Empress Dowager's bedroom. Princess. Walking beside the sedan, a young girl with a long face couldn't help but pout and say, His Highness is too unreasonable. The princess was ordered by the Empress Dowager to deliver the pastries, but the crown prince didn't even see you, shut up. Commandery Princess Ian's frigid voice traveled out from behind the curtain. Is His Highness's affairs something a little wicked servant like you can casually fabricate? If you continue to talk nonsense like this and don't know your limits, I'll send you out of the palace tomorrow and send you back to the Marquis of Suan's residence. Ah? That young maidservant gaped in horror and rolled on the ground in fright. She repeatedly cowed out and begged for mercy, Miss, please don't send me back. Yes, it was this servant who spoke out of turn, it was this servant's fault. Miss, this servant won't dare to do it again in the future. Commandery Princess Ian calmly ordered, stop. Afterwards, she lifted the curtain by an inch and bent down to get out of the sedan. She then walked up to the young maidservant gracefully. Looking at her fearful appearance, Commandery Princess Ian sighed softly and bent down to help the young maidservant up. Do you know what you did wrong? Commandery Princess Ian asked her gently as she patted away the dust on her skirt. The little girl cowered a bit, her face still ghastly pale. This servant misspoke. Commandery Princess Ian said dryly, you are my personal maidservant. Your every word and action, when you go out, represents this princess. You must remember not to speak carelessly in the future. The little girl sniffled as she wiped her tears with her sleeve and nodded vigorously. Yes, will remember. Commandery Princess Ian then smiled and pulled her back to the sedan chair. It's getting late, so we have to hurry back. Ever since Ian's parents passed away, she had been staying by Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's side, and her residence was inside the Queen Dowager's longevity palace. All these years, the Queen Dowager doted on her as if she was her biological granddaughter. Ian's status had also risen from the original orphan girl to the point where everyone fawned over her. In order to maintain her current status, she had to speak and act cautiously and abide by the rules. Although Her Majesty the Queen Dowager treated her as her biological granddaughter, she was not really her biological granddaughter after all. But if she could fight for another identity, then it would be a different story. She would no longer have to worry about difficulties in the palace in the future. Back then, she had brought Su-er into the palace from the Marquis of Su-en's estate, so she could be considered her #1 confidant. It was precisely because of this that she had to give her a warning from time to time to prevent her from foolishly inviting trouble for herself. "Commandery Princess, we have arrived," Su-er reminded her softly. It was only then that Commandery Princess Xian returned to her senses. She looked at Anya Pavilion that she was staying in and stepped out of the sedan chair. After looking up for a while, she strode towards the Queen Dowager's bedchamber. "Let's go to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's place to take a look first." "Commandery Princess." At this time, another yellow-clothed young lady came out of Anya Pavilion and bowed to Commandery Princess Xian. "The Madam of the Marquis of Su-en's estate has sent an invitation to request an audience." Commandery Princess Xian creased her brows. What did she come here for? She did not have a good relationship with this aunt. Ever since her parents passed away, if Her Majesty the Queen Dowager had not taken her in, who knew how she would have been tormented by this aunt. As a result, her feelings towards the Marquis of Su-en's residence also faded with each passing day. "Commandery Princess, you should meet the Marquis to avoid gossip." The palace maid dressed in yellow was able to distinguish right from wrong and spoke up to remind her. Commandery Princess Xian nodded faintly. "Bring her over." After a short while, the Marquis of Su-en estate's Marquis Madam shuffled over with small steps, followed by a young woman with a plump figure. When the Marchioness saw Commandery Princess Xian, she threw herself at her while bawling, "Little Ninth, you have to uphold justice for your 5th brother." "Ninth sister." The young married woman behind her also started to cry. Commandery Princess Xian's head swelled from their crying, and her expression involuntarily turned cold. "What happened?" "Marchioness, 5th young mistress, speak properly." The Marchioness of the Marquis of Su-en's estate sobbed as she clutched her handkerchief. After being helped up by old 5th's wife, she said to Commandery Princess Xian, "Little Ninth, your 5th brother, he died so tragically." "What happened to 5th young master?" Commandery Princess Xian asked indifferently. "Your 5th brother was killed by someone. He died in the secret room of his own room. The doctor said, he was starved to death." The Marchioness of the Marquis of Su-en's estate cried and shouted while patting her chest, "En, you must seek justice for your 5th brother. Your 5th brother can't have died in vain like this." On the side, the 5th young madam pretended to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, but she was sneering inwardly. This old woman simply didn't know what she was talking about. Did she really think that Commandery Princess Xian would seek justice for her? Did she forget what she had done to the Commandery Princess back then? Yet she still dared to plead with someone else now. If it weren't for this old woman insisting on dragging her into the palace, she would have long left the Marquis of Su-en's estate, that impoverished household, and fled far away with her little sweetheart. Hu Yukong, that wretched man. So what if he died? Why did he have to die so shamelessly? When he was found naked in the secret chamber with a servant girl who did rough work in the court. It really made her lose face. She couldn't shed a single tear for this *****. The 5th young madam sneered. Yet she pretended to be sobbing on the surface as she followed behind the granny and put in her best performance. After Commandery Princess Xian understood the situation, she told the Madam of the Marquis of Su-en's estate calmly and distantly, "The Marquis truly flatters me too much. Since such a major incident has occurred, the Supreme Judiciary will certainly send people to investigate properly. Xian is only an unmarried woman, so how could she have the ability to interfere with the Supreme Judiciary's investigation? Madam, please restrain your grief and wait for the news at home." "You." The Madam of the Marquis of Su-en's estate glared at Commandery Princess Xian. "Great. Ever since you became a Commandery Princess, you completely disregarded the Marquis of Su-en's estate, right?" The old woman rebuked loudly, "Don't forget. You are a young lady from the Marquis of Su-en's estate, and you are called Hu Shuain. Don't even know your ancestor's surname." Xian clenched her fists in anger. "Madam, please mind your words and actions. I am your aunt, your elder. What's wrong with me lecturing you?" the old woman rebuked indignantly, and she snorted eccentrically with a crooked mouth. If you can't uncover the true culprit in your fifth brother's matter, I won't be done with you. Oh? Who do you want to be done with? A cold rebuke came from behind them. Commandery Princess Ian looked up with reddened eyes and hastily curtsied. Ian greets the Queen Dowager. The fifth young mistress shuddered and cursed the old lady in her heart. This damned old woman dared to be so arrogant in the palace, making a big fuss. Now, she had attracted the attention of the Empress Dowager. Let's see how the Empress Dowager will get out of the situation. Don't implicate me, the Marchioness of Suan was also shocked. She quickly turned around and put on a fawning old face, bowing in greeting. This subject's wife greets the Empress Dowager. The Queen Dowager didn't even look at that old and young pair as she walked past them to Ian's side. She patted her small hand with a smile and asked, Ian, we heard that you went to the Eastern Palace. What is that grandson of mine doing? Commandery Princess Ian explained with a smile, His Highness is busy with official business, so Ian left after handing the pastries to eunuch Xiao 11Z. The Queen Dowager was taken aback. She glanced at Commandery Princess Ian before remarking with a shake of her head, That's true. This grandson of mine is good in every way. It's just that once he gets involved in official business, he forgets about sleep and food, forgetting everything else. Ian does not dare to disturb you. Oh we know that you are the most sensible one. The Queen Dowager patted Ian's small hand with a smile. Let's go, accompany we to the royal garden for a stroll. I heard that there is a newly secluded pond in the rear court, and it is very elegant. Commandery Princess Ian agreed with a nod with a smile. A yellow curtain that reached the ground fluttered gently. 2 guards were standing at the entrance to the Eastern Palace's small study, looking straight ahead. Xiao 11Z walked over in small, quick steps. Inside the room, Prince Mo creased his brows as he looked at his slightly stiff fingers. He applied a layer of medicinal power to them, quickly dispelling the stiff feeling. He propped up his chin with one hand as he stared at his other hand that was loosening and clenching. He speculated that this should be some kind of neurotoxin, but if he couldn't find the source, he wouldn't be able to prescribe the right medicine. Your Highness. Xiao 11Z ran in hastily with a small embroidered food box in his hand. Mo Lian didn't even look up as she asked apathetically, She left? Yes. This servant informed Commandery Princess Ian in accordance with your Highness's instructions. She didn't pester us and left without another word. Mo Lian nodded. Just as she picked up her brush to write down a word, she gripped her right wrist tightly, a faint viciousness flashing past her eyes. D***it, that stiff feeling had crept up on her arm again after she used medicinal power to heal it. If he found that guy Ding Ting Ding, he would definitely chop him into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. After using medicinal power to treat her arm again, Mo Lian looked up slightly and glared impatiently at Xiao 11Z, who was standing inside the room. Is there anything else? Yes, Commandery Princess Ian left behind some pastries. She said that she had received Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's instructions and specially gave them to your Highness to taste. Mo Lian glanced apathetically at the food box that Xiao 11Z was holding in his hand. He knitted his brows and said, Since it's a reward from the Queen Dowager, you can distribute it to the palace servants below. Pick out a pot of first-rate longevity flowers for us as a gift to grandmother. As you command. Xiao 11Z lowered his head and silently retreated with the food box. He mused, His Highness doesn't even want to touch Commandery Princess Ian's pastries. His attitude is already so clear, so why does this Commandery Princess Ian keep coming to the Eastern Palace? She really doesn't have any discernment. After Xiao 11Z left, Huifeng arrived in front of the Crown Prince in a flash. Your Highness, the Hidden Night Pavilion received news that the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm has been unsealed ahead of time. Everyone was teleported out, but the Crown Princess was nowhere to be seen. Prince Mo immediately lost his composure and jumped up from the stool. What did you say? Hadn't it only been 10 days or so? How could the Mystic Realm have been unsealed? Wasn't it supposed to be a month? Why didn't it count? Your Highness, we've already sent Lightning's group from the Mystic Beast Forest base into the forest to search for the Crown Princess. Huifeng said worriedly, right now, the 2 sects, 5 factions, 8 great patrician families, 4 great manors, Ani Prefecture, Luotian Prefecture, and others have all run to the mystic beast forest. I wonder if something will happen. Mo Lian couldn't sit still on the spot. His little fellow didn't have a good relationship with the 5 factions and 8 great patrician families. In addition, there was also Ani Prefecture and Luotian Prefecture eyeing her covetously from the sidelines. How could he not be worried about her safety? This won't do, make preparations immediately. I'm going to the Mystic Beast Forest to search for her. Prince Mo made a prompt decision. He couldn't wait any longer, he had to go find her. Find her, there was a voice that kept reverberating in his mind, as if something bad would happen if he couldn't find her. His heart thumped rapidly, and his expression was as cold as water. Immediately summon 3,000 hidden guards and head to the Mystic Beast Forest with me to search for the Crown Princess. Yes. Huifeng knew that His Highness the Crown Prince must be burning with anxiety right now, so he jumped out of the window and hastily went to inform the hidden guards to come. Soon, the great king, who was holding the beauty's wrist and accompanying her in painting in Zhao Yi's bedchamber, received the latest news. His Highness the Crown Prince had ordered 3,000 hidden guards to set off for the Mystic Beast Forest and tossed all the unfinished business to him. This son of a fraud, truly, he had a wife but no father. Every time he encountered a matter concerning his wife, he could even abandon his father, unfilial son. So infuriating, my Lian section break, at the entrance to Anya Pavilion. Su who was overjoyed, hurriedly followed her young miss footsteps. When she passed by the Marchioness and her daughter-in-law, who were half-squatting and sweating profusely, she even provocatively curled her lips and rolled her eyes at them. From beginning to end, the Queen Dowager did not allow the Marchioness and her daughter-in-law to get up. She did not even glance at them from the corner of her eye until she disappeared from Anya Pavilion with Commandery Princess Ian. The group of junior royal maids covered their mouths as they peeped at the Marchioness and her daughter-in-law, as if they were watching a good show. Afterwards, they dispersed. It was not until a few minutes later that the Marchioness finally dared to stand up with her hands on her hips. She groaned and exchanged glances with her daughter-in-law, who still had lingering fears. The two supported each other and left with tearful faces while massaging their waists. Back then, the Queen Dowager had accompanied the former king to conquer the country. Women were not inferior to men, so she was naturally very forthright. As a result, she also looked down on the bashful Marchioness and her daughter-in-law. Child, how many times have I told you? Don't meet those unnecessary people if you don't want to. The Queen Dowager sighed softly as she turned to glance at Ian beside her. Commandery Princess Ian's eyes reddened as she said softly, Ian was thinking that since we are family after all, it would not be good to go overboard for the sake of face. Sigh, you. You are just too kind-hearted. The Queen Dowager shook her head before saying with a smile, you should find a chance to meet that little sister-in-law of yours and learn from her. With your personality, you won't be so soft and easily manipulated. Little sister-in-law? Commandery Princess Ian was startled. That's right. The little granddaughter-in-law that I've never met. The Empress Dowager said with a smile, for the past few days, Ijia has been asking Gong Chang'an to come over and tell me stories, ha ha ha. At the mention of the little crown princess, the Empress Dowager actually beamed with joy. You don't know, she's amazing. Hee, I really like her methods. You know what? The great king's consort Jing was amazing. In the end, when he saw my granddaughter-in-law, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Also, that old woman from the Shu family bullied her and she immediately retaliated. Even now, that old woman is still learning the rules at home, ha 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 ha. When the Empress Dowager talked about something happy, she actually looked up to the sky and laughed. The old nanny following behind her couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She hurriedly stepped forward and whispered to the Empress Dowager, Your Highness, you've already mentioned this 3 times today. Really? The Queen Dowager laughed heartily. Afterwards, she turned to say to Ian, who was smiling faintly, It's a pity that this little fellow hasn't returned from the Mystic Beast Forest yet. Otherwise, I really would have to meet her properly. Commandery Princess Ian didn't know what to say in response, so she could only smile faintly. Ian, you are 17 this year, right? The Count of Jian'an's estate's son is 2 years older than you. That's because he is extremely good-looking, and his cultivation is also not bad at such a young age. This Empress Dowager is very optimistic about him. If you're willing, this Empress Dowager will make the decision and let you meet him. The Empress Dowager said with a smile, if you don't like him, then this Empress Dowager will help you find someone else. Queen Dowager. Commandery Princess Xianxia's expression stiffened before turning into a bashful smile. Her hand holding Her Majesty the Queen Dowager also involuntarily paused, and she quickly said, Ian only wishes to be able to accompany the Queen Dowager. Sigh, what nonsense are you saying? The Queen Dowager cast her a glance before harumphing, I am just an old woman, so it's fine with Fenggu accompanying me. You are so young, so of course you have to find a good in-law. What is there to be shy about? My youngest granddaughter-in-law hasn't even turned 15 this year, yet she has already been engaged to my grandson. That's why it is better to get married sooner rather than later. Otherwise, all the good ones will be taken away. Behind her, elderly Nanny Fenggu burst into laughter and couldn't resist teasing, Your Majesty, young ladies are all shy. How do you want the Commandery Princess to answer your question? Okay, then I will make the decision. The Queen Dowager nodded with a chuckle. In 2 days, have the Countess of Jianan come over for tea and have her bring that rascal into the palace. Let our Ian take a look. Fenggu agreed with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant will remember this. Commandery Princess Xianxia's slender hand that was hanging by her side clenched slightly before letting go. She revealed a gentle and bashful smile that was just the right amount of gentleness. The group accompanied the Queen Dowager to stroll around the small garden for an hour before returning to the Longevity Palace. After Ian bid farewell and left, Fenggu handed a cup of tea to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. The Queen Dowager shook her head slightly as she watched Ian's departing figure. Fenggu, what do you think this child is thinking? Fenggu quickly said, Your Majesty the Queen Dowager has already done your best for Commandery Princess Ian. The Commandery Princess will definitely understand. This morning, we only mentioned casually that the Crown Prince should also like such good pastries. But to her, it would become following an imperial edict to deliver pastries to the Eastern Palace. If the Crown Prince wasn't smart enough, he might even develop a grudge against his grandmother. Fenggu nodded slightly. Your Highness's eyes are as sharp as torches. What can be hidden from your Highness's eyes? It's not that I don't know. All these years, Ian had always wanted to approach the Crown Prince step by step, but, if the Crown Prince was truly interested in her, would he need to wait until now? Her Highness is the wisest. Fenggu nodded as she took out a hot handkerchief and handed it to the Empress Dowager to wipe her hands. She casually said, Then the son of the Count of Jianan's family today was also deliberately probed by your Highness? That's not it. The Queen Dowager shook her head and accepted the handkerchief to wipe her hands, saying, I have watched Ian grow up. I also hope that she can find a good family and have a good husband in the future. The Count of Jianan has a good family background. The Count of Jianan and his wife are both good people. The most important thing is that there are no messy concubines at home. The Count of Jianan has been guarding his wife for 30 years. That's great. The son of the Count of Jianan, Pei Dao, was also young and promising. He never had bad habits. He is a youth that the Crown Prince values, so his future is naturally limitless. We truly want to betroth her to the son of the Count of Jianan. The Queen Dowager sighed as she said, but from the looks of it, there probably isn't much of a chance. Ian will definitely understand your Majesty's painstaking efforts in the future. It's also my fault for not disciplining him strictly. The Great King's current state is mostly due to my spoiling. Back then, sigh, let's not talk about it. What's done is done, and it can't be remedied. The Queen Dowager sighed with melancholy. Just like a normal mother, she had followed the former king to conquer the country and suffered enough, so she wanted to give her son the best things in the world. She had spoiled and spoiled the Great King, Mole, since he was young, so he didn't amount to much. The Great King's situation had formidable parents and a fierce son, while he himself was unambitious and relied on his parents above and his son below. Thus, he got by just like this, it's just my grandson who has suffered, having such an unreliable father. He has been burdened with a lot of things since he was young. The Queen Dowager lamented, he finally found someone he likes and wants to spend the rest of his life with. No matter what, this widow cannot let anyone ruin it. Of course. Fenggu said with a nod, these past few days, this old servant has been hearing Gong Chang'an talk about the crown princess. This old servant is also itching to meet the crown princess immediately. The Queen Dowager smiled again, her eyes narrowed into slits. I liked it the moment I heard it. This child will definitely hit it off well with me. Ian, this child, is good at everything. It's just that she is a bit too pretentious and not sincere enough. The Queen Dowager commented with a shake of her head. Ian actually didn't understand the Queen Dowager. The Queen Dowager was an honest elderly lady, and it wasn't without reason that she liked the Crown Prince and little Twelfth. These two children were just normal grandchildren in front of her, and they would happily call her grandmother when they saw her. Other children would not be like this. If Ian wasn't so pretentious and let go of her temperament in front of the Queen Dowager, perhaps the Queen Dowager would like her a bit more. Her standards are so high, and the one she likes is the Crown Prince. She clearly knows that it is a dead end, yet she still insists on running headfirst into it when this widow lured her back. The Queen Dowager sighed. At this moment, a secret guard came to report that the Crown Prince had left the capital. When the Empress Dowager heard this, she laughed loudly. She pulled Aunt Feng aside and said, Look, look, look. My grandson has gone to chase after his wife. We've only been gone for less than 10 days. Look at how impatient this child is. Ha 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 ha. Fenggu pursed her lips and giggled. My Joe's section break. At the same time, Arbor was strolling aimlessly in the mystic beast forest. If he encountered any ignorant profound beasts that pounced over, he would mercilessly kill them with a single strike, and then instinctively dig out their crystal cores. The entire mystic beast forest was like her home's imperial garden. She walked and stopped, and from time to time, she would use her spiritual perception to scan her surroundings. She was searching for a better place with dense mystic energy to cultivate. In front of them was a small stream, the sound of water flowing through the forest. Sikong Fuling, who was sitting on a rock by the stream and washing her prey, turned her head warily when she heard faint footsteps. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Arbor walked over expressionlessly. After surveying the surroundings with his spiritual perception, he stretched out his leg to walk forward. Hey, there's water up ahead. You'll get wet if you step in. Sikong Fuling quickly stood up and pulled him back. Arbor turned his head, his unfocused gaze landing on her face. Gulp. A loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. Sikong Fuling couldn't help but smile after being taken aback. She pulled him back a few steps. Wait here. Arbor simply didn't know that Sikong Fuling was talking to her. She just instinctively found a clean place to sit down. Very quickly, Sikong Fuling set up a bonfire and placed a small type of cleanly skinned mystic beast on it to roast. Not long after, the aroma wafted out, and Sikong Fuling grumbled, My mouth is so bland from eating dry rations every day. Fortunately, this kind of small mystic beast hasn't mutated. Although the meat isn't considered fresh and tender, it's still enough to eat 2 bites. I spent a lot of effort to get rid of the fishy smell. As Sikong Fuling spoke, she threw her a piece of thigh meat wrapped in leaves. Arbor sat at the side like a jade carving. When the item flew in front of her, she couldn't help but reach out to catch it steadily. Sikong Fuling raised her eyebrows, and her probing gaze fell on her. She was clearly blind, so how could her movements be so precise? Could it be that her mystic sense was very powerful? Thinking of the Raksha princess who had been defeated and fled by Arbor, that person suddenly clutched her head and retreated in defeat. Could that be the legendary mystic sense attack? Sikong Fuling's pupils immediately contracted, and she took a bite of the mystic beast meat in her hand. It was hard, sour, and unpalatable, and truly had a feeling of being unable to swallow it. Looking up again, she saw that the little girl had finished eating that piece of thigh meat in a short while. Sikong Fuling inwardly admired this little fellow. She was so young, but she could endure so much hardship. Look at her eating such unpalatable meat without wrinkling her brows in order to fill her stomach. She couldn't even compare to such a small little girl. Sikong Fuling frowned and looked like she was going to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. She swallowed that hard and somewhat sour meat bite by bite, and she repeatedly vomited as she ate. Her admiration for Arbor increased by several degrees. She was worthy of being the crown princess at such a young age. She was indeed born with the spirit of a superior person. How could Xikong Fuling know that the little girl had no sense of taste at all? Everything she ate was like chewing wax, and it was just a subconscious action to fill her stomach. If she regained her sense of taste, not to mention such a large piece of meat, even if it was just a bite, she would spit it out. At night, Xikong Fuling found a clean place to lie down and rest. Glancing over, she saw Arbor sitting upright and still under a tree, meditating with his eyes closed. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Was there a need for this child to be so hurtful? Would he die if he didn't cultivate for a day? Cultivating at night instead of sleeping was simply an eyesore. She touched the dagger beside her and tossed and turned for most of the night. Then she sat up and looked at Arbor's expressionless face in the darkness. Right now, she should be completely immersed in cultivation. Gritting her teeth, Xikong Fuling stood up and agilely walked to her side. Should she make a move on her? That vicious little fellow had almost taken his elder brother's life with that slash of his saber. That was a real stab to the heart. Even as a bystander, she felt her heart ache. Not to mention how pitiful and heartbroken her elder brother, who had really suffered that stab. Xikong Fuling reached out to touch the dagger tied to her calf and made a motion to pull it out. Then, she paused and looked at Arbor with a melancholy expression. Forget it. She still owed her a life. How could she do something like repay kindness with enmity? Moreover, although she was a demoness, she still had her bottom line. Out of sight, out of mind. Xikong Fuling simply turned and left the stream, heading to other parts of the forest through the night. Less than a second after she left, Arbor opened her eyes, and her tense aura slowly relaxed. If Xikong Fuling had made a move just now, Arbor would have killed her without hesitation. Because anyone who hindered her from cultivating must go to hell. In a moment, Xikong Fuling had slipped one round around the gates of hell. Arbor didn't care where Xikong Fuling went. She didn't even know this person and closed her eyes. Xikong Fuling didn't know how long she had walked for, but she felt that it should have been the middle of the night. Day and night couldn't be seen in this gloomy mystic beast forest, but according to her estimation, it should be dawn now. Xikong Fuling halted her steps and turned back to take a look. She didn't know what was wrong with that fellow, but she was blind and somewhat dazed. Wasn't it too much for her to leave just like that? After all, she had saved her life before, and all the previous small conflicts could be disregarded. What if that fellow starved herself to death just like that? Then wouldn't she have indirectly killed her benefactor? Xikong Fuling also didn't understand her current state of mind. After being conflicted for a while, she couldn't resist turning around and sprinting toward the stream. However, when she ran back to the stream, she discovered that the little fellow had long disappeared without a trace. And right at this moment, a fiery cloud soared into the sky, boiling over half of the sky. A layer of golden red light descended to the earth along with this fiery cloud, forming a spectacular golden pillar that connected the sky and earth together. Stunned, Xikong Fuling opened her mouth wide and looked up at the horizon. What the F***ck was that? The phoenix egg has descended. A bloodfire phoenix egg. Father, the bloodfire phoenix egg really has descended, Liang Qingqing exclaimed with a slightly agitated expression. Sect Master Liang smiled and nodded. Everyone, be careful. This bloodfire phoenix egg can't possibly have popped out from a crack in a rock. If the phoenix couple is also present, don't do anything and just watch the show. That's right. The sect master of the Heavenly Path sect, Situ Min, nodded. He turned around and said a few words to the excited disciples. The most unlucky ones were Mu Boming, Do Heping, and Qin Guilu. They were originally flying towards Arbor's cultivation ground, but halfway through, they realized that the halo had completely disappeared. At that time, Arbor had already exited his cultivation state and was fighting with the Rakshasa ghost sect leader, Princess Rakshasa. Mu Boming and the others lost the location of Arbor's cultivation, so they could only search the vicinity in a daze. However, Arbor continued to wander in the forest. How could they find her? Mu Boming and the others couldn't help but vomit blood when they saw the place where the bloodfire phoenix egg had lit up. It was actually a place that was very far away from them in a straight line. This time, they really had to speed up and run wildly. Along the way, there were disciples who couldn't keep up with their speed and fell behind, but Mu Boming, Do Heping, and the others couldn't care less. They just kept urging themselves to go faster, faster, and even faster in their hearts, their phoenix egg, ah. They didn't want others to beat them to it, back to Arbor. Not long after Seacombe Fulling left, she also exited her cultivation state. She disliked that the mystic energy next to the stream wasn't dense enough and wanted to move to another place to search. Just as she was casually strolling around, she sensed that more than half of the mystic beast forest was suddenly covered by a surge of restless and dense fire spiritual energy. Hurl! Something fell from the sky and smashed toward her head. In the blink of an eye, Arbor turned around and swiftly stepped away, avoiding the whistling sound of the wind. Boom! That thing smashed into the thick pile of withered grass in the forest. Xiaomu used her spiritual conscience to look over and saw that it was a strange oval-shaped object that was sitting on the pile of withered grass just like that. Its entire body was overflowing with a red light, and it looked quite big and heavy. She didn't know what the hell it was, but when it fell from the sky just now, it almost smashed through her head. Arbor turned around and was about to stroll around again when she heard a rumbling sound. When she turned around to look, that oval-shaped thing had actually rolled to her little feet. Xiaomu didn't hesitate at all and directly kicked it flying. Qing Wan, who had silently appeared, couldn't help but cover her eyes with her wings. Didn't I already say not to act cute in front of Master? Master isn't a normal girl at all, okay? She never liked cute things. Master. Qing Wan felt that she needed to remind her foolish master. Pitiful little master, she was actually tricked into this state by the giant ape. A heaven-defying, unparalleled bloodfire phoenix egg fell from the sky and rolled to her feet, but she actually didn't want it. Arbor actually didn't hear Qing Wan's voice. She only felt that something had appeared beside her, so she blankly turned her head and looked at Qing Wan. She kept feeling that her mind was blank, but there was a voice in her heart that wanted to tell her, this weak chicken can't be beaten. Master, this is a bloodfire phoenix egg and can't be kicked. You should pick it up and bring it back. After speaking, she realized that her little master couldn't hear her at all. Moreover, with her current brain, she reckoned that she wouldn't understand what she meant even if she heard. A person who only had the word cultivation in her head basically had zero survival ability. Everything depended on her subconscious instincts for survival. Seeing how she couldn't even feel the hunger in her stomach before, it was obvious how miserable she was now. Qing Wan flapped its wings and flew to the little master's shoulder. Its furry little body nudged her neck. Poor master, don't be afraid, Qing Wan will protect you. In the next second, the expressionless little master cruelly reached out and slapped it. With a piu sound, it was sent flying. Rumble rumble rumble. The bloodfire phoenix egg that had been kicked away strenuously rolled back. Just as it touched Arbor's calf, she raised her small foot and made a kicking posture. Wait. Pa. Arbor couldn't even hear what Qing Wan said, so how could he hear the sound of an egg? This kick was even more ferocious. After being kicked against a tree, the bloodfire phoenix egg bounced back with a piu, and once again rolled to Xiaomu's side with a thud. Master. Qing Wan simply transformed into her human form. With a messy bird's nest hair, she ran to Arbor's side in tears and grabbed her little hand. Stop kicking. This is a bloodfire phoenix egg. It can fight and use big moves. It has no problem going up the mountain or down the sea. Even if it's not good, we can roast it and eat it. He knew that his little master couldn't hear and could only see him with her spiritual senses. Qing Wan hastily made all sorts of strange movements, jumping and hopping. In the end, he even fished out an egg and knocked it twice. Then, he peeled the shell out and handed it to his little master, pointing at her little mouth. Arbor expressionlessly reached out to take that small egg and took a bite. She, who didn't feel anything after eating, directly stuffed the entire egg into her mouth. Classmate Qing Wan's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this master was even more adorable than before? Arbor turned to look at that bloodfire phoenix egg and walked toward it. A small hammer suddenly appeared in her hand. Qing Wan, who was following behind her, suddenly widened her eyes and hastily exclaimed, "You can't eat it now, you can't." The bloodfire phoenix egg rolling under the tree shook its round body for no reason and angrily jumped up and down, emitting a soft cry. You woman! Stop right there. Arbor's hand, which was holding the small hammer, was forcefully pulled back by Qing Wan, who rushed over afterwards. Yuan once again gestured with his hands and feet, using images to make Arbor understand that this Bloodfire Phoenix egg had to be roasted first before it could be eaten. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg jumped up and bumped into Yuan. "You damned bird, don't always slander me. You idiot, hurry up and retract the light on your body," Yuan shouted irritably. At this very moment, everyone in the entire Mystic Beast Forest was rushing over in a flurry. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg's red light was too dazzling. Even a blind person could find its direction, let alone in such a dark and overgrown forest. This round of light was simply a guiding light, the Bloodfire Phoenix egg said weakly. "I can't retract it." Fraud, Yuan directly picked up that egg and stuffed it into Arbor's arms. Then, she pulled her and ran into the depths of the forest. "Hurry and go, little master. Many people are chasing after us." "Where are you running to?" A shout came from midair. The speed of the approaching person was rather fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge shadow covered the entire area. This was a middle-aged man with a dark face, a square mouth, and a wide nose. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Arbor hugged a Bloodfire Phoenix egg and looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Yuan could feel the man's strength, but fortunately, he was alone. Thus, he hurriedly pushed his little master behind him and gestured for her to leave first. "Master, quickly take the Bloodfire Phoenix egg and leave first. I'll hold them off here." Arbor's eyes flickered. At this moment, it was as if something was about to emerge from the depths of her mind, causing her to inadvertently frown. He pulled Yuan's arm and pulled it behind him. The little fellow looked up at the middle-aged man and suddenly threw the Bloodfire Phoenix egg. The corner of Yuan's mouth twitched. Then, she saw that in the next second, the little master turned around and gave a swift and happy flying kick, directly kicking the Bloodfire Phoenix egg towards the middle-aged man's face. Yuan, actually, after such a long time, he should understand his little master very well. This kind of fraudulent thing was indeed something she would do. She was a little master who could even abandon Lady Holy Water for her own sect. Little master didn't like cute things at all, so naturally, she wouldn't have much affection for cute things in the depths of her heart. In her opinion, there was only a difference between those who were close and those who were distant. Those who were close should be protected, and those who were distant could be thrown away at any time. For example, this Bloodfire Phoenix egg right now was just a useless egg that could be thrown away at any time compared to Yuan. It was useless. The strangest thing was that middle-aged man. He actually thought that the phoenix egg that his little master threw over was a trap, therefore, he roared in the air, and his supreme mystic energy pressure increased. His chest and abdomen were filled with swirling mystic energy, and with a boom, he threw down the Bloodfire Phoenix egg that flew to his side. Classmate Yuan suddenly felt some sympathy for this egg. Arbor didn't have any expression when she saw this. If she still had emotions, she would be furious. She wondered if this person was sick. Didn't he come for this oval thing? Why didn't he want it now? With such a pause, Arbor kicked the phoenix egg again and sent it flying. The middle-aged man kicked it again, the two people kicked back and forth 2 or 3 times. The phoenix egg couldn't bear it anymore and became angry. These two insignificant humans, what did they think it was? It was the one and only Bloodfire Phoenix in the world. When Arbor kicked the middle-aged man, a red light of spiritual energy burst out from the phoenix egg. No, it didn't even look like spiritual energy, but a higher level of power. This terrifying power directly wrapped around the middle-aged man, and with a loud bang, his entire body exploded, turning into ashes. He died without a burial place. This happened in just a breath's time. The crimson phoenix egg was infuriated, and it cursed the heavens, cursed the earth, and cursed Xiaomu. It pounced over and fiercely smashed Xiaomu's large head with a bounce. "You'd *mn woman. What do you think this lord is? A ball? You can kick me here and there. This lord doesn't care about face." Arbor looked expressionlessly at the phoenix egg that was jumping in front of her and constantly hitting her little head. She didn't know what it was shouting about. "You bastard. You don't want this lord for this weak little green bird. Do you know who this lord is? I am an ancient Bloodfire Phoenix egg. This seat can only condense 1 egg every 10,000 years, an ancient Bloodfire Phoenix egg. This seat is AHHHHHH. You idiot. Why don't you come and curry favor with me? What kind of expression is that? Looking at the egg that was going crazy, Qingwan kindly reminded it weakly. That egg. What the hell? My name is Blazing Blood. I am the Blazing Blood Phoenix that only appears once every 10,000 years, Blazing Blood Supreme. Great Blood Blaze God. Okay. Great God. Qingwan's mouth twitched. That, don't shout in front of Master. Her 5 senses are blocked. She can't hear or see anything. I can only use my spiritual sense to take a look. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg immediately let out a new round of angry roars, which were directed at Qingwan. You stupid bird. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to anger me to death? Ah. Come over here and gesture to her. Ask her why she doesn't want me. Why? This phoenix egg was really going crazy. Qingwan weakly moved to Arbor's side, tugged at her little master's sleeve, and gestured to her. Little master, the phoenix is asking you why you don't want her. Arbor's 10,000-year expressionless face didn't have a single ripple of emotion. The phoenix egg became even angrier when it saw this. It jumped up and was about to smash her head, wishing it could wake her up. I'm a million times stronger than this stinky cyan bird. Why do you want him and not me? You idiot. You don't even know who I am, do you? Hurry up and tell me. Master, she can't speak. Why didn't you say so earlier? The phoenix egg's rage had reached a critical point. Soon after, it spread out its powerful divine sense and directly rushed into Arbor's consciousness. With a glance, it roared even more angrily, You damned woman, you actually already contracted with another profound beast? Don't you know that you humans can only contract with one profound beast in your entire life? You actually formed a contract with a weak Xian beast so casually. With your talent, you clearly have a better choice. The phoenix egg communicated with her mental energy through her conscious pool, so Xiaomu actually heard it. However, she subconsciously disliked this guy's tone of voice very much. Even if her memories were temporarily blocked, she was still a protective little fellow in her bones. Even if she had contracted a weak profound beast, she didn't need this damned phoenix egg to point fingers at her from the side and make a fuss. Woman! Be grateful to me. Right now, let me help you remove the profound beast contract from before. The phoenix egg's voice was complacent. Unexpectedly, Arbor wasn't happy. With a move of her spiritual energy, she immediately communicated with it. You're not allowed to remove it. Even though she didn't know what this phoenix egg wanted to do, she subconsciously felt that it wasn't anything good. Why? The Bloodfire Phoenix egg was really angry. He had never seen such a person. A phoenix egg fell from the sky. Such a good opportunity was placed in front of her, and she actually didn't firmly grasp it. She would rather contract with a weak chicken than him, the great Bloodfire god. This made his heart extremely angry. Give me a reason. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg's voice was no longer soft and cute. Instead, it was filled with an invisible pressure, intensely pressuring Arbor. I don't want you. Xiaomu impatiently used her mental energy to communicate with him. She took out the sleeping little white squirrel from her chest and stroked its soft fur. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg was so angry that it was about to burn itself into ashes. He suddenly laughed coldly. Unfortunately, you can't refuse. This damned human actually wants to reject me? He wanted to form a contract with her because of her talent. Instead of accepting his gift, he actually wanted to reject it. What a despicable human. On the phoenix egg's body, raging flames ignited. Those were the flames of his own anger. An extremely domineering and intimidating power seeped into the depths of Xiaomu's conscious, not allowing her to refuse, and rushed towards that mental contract. In the blink of an eye, in the depths of his conscious, the 12 jade slips that had been bundled together suddenly opened up and formed a wall. The golden talisman jade tome activated its self-protective consciousness and blocked the phoenix egg's spiritual energy. At the same time, an angry consciousness rushed out of Arbor's consciousness and flew towards the phoenix egg's mental contract. Arbor only felt his consciousness surge like a raging wave. The two fiercely collided. His pupils shrank. In the next moment, because of the endless pain in his consciousness, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The green vine in her sleeve instinctively drilled out and attacked the phoenix egg that was attacking her consciousness. The bloodfire phoenix egg was stunned. As a result, he couldn't react in time and was hit squarely by the vine whip. However, although he was still in the form of an egg, he was still a bloodfire phoenix egg after all, so this vine whip couldn't do anything to him. He just felt very aggrieved and face-slapped. The bloodfire deity discovered that this little girl really didn't like him from the bottom of her heart. It didn't seem like she was faking it. However, he was clearly the bloodfire deity, the incomparable bloodfire phoenix egg in the world. Who in this world didn't want him? Moreover, when he wanted to forcefully break the mental contract with that weak beast, he discovered that the weak beast wasn't simple at all. There was a powerful barrier in this little girl's conscience that controlled everything with absolute mental defense. He really didn't expect that this little girl, who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, would have such a strange existence in her conscience. At this time, the second batch of people from Ani Prefecture arrived. Ani Prefecture's disciple, Gong Yang, led more than 50 disciples to Arbor's group. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw her. "It's you?" After so many years, this little girl's appearance was firmly imprinted in the depths of his mind. 2 years ago, the battle on the Holy Water Sect's main peak nearly killed all the Ani Prefecture disciples on the spot. As Hong Jinchuan's eldest disciple and a level 12 mystic cultivator, Gong Yang followed Hong Jinchuan from beginning to end and led his team to trample all over the Holy Water Sect's peaks. Before Arbor could open the Tianji treasure blueprint, Gong Yang collapsed from exhaustion. As a result, he escaped a calamity and didn't directly enjoy the Tianji treasure blueprint's attack. He only saw that little girl from the Holy Water Sect madly flinging out a divine weapon and indiscriminately killing many people. Afterwards, he was thrown off the main peak by a huge force and completely fainted. When he fled back to Ani Prefecture's stronghold like a stray dog, he heard from others that his master, Hong Jinchuan's life tablet, had completely shattered. Of the more than 300 Ani Prefecture disciples who went with him to encircle the Holy Water Sect, only a dozen or so escaped. Among them, there were many who were missing limbs and were mentally deranged. He didn't expect to meet this little girl from the Holy Water Sect again in the Mystic Beast Forest 2 years later. A trace of fear and jealousy flashed in Gong Yang's eyes. He hurriedly approached a robust old man in his 60s and loudly said, "It's her, Consecrator Li. A remnant of the Holy Water Sect. She might know the whereabouts of the sacred water. Also, she has a divine artifact, the Tianji treasure map." "What?" The old man named Consecrator Li was overjoyed when he heard the news. He looked at Arbor and laughed. "That's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. There is indeed a type of person in this world who is gifted and born with great luck. Look, there's the divine artifact Tianji treasure map and the sacred beast phoenix egg." Consecrator Li's gaze fell directly on the bloodfire phoenix egg beside Arbor's leg, and his eyes revealed a greedy light. "Wait until I catch you, little girl. I'll interrogate you to find out the whereabouts of the holy water." Consecrator Li reached out his hand to grab Arbor as soon as he finished speaking. However, he caught nothing but air. Xiaomu's footsteps shifted extremely quickly, and she kicked that phoenix egg directly at the elder. She instinctively believed that this person also came to ask for the phoenix egg. That old man chattered so much earlier, but she didn't hear a single word. However, the bloodfire phoenix was very angry. In his current situation, he was still an egg after all. Earlier, he had already used all his strength to finish off that middle-aged man in one move. But now, he was powerless to continue. The comical thing was that Pundit Li didn't dare to directly grab that phoenix egg emitting dense flames. He had just shaken out a net from his inner world and originally wanted to catch this egg first. Who knew that this egg was completely conscious? When it saw Pundit Li take out a net to catch it, it rolled back to Arbor's side as if the egg had grown legs. Pundit Li's aura sank, and he emitted a powerful mental pressure that crushed Arbor. Although Pundit Li's cultivation had been suppressed to level 1 spiritual cultivator and he didn't dare to easily use spiritual energy under the heavenly law's nose, his mystic conscience had already reached level 9. He expected that he could do whatever he wanted in the lower star domain. He originally thought that this attack would definitely crush that little girl until she vomited blood and collapsed on the ground. However, things didn't go as he wished. This mystic conscious attack didn't cause the slightest ripple, and the little girl before him was still perfectly fine. However, he didn't know that if Arbor's conscience hadn't been damaged and his spiritual consciousness hadn't been greatly weakened, that old man would have already been sent to some unknown country by the backlash. Eh? The old man let out a faint sound of bewilderment and changed to using the power of a level 1 spiritual cultivator to suppress Arbor. This little girl is a bit dangerous. Pundit Li, you mustn't lower your guard. This girl has the Tianji treasure map on her. Gong Yang was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw Arbor turn around and cast a glance in his direction. He only felt that the little girl's eyes, which were like icy pearls, seemed to flash with saber light and sword shadows. It was abnormally vicious and malicious. How could Gong Yang know that Arbor's memories had been blocked at this time? However, she seemed to subconsciously remember this person. Many years ago, she had repeatedly flipped through many people's life lanterns in the ancestral hall. She had seen all the holy water sect disciples' images before they died. If her memories still existed at this time, she would definitely remember that this Gong Yang in front of her was the person who made Fat Sister ruthlessly self-destruct back then. He had taken care of them on the first peak for 30 years like it was just one day. Fat Sis, who was responsible for all her daily needs, was gone because of this bastard. She stared at him coldly. Suddenly, she sent a wisp of her spiritual sense straight into the depths of Gong Yang's conscience. Compared to Reverend Li, Gong Yang's conscience was far inferior. This ferocious spiritual sense attack directly knocked Gong Yang back 3 steps. His mind was in a daze. He held his head and held a few times. Set up the formation. Consecrator Li shouted with a sullen face. More than 50 Ani Prefecture disciples rushed out from behind Gong Yang. They drew their swords in unison and set up an inescapable sword formation. The disciples of Ani Prefecture had cultivated this sword formation for many years, and their coordination could be said to be quite good. When the entire sword formation was in operation, it was as if thousands of swords had formed a red sun, swaying back and forth around Arbor. Consecrator Li laughed sinisterly, and his powerful cultivation once again suppressed Arbor's figure. You can break her arms and legs, but don't take her life. This old man still wants to keep this little girl alive to inquire about the holy water's whereabouts. At this time, Gong Yang's pale face had also recovered some of his lucidity. He glared at Arbor and said resentfully, Consecrator Li, I see that this little girl is a cultivation prodigy. If you use her body as a cultivation cauldron, Consecrator Li's cultivation will definitely rise to another level. Consecrator Li hadn't thought of this, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly at Gong Yang's reminder. Gong Yang, your idea isn't bad. Consecrator Li looked at Arbor, who was standing in the sword circle, with a sinister smile. He shouted to the disciples, remember, don't harm her life. Just break the tendons in her arms and legs. Taking a closer look, you are indeed a peerless beauty. To be able to become this old man's cultivation furnace, it can be considered your good fortune. Ha 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 ha. As the old man spoke, he laughed complacently. But he didn't forget to release the strongest mystic energy a level 1 spirit master could release to control Arbor, who was inside the sword circle. This sword circle's advantage was in coordination. It gathered the cultivations of over 50 people, turning them into a whole, condensing them into a ball. In a short period of time, it would be difficult for Arbor to break out of this sword circle by herself. Moreover, her conscience had been injured just now. Right now, she only felt a faint headache. The best method was to find a secluded place to sit down and continue cultivating, recovering her spiritual sense. But the current situation didn't allow her to stop and rest. She could only continue fighting. Of course, deep in her heart, she didn't fear anyone. Moreover, although she didn't know what they were blabbering about, seeing their vulgar expressions, she knew it wasn't anything good. Suddenly, something flashed in the depths of her mind. As if suddenly realizing something, she took out a round bead from her pocket. The Duan family's core ravaging thunder. Gong Yang suddenly screamed. Quickly dodge, this thing is incomparably powerful. Gong Yang had actually been paying attention to Arbor all this time because he was afraid she wouldn't take out the Tianji treasure blueprint at any time to kill them all. But after waiting for a while, the Tianji treasure blueprint didn't appear. Instead, a very dangerous core-ravaging thunder came. Arbor didn't wait for him to finish screaming. She threw down a core-ravaging thunder and instinctively stuck a teleportation talisman on herself and Blue Luan. With a whoosh, she moved out of the sword circle and instantly appeared 1,000 meters away as fast as lightning. Consecrator Li's eyes widened. Before he could react, he heard a loud boom. The disciples of Ani Prefecture who were gathered together were in for a bad time. The disciples in the inner circle just happened to be at the core of the core-ravaging thunder's explosion. They were blasted to pieces, missing limbs, and mangled flesh. The dozen or so people in the outer circle were slightly better off, but their faces and bodies were also covered in blood. They were blown away by the blast of the explosion. The might of the core-ravaging thunder had alarmed all the Xian beasts in half of the forest. For a moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the forest. Previously, because of the birth of the Bloodfire Phoenix egg, all the beasts were dormant and didn't dare to move. Now that they saw that the Phoenix egg didn't move, the boss of the forest finally dared to roar in anger. Arbor and Qing Wan had already turned around and ran away, leaving behind an egg who was hopping and chasing after them. He was so angry that he shouted, "Stop, you guys stop." Pa! A large, furry white tail suddenly attacked the Bloodfire Phoenix egg. If it wasn't for the fact that the Phoenix egg rolled quickly, it would have been hit by the tail. The tail missed and drew a white mark on the ground. Wherever it passed, a huge rock half the height of a person was directly smashed into pieces. Arbor stared blankly. She lowered her head and looked at her empty little hand. She turned her head to look at the snow-white little critter with an indescribable expression. If she was awake right now, she would definitely shout happily, "Chirp chirp, you're awake." However, she was currently looking at them expressionlessly. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. It was during this pause that Ani Prefecture's Consecrator Li caught up with an unsightly expression leading a group of defeated soldiers. With a wave of his hand, the remaining dozen or so Ani Prefecture's people surrounded Arbor. But everyone's faces were a bit pale as they looked at Arbor with trepidation. "Stinky girl. I really underestimated you." Consecrator Li shouted angrily, giving Gong Yang a meaningful look. Gong Yang nodded in understanding and secretly slid her feet twice. She suddenly reached out to grab Arbor's shoulder, a vicious glint flashing through her eyes. She intended to break Arbor's arm. Chirp! A white fluffy figure shot over like an arrow, angrily slapping Gong Yang's face with its little claws. With a pounce, Gong Yang screamed and raised his hand to cover his face. Fresh blood slid down from between his fingers. The little fat squirrel's movements were too fast. In just a breath's time, it succeeded in its surprise attack and clawed Gong Yang's eye blind. Consecrator Li cursed useless thing in his heart and directly rushed towards Arbor. He sneered and said, "Stinky girl, if you have the guts, try throwing another core-ravaging thunder." He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that a great killing weapon like the core-ravaging thunder was an extremely rare item even in a concealed weapon aristocratic family. Confirming that Arbor couldn't possibly have a second core-ravaging thunder, Consecrator Li fearlessly struck out two palms in Arbor's direction, vigorous mystic energy suddenly encircling her. Gong Yang covered his face with one hand and screamed with a distorted expression, "Consecrator Li, quickly catch this stinky girl." Once Consecrator Li turned this stinky girl into a cultivation vessel, he would definitely make this girl beg for death in order to avenge the enmity of losing an eye today. This hateful girl actually dared to let a weak little mystic beast from God knows where scratch his eye blind. Gong Yang was so angry that he couldn't restrain himself. His entire body trembled in anger on the spot. Consecrator Li sneered. This old man's movements weren't slow. While using mystic energy to lock Arbor in place, he had already flashed in front of her and was about to grab her delicate little neck in the next second. Arbor suddenly raised his small hand. Consecrator Li was shocked, and he flew back like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Gong Yang, who was covering his eyes with one hand, also cried out in horror and suddenly retreated. The dozen or so people from the Ani Prefecture who had encircled Xiaomu on the outside also stumbled back a dozen or so steps, glaring at her in terror. Arbor looked at the crowd coldly and quietly put down his little hand. Consecrator Li saw that she didn't move for a long time and couldn't help but cry out in anger. This damned brat dared to trick him, the most hateful thing was that there were so many of them, but she actually succeeded in tricking them. How infuriating. Consecrator Lee had a fierce look on his face. He jumped up and swept his strong old leg towards Arbor's feet. There was anger on his face. The dozen or so Ani Prefecture's disciples once again surrounded him like wolves and tigers. Just at this time, Arbor once again raised her small hand and made a small action of throwing a core-ravaging thunder. Consecrator Lee was greatly alarmed. He quickly rolled on the ground like a gourd and rolled to the side. He hurriedly opened his defensive barrier and prepared for a full defense. Those dozen or so Ani Prefecture's disciples were so scared that their faces were pale. They rolled on the ground and loudly gasped for breath. They were so scared that they retreated again. However, after half a day, there was still no movement. Consecrator Lee and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the little girl who had played them for a fool. Damn it! Pundit Lee's face was already contorted. He was extremely furious. Being toyed with by this wretched girl time and time again, he only felt that his old face was burning hot and he was abnormally embarrassed. Gong Yang covered one of his eyes at the side and screamed urgently, "Pundit! Don't fall for her trick. This wretched girl is only scaring us. She definitely doesn't have a large firearm like the core-ravaging thunder on her. She doesn't have it. Don't hesitate, quickly catch her. Don't let her escape." Gong Yang urged from the side, "Don't forget that she's the only one who knows the whereabouts of the holy water. And the Tianji treasure map on her." Xiaomu blinked, unable to understand why these people kept crowding around her. Logically speaking, they wanted that round egg, and she had already given it to them, but they were still surrounding her, not knowing what they wanted to do. So annoying, it was time for her to cultivate. It was better to kill all these people who were hindering her from cultivating. Otherwise, they would always be buzzing around her like dead flies. Arbor separated her palms, and a wave of spirit energy appeared on her body. Suddenly, Pundit Lee and the rest were stunned to find that the soil on the ground rolled up the leaves, like a wriggling dragon. An earth-shattering layer of soil suddenly rose up from the ground, turning over and smashing down on everyone. Earth Spirit. Pundit Lee was instantly stunned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell at a glance that Arbor was using one of the 5 spirits, the Earth Spirit. This wretched girl had already comprehended the Earth Spirit at such a young age. Comprehending the Earth Spirit in a place like the lower star domain? Or could it be that she wasn't from the lower star domain at all? Pundit Lee jumped in fright, and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from this earth-shattering wall with lightning speed. Boom! The tumbling earth wall came crashing down, instantly drowning the dozen of Ani Prefecture's disciples who had lost their arms and legs and looked like arrows at the end of their flight. Gong Yang saw that the situation was not good, and turned to escape. Suddenly, something round rolled all the way to his feet. Gong Yang lowered his head to look, and his eyes suddenly bulged. He let out a miserable cry, and before he could escape, he was sent flying by a huge explosive force. This time, he happened to be in the center of the explosion of the core-ravaging thunder. How could he survive? His entire body was flung out and ruthlessly smashed into a broken old tree before tumbling to the ground with a boom. His upper body fell to the ground like a puppet, and he couldn't even close his eyes before he died. It was as if he was in complete disbelief that Xiaomu, this little fellow, would actually carry a second core-ravaging thunder on her and casually throw it away. When Consecrator Lee broke through the soil layer and jumped out with a loud shout, he saw Gong Yang's tragic death before he died. His broken body was hanging on half of a withered tree. It was very scary. Consecrator Lee's scalp went numb. He turned around and saw that he was the only one left in the huge Ani Prefecture team. This little girl's battle prowess could not be judged based on her current cultivation. High Official Lee already had thoughts of retreating. Between treasures and his life, Consecrator Lee still cherished his life. The core-ravaging thunder on the little girl was especially terrifying. Compared to what he had seen before, it was even more powerful. It could actually blast Gong Yang, a level 12 mystic cultivator, into smithereens in an instant. How dehumanizing was this? Other than updating normally these 2 weeks, the author has been saving up manuscripts. You guys are looking forward to it exploding even faster. Author status: open eyes to write manuscripts, go to work, eat, close eyes to sleep. Face with no attachment to life. What TV, movie, outing, it doesn't exist. Oh right, there are monthly votes, save them up, vote for me when the double monthly votes are released at the end of the month, mwah. He didn't know if there was a third core ravaging thunder on this damned girl. He couldn't afford to gamble. After the earth layer was turned over, Mr. Li's body was already covered in blood and he couldn't fight anymore. Since he already had the intention to retreat, he made a prompt decision to fly backwards. But after running for a few steps, he saw a snow-white squirrel-like little beast squatting there, eyeing him covetously. Its pair of small eyes were staring at him just like that. Consecrator Lee immediately flew into a rage. With a roar, he kicked over, "Get out of my way." Damn it, even a weak little beast could casually block his way now. It was simply seeking its own death. Mr. Li's face was ugly. He was sure that his kick would definitely send this weak beast flying into the sky. He didn't care whether it was dead or alive. Anyway, if it dared to block his way, he would kill it all. However, the flying into the sky that he expected didn't happen. On the contrary, he clearly heard the crisp sound of his leg bones breaking. He immediately wailed and cold sweat dripped down his head. That kick just now was as if he had kicked a piece of iron plate, causing his leg bones to fracture. Don't joke around. He was a level 1 spiritual master. For someone with his cultivation level, his whole body had been trained to the point where it was impregnable. Not to mention kicking such a weak little beast, even if he was hit by the core ravaging thunder just now, it wouldn't be enough to make him so miserable. So to say, this little beast wasn't a weak beast. Could it be a spiritual beast? Or a divine beast? Consecrator Lee was flabbergasted as he stared at the little weak beast that was constantly stretching its body and suddenly grew to the size of a small hill in front of him. Dragging his broken old leg, he took a few steps back and swallowed his saliva in panic. Why did it turn out like this? What kind of monster was this? He had never seen a little squirrel that could grow to the size of a mountain. His eyes bulged and he subconsciously shrank back. When she turned her head, she saw the slender figure standing under the tree. Her evil guts welled up, and she pounced at Xiao Mu, her hands grabbing for Xiao Mu's slender neck. No, he must catch this damned girl in his hands to save his life. Bang! A white, furry tail suddenly covered the top of his head and swept over, instantly sending the old man, who was trying to grab Xiao Mu, flying. He crashed headfirst into a tree with a thud, and he tumbled to the ground with a cry of pain. The little white squirrel that had turned into the size of a small hill had a pair of small eyes that flashed with a cold light. It contained a deterrent force that Consecrator Lee could not understand. When he fell to the ground, he felt as if his internal organs had been flipped upside down by the tail. After enduring for 2 seconds, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of his internal organs. With this spray, his aura became much more dispirited, and he fell to the ground on the verge of death, leaving only a pair of frightened eyes staring at the giant beast in front of him. He was scared. No, he regretted it. Let me go. Mr. Lee coughed heavily and turned to look at Arbor. He said word by word, "This old man can, cough, serve you as my master." However, Arbor didn't know what he was mumbling about and didn't give him any response. The little white squirrel saw that its little master's face was incomparably cold and knew that its master didn't want to let this damned old man live. Since that was the case, then he would take care of the old man. His long tail immediately swept over again. Don't be fooled by the large, furry tail that looked very gentle and warm when it landed on Consecrated Lee's body. Its might was comparable to that of a giant pillar reaching the heavens. He was instantly smashed into minced meat, and his head was smashed into pieces and buried in the ground. Roar. After the hill-sized squirrel lord finished dealing with the old man, he suddenly roared toward the depths of the forest. The dense pressure spread out, causing the group of small beasts that were originally restless and uneasy in the entire forest, intending to run to the base to attack the humans, to be so scared that they covered their heads and scurried away. One after another, they pitifully retreated back to their own small territories. So terrifying, even that boss in the forest didn't dare to make a sound at this time. This dense and terrifying aura was clearly on par with the aura when the Bloodfire Phoenix egg was born. Terrifying, the appearance of a holy beast Bloodfire Phoenix egg in the mystic beast forest was already frightening enough. Why did such a big shot appear now? Do Heping, Mu Boming, and the others, who were desperately rushing toward this end of the forest, were shaken by the little squirrel's roar halfway and tumbled to the ground on the spot. The ground of the entire Mystic Beast forest was faintly trembling. The members of the group rolled all over the ground. They struggled to get up in a fluster and looked for trees, boulders, and other things to hide behind in their fright. F***CK. What was going on? The two earth-shattering explosions earlier had caused them to look for cover everywhere like quails. Now, there was the roar of a giant beast. Can't you just let me travel happily? After waiting for a while and discovering that there was nothing out of the ordinary in their surroundings, Mu Boming and Do Heping walked out from behind a large tree with strange expressions. When they turned around, they saw Qin Guilu and the eldest Xianxia leading a group of people from the Qin estate rushing over at a moderate speed. They didn't appear to be in a sorry state and seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll along the way, which made Family Head Mu and Family Head Do's teeth ache. So everyone is here. Qin Xian looked at the people from the Do and Mu clans with a grin. With a jade-like beauty and a distinguished and elegant demeanor, this eldest young master merely stood there and immediately caused Miss Jilan of the Mu family to blush. Family Head Qin and young master Qin don't seem to care much about the phoenix egg. Mu Boming tugged at the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. Upon seeing this, Qin Guilu chuckled and said, "It's not about caring or not. Although this phoenix egg is good, there is only one of it after all. Whether or not we can get it depends on fate. Let's just leave it to fate." Mu Boming's lips quivered, and then he laughed in mock embarrassment. Family Head Qin is indeed open-minded. Family Head, if you don't go over now, it'll be too late. Mu Zijuan reminded with a taut face. The red clouds in the sky that had been dyed red by the birth of the phoenix egg were slowly fading away. If he didn't rush over now, he wouldn't even be able to tell which direction the phoenix egg was in. Mu Boming hurriedly responded and nodded. "Let's go." Thus, he no longer argued with the Qin family and hurriedly led the group in the direction of the phoenix egg's flash. The people from the Do family naturally weren't willing to fall behind. Do Heping kept his hands at Family Head Qin before hastily leading the group in pursuit. The two groups traversed the great Mystic Beast forest in tandem as they chased after each other. The two teams traversed the great Mystic Beast forest one after the other in pursuit. After running for so long, they had truly exhausted some of their stamina, and some of the youths in the team with inferior cultivations had fallen behind. Qin Xian leisurely walked beside Family Head Qin, but a moment later, he asked with a smile, "Did you guys notice that the phoenix egg is currently moving forward?" After he mentioned it, everyone abruptly realized that the phoenix egg had shifted forward by at least several hundred meters from where they had seen it previously. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled as he lightly struck his palm with his fist. "Say, do you guys think that the phoenix egg has grown legs and is purposely avoiding us?" "Everyone, eldest young sir, your joke isn't funny at all," yet Qin Guilu said with a smile, "Phoenix eggs are born with intelligence, so it's not impossible." Squeak squeak. Suddenly, a small mouse with sparse hair on its head popped out from the thicket, and its beady red eyes glanced at them. "Ah, a damned mouse." The startled Yang Fingyan's fingers moved slightly, and a burst of mystic energy pounced at that mouse. After a soft sing sound, the small mouse was struck by the mystic energy, and it rolled. With a kick of its hind legs, it fled through the thicket in terror. Qin Guilu creased his brows imperceptibly. Mu Jilan suddenly burst out in laughter, and her tone was not without mockery as she said, "You can't even kill a mouse." Yang Fingyan's small face flushed red under her veil. How could she have known that this mouse was so strange? She had clearly sent out a burst of level 4 mystic energy earlier, but a mouse actually slipped away. Mu Boming waved his hand with a smile and said, "Jilan, let's go." "Yes, Family Head." Mu Jilan pursed her lips and revealed a mocking smile again. When she passed by eldest young Sir Qin, she even snuck a glance at him. However, she didn't expect to meet eldest young Sir's smiling gaze. This was great. Her maiden heart thumped wildly, and she hurriedly followed Family Head Mu. On the side, Mu Zijuan saw this, and a sneer surfaced in his mind, "Love-struck fool." "Father!" Suddenly, a voice called out. Do Heping hurriedly turned his head and saw his daughter, Do Fengqi, catching up from behind. "Phoenix Pool." "Father!" Dou Fengqi stomped her feet and ran forward with an aggrieved expression. Why are all of you here? It's a long story. Let's talk as we walk. Seeing that Mu Boming and the others had already set off, Dou Heping hurriedly ran after them. At this time, the ground had returned to normal. However, just as the eldest young master had said, that hateful phoenix egg kept moving forward, as if it was deliberately avoiding everyone. Father, what's going on? What was that red light? The bloodfire phoenix egg has descended. Now, all the powers have gathered here. Those who can come are all here. Don't worry about anything else. What's going on with you? Aren't you training in the secret realm? Don't mention it, father. Dou Fengqi angrily stomped her feet. I was forcefully sent out. It's that woman's doing. Which woman? Who else could it be? The crown princess. What? Dou Heping actually paused in shock before quickly running again. We'll talk about this later. The urgent matter at hand was to see what was going on with the phoenix egg. Behind Dou Heping, a young lady who resembled Dou Fengqi in appearance but looked slightly younger couldn't resist pursing her lips and saying with a smile, so useless. We agreed on a month of training, but we were forcefully transported out in less than half a month. Dou Fengyao, shut your mouth. Dou Fengqi retorted with a cold expression, if you went, you might end up worse than me. Alright. When Dou Heping saw that these two sisters had started dog-eat-dog again, he could only separate them with a headache. Stop bickering, you two sisters. It's more important to take care of proper business right now. The group continued to run for a while as they spoke. The Dou family and Mu family couldn't bear the enormous physical exhaustion, and more disciples fell behind. Dou Heping and Mu Boming's expressions were slightly unsightly. In contrast, Qin Guilu looked nonchalant as he turned to the two of them and said with a smile, Family head Mu, family head Dou, leave it to fate, leave it to fate. Pooh. Leave it to fate my ass. Dou Heping and Mu Boming secretly cursed Qin Guilu, that old fox, in their hearts. Look at that red light? Mu Jilan suddenly raised her hand and pointed ahead. Everyone looked over and saw that the red light ahead had dimmed considerably, so faint that it was almost indistinguishable. *CK, the phoenix egg couldn't have been picked up by someone, right? A Qin estate disciple realized the truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Fengyan immediately said indignantly, impossible. It takes some time for a phoenix egg to recognize a master. It hasn't even been an hour since the phoenix egg descended into the world. Even contracting the phoenix egg won't be that fast. Qin Guilu nodded, and his gaze flickered as he glanced at eldest young Sir Qin beside him. The latter pursed his lips at him disinterestedly. Let's go over and take a look. That phoenix egg seems to have stopped. That's right. Although that red light in the forest had dimmed considerably, it finally stopped moving around crazily. Now that everyone had a clear target, they went over quickly. It didn't take long for them to find the source of the red light. Pushing aside the overgrown branches, they ran over to take a look. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. He saw a large piece of woodland, with only some debris and broken branches left. A deep pit was blasted in the middle, and the surrounding grass and trees were all razed to the ground. Thinking of the two huge tremors they heard before, everyone couldn't help but be speechless. After walking a little further, they saw a slender figure in plain clothes sitting with her back facing them. Looking at her back, she was actually a little girl. Everyone hurriedly quickened their pace and surrounded him, but they were also very careful to see if there were any traps under their feet. It's you. Dou Fengqi circled to the front and saw the young lady's face. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm with a face full of resentment. Qin Guilu was also taken aback, and he involuntarily cupped his hands toward the seated figure. Miss Xiao. At this moment, Miss Xiao's body was covered in a faint red light, which was very dazzling. She was sitting in front of a group of people. When she heard the sound of footsteps, she didn't move at all. She didn't even bat an eyelid. Seeing this, Dou Fengqi couldn't help but be furious. She rushed forward and pointed at Arbor, then said angrily, All right. You threw us out of the mystic realm one by one. I thought you would be able to stay in there for a long time by yourself. I didn't expect you to come out as well. Is there any meaning in doing such a thankless task? Fengqi. Second young Sir Do frowned slightly as he reprimanded. Second brother. Do Fengqi stomped her feet in anger. It's all because of her that I— Shut up. Second young Sir Do glared impatiently at his younger sister. On the side, his younger sister, Do Fengyao, couldn't help but chuckle. What are you grumbling about when your skills are inferior to others? Do Fengyao. Alright, alright. Do Heping was about to be angered to death by these two sisters. They were still fighting like dogs in front of a group of outsiders, making the Do family a laughingstock for no reason. Mu Boming's eyes flickered, and he walked forward and cupped his hands. Miss Chiao, can you explain to us why you're covered in red light? Did you pick up a phoenix egg? Hand over the bloodfire phoenix egg. A trace of jealousy and hatred flitted through Yang Fengyan's eyes, and her eyes under the veil glared venomously at Arbor. She already knew that this crown princess who had parachuted into the Mo kingdom was the little maidservant who had previously stayed in their Qin estate and disfigured her face by whipping her. As a result, her face had yet to fully recover, so she could only wear a veil when she went out. She seemed to be called something like Mu Xiaobao, that lowly slut who hooked up with men all day long. Not only did she not seduce eldest cousin and second cousin, she even hooked up with the crown prince now. Simply abominable. Right, hand over the phoenix egg. The Qin estate's disciples also stared fervently at the red light on Arbor's body, and they involuntarily took a few steps forward. Withdraw. Eldest young Sir Qin swept a cold gaze over them, promptly sweeping away the impulsive emotions in their heads. Under the eldest young Sir's intimidating gaze, they shuddered and subconsciously retreated a few steps. It was only then that eldest young Sir Qin turned around and chuckled at the little stoic sitting cross-legged in front of everyone. He called out, Xiaobao, what are you doing sitting here by yourself? Yang Fengyan clenched her fists and abruptly took a step forward, pulling out her sword to stab at Arbor. Cousin, don't waste your breath on this woman. Just make her hand over the phoenix egg. The eldest young Sir nimbly grabbed her arm, a trace of fury flitting through his eyes. Who told you to attack? Ah, cousin. Cousin, cousin. Yang Fengyan struggled with a pained expression on her face. Her wrist felt like it was about to break when he grabbed it. Seeing this, Mu Jilan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her fingertips moved stealthily and an attack talisman shot towards Arbor. Eldest young Sir Qin hadn't expected that Mu Jilan would also suddenly make a move. Unable to stop her in time, the talisman flashed by at an extraordinarily fast speed. He watched as the attack talisman flew towards Arbor, and his heart skipped a beat. Bang! Arbor's figure suddenly disappeared, and Mu Jilan's attack talisman missed. When everyone looked closely, they saw that Arbor's expression hadn't changed, and his posture hadn't changed at all. He had only moved a little, and now he was 5 feet away from them. Damn it! Mu Jilan was enraged, and 2 talismans swiftly darted out between her fingers. Just as she was about to release them, eldest young Sir Qin flicked his sleeve, causing her to stagger. What are you doing? Qin Xian glanced at Mu Jilan in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, they heard a gust of wind, and 2 Do family disciples simultaneously pounced towards Arbor, greed flickering in their eyes. Hand over the phoenix egg. Those 2 longswords intertwined to form a sword shadow and slashed towards Arbor. Bang! Arbor's figure once again moved 5 feet away. This time, Mu Boming finally saw it clearly, and his expression involuntarily changed as he exclaimed in shock, it's an illusion talisman matrix. Arbor herself wasn't here at all, so it was useless no matter how they tried to kill her. In the end, they were completely fooled by a talisman matrix. Everyone's complexions were either green or white, extremely unsightly. Mu Boming suddenly shouted loudly, the illusion talisman matrix can't be too far away from the main body. She's nearby. After saying this, he charged into the nearby forest. Qin Xian followed closely behind and sneered, Family head Mu, you're already so old, why are you still so angry? Mu Boming turned a deaf ear to him, and his figure flitted past. Everyone started a carpet search nearby, and sure enough, they discovered Arbor's main body behind a concealed thicket in less than half an hour. At this moment, she was standing behind a patch of charred dead wood. She was dressed in plain clothes and was cold and cheerless. She was expressionless, and her gaze was even extremely icy as she stared at them. What was exciting was that a layer of faint red light also floated around her main body, enveloping her within. It was as if her entire body was enveloped by a wisp of bright and enchanting flame. It's a phoenix egg. A bloodfire phoenix egg, a Mu family disciple exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough, that round phoenix egg was squatting steadily next to Arbor. Mu Zijuan, who had always been relatively calm, couldn't keep his composure this time. His breathing stopped, and he clenched his fists as he stepped forward and said, "The phoenix egg is right here. If you want it, then rely on your own abilities." Eldest Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's the use of relying on your own abilities? Don't tell me you can strip someone else of their spiritual contract and take the phoenix egg back from a new contract? In your dreams, it still depends on whether the phoenix egg itself is willing or not. Spiritual contract? Everyone was startled, and only then did they clearly see Arbor's current appearance. Not only was her body enveloped by a faint red light, there was even a cluster of burning flames lightly leaping about in the center of her forehead. A mystic beast contract imprint. Damn it, we were a step too late. Miss Chow has already contracted with the phoenix egg. Ah. My phoenix egg, you actually contracted my bloodfire phoenix egg. Yang Fengyan screamed, unable to control herself. Eldest Xianxia couldn't resist laughing again, and his thin lips curled up as he glanced at Yang Fengyan with slight mockery. Younger cousin, I remember that you are merely a level 4 mystic cultivator right now. How could there be a contract with a profound beast? You're still far from being able to form a contract. Yang Fengyan blushed under the veil. She was planning to shamelessly beg the patriarch to leave the phoenix egg for her. With her aptitude, she would definitely be able to break through to become a level 10 mystic cultivator in less than 10 years. At that time, wouldn't she be able to form a contract with the phoenix egg? The young master could not be bothered with his ridiculous cousin who was talking to herself. He turned to Arbor and said, "Xiao Bao, is it because the contract is not completed yet? Is that why you haven't left yet?" Xiaomu coldly looked at them. Do Fengqi said angrily, "What kind of look is that? Do you believe that I'll dig out your eyeballs?" Ever since she was forcefully transported out of the mystic realm, Do Fengqi had been stifling her anger until now. Now that she saw Arbor, it truly was both old and new grudges surfacing in her heart. Without waiting for family head Do to shout for her to stop, Do Fengqi pounced over and drew her sword to stab straight at Arbor. The *TCH, who told you to make me lose everything in the secret realm? Bang! Arbor didn't seem to move, but her foot had already ruthlessly kicked Do Fengqi's stomach. Do Fengqi couldn't even get close to the corner of her clothes before she was swiftly sent flying. She crashed heavily into a nearby tree and spat out a mouthful of blood from the severe internal injuries. Everyone turned pale with fright, and they all looked at Arbor as if they were looking at a monster. Do Fengqi was a level 8 mystic cultivator at any rate, but she couldn't even take a single blow from the crown princess? Why? It wasn't that Do Fengqi was too weak, but that the crown princess was too strong. They didn't expect that after not seeing her for several days, the crown princess's cultivation would actually skyrocket to this extent. At this time, Arbor suddenly moved. Like a killing Buddha carved from jade, she directly attacked the two Do family disciples standing in front of her. With 2 snaps, those 2 Do family disciples hadn't even recovered their wits when their heads already tilted slightly and hung in Arbor's hands. Aha! Mujilan screamed in horror. Seeing Arbor's ice bead-like eyes turn to her and lock onto her, she couldn't help but shriek in fright and terror. Her terrifying and ice-cold gaze was like a killing machine, completely devoid of any humanity. Xianxia already saw Arbor's abnormality. She was usually cold and expressionless, but she definitely wouldn't be like this, where she didn't recognize her own family and wanted to kill everyone she saw. Could it be that she suffered from qi deviation while cultivating? Xianxia was alarmed, and he rushed towards Arbor. Yang Fengyan shrieked behind him, "Cousin, what are you going over there for?" "Cousin, that woman is a lunatic." "Xiao Bao, how are you?" "Calm down first." Xianxia had just spoken when he saw the little girl aiming a punch at his chest. This punch clearly already had the strength of a 13th level cultivation base. When the punch came down, Xianxia's robes were blown back by a strong current of air. He couldn't take it head on and didn't want to retaliate, so he could only dodge. "Cousin." Yang Fengyan let out a dying scream. Xiao Mu's unfeeling eyes abruptly flitted in her direction. As soon as Yang Fengyan met Arbor's extremely cold eyes, she was like a duck that had its voice cut off. Her screams came to an abrupt end. What a terrifying gaze. Was that a human's gaze? Arbor was clearly like a moving jade statue. It was a jade statue filled with a terrifying aura that could kill people at any time. After rushing into the crowd, it took the lives of several disciples. Everyone, quickly disperse. Second young Master Do shouted in alarm. Miss Xiao must have gone mad from cultivating. He's probably not in his right mind and won't be able to recognize us. Everyone, don't fight her head on. Spread out, don't move, don't move. Hearing this, all the disciples present slowed down their footsteps. Their bodies stiffened as they subconsciously slowed down their breathing. Arbor's footsteps moved slightly, and he slowly walked past the scattered group of disciples. When he arrived in front of a disciple whose eyes were wide open and whose body was stiff, he was about to walk over. That disciple suddenly punched the back of his head. Go to hell. Second young Master Do's pupils shrank slightly. However, Xiao Mu abruptly turned around and also threw a punch behind her. Her fair and tender hand directly collided with that disciple's fist. The fist wind traveled up the disciple's arm, and suddenly, the disciple's arm bone was pulverized into powder. That seemingly pink and tender little fist was actually immensely powerful. Following the momentum, it smashed into the disciple's face, causing it to cave in and completely deform. That disciple didn't even have time to cry out before he fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. The surrounding disciples were all frightened by her terrifying technique, and they all cried out in alarm as they hastily broke into a run. Arbor's figure flitted past, and she picked up the disciples who were about to make a move like little chicks. She exerted force from her fingertips, and several cracking sounds were heard. Those people's necks all drooped, and they didn't make another sound. Don't move. Second young Master Do was simply infuriated to death by this group of brainless fellows. He told them not to move, but they still insisted on moving. How mentally tiring was it to have to lead a group of pig teammates? Didn't they realize that Miss Xiao didn't react at all when she saw them at the beginning? It was only because one of them attacked her that she started to flip out. In other words, as long as they didn't move, she should calm down. After second young Master Do finished shouting, no one dared to move carelessly in the slightest. Mu Jilan was so frightened that she cried. Her body trembled as tears streamed down her face, and she stared fixedly at Arbor, who flashed past her. She only dared to slow her breathing and sob softly when she saw that she had gone a bit further away. Within the range of Arbor's spiritual perception, there were no longer any enemies obstructing her cultivation. All she saw in her spiritual perception were chunks of wooden dummies, and no one would make a fuss and disturb her. Thus, this little fellow turned around and didn't bother to pay them any more attention. Her plain-colored figure flashed and disappeared into the flowers and trees. When the phoenix egg beside her saw this, it also skipped and followed. Little Bao. Eldest young Master Qin was anxious and was about to chase after her when Yang Fengyan desperately blocked him and shrieked, "Cousin, what are you doing? You want to follow this murderous demoness? She killed so many of our Qin family's disciples just now." Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the trees in front of them rustled, and a large furry head suddenly popped out from within. Rat! Yang Fengyan suddenly shrieked, her eyes wide open. A rat that looked like a hill, whoever saw such a rugged-looking mouse? Blind! Mu Zijuan coldly shouted, "It's clearly a large squirrel." As he spoke, the large squirrel's fluffy white tail suddenly swept over, and with a rumble, everyone was shocked and retreated several dozen feet. Seeing that no one was following it, the big squirrel gave them a warning glare, turned around, and moved its fat butt away, huffing and puffing. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that it's Miss Xiao's Xian beast? A Do family disciple asked weakly. Tisk, impossible. Where did she get so many profound beasts? Mu Jilan raged, doesn't she already have the divine bird Qingyuan? Now, he even picked up a phoenix egg to form a contract with. But Miss Xiao can draw summoning talismans. Seventh Master Mu also said that the divine bird Qingyuan was summoned by Miss Xiao. That's true. Mu Jilan clenched her fists. What's so great about a summoning talisman? Our Mu family also has a summoning talisman. Perhaps it can summon a rare sacred beast. At the mention of the Mu family's only summoning talisman, family head Mu's expression looked like he had stepped on dog poop. Because he discovered that the Mu family's precious summoning talisman had disappeared. Of course, Mu Boming simply didn't know that his good daughter Mu Xianxia had taken this family treasure summoning talisman and offered it to Master Black Cat. After Black Cat died in Nimpin Tower, this Mu family's soul summoning talisman also vanished into thin air. After Arbor distanced itself from the crowd, it searched for a suitable place to cultivate as usual. Wherever Arbor went, this egg would hop there. As it hopped, it would chatter non-stop. What are you angry for? I'm the one who should be angry. I, the great Bloodfire deity, want to contract with you. You're still being picky and picky. I really don't know where you monster came from. How can there be someone like you in this world? Qingwan walked next to this egg and said expressionlessly, don't grumble anymore. Master doesn't even recognize me and little Chirpy, let alone a strange egg like you. What egg? This one is the great Bloodfire deity, Qi Shui. Qingwan speechlessly swept a glance at this egg that would go crazy from time to time. Where exactly did you pop out from? Underground. This one has been dormant for so many years and finally woke up. I didn't expect that the other person wouldn't be willing to choose me as master. You really popped out from a rock? Qingwan asked curiously. If Eggy had eyes, it would definitely glare fiercely at Qingwan. If it wasn't for the fact that when it infiltrated the little lady's conscious and clashed with the D*MN squirrel's mental contract, it might not have been able to successfully contract with this D*MN child. But speaking of which, this master of his really was an oddball. Humans usually could only have one contract beast in their lifetime, but her mental strength was enough to contract two. Moreover, he and that white squirrel weren't ordinary mystic beasts. If a normal person's mental conscious encountered a saint-level contract beast, they would have long exploded and died, or become an idiot from the backlash of failing to contract. But she didn't. It was just that when the two sacred beasts' mental strengths clashed in her conscious, it caused a certain amount of damage to her conscious. This was also quite strange, alright. At that time, the Bloodfire Phoenix egg thought that the little squirrel was just a weak beast and that it could expel it from Arbor's conscious with just a wave of its spiritual power. However, he didn't expect the other party to be evenly matched with him. Two powerful psychic powers flipped around in Arbor's conscious at the same time. If it was anyone else, they would have been foaming at the mouth and killed on the spot. Fortunately, she had the golden talisman Jade Tome to protect her in Arbor, which allowed her to survive the calamity. The phoenix egg jumped a little and noticed that there were extremely loud footsteps coming from behind it. He hurriedly jumped into Qingwan's arms and said in a proud voice, "This lord is tired, I'll allow you to carry this lord." Qingwan, she suddenly had an impulse to grab the hammer in her master's hand and smash this broken egg to death. Admit it if you're a coward. He was really asking for a beating with that arrogant look on his face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A hairless rat suddenly crawled out from Arbor's foot. No sooner said than done, Arbor didn't even blink. Out of instinct, it instantly pierced through the rat's head with an ice blade. Qingwan shook its body and muttered to itself, "It can't be a mutated zombie rat or something like that, right?" He felt that his master seemed to be abnormally sensitive to zombies and even mutated zombie beasts. If it was an ordinary rat, his master might not even look at it. But now, squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, 4 or 5 rats crawled out from the bushes. Xiaomu sent several ice blades flying over with an abnormally fast swish. After piercing those rats' heads at the same time, Arbor couldn't delay any longer and immediately ran into the depths of the forest instinctively. Seeing her abnormal movements, Qingwan hastily dashed after her. Seeing this, the little white squirrel turned into a furry ball with a whoosh and hopped onto Qingwan's shoulder. Its little paw even attempted to kick down the egg in Qingwan's arms. Qingwan, these two guys really were dog-eat-dog things. Qingwan hurriedly pushed aside Chirpy's little paw and comforted, "Alright, this egg is our partner in the future. Don't hit it yet. Let's go see what little master discovered." "Bah. We're not partners," two Tsundere voices indignantly said at the same time. Qingwan didn't succeed in being the peacemaker, so it simply couldn't be bothered with them. Hugging the egg and carrying the little squirrel, it chased after Arbor in front of it, shuttling back and forth in the forest. After running for a few minutes, Qingluan also stopped when it saw its little master stop in front of it. When it focused its eyes, it immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. There were probably over 10,000 rats densely packed ahead, and they were currently attacking Mu Boming, Do Heping, and the others together. The people from the Qin estate had long disappeared, but two unfamiliar teams appeared next to Mu Boming and the others. Qingluan leaped in front of its little master. "Master, don't go over." Arbor also didn't have any intention of going over. She stepped on a tree branch and looked down at the people besieged by the rats from above. If there were a few blind little mice squeaking and running towards her, she would take care of them. Her movements were fast and ruthless, not giving anything a chance to get close to her. Mu Boming, who was fighting a hard battle with the rats below, almost fainted from anger when he looked up. He couldn't help but roar at the branch, "Miss Chiao, can you have your summoned beast come down and fight?" Miss Chiao squatted on the branch and looked at them expressionlessly. Her appearance was truly cold and heartless. Mu Boming was so angry that a mouthful of blood welled up in his heart. Mu Jilan could not help but say angrily, "Patriarch, why are you wasting words with her? How could someone like her be willing to save us so easily? Drive the rat swarm over there." Mu Zijuan angrily kicked a disciple beside him. "Are you an idiot? I'm telling you to surround them. Don't let the rats open a path." Currently, Mu Boming, Do Heping, and the others were at the center of the circle, and there were many Do clan and Mu clan disciples standing around them. The disciple who'd been kicked by Mu Zijuan had already felt his limbs go limp from fighting with the rat horde. After being kicked by Mu Zijuan again, he was furious and unwilling to accept this outcome. In his unstable state of mind, several rats pounced on him and bit him, causing him to cry out in pain. He lost his footing and immediately fell down. This fall was fatal on the spot. He was immediately dragged into the group of rats by dozens of large rats that pounced on him. Within a breath's time, he was completely devoured. When Mu Jilan saw this, she shuddered fiercely and wailed, "What do we do, Patriarch?" Mu Boming's head also exploded. Looking at the rat swarm that blotted out the sky, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Summon the flying mystic beasts. We're withdrawing." Mu Jilan's eyes widened. "But Patriarch, there are broken trees everywhere here, and the branches are intertwined. It's impossible for us to fly. We have to fly even if we can't." Mu Boming roared angrily and immediately summoned his flying steed. However, that big fellow bumped into a broken branch as soon as it came out. It flapped its wings twice but actually didn't fly up. Instead, it was scraped by all kinds of overgrown branches, almost falling crookedly into the zombie rat swarm and getting bitten by the rats. Mu Boming was so frightened that he promptly put away his flying mystic beast. His head was drenched in cold sweat as he shouted, "I really can't summon it. Family head Mu, if this continues, we'll quickly exhaust our physical strength and become the rat swarm's dinner," a middle-aged man said indifferently. He had a scholar's headscarf wrapped around his head, making him look rather scholarly. He held an iron dagger axe that was neither long nor short, but his movements were swift and decisive. With a swing of the dagger axe, he could get rid of a dozen or so large rats. "Your Excellency High Priest, then what method do you have to help us escape?" It turned out that after the Qin estate's people left, Mu Boming and Do Heping's teams encountered people from Siming Manor and Beijing Manor. This scholar was none other than Siming Manor's renowned high priest. He was the one who had divined the abnormal changes in the heavens this time and then announced it to the world. A woman covered in a white veil stood next to the high priest. She was Siming Manor's eldest heavenly daughter, and her entire body emitted an awe-inspiring and inviolable heavenly daughter aura. She couldn't help but furrow her curved brows at these filthy rats, and she grumpily said, "It's our bad luck to encounter you people." Previously, their two great manors' journey had been smooth and unhindered, but they didn't expect to encounter this rat swarm as soon as they encountered Do Heping and Mu Boming's group. They didn't even know if this rat swarm was charging at them. Mu Boming suffered in silence, but he didn't dare to offend the eldest heavenly daughter, so he could only turn around and look at the high priest. "Your Excellency High Priest, how about we try a fire attack?" The high priest shook his head. "Normal fire can't burn in this damp mystic beast forest at all. Unless there's a deep crater like the one we saw before caused by a large firearm explosion. Do Heping raised his head to look at Arbor, who was squatting on the tree branch, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Miss Chow was sitting on a tree branch that was as thick as an arm. Beside her was a young and handsome man who was crouching, holding a phoenix egg. His 2 hands were holding a jar of plums and some unknown snacks, and he was feeding her. Qing Luan always felt that his little master was really miserable during this period of time. Being half-starved every day, he had lost a lot of weight. If her stomach didn't rumble, she wouldn't even remember to eat. If her stomach rumbled, she wouldn't even know to eat. The previous little master was someone who enjoyed delicacies and fruits every day. This period of time was really too miserable. Even if he ate something, it was like chewing wax. He couldn't taste anything at all. Taking advantage of the idle time, Qing Luan took out the snacks she had hidden and fed them to her little master. Miss Chow, you have a firearm on you, right? Do Heping forcefully suppressed his belly full of irritation and tugged the corner of his mouth at Xiao Mu with a fake smile. There was no doubt that the crater caused by the large firearm explosion was definitely this Miss Chow's doing. She was the only one who had a good relationship with that Duan family's young sir, so he might have given her the firearm. That's right, it was her. When we left the Mo Kingdom capital for the Mystic Realm. I saw it when the Duan family's Duan Yu gave her a box of concealed weapons. Do Fengqi shouted agitatedly, quickly take it out and throw it. Second young master Do furrowed his brows and forcefully tugged at his sister's arm. Do Fengyao couldn't resist snickering. Are you on good terms with her? Why should she help you? Do Fengqi angrily turned to glare at her. Shouldn't we help each other at a time like this and force these zombie rats to retreat first? Heh, I don't think Miss Chow is a righteous person. Look at her squatting there. Does she have the slightest intention of helping us? In my opinion, it's completely hopeless. Qing Luan, who was currently feeding the little girl, turned back to glance at them and chuckled. You two don't need to boast and sing to goad my little master into action. Because it's useless. Little master simply can't hear what you fools are saying. Do Fengqi was taken aback and glanced at Do Fengyao. Seeing the latter's flushed face, she realized that the cyan-clothed man had truly guessed Do Fengyao's thoughts. As it turned out, she was purposely cursing at her earlier to goad Arbor into action. The leader of Beijing Manor was called Xian Yuer, and she was supposedly the future young madam of Beijing Manor. She was in her early 20s and had a slender figure. Her looks could also be considered above average. At this time, she couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She turned to a maidservant beside her and said, "Who knows where that girl Baoyan ran off to? We should be more careful later and split up if there's a chance." Yes, Mississippi, that maidservant nodded. Baoyan disappeared as soon as she entered the mystic beast forest. Don't bother with her. Our top priority is to escape first. As she said this, she looked up at Arbor, who was watching from a branch, and couldn't resist asking softly, "Miss, who is that person? Is it as family head Do said, that she has some large firearm on her? If so, why didn't she do anything when family head Do said that? She's truly ruthless." Xian Yuer shook her head. Although she didn't have much contact with this girl, judging from the tone the Do family and Mu family members spoke to her, their relationship didn't seem to be good. It was their business whether they wanted to help or not. How could they force it? At this time, a wave of strange movements suddenly struck. The group of corpse rats seemed to have gone mad, launching a more violent attack than before, desperately pouncing on the crowd. A portion of the zombie rats that had split off from the group of zombie rats even made a beeline for Xiao Mu's tree and attacked its roots. Dozens of rats gnawed at the tree that Arbor was sitting on. The tree shook back and forth and looked like it was about to collapse. Arbor suddenly jumped up and took the profound artifact bow from his back. He shot several arrows in succession. Each arrow could almost penetrate 2 or 3 rats. The strength was very fierce. After killing that small group of blind rats that attacked her, Xiao Mu flew up and landed on another tree. Unexpectedly, a slender and fair arm suddenly came out from behind the tree and grabbed her wrist. The aura coming from behind was very strong. With a slight twist, he grabbed Arbor's arm and jumped to the top of a tree. With his other hand, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed toward her neck artery. Miss Chow was expressionless. However, the people below were extremely alarmed. That dagger was about to stab her, but Miss Xiao was indifferent. A gigantic long tail shot out from behind the person who had captured Xiao Mu and smashed straight at the attacker's back. Bam! A huge sound rang out. The Raksha princess raised her saber and killed a small rat that darted out from Arbor's neck. She picked up Arbor and swiftly leaped up, lightly jumping onto a nearby tree. As it turned out, she had stabbed a large rat beside Arbor's neck. Afterward, the Raksha princess actually turned around and smiled benevolently at Arbor. Anxious, Qing Wan flew forward and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" Princess Luosha's lips curled up ever so slightly, and she smiled almost imperceptibly. She had concealed her aura and secretly followed Arbor, so she had long sensed her abnormality. This little fellow was like a clown, looking for places to cultivate everywhere. As long as she didn't reveal killing intent and didn't obstruct her cultivation, she could definitely become good friends with her. The reason why she was so ruthless to her in the beginning was most likely because she had stepped into her array when she was chasing Sikong Fuling and delayed her cultivation. This child was probably either dumb or stupid, the Raksha princess secretly thought. The Raksha princess snapped her fingers, and a huge wave of rats rushed toward Qing Wan. Seeing that the two beasts of Arbor were surrounded by rats, a dark glint flitted across the Raksha princess's eyes. She directly pulled Arbor through the forest and headed in a predetermined direction. Qing Wan swept away a huge wave of rats with a slap and tucked the egg under her armpit with her left arm. She immediately darted up a tree and called out to Chirpy, who was happily beating the rats, and hurriedly chased after her master. Eggy, F***ck, 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 Sir Chishue angrily roared, "You'd *mn green bird, don't clip me. Put me down." Ah. This posture was simply humiliating the country and didn't have the slightest bit of a holy beast's dignity. Woo-woo. Freaking wait until I recover my true phoenix body, I'll destroy you in a matter of minutes. Qing Wan didn't care so much and directly scurried up Chirpy's mountain-like body with the egg. She anxiously pointed ahead. "Hurry and chase." The fat squirrel took its chubby steps as it shuttled through the forest with great agility. At this moment, Princess Luosha brought Arbor to a place with dense mystic energy and pointed ahead. His meaning was very clear. Cultivate. When you reach a critical juncture in your cultivation, this old lady will take your dog life. What a joke. Of course she had to get back at them. Could it be that he had given this wretched lass a beating for nothing? Moreover, she felt that the wretched girl must have some hidden secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so strong that a single mental attack could make her flee in defeat. This wretched girl's current realm was at most at the 13th level, but her spiritual sense was several levels higher than his. That was why he was able to defeat her in one strike. Princess Luosha didn't believe that he didn't have any secrets. Xiaomu glanced at her surroundings. Needless to say, the place that Princess Luosha chose was really not bad. The mystic energy in the surroundings was even denser than the stream that Sikong Fuling found previously. Arbor nodded satisfactorily and pattered to the tree in front to sit down. As expected, he entered into a cultivation state as though there was no one around. Princess Luosha was a little anxious, afraid that those cute little rats couldn't stop Arbor's beasts. Seeing that Arbor had closed his eyes to cultivate for a short while, she quietly approached and fished out a box of medicinal powder from her sleeve. She couldn't wait any longer. She seemed to have heard the beasts chasing after her. The Raksha princess's eyes flickered. One blue luan was enough to make her struggle, not to mention a fat squirrel whose level couldn't be determined. She definitely wasn't their match. Time was fleeting, so she had to grasp it well. The Raksha princess was just about to open the powder box and blow a mouthful of powder onto Arbor's little face. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and firmly grasped her wrist. The Raksha princess's eyes widened. "It's you?" As for the rats, they didn't retreat after Blue Luan and the other beasts left. Instead, they surrounded and tore at the humans even more fearlessly. The high priest of Siming Manor had an ugly expression on his face, and his fists that were pressed against the side of his robe clenched slightly. A metal spear picked up a dozen rats, and before the latter could approach, he activated a defensive barrier to reinforce his defenses. Then, he shouted, "Everyone, let's fight and retreat at the same time." Let's see if we can leave this place. At this moment, many disciples of the Dou and Mu families were already panicking. They saw several of their companions being dragged in and torn to pieces by the rats. The fear in their hearts was about to completely ignite. Why? At the last moment of their lives, they wanted ordinary disciples like them to protect those people in the center and use their own lives to protect them. They wanted their own lives too. Several disciples of the Dou and Mu families completely lost their rationality in their panic and anger. They no longer listened to the Mu and Dou family heads' commands and directly wanted to run away from the rat swarm. But as soon as they left the group, they were swallowed by the crazily surging rat swarm. Just as everyone was shrouded in despair, a dazzling and enchanting golden red light suddenly appeared above their heads, burning like a red sun. It directly crashed down from the sky above the forest, breaking through the heavy gray fog above the forest and the pitch-black mess of dead trees and broken branches. The dazzling red sun-like light just happened to crash into the zombie rat swarm, smashing a wheel-sized shallow hole in the muddy ground covered with rotten leaves. With such an impact, more than half of the zombie rats were blown away. The remaining 500 rats were like stray dogs, fleeing into the depths of the jungle in a panic. Don't chase. Mu Boming grabbed Mu Zijuan beside him and shook his head while panting. These should be mutated zombie rats. The remaining several hundred rats are nothing to be afraid of. After all, the combat power of these corpse rats was very weak, and a single slap could kill them. He was afraid that thousands of them would gather together. Even an elephant could be killed by a swarm of ants, not to mention so many mutant zombie rats. Dou Heping also hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn his head to look at the person who had come. With one look, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Your Highness the Crown Prince? Everyone looked at the Crown Prince who had suddenly descended from the sky. Dumbfounded, he raised his head to look at the big hole above him, only to see a gray mist flowing out of the hole again. The gray fog above the mystic beast forest was poisonous, and it was impossible for any flying mystic beast to continue flying in this fog for more than 15 minutes. Yet the Crown Prince had directly flown in from the forest's periphery, breaking through the overgrown branches from above, and landed here. This kind of power was truly a bit savage. Have you seen the Crown Princess? Mo Lian coldly swept her gaze over everyone as she asked. The hearts of Dou Heping and the others instantly sank with a thump. They were done for. Previously, they had even teamed up to snatch the phoenix egg on the Crown Princess. When they made their move, how could they have imagined that the Crown Prince, who loved his wife as much as his life, would rush to the mystic beast forest from the Mo Kingdom capital? The Crown Prince's aura was so powerful that they didn't dare to defy him in the slightest, much less tell him the details. When Prince Mo saw that no one uttered a word and that everyone's eyes were flickering with uncertainty, the uneasiness in his heart grew increasingly intense. Could it be that you people have teamed up to bully the Crown Princess? As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure on Prince Mo's body surfaced bit by bit, as if about to erupt in the next moment. No. How would we dare? Dou Heping hurriedly sent a look to a disciple beside him. The latter submissively stepped forward and whispered in a mosquito-like voice, Your Highness, I haven't seen the Crown Princess before. Prince Mo's deep and cold gaze landed on him as if he was looking at a dead person. Such a terrifying gaze caused the disciple who spoke to start trembling for no reason. An extremely powerful pressure spread out like a cold mist, pressing down on everyone present like a mountain. Even Simon Manor's high priest's breathing also stopped, and he looked at that slender man who was like jade and bamboo in disbelief. What a powerful divine sense pressure. In front of him, it was as if everyone was a bunch of ants, unable to raise their heads at all. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Some of the weaker cultivators had already been crushed by this terrifying pressure and were forced to kneel on the ground. You dare to lie in front of us? The Crown Prince didn't move much, but he had already arrived at that disciple's side in a breath's time. He picked him up from the ground and clutched his neck, causing his neck bones to creak and snap. The Dou family disciple's eyes suddenly bulged, and he opened his mouth to gasp for breath. Dou Heping's gaze contracted. Second young master Dou clenched his fists tightly, forcibly resisting this pressure. With every step he took, he felt the pressure on his body increase by a bit. It was as if it wanted to completely crush him. Second young master Dou held his breath with great difficulty as he walked in front of Prince Mo. He hastily bowed in a very stiff manner. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. This disciple does not know the crown princess, so it is understandable that he does not know the details. Actually, the crown princess just passed by here. If your Highness chases after her now, you should still be able to make it in time." Second young Master Do struggled to explain under the pressure. "Where?" Prince Mo's dark phoenix eyes lit up. He did not know what had happened to Jojo. Jojo did not communicate with him through the jade talisman. He could only feel a faint aura, but he could not pinpoint the exact location. He felt a deep sense of unease in his heart. He shouldn't have let her come to this mystic beast forest alone. The crown princess went that way. Second Do pointed in a direction. Prince Mo moved towards the depths of the forest with a whoosh. Seeing his speed, second young Master Do's gaze involuntarily contracted, and he hastily said, "Your Highness, please be careful. The crown princess seems to have suffered a chi deviation." Prince Mo's phoenix eyes were slightly startled, and he paused. "Someone come." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of figures as fast as the wind instantly landed around him. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this, and they all subconsciously retreated a few steps. The Eastern Palace had mobilized so many hidden guards. Did they want to kill someone? Huifeng, take 2,000 men and use this place as the center. Dig 3 feet into the ground and search within 3 kilometers. There should be something abnormal underground, Mo Lian ordered coldly. Abnormal situation? What abnormal situation? What else could there be underground? Everyone's gazes flickered as they looked at the crown prince. Family head Do, family head Mu, and Siming Manor's high priest all silently exchanged glances before retracting their pensive gazes. Only Huifeng knew that the crown prince was referring to something like an underground village. The crown prince suspected that there was an underground village cultivation base here. "Yes, Your Highness." Huifeng accepted the order. "The rest of you, follow this monarch to find the crown princess." Mo Lian coldly tossed out these words as her frosty gaze swept over everyone present. Then, her figure darted into the forest. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared that everyone couldn't help but exhale softly. Just now, the pressure that the crown prince gave them was truly too heavy. When he was present, everyone's breathing had clearly slowed and lowered. This kind of invisible deterrence was simply suffocating. In particular, the look that the crown prince gave them before he left caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. What did that mean? It was clearly, "This monarch will remember all of you," so scary. Could it be that this great crown prince still wanted to retaliate against them afterward? The family heads all felt insecure and thought that they had to keep a close eye on their properties after they returned to avoid suffering from So and So's evil schemes. Moreover, this mystic beast forest was extremely large. The direction that Second Do had casually pointed in was actually slightly off. A slight difference could lead to a great loss, and the direction that the crown prince chased in was slightly different from Miss Chiao's. It wasn't that Second Do did it on purpose. In truth, he had only seen Miss Chiao being taken away by the Raksha princess and had only taken a cursory glance. This forest was filled with many different types of trees, and it was like a large-scale maze. Who knew where the person would run to after taking a random turn? At this time, the Raksha princess, who was about to attack Chiao Mu, clutched her broken wrist with a contorted expression as she glared viciously at that person who had suddenly appeared. "Ding Yun, you're treating me like this for this little girl?" Princess Luosha screamed, clutching her wrist. Cult Master Ding was simply annoyed to death by this old woman. She was already in her 50s, yet she dressed up like a little girl all day long. Most importantly, she still had special thoughts about him. Is this appropriate? Come on, he really couldn't eat such an old pheasant. He really wanted to ask this old princess what she saw in him. Why couldn't he change? When Qing Luan rushed over, she originally thought that she and the others were one step too late, and that the little master whom everyone missed so much might be in trouble. Who knew? The little master sat there meditating as if there was no one else around. Instead, he saw a man and a woman fighting fiercely. Even if Princess Luosha was at her peak, her cultivation was still slightly lower than Cult Master Ding's. Moreover, her conscience had suffered a blow earlier, so it was very strenuous for her to fight now. After exchanging several moves, cult leader Ding saw an opening and without the slightest bit of mercy, he flew up and struck heavily on the pit of her stomach from a distance. Princess Luosha rolled into the forest like a sparrow hawk with its string cut. Cough, cough, cough. The Raksha princess clutched her chest with a dark expression and crawled up from the ground while clutching her broken wrist. Coughing heavily, she glared at Cult Master Ding with unwillingness and resentment. Ding Yun, you actually injured me for this slut? Have you already forgotten about our friendship over the years? Cult Master Ding's face darkened. When did this seat ever have the slightest bit of friendship with you? Hadn't they just met once several years ago, and this Raksha princess had already become infatuated with him and fallen head over heels in love with him? In this past year, he had indeed been bored to death, so bored that he had nothing to play with. Thus, he killed that snake beauty and used himself as her substitute to sneak into their Raksha ghost sex lair to play around. This game really allowed him to pry into some of the Raksha ghost sex secrets, and he knew that there might be another master behind this old woman. However, he had used the snake beauty's identity to hide by her side. This old woman had no idea at all. She couldn't even recognize his true body, so what bullshit friendship was there to talk about? Heh. As expected, you forgot everything. The Raksha princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she glanced at him resentfully. What did I forget? Cult Master Ding was baffled and impatient. He leaped forward and raised his palm. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being merciless. The Raksha princess knew that this heartless man was a man of his words. If she didn't leave now, she would inevitably fall into his vicious hands. She couldn't beat him now, and she was injured all over, so it was best to retreat first. The Raksha princess turned around and glanced at that man faintly. Cult Master Ding's hair stood on end, and he was about to slap her again when he saw the Raksha princess turn around with sparkling tears in her eyes. She dragged her feet and left without another word. Cult Master Ding didn't chase after her and couldn't be bothered to look at this old woman. The Raksha princess had just dragged her injured body a few steps when she suddenly saw a green-robed figure appear in front of her. When that person turned around and revealed the iron ghost mask on his face, the Raksha princess couldn't help but tremble all over. Arbor seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly. He slowly withdrew from the state of cultivation and opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Cult Master Ding hurriedly flashed in front of her. Little girl, what are you cultivating here for? The mystic energy here isn't dense enough. He looked at her with a smile, only to see that the little girl's face was stoic. Her gaze seemed to fall on his face, but it was as if she couldn't see anything. Her gaze was unfocused. Cult Master Ding was immediately shocked. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. His expression suddenly changed, and he rushed forward to ask, "What happened to your eyes? Who did this to you? Don't make a fuss." Qing Wan flew over and swept a glance at Cult Master Ding. She said in a proud tone, "My little master can't see or hear what you're saying. All right, you can leave now. Don't disturb our little master's cultivation, or she'll kill you." Cult Master Ding, what's there to be proud of if you can't see or hear? I do know that there's a secret cultivation ground with dense mystic energy in the Mystic Beast Forest. Cult Master Ding's gaze flickered, and he continued, "Do you want to bring her there?" Qing Wan thought carefully, then ran to Arbor and gestured with her hands. Little Master was so miserable because of this disaster-courting talisman, so she naturally had to cultivate until she could recoup her losses. Only then would she not have lived such a miserable life in vain. Cult Master Ding was a bit speechless as he watched from the side. Could the little fellow understand this pantomime of gesturing? He pursed his lips, and a faint light flashed through his alluring eyes. However, this was also good. The longer the little fellow was delayed here, the more likely that Mo Lien would be dead by the time she returned. What bullsh *T Crown Princess title would naturally cease to exist, hee. The egg also sneered at the side. You damn green bird, do you think she can understand just by gesturing like this? She's just a little fool right now. You're the fool. You've been a fool for 8 lifetimes. Qing Wan and the little white squirrel turned around at the same time and roared at him as if they were enemies. Egg, wait until our little mistress wakes up, she'll definitely take care of you. Just you wait. The little white squirrel snorted. What egg? Who's an egg? I already said that I'm a bloodfire god. Bloodfire my ass, you're just an egg. Qing Wan and the little white squirrel both turned their faces away in disdain. At this time Arbor already reacted and walked to Cult Master Ding's side with small steps. Cult Master Ding smiled enchantingly and went forward to pull Arbor's little hand. Look at you, you're so wooden-brained. I'll call you Lil Blockhead from now on. Lil Blockhead very rudely threw away his hand and instinctively reached out to pat his sleeve that was hooked by him. His disdain was evident in his words. Ahahaha. The egg laughed. He finally found a human that the little girl disliked more than him. This allowed the egg to regain a bit of confidence. See, this great god isn't the one that the little girl dislikes the most. In the next second, the wildly laughing egg was sucked into Arbor's inner world. Damn girl, let me out. The Bloodfire Phoenix egg angrily shouted in her mind. Contracted mystic beasts could communicate with their masters in their spiritual consciousness. The little fat squirrel laughed until he fell and couldn't help but poke at him. Master dislikes you, dislikes you. Arbor reached out and summoned Qing Yuan and the little squirrel back into his inner world at the same time. Only then did he turn his head to look at Cult Master Ding. His meaning was self-evident. Lead the way. She didn't expect that the beasts that were randomly gesturing could really communicate with her perfectly. Cult Master Ding raised his hand to touch his chin and nodded repeatedly. Okay, okay, okay. I'll take you there. After saying that, his hand tried to caress her small hand again, but was decisively rejected again. Sigh, Cult Master Ding sighed. The little girl was rejecting him out of instinct. How to break it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have captured her mother back then and used himself as her substitute. Look at how much the little girl disliked him now. Ding. Brother Ding. Suddenly, a timid voice came from the forest. Ding Yun was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw Xianxia standing not too far away. She was biting her lower lip lightly and looking at him with a faint gaze. Cult Master Ding shuddered all over for no reason. Xianxia was originally his mother's adopted daughter. He didn't know why she suddenly became his fiancée a few years ago. When the manor announced it to the outside world, he almost thought that he was hallucinating at first. Only after confirming it again and again did he realize that his mother was actually serious. How terrifying. He was just a wanderer of the Jianghu. Did he need such a terrifying thing like a fiancé? He didn't need it at all. For the past 2 years, every time Xianxia saw him, she would use this kind of "you betrayed me" expression. She would stare at him foolishly. It really made all the hair on his body stand on end. What did you come here for? Ding Yun reflexively took a step back, cowardly hiding behind Xiao Mu. Arbor was expressionless. She only saw the human-shaped stake in front of her and had no idea what they were doing. Big brother Ding, you promised mother that you would return to the manor this month. The corners of Xianxia's mouth drooped slightly, and she unconsciously clenched her fists tightly. I did promise, but this month isn't over yet. It's the same if I go back at the end of the month. Ding Yun waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop lecturing me. Hurry back to the manor. This isn't a place you can come to. This place is dangerous at every step. With your strength, you really aren't qualified to stay here for long. Arbor suddenly turned around and furrowed her slender brows. She stretched out her little paw and tugged hard at Ding Yun's sleeve. Hurry up and leave. Go cultivate. You're so long-winded like an old man. All right. We'll go right away. Cult Master Ding's sullen and impatient expression immediately swept away, and he grabbed her little hand with a smile. However, slap. Arbor's small, expressionless face was taut. She once again used facts to prove that she disliked him from the bottom of her heart. Cult Master Ding's mouth twitched, and he settled for the next best thing, grabbing her sleeve. I'll hold your hand. It'll be faster this way. Big brother Ding. Xianxu's entire body trembled slightly, and she looked at Ding Yun and Arbor in disbelief. Have you forgotten what mother told you? Have you thrown mother's teachings to the 9 heavens? Xianxu asked in a trembling voice. Xianxu. Ding Yun's face was cold and angry, and his tone was somewhat irritated as he said, I haven't forgotten a single word mother said. Can I trouble you to stop lecturing me? Was this lecturing? This was a matter of life and death. She was concerned about him. Xianxu's tears welled up, and she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. Bring young master back to the manor. Yes. Two men in black appeared behind Xianxu, and they cupped their fists at Ding Yun. Young master, please follow us back to the manor. Ding Yun sneered, you want to keep me here with just the likes of you? Big brother Ding, if mother knew that you had feelings for this little girl, she would definitely bring you back at all costs. What nonsense are you spouting? Cult Master Ding's expression changed slightly as he stared at Xianxu. When have I ever had any strange thoughts about her? All of this is just your imagination. Go back. Ding Yun rebuked angrily. All right. Since you say you don't have any thoughts, then kill her right now. Xianxu signaled with her eyes, and the two manor guards immediately stepped forward. Cult Master Ding was both shocked and furious. He subconsciously blocked in front of Arbor. You dare. Xianxu suddenly took a step forward and almost bumped into Ding Yun's body. You're not tempted? No? Do you think mother would let this scourge stay if she knew? All the decisions that mother makes will only benefit you the most. For the past 20 years, this has never changed from beginning to end. Why don't you listen to her? Big brother Ding, don't be willful and act rashly. Xianxu coldly shouted, bring young master back. Yes. Without waiting for the two manor guards to step forward, Ding Yun suddenly launched an attack. Two mystic energies flew out of thin air, and at the same time forcing the two to retreat. He couldn't care about anything else. He pulled Arbor over, and with a whoosh, he ran away. Young master! A young girl in a pink dress exclaimed. Ding Yun dragged Arbor and glided over the forest at an extremely fast speed. Young master! A young girl in a pink dress couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Xianxu's body swayed slightly as she stared faintly in the direction the two people left in, softly muttering something to herself. Young master ran away again. Why didn't you chase after him? The little girl in the pink dress quickly walked to her side and called out. Only when she got closer did she hear young Mrs. murmur. We can't chase after him, we can't chase after him. Xianxu's tears streamed down her face. He seems to be merciful in all aspects, but he's actually a heartless and emotionless person. Just now, she pretended to order someone to kill the girl beside him and tested him. Looking at his abrupt change in expression just now, that was called a mixture of shock and anger. For so many years in the past, this man seemed to wear a natural mask even when facing his own mother. Although he had a smiling appearance all day long, in reality, he had an expression that was neither sad nor happy. Xianxu thought that this person's temperament was naturally extremely cold, but it turned out that wasn't the case. He would also be angry and would stand in front of others to stare at her with a man-eating gaze and roar, you dare. Xianxu squatted on the ground dejectedly, causing Bao Yan, the maidservant in pink, to anxiously circle around her. Young miss, say something. What's going on? Who is that girl beside young master? Seeing that Xianxu didn't move for a long time, the impatient Bao Yan anxiously stomped her feet. All right. If you're not going to look for her, I'll go look for young master. After saying that, she turned around and dived into the forest again, disappearing without a trace in a flash. Xianxu cried for a while before taking out a pen and paper and hastily writing a letter and handing it to her two subordinates. Quickly return to the manor and personally hand this letter to old madam. Yes. The two manor guards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly cupped their fists to receive the letter before turning to leave in a hurry. On the other side, Mo Lian paused her steps and turned to look at the gloomy forest path with a slight frown. She had no idea where Jojo had run off to. Earlier, she could still feel a faint trace of her aura, but now. A soft sound was heard from the underbrush, and a head suddenly popped out. The two hidden guards behind the crown prince quickly moved forward and suppressed the other party with one move. They pulled the girl out from the bushes. The strength of their hands was not weak. Hey, softer. Si Kong Fuling hurriedly called out. Mo Lian's expression changed slightly, and she landed beside her with a swoosh. She unfurled a silk scroll in her hand and asked coldly, have you seen this little girl? Sikong Fuling, who was being escorted by 2 hidden guards, cast a sidelong glance at that painting. On the drawing paper, although the little girl's face was expressionless, the lively smile in her eyes was completely embellished. It could be seen that the person who drew this painting rather hoped that this stoic face would smile frequently. Sikong Fuling's eyes turned slightly before she shook her head and replied seriously, "Never seen him before." This unknown wild man in front of her didn't lose out to her older brother in terms of looks, temperament, and appearance. He couldn't be having an affair with the little girl, right? Mo Lian's icy gaze flickered slightly. The hidden guard's sword slashed toward Sikong Fuling's face. "If you don't speak, I'll disfigure your little face." Sikong Fuling's eyes bulged, and she shrieked with a pale face, "Hey hey hey hey. You're so unreasonable. Do I deserve to die just because I haven't seen this young lady before?" Sikong Fuling glared at Mo Lian while blowing her beard. Her eyes swiveled as she said, "You look like a decent person, but why are you so heartless? You don't even have the slightest bit of tender feelings for girls." The hidden guard at the side twitched his mouth slightly. "Do it," Mo Lian icily instructed. Seeing that the blade in the hidden guard's hand was about to leave a bloody mark on Sikong Fuling's face, Sikong Fuling immediately panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Hey hey hey. Stop 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 stop. Hey, I say, handsome lord, what exactly do you want to know? I already told you that I really don't know her and have never seen her before." What a joke. She already knew that her elder brother was a little interested in this young lady, so of course she wouldn't trick her elder brother into helping an outsider. Humph humph, she wouldn't say it even if she knew. "You're lying." Mo Lian's voice sounded as though it had been scooped up from the depths of hell as it was unusually cold. "You have her scent on you." His gaze landed on this young lady in front of him, deep and frosty to the extreme. This young lady didn't seem to be a member of an orthodox sect. Her thin muslin dress had been scraped around in the forest overgrown with dead trees, and it had already become very messy by now. Even though she was wearing an outer garment, it couldn't conceal the fair skin underneath. "Sikong Fuling, take it away, take it away." Sikong Fuling pursed her small mouth and forcefully slapped away the 2 hidden guards' hands. She shook her body and straightened her collar as she muttered, "It's not like you have a dog's nose. Why are you so sensitive?" "Insolence." The hidden guards glared angrily as they berated in unison. Sikong Fuling jumped in fright and hurriedly patted her chest with her small hand as she whined coquettishly, "Why are you so fierce?" All right, I'll tell you." Her eyes swiveled again as she suppressed the crafty glint in her eyes and said unwillingly, "Yes, I've seen that young lady. However, we've already parted ways. You've also seen it now, I'm alone." "Where did she go?" Mo Lian questioned. "How would I know where she went?" Sikong Fuling rolled her eyes and cried out, "That young lady was ice cold and didn't say a word for half a day. When she left, she didn't even tell me. How would I know where she went? That wretched girl had caused her to wander around the forest in search of her. She was even afraid that she would starve to death, just thinking about it made her angry. Since when did she, Sikong Fuling, have such rotten good intentions?" Mo Lian raised her hand slightly, and several hidden guards immediately rushed up to restrain Sikong Fuling. "Let's go." "Leave, your sister," Sikong Fuling cried out angrily, "What are you doing? What's the point of capturing me? Even if you catch me, I won't be able to make the little girl appear." Hey, it hurts. My hand hurts. Stop pulling." What the F*** CK, this lunatic. Just because she had come into contact with the little girl before, how crazy was she? "Lead the way." "Lead the way?" "Brothers. I really don't know where she is." Sikong Fuling cried out in exasperation. "Let go. I'm warning you. If you don't let go, I won't be courteous anymore." A hidden guard unceremoniously slapped the back of her head. "Let's go." Sikong Fuling still wanted to resist, but she was forcefully pushed and pulled by several hidden guards, and her hands were shackled with mystic energy-locking shackles. Suiwei Mountain. Mountain ranges stacked on top of each other, stretching on endlessly. Carefree Valley was located at the bottom of Suiwei Mountain and was covered by miasma all year round. Ordinary people could not get close. The ingenious part of Beijing Manor was that it was located in the center of Carefree Valley and was surrounded by a green lake. The manor was covered with exotic flowers and plants. Everywhere was lush and beautiful. The old madam of Beijing Manor, Ding Xian, was a great beauty whose name was known throughout the pugilistic world when she was young. The most commonly accepted legend about her was that she was hurt by love. It was said that she had once chased after the young master of the mermaid race. Who would have thought that the young hero's heart already belonged to someone else? In the end, she was trapped by love and deeply hurt, so she hid from the world and refused to see anyone. A few years later, the rumors became even more outrageous. It was said that after she was hurt by love, she casually found someone to marry. After she became pregnant, she personally killed her husband and gave birth to the young master of Beijing Manor, Ding Yun. After that family found out that their son had died an unnatural death, they launched an attack on Carefree Valley more than 10 years ago. The ending was very tragic. Hundreds of people in the family were all massacred by Beijing Manor overnight. There were even more exaggerated rumors that Ding Xian actually gave birth to twins at that time, but only one young master, Ding Yun, was announced to the public. The reason was that when the two children were 10 years old, she made them kill each other. The one who survived was the young master, and the one who died was thrown out of the valley to feed the wolves. From then on, Beijing Manor was demonized. Although it was one of the 4 great manors, it had long been removed from the ranks of the righteous path. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was setting. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake sat an old monk with a white beard and white eyebrows. In front of him was a cup of high-quality tea that was emitting light smoke. 2 maidservants stood on both sides of him until a cough slowly sounded. "Madam." Ding Xian waved to the 2 maidservants, and the 2 maidservants bowed and retreated out of the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Xian was more than 50 years old. Her cheeks were thin, and her wrinkled face was full of the vicissitudes of life. She leaned on a walking stick carved from black sandalwood and slowly sat down in front of the old monk. She smiled and said, "Master, sorry to keep you waiting." The old monk stroked his beard and smiled. "Madam's body is better." Cough, cough, cough. Ding Xian chuckled. "It's been over 10 years. After taking the medicine that Grandmaster gave me, my condition has improved." The old monk nodded with a smile. "Master, you came a few days earlier than the scheduled date. Is there anything else you need to do?" "Madam, do you still remember the divination I performed for young Master Ding 15 years ago?" "Of course." Ding Xian nodded solemnly. This old monk observed the stars last night and discovered that young master's faded star faintly emitted a fiendish red aura. Ding Xian was slightly surprised. "Do you know what it is?" "The red light is binding the faded star, indicating that the young master has already fallen into the tribulation of love." The old monk said softly. "Love tribulation?" Ding Xian was shocked. She shook her head and said, "Impossible. All these years, Yun'er's natural disposition has been undisciplined and free. She has never been reluctant to part with any woman. How could she have fallen in love? I don't really believe it either. Although this old monk has jumped out of the secular world, I have often heard news of young Master Ding's adventures. Ever since I received Great Master's advice 15 years ago, I've been very careful. There are only a few old maidservants in the manor. Yun'er doesn't like any of them. Could it be that in the years when young Master Ding went out to establish the demonic sect? You mean that Xikong fooling by his side?" Ding Xian shook her head. "That's even more impossible. For Yun'er's safety, I've investigated every single one of his female subordinates," Ding Xian said with certainty. "This madam has investigated that Sancta Xikong fooling. She has always treated Yun'er as an elder brother and nothing else. Yun'er only sees her as a younger sister. As for those other female subordinates, they're even less worth mentioning. A few of them had designs on Yun'er, but after Yun'er discovered them, they were all personally executed by him. Her son had always been such a heartless child since he was young. Don't be fooled by how he laughed and joked with others all day long, as if he was very happy. In reality, he was abnormally cold and indifferent. He didn't even have the slightest bit of affection for his own mother. As a result, the number of times he returned home these past few years had gradually decreased. If she hadn't sent people to call him back again and again, he probably wouldn't have thought of returning home to visit his mother for several years. The old monk sighed and said, but the matter that this old monk has been worried about for more than 10 years still happened in the end. Madam, the most important thing right now is to find this person as soon as possible so that we can think of a way to resolve it. Yuner, he, has suffered enough. It's also my fault. When I was pregnant with him, I made him suffer so much and even almost caused him to die. I don't want him to experience any more tribulations or difficulties. Master, you must help me, you must help me. Cough, cough, cough. Madam, please rest assured. The old manor lord of Beijing Manor has always been this old monk's old friend. This old monk will definitely not disappoint his old friend. Ding Xian lightly bit her lip and nodded. Many thanks, master. This child should have lived like a prince for his entire life, but he was born with such a bitter fate. It's me who harmed him, it's me. If he had listened to my father back then, he wouldn't have come to this stage today. Now it's also his master's divination. If the love tribulation isn't removed, he will definitely suffer for all his lifetimes. Ding Xian softly murmured, Master, I don't want to be like this. I only wish for my child to be safe and happy. Is this too much? Madam, eldest miss sent a letter back. A middle-aged female servant in green clothes quickly walked to the pavilion and said. When Ding Xian heard the servant mention Xianxia, her expression softened. Bring the letter in. This child, was the daughter-in-law candidate she had personally chosen because she was very clear that Yuner did not like her. With such a daughter-in-law, Yuner was safe. He would never be moved by Xianxia, so naturally, he would not deal with that troublesome love tribulation. Speaking of which, the reason why her son couldn't fall in love with anyone was entirely because of her. It was her fault, but she couldn't make up for it now. She knew that she was selfish and sacrificed Yuer for Yuner. However, she had previously told Yuer about this matter, letting her clearly know that Yuner's life would be in danger after falling in love. Yuer had to choose whether to marry or not. Xianxia personally agreed and didn't care much about that. That was why the marriage was finalized a few years ago. Beijing Manor always had its own special communication channel, so letters were exchanged very quickly. Ding Xian recalled that Yuer had left for 2 days and probably had something to report, so she hurriedly opened the letter to take a look. She jumped up and shouted with a stern expression, Men, summon 2 Beitan enforcers to head to the mystic beast forest and kill that woman by young lord's side. 2 days later. Arbor opened her eyes, a hint of dissatisfaction in her heart. The barrier to the peak of level 13 was clearly within reach, but no matter how long she cultivated, she still couldn't break through it. If she was still sensible in the past, she would definitely understand that cultivating so impatiently was actually not a good thing. But now, in just a few short days, she had absorbed only 1/5 of the essence soil. This was really too fast. Cult Master Ding walked over with a pile of fruits. Seeing her open her eyes, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Little blockhead, you've finished cultivating. Arbor blinked, her gaze following him back and forth. Seeing him holding a large pile of colorful little fruits, she couldn't help but stand up and trot to his side. While she was at it, she snatched a few fruits from his hands and subconsciously stuffed them into her mouth. Cult Master Ding stared blankly, then waved his hand in front of her eyes in surprise. Your eyes are better? Arbor ignored him. Cult Master Ding saw that she had eaten a few fruits, so he thought that the fruits he picked up tasted pretty good. So he also grabbed 2 fruits and threw them into his mouth, then, afterwards, he spat it out with a peh, peh, peh. His handsome face completely scrunched up, and he looked at Xiaomu in disbelief. You! It's so sour, don't eat it. As he spoke, he quickly slapped away the fruits in her hands. How can this be eaten? This child was too careless. It was so sour, but she could still eat it so calmly. She was simply too amazing. Xiaomu's jet black eyes rolled slightly before she looked away. She turned around and pattered away, about to open up a path. Cult Master Ding hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and said with a stifled expression, How about this? I'll take you to the city to eat good food, okay? Xiaomu flung away his hand that was grabbing her sleeve and crisply patted away the non-existent dust on her sleeve. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her brows suddenly twitched, and an austere aura directly pounced at her, so fast that it was unimaginable. Arbor instinctively flipped to the side and dodged the fatal strike. He leaped lightly and landed beside Ding Yun. Ding Yun was shocked. His body quickly moved, and he was already in front of Arbor. He glared angrily at the two elders who suddenly came out of the forest. North Altar Protector, what are you two doing? Young lord, sorry for the offense. One of the old men shouted angrily and flew forward to grab Ding Yun. The other person stepped forward, and a thick wave of profound energy was attached to it. He once again attacked Arbor. Arbor turned her body and was about to jump away when she saw a pair of blood-red scissors coming towards her. It was aimed at her wrist, and with a cautious sound, the scissors cut. The profound artifact was very powerful. It cut off a piece of her sleeve from her wrist in a single move. If she hadn't retracted her hand quickly, that thing would have cut off her fair and tender wrist. Bang! Arbor gave a side kick, hitting the back of the old man's hand. Her body moved back a bit, and she nimbly stepped on the withered bushes. With a flash, she appeared behind the old man. A black ferrule suddenly appeared in her hand, and with a surge of profound energy, she abruptly struck the back of the old man's head. The old man quickly opened a defensive barrier and turned around to block with the large scissors. But with a clang, Arbor's wrist was actually shaken by that pair of scissors until it ached, and she took a step back. Elder Hung, stop! Ding Yan's gaze shrunk, and he suddenly wanted to sweep away the protector who was pestering him like a madman. Young master, don't be so obstinate. Let Elder Hang kill this woman, and you come back with us. No. Ding Yan was very anxious. He was very clear about the cultivation levels of these two old ghosts. That was the suppressed cultivation of a level 4 spiritual master. Lilwood was definitely not Elder Hang's match. I'll go with you. Let her go. Ding Yun shouted angrily. Let her go. Elder Hang, who was holding the large scissors, shook his head. I'm sorry, young master. This is Madam's order. Today, this old man must lead this woman's life here. After saying this, Elder Hang stepped up the attack in his hands. The large scissors flipped up and down, and with a fierce force, directly cut towards Arbor's small neck. Arbor turned around 4 or 5 times, frowning in displeasure. She coldly looked at the large scissors pointed at her throat. Clang. Her small jade-white hand came in contact with the large scissors, and there was a metallic spark. The old man was suddenly shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? This woman could actually collide with his mystic weapon with her bare hands. While he was thinking, Arbor slapped away the scissors with her ferrule. She raised her hand, and 3 hexagonal snowflakes flew out. Bang, bang. They cut 2 trees beside the old man, and the upper half of the trees directly fell down. Seeing that it was about to fall on the old man, Elder Hang suddenly threw out a palm, and directly smashed the fallen tree into pieces. I really underestimated you. In a split second, wisps of spiritual energy fluctuated from the elder's body, and his level 4 spiritual cultivation surged inch by inch. He abruptly stretched out a withered black claw to grab Xiaomu's shoulder. When the old man who was holding Ding Yun saw this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his brows. He suddenly jumped up, and threw a sword from Arbor's back, directly approaching. 2 enforcers. Cult Master Ding looked at the scene in front of him with fear. His body moved faster than his brain, and in an instant, he pounced towards Arbor. He suddenly grabbed Arbor's small body and turned her around to press her down. One of the protectors didn't have time to pull back his sword, and with a rip, a bloody wound appeared on Cult Master Ding's back. Elder Hang's gaze slightly shrank, almost immediately rushing forward to check his injuries. Young master. The other person also hurriedly withdrew his sword and bent forward in fear. Young master, how are you? Ding Yun lay there with his face down and did not move for a long time. The 2 enforcers were anxious to death. One of them reached out to help him turn around, while the other lowered his head and hurriedly called out, Young master, young master. A cold light suddenly flashed through the depths of Ding Yan's eyes, which were covered by his hair. His hand suddenly burst out with spiritual light as he punched the waist of the 2 enforcers with his left and right fists. Crack! Two crisp sounds of bones cracking could be heard. The eyes of the two old guardians were wide open as they were hit in the waist and abdomen by the fist wind. Their entire body flew back horizontally and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. They completely didn't expect that their young master would suddenly attack them. After Ding Yan's attack succeeded, he quickly stood up. He kicked with the tip of his foot and picked up the sword that one of the enforcers dropped. Without blinking, the sword's light exploded and suddenly slid past the necks of the two enforcers. Two extremely thin lines of blood appeared on the necks of the two North Altar enforcers. Until they died, their dead fish eyes were wide open in anger, completely unable to understand why their young master would kill them. Disregarding the injury on his back, Ding Yan hastily walked to Arbor's side and grabbed her hand. "Let's go." She probably didn't just send these two people. However, as soon as he moved, he couldn't help but lean heavily against a nearby tree. He only barely managed to steady himself by holding on to the tree. The little girl flung his hand away and expressionlessly glanced at him. Cult Master Ding could only turn to look at her with a wry smile. Suddenly, the little fellow pattered to his side and tapped two of his acupoints with her fingers. Then, she very instinctively took out a bottle of medicinal powder and poured a bit onto the wound on his back. Afterwards, with a smack, her little hand heavily pressed against the wound on his back. Who knew what kind of ointment she had stuck on his wound? The blood on his back immediately stopped flowing, and the wound caused by mystic energy didn't hurt as much as before. Cult Master Ding tugged at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile at the little girl. "I'm fine. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Let's go." He understood his mother's methods too well. She probably wouldn't feel at ease even if he thought about it and would probably bring people here to personally execute Lil Blockhead. Swish swish swish, heavenly law's invisible bindings swiftly wrapped around Cult Master Ding's limbs and firmly fixed him in place. A harsh glint flashed through Ding Yan's eyes. He abruptly flung his hand and grabbed Arbor. He leaped into the air and swiftly broke free of heavenly law's bindings. However, his complexion paled even more, and his breathing was slightly hurried. How could heavenly law let off someone who recklessly used spiritual energy in the lower star domain like this? Invisible chains chased after Ding Yan at high speed. Ding Yan dodged while dragging Arbor through the forest. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were already far away. Crown Prince Mo raised his head slightly in interest. He saw several crows that had shed their feathers cawing as they flew past the treetop before flapping their wings and flying away. "Your Highness, we found an underground base 5 kilometers to the southeast." Huifeng's expression was a bit excited. "It looks quite large. Does your Highness want to go take a look?" Mo Lian glanced into the distance again before nodding slightly and following Huifeng toward the southeast. In an abandoned hut outside the Mystic Beast Forest. At this moment, the Raksha princess was kneeling in front of a man with a metal demon mask, trembling all over. She didn't even dare to raise her head. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had been severely beaten up just now. "Idiot. For your selfishness, you exposed our underground base and even caused us to suffer such a huge loss. You don't deserve to die." The middle-aged man was furious. He suddenly stomped on Princess Luasha's body. The Raksha princess fell to the ground and curled into a ball. She trembled as she cried out, "Hall Master, please spare me. Please spare me. Master's plan has been completely ruined by you, stupid woman." The man with the iron demon mask suddenly stepped forward, squatted down, put one hand on his knee, and grabbed Princess Raksha's hair with the other. "Take everyone and leave the base immediately." Princess Luasha's pupils constricted. "Master, you mean to give up on this base?" This was the second largest base in the organization. Were they going to give it up so easily? Slap. The middle-aged man slapped her. "What else can we do? The Crown Prince's men are about to search this place." "It's too late, Hall Master. Their men have already arrived." "Burn. Burn it all." A cold glint flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Huifeng gloomily directed the hidden guards to put out the fire. However, this underground fire burned abnormally fast, and several explosions could be heard in the distance. Mo Lian frowned and reached out to stop him. No need to search. Let's go. The opponent didn't seem to be simple. Of course, if not for this, they wouldn't have been able to secretly operate so many underground bases without being discovered. Your Highness, we can still search quickly. There's no need. Since they've already given up on this place, they won't leave any clues here, Mo Lian said indifferently. Let's go. The most important thing is to find the crown princess and bring her back. Mo Lian imperceptibly creased her brows. Could it be that the little fellow had missed him and returned to the Mo kingdom capital by herself first? He couldn't calm himself down. He kept having the feeling that something bad had happened. My Lian section break, 2 days later, on the bustling streets of Guanlan City. Sir. I finally found you. A little girl with a rosy pink face and an extremely tender face panted as she caught up to an enchanting man in purple. She panted as she looked at him joyfully. Ding Yan looked at her with an unsightly expression. How did you find me? Beijing Manor's method of finding people was a bit special. Ding Yan was worried that Bao Yan, this girl, had exposed his whereabouts and lured his mother's group over. Bao Yan quickly waved her hand cleverly and said, I didn't inform madam. Sir, I only saw you twice in the forest, but you ignored me when I called out to you. I chased after you the entire way before finally catching up. Cult Master Ding stopped, his figure swaying a couple of times in exhaustion. In order to break free of that D*MN heavenly law's restraints these 2 days, he had expended quite a bit of effort. This D*MN heavenly law was truly a dog trying to catch mice, meddling in other people's business. It was like gangrene attached to his bones the entire way, refusing to let go. It was so annoying that he was about to be annoyed to death. Fortunately, he had finally broken free for the time being. It seemed like he still had to be careful when using spiritual energy in the future. Sir. The little girl Bao Yan hastily went up to support his arm, looking over worriedly. You used your spiritual energy, didn't you? You promised old madam that you wouldn't use your spiritual power casually in the outside world. I'm fine. Cult Master Ding indifferently brushed away the girl's arm and frowned slightly. Alright, go back to the manor first. Why, young master, don't you want to go back with me? Ding Yan shook his head. I'm not going back for now. You can go. Remember not to tell anyone about my whereabouts. I'm not leaving. Bao Yan stomped her feet and shouted, I finally found young master. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just follow you. You. Young master, why don't you go back? You haven't returned to the manor for more than 2 years. Madam misses you very much. Why are you asking so many questions? Cult Master Ding's expression became increasingly impatient. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was standing at the side, as cool as water and abnormally indifferent. Young master, who is she? Bao Yan immediately looked at Arbor warily. It was this girl, right? She made young Miss Xian so angry that she cried. Arbor had just recovered his sight among his 5 senses, so everything he saw seemed a bit strange. As he looked around, his gaze landed on a restaurant's signboard. Morning Cloud Restaurant. She instinctively wanted to step inside. When Cult Master Ding saw this, he hurriedly chased after her, reaching out to grab her small hand. Jojo, you're hungry, aren't you? How could Arbor know what it felt like to be hungry right now? She was completely acting out of instinct. Seeing Cult Master Ding run all the way to her side, Arbor suddenly raised her eyes to look at him. Although her face was expressionless, in Cult Master Ding's eyes, she looked adorably silly. He saw her reach out 2 jade-white fingers and forcefully tug at his sleeve. Why are you tugging at our young master's sleeve? Bao Yan impatiently pushed her hand away. Go, don't bother our young master anymore. Arbor's small face was expressionless as she swept a glance at her, then turned her small head to continue looking at Morning Cloud Restaurant. The little fellow's large eyes blinked twice, revealing an adorable yearning look. Cult Master Ding hurriedly asked, You're hungry, right? You want to eat, right? Answer me, and I'll bring you up. How could Arbor know what the hell he was talking about? This Cult Master Ding once again tragically didn't get any response. He couldn't help but sigh lowly and could only say, Alright, then let's go in. He didn't expect this little blockhead to have any reaction. In any case, she didn't seem to like him from beginning to end. Young master. Bao Yan grabbed his hand and rolled her eyes as she softly said, "Spare me, young master. Look at her, she's so silly and can't even speak. She's definitely a silly girl." When he thought of the first time they met, Arbor's expressionless face, her eyes unable to see, her mouth unable to speak, her face expressionless when she was with people and things, like a moving jade statue, Cult Master Ding's heart couldn't help but tighten. "It's none of your business." Cult Master Ding raised his hand, but before he could grab the little girl's small hand, he saw her turn and walk into Morning Cloud Restaurant. "Bao Yan, go back. Go back to the manor and tell my mother that I don't have time to go back in the short term." Cult Master Ding might also feel that his words were a bit too much, so he couldn't help but frown and say, "Tell her that I'll go back to visit her in a few days." "But young master, you promised old madam." Ding Yan did not wait for her to finish and ran into Morning Cloud Restaurant to chase after the young lady. Bao Yan took a deep look at her young master and watched him hurriedly enter the restaurant. She stomped her feet and hurriedly followed him in. "Ah, young master, young miss, what do you want to eat? Our shop doesn't accept mystic coins, we only accept mystic grade and above herbs or forging materials." The waiter from the Morning Cloud Restaurant welcomed them with a smile. "I've really earned a lot today." The beautiful ice sculpture in front of him made his eyes light up. The waiter hurriedly wiped the table and stool and asked the little beauty to sit down. There was a middle-aged man who was eating noodles at the side. With half a noodle in his mouth, he stared at Arbor in a daze. "What are you looking at?" Ding Yun glared at the man, causing the middle-aged man to shrink his neck and hurriedly retract his gaze. Arbor was also amused. She also turned her head to look at the middle-aged man. In fact, she was looking at the bowl of noodles placed in front of him. Ding Yun tilted his head and looked at the little girl in front of him with a smile. He threw a piece of forging material to the waiter and said, "2 bowls of noodles." "Alrighty." The waiter happily went to prepare. Not a moment later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table. Ding Yan swept a glance at Bao Yan standing to the side and frowned. "Why aren't you leaving?" "No, young master, this servant wants to go back with you," Bao Yan said resolutely. Ding Yan ignored her. This servant girl had been picked up by his mother and brought back to the mountain villa when she was young. She had always stayed in his courtyard to serve him, and her temperament had always been very stubborn. Once she decided on something, it was rare for her to change her mind, so Ding Yan was disinclined to say anything more. Arbor stared curiously at the bowl of noodles in front of her, and her small hand impatiently reached into the bowl. "Wait." Cult Master Ding jumped in fright and hastily grabbed her small hand. However, he felt that it was like a small ice cube in his hand, cool and without a trace of warmth. He hurriedly took a pair of chopsticks and placed it in her hand. "How can you use your hands? It's so hot." "Come, use the chopsticks." Arbor stared at the 2 bamboo chopsticks in her hand with an expression that she had never seen before. She shook them, then grabbed a pair of chopsticks with each hand and reached into the bowl with difficulty to stir the noodles. After a long time, she didn't even manage to scoop up a single strand of noodles. If she found out later that she had once been so foolish, she probably wouldn't just hang up and beat up the giant ape for a day and be done with it. That was why it was said that one couldn't be too single-minded and absolute when doing anything. As a cultivation maniac, her mind was blank except for cultivation. She couldn't even take care of herself. This really wasn't good. Bao Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heavens, this fool doesn't even know how to use chopsticks. Bao Yan. Ding Yan's expression turned cold. Bao Yan closed her mouth with a disgruntled expression, glaring at Arbor with a bit of jealousy and resentment. There had never been anyone or anything that could attract young master's full attention like this. Young master had always been someone who played around and didn't care about anyone or anything, but now, he actually doted on a fool so much. "Come." Great Cult Master Ding simply put down his bowl and chopsticks. He picked up a clean pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of noodles, and brought it to her lips. "Eat." Darling Chow glanced at Cult Master Ding and moved her small head closer to open her mouth. With a crack, she bit off half of the chopsticks. Cult Master Ding, Bao Yan burst out laughing. After a long struggle, he finally poured the entire bowl of noodles into her stomach. Arbor raised his hand to rub his belly, got up, and walked towards the door. Bao Yan, she had eaten the noodles and drank the soup. Was she going to leave after eating her fill? This little fool is really a little hateful. Blockhead. Cult Master Ding hurriedly threw down his bowl of noodles, got up, and ran towards her. Arbor was walking out the door when he bumped into the second shopkeeper, who had just come back from collecting the bill. The second shopkeeper inadvertently raised his head and was immediately stunned. He cried out involuntarily, "Crown Princess?" The Crown Prince and Arbor had come to this restaurant before, and it was this second manager who had personally received them. Naturally, he recognized his mistress at a glance. At this moment, the second manager stared at Arbor with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Crown Princess." It really was the Crown Princess. "Head shopkeeper, come quickly." "Head shopkeeper, look at who I saw. It's the Crown Princess." During this period of time, the Crown Princess had disappeared from the Mystic Beast Forest. The Crown Prince had mustered a large force and brought his hidden guards to search for the Crown Princess' whereabouts, so all of the Crown Prince's subordinates knew about this. No wonder the second manager was so happy. If this news was immediately reported, His Highness the Crown Prince would probably go crazy with joy. What? The Crown Princess? The head shopkeeper had been busy upstairs and hadn't come down. Now that he heard the second manager's ghostly cry, he hastily ran downstairs. The head shopkeeper ran downstairs to look at Arbor and was overjoyed at the sight. "Aya, Crown Princess, it's really the Crown Princess. Thank the heavens, this is great. Second brother, quick, quick. Hurry up and report to His Highness." All right, we've finally found him." The head shopkeeper went forward, but before he could finish speaking, Ding Yun coldly blocked Arbor's path. "Who are you?" The head shopkeeper was stunned. "I am the head shopkeeper of Morning Cloud Restaurant." "Hello, sir, did you save our Crown Princess?" Thank you so much. "Crown Princess?" Ding Yun snorted. "What the hell is this Crown Princess? We don't know you at all, please move aside." "Eh?" The second shopkeeper and 2 or 3 waiters rushed up, all talking at once. "Sir, how can you say that? This is our Crown Princess." Crown Princess, I am Ah Fu. You and His Highness came here a few days ago, and I even brought you tea and water, remember?" Yes. "Crown Princess, stop fooling around. His Highness has been sending people to look for you day and night. If you're in a bad mood and want to go missing occasionally, that's fine. You can tell His Highness first, and then you can go missing." The head shopkeeper craned his neck and looked impatiently at Arbor, then gave the second shopkeeper a look. The second shopkeeper immediately understood and hurried out, presumably to find Dragon Saliva Guard Captain Yu Xiu to pass on the message. What kind of words were these? Ding Yun couldn't bring himself to smile. He saw this and felt slightly anxious. Damn it, so this Morning Cloud Restaurant was the Crown Prince's property. This was bad. Once the news reached the Crown Prince's ears, the little blockhead would be captured and brought back at any moment. That despicable Mo Lien, why wasn't he dead yet? Ding Yun's handsome face was cold as he separated the head shopkeeper with one hand and grabbed Arbor's small hand with the other. "Let's go." "Wait, you can't leave." The head shopkeeper blocked the two and looked at Ding Yun with an ugly expression. "You can leave, but the Crown Princess has to stay." "Little Wood, do you know them?" Ding Yun's expression remained unchanged as he turned to ask Arbor. He knew that Arbor would not respond to anyone, including him. Sure enough, a certain little person's face was expressionless, and there was no reaction even after a while. "Crown Princess." The head shopkeeper was anxious. He scratched his head and ears and said, "I'm Old Sue. Please take a closer look. Haven't we met before?" "Hey. What's going on?" "There's no need to look anymore. All of you, get out of the way. Don't come here to claim kinship." Ding Yun sneered. He grabbed Xiaoqiao's little hand and turned to walk out of the door. "Wait, stop right there." With a cold face, the manager extended his hand to block Ding Yun's path again. Ding Yun flicked his sleeves angrily, and the manager took 3 steps back with a dong 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 sound. His face was gloomy and uncertain. So powerful, This young man's cultivation was actually so profound that he could push back a level 10 Great Mystic Cultivator manager by 3 steps with a light flick of his sleeve. Inside Morning Cloud Restaurant, everyone was dead silent. The manager's expression was also very unsightly. He cupped his hands at Ding Yun and said, "Today, this Su's skills are inferior and I concede defeat. Sir, please leave your esteemed name." Beijing Manor. Ding Yun snorted. Ding Yun. So it's Beijing Manor's young master Ding. The manager's eyes flashed, and he cupped his fists and bowed. "No matter what, young master Ding, please understand one thing." The head manager pointed at Arbor. "This is the Eastern Palace's crown princess. Keeping her here will be of great benefit to you and your family." Ding Yun sneered. "You want to keep me here with just the likes of you? Excuse me." With a wave of the head shopkeeper's hand, all of the waiters in Morning Cloud Restaurant rushed up with sharp gazes and surrounded Ding Yun, Xiao Mu, and Bao Yan. Bao Yan pointed at Xiao Mu in astonishment and asked, "Young master, is this really the Crown Prince Consort?" "No, she doesn't know them at all," Ding Yun said indifferently. "This is a shady restaurant. Bao Yan, bring little blockhead back to the manor first. I'll deal with this." "Ah, how can this be? What if Madam finds out about this? Who would step foot into my courtyard normally? Hurry and take her away." Ding Yun glared at Bao Yan. "Are you not going to listen to me anymore?" "Yes, young master." Bao Yan lowered her eyes, aggrieved. "Simply a lunatic's ravings," the head manager said furiously. "All of you, attack. You must keep him here. Be careful not to hurt the crown princess." Just as the head manager finished speaking, he suddenly saw a plain-colored figure move. He kicked a small square table, directly flattening it. Darling Chow turned her small face and rolled up her sleeves. Her figure moved and scratched the face of the waiter closest to her. "Head manager, Her Excellency Crown Princess, what are you doing? Can't you distinguish between friend and foe first?" Ding Yun grabbed her small hand and shoved her toward Bao Yan. "Let's go." Bao Yan pulled Arbor and suddenly struck out with 2 palms, dashing out of the door. Just as the head manager and the others were about to give chase, they saw Ding Yun suddenly float in the air and spread open his arms to release 2 powerful waves of mystic qi. Everyone screamed "ah" and fell out like rubber balls. The tables and chairs in front of him were all smashed into wooden splinters and scattered to the ground. Ding Yun did not linger in the battle after his attack succeeded. He quickly flipped out of the window and chased after the 2 figures in front of him. "Quick! Quick, stop them!" The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood as he crawled up from the ground and yelled. "Quick, quick, quick! Stop them!" Ding Yun jumped out of the window and saw the group of people from Morning Cloud Restaurant chasing after him, unwilling to give up. He turned his head and waved his hand. Several wooden windows and doors nearby were all shattered, startling the pedestrians who were walking on the street. They screamed and covered their heads as they dodged. Ding Yun smiled and flew to Arbor's side in a few steps. He took a breath and flew forward with Arbor. The fleeing people raised their heads one after another and stared blankly at the 2 goddess-like beauties. The head shopkeeper and the others chased after them in a sorry state, but Arbor was nowhere to be seen. They were so angry that they stomped their feet and sighed. "Uncle Su, what should we do now?" Fu asked. "Is the second manager back yet? Go and report again. Also, hurry and inform the Dragon Saliva guards to close the city gates and lock down the entire city." "Search." The people from Morning Cloud Restaurant rushed out one after another. Some reported, and some were busy searching. All of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The head shopkeeper looked like he had nothing left to live for. Originally, finding the Crown Princess was an especially good thing, but now, if His Highness the Crown Prince were to find out that the person had escaped from their restaurant, he would definitely torture all of them to death. End of chapter 1151. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.